Chapter 656 Underground Palace. Lord Wu looked at the open door with excitement in his eyes. He said happily, "Ha, finally. It finally opened, it's really God's help." He waved his arm and ordered, "Everyone, please follow me in." He took the lead and walked into the gate under the altar, followed closely by the masked man in grey robe. The remaining white-robed and masked men present followed in. Yi Tiance followed, and when he stepped through the door that was emitting a mysterious light, the scene before him made him stare. What came into view was an underground palace beneath the altar. Although the scale of the entire palace is not huge, it is quite luxurious. The walls are inlaid with various precious gems, emitting dazzling light. The pillars of the palace are carved with exquisite patterns, which are lifelike. The floor is paved with smooth stone slabs and is spotless. Oh my God! There is a palace under this altar. How did they do that? How many resources would it take to build such a palace inside Tiger Dragon Mountain? Exaggerated. It's really too exaggerated. The luxury is unimaginable. Many people present couldn't help but express their feelings. Even the knowledgeable Yi Tiance was shocked by the scene before him. I thought it was outrageous when I saw the large-scale altar built outside, but I never thought there was a palace underneath it. It is obvious that the owner of this palace must have been an extraordinary person back then. Lingyuan Cave? Prohibition? The place to sit and pass away? Could it be that the owner of this palace is the legendary Master Mo Yuan? Such a thought popped up in Yi Tiance's mind. You know, when she parted with Saint Yushi, she had revealed that the owner of this Lingyuan cave was named Master Mo Yuan, a powerful cultivator whose strength was beyond imagination. Before he passed away, he used restrictions to protect the real place where he practiced. Over the past 100 years, countless powerful people have searched for it, but all ended in failure. Considering what just happened, one can't help but suspect that this palace belongs to Master Mo Yuan. However, as a cultivator, why would Master Mo Yuan build a palace in this place? After all, buildings like palaces are generally used by emperors and generals, but cultivators seek to improve their cultivation or increase their lifespan. Gold, silver, treasures, carriages, horses, and houses are all external possessions to them and have no real use. Of course, there was more than just this thing that made Yi Tiance feel inappropriate. Because he judged from the construction style of the palace and the traces of time left on the stone carvings, it had a history of at least 1,000 years. Could it be that Master Mo Yuan lived in this world 1,000 years ago? Although the physical functions of cultivators are much stronger than those of ordinary people, the increase in lifespan is not obvious. Under normal circumstances, a strong person in the body refining stage can generally live to be over 100 years old, a strong person in the qi refining stage can live to be over 200 years old, and even a person in the foundation establishment stage with a deeper level of cultivation will not live more than 500 years. Master Mo Yuan passed away 100 years ago. If this person was alive in this world when this palace was built, wouldn't his strength be above the foundation establishment stage? If there really is such a powerful person, then all the treasures left behind after his death are indeed worth the risk for countless powerful people to take. It is true that the master would specifically instruct him to come here. But correspondingly, the restrictions left behind in the place where such a powerful person passed away are probably not just as simple as the altar restrictions. There must be other unknown dangerous places where this palace is located. While Yi Tiance was doing various analyses, several people present couldn't help but be tempted by the rare treasures in the palace. You should know that these rare treasures are not only valuable in themselves, but have also been nourished by the rich and pure spiritual energy in this underground palace for many years, allowing many of them to evolve into spiritual tools. These are rare treasures for any cultivator. Therefore, one of them quietly left the team and walked towards a treasure that was emitting dazzling light. However, when his hand just touched the treasure, moment! A strong light suddenly appeared, sweeping over with powerful force. The man had no time to react before being hit by the power of the light. He let out a scream, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall of the palace heavily and losing his life instantly. What's wrong? He's dead. The others were stunned by this sudden change. See this. Lord Wu said in a cold voice, there are still mechanical restrictions in this palace. Anyone who dares to act without authorization will be killed without mercy." Everyone was silent, not daring to have any improper thoughts. Boom. 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 At this time, the ancient bell rang again. It attracted everyone's attention, naturally including Yi Tian's attention. Looking up, I saw that the door of the main hall in the center, more than 100 meters in front of me, was open, and the sound of the ancient bell was coming from inside the hall. At such a close distance. Listening to the sound of the bell, Yi Tian felt that the spiritual power in his body was affected and fluctuated. It was an indescribable subtle feeling, very strange. The sound of the bell seemed to carry a mysterious power, causing ripples in his body, making his spiritual power restless at times, and at times seeming to be pulled by some force, flowing in an unknown direction. So much so that he had to deliberately suppress this feeling of discomfort. But when I turned around to look at others, I found that no one else around me showed any such abnormality. Am I the only one who feels this way? It's really strange. Why is it so? Yi Tian frowned and analyzed in his mind. Just then, Lord Wu casually pointed at two masked men in white robes. He ordered, "You two, go to the central hall and check the situation." Although the two men were a little afraid, they did not dare to disobey Lord Wu's orders, so they had to bite the bullet and do as he said. They walked towards the central hall cautiously, being very alert and careful with every step. At first, everything works fine. However, just as they were halfway there, an accident happened. Quite suddenly, a strong light rose from the ground and enveloped them in an instant. The two men screamed in fear, but the sound soon stopped. After the light disappeared, the two men had fallen to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this scene, many people nervously took half a step back. You know, the weakest ones here are all strong people in the early stage of God of War or the early stage of body refining, but they can be killed in an instant without even a chance of survival. This kind of pressure is too great. But Lord Wu did not feel any pain at the death of his two subordinates. He said in a cold voice, "I just don't believe that the remaining energy of the restriction here is enough, or that we have enough people." He pointed at two people and ordered, "You, go over there." Chapter 657. Do you want to escape from here? When the two people's names were called by Lord Wu, their bodies stiffened obviously and they seemed a little hesitant. At this time, Lord Wu said in a cold voice, "If you can successfully reach the palace, you will be rewarded handsomely. If you disobey the order, you will be executed on the spot without mercy." Speaking of which, naturally, the two men did not dare to disobey the order, so they could only bite the bullet and slowly move forward. With the lessons learned from their predecessors, they acted very cautiously this time, with all their attention focused on the ground as deadly light could burst out again at any time. But this time, everything seemed to be calm. When the two men passed the place where the accident happened before, there was no deadly light bursting out from the ground again. "See this?" The masked man in the gray robe said to Lord Wu with joy and respect, "Sir, it will work this time." Lord Wu nodded with satisfaction and was about to say something. An accident happened suddenly. This time, strong rays of light shot out from the walls on both sides and attacked the two of them rapidly. Although the two men rushed to stop them, time was running out and it was too late. Boom! Following an explosion. Under the attack of the light, the two turned into nothingness. The consecutive deaths of 4 people made the atmosphere at the scene much more depressing. You have to know that the weakest ones present are all at the early stage of the God of War realm, and their insight is extraordinary. The attack power of this palace restriction has at least reached the full force of a master who has reached the perfect God of War or the perfect body refining realm. And this is the attack power of a ray of light. If many lights attack together, it will only be more powerful. Hateful. Lord Wu clenched his fists, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He pointed at the other people again, "All of you, go together. I don't believe that we can't break this damn restriction." The few people who were pointed out by Lord Wu walked towards the central hall with despair on their faces. They knew very well that this might be a one-way trip, but under the majesty of Lord Wu, they dared not disobey. However, just as everyone worried, they had just walked out not far when the palace's ban was triggered again, and the triggering location changed again, making it impossible to guard against. Boo hoo hoo. Strong rays of light attacked from all directions. Although these people fought hard, they soon could not hold on under such a powerful attack. They fell to the ground one after another and lost their life. As more and more people died, the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly depressing. Everyone was terrified, not knowing if they would be the next. Yi Tiance just watched coldly. In his opinion, it was too stupid for Lord Wu to use human lives to consume the power of the ban. There is a formation behind this restriction to maintain it, and the energy consumed by the formation often relies on spiritual energy. But what is the least scarce thing in this Lingyuan cave? Nature is aura. Therefore, if you want to consume all the energy, it is impossible to do it, let alone the dozens of people in front of you, even if there are 10 times more. Unless. But Mr. Wu doesn't seem to realize this. At this time, he raised his hand again and pointed in the direction of Yi Tiance himself. You. Go over there. Yi Tiance frowned, not expecting that it would be his turn so soon. It is definitely impossible to let him die. Just when Yi Tiance was hesitating whether to reveal his identity in advance, the grey-robed masked man suddenly and cautiously suggested to Lord Wu, "Sir, this won't work. We have lost too many people, but we still can't break through this restriction if we continue like this. Our final plan may be, you see, should we consider other methods, such as finding the switch of the restriction and turning off the restriction here?" Lord Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. Order everyone to search for the forbidden switch around the palace, but the time limit is only 1 hour. If the forbidden switch cannot be found during this period, we can only use the last resort." Everyone followed the order and spread out around the palace to look for the switch of the ban. Yi Tiance was also mixed in the crowd, seemingly searching seriously, but he was constantly considering various possibilities in his mind. While paying attention to the actions of the people around him, he carefully observed every detail of the palace. The walls of the palace were engraved with mysterious lines and patterns, and there were some strange runes on the ground, but these runes were disorganized, and he couldn't find any clues in a short time. When we reached a corner around the palace, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found that it was the masked man in a gray and white robe who had asked him to hand over the monster's inner elixir. He lowered his voice and said, "Boy, you are damn lucky you almost became cannon fodder." Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and replied, "It was just luck, senior. Are you looking for me?" The masked man in the gray robe looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to this side. The masked man in the gray and white robe lowered his voice and said, "I think you are quite smart, so I want to tell you something from the heart. Do you want to listen?" Yi Tiance naturally bowed and nodded, saying, "Please give me some advice, senior." The masked man in the gray robe snorted with a hint of pride. Then he whispered to Yi Tiance, "Boy, do you want to escape from here and start a new life?" "Ha, just the two of us together. Okay?" Yi Tiance was slightly startled. "I don't quite understand what this guy means." The masked man in gray robe saw Yi Tiance in a daze and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are still pretending to be me, aren't you? 8 out of 10 of us want to get rid of them as soon as possible and regain our freedom. I've had enough of the life of being neither human nor ghost in the past 10 years. I guess you've had enough too, right? Hey. Yi Tiance just smiled bitterly and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he listened to the masked man in gray robe continue speaking. There seemed to be some reminiscence in the voice of the masked man in the gray robe. Thinking back to 10 years ago, I came to participate in the Xianmen conference of Tiannan province. Although I didn't make it into the top 10, I was still able to show my talent. But I didn't expect that I would be kidnapped by those people on the night after the conference. After that, I was controlled, brainwashed, drugged, and in pain. In the end, I became the half-human, half-ghost appearance I am today. Haha, what's the use of having the strength to reach the middle stage of physical training? I can no longer be myself. I can't go back to the sect, and even my relatives, friends, masters, and brothers can't recognize me. Your situation is not much different from mine, right? After all, apart from the cultivators and martial artists from Tiannan province, they also captured people from other regions for experiments, and only a few survived. Hear these words. Yi Tiance's heart trembled. Is this guy one of the victims of the disappearance of martial artists 10 years ago? Chapter 658 Nya Yuanzhou. At this moment, a clearer chain of events emerged in Yi Tian's mind. 10 years ago, a large number of martial artists and cultivators from Tiannan province came to Hujia Mountain to participate in the Xianmen conference. During this period, a large number of people disappeared, and these people were actually captured by the forces to which Lord Wu belonged. After they were captured, they were tortured by being forced to take banned drugs and undergoing inhumane brainwashing. During this period, most people could not bear it and died, leaving only a small number of people who survived naturally. Their strength improved rapidly, and most of them became early-stage war gods or early-stage body-refining warriors, and a small number gained even stronger strength. After all, these people were the ones who were able to participate in the Xianmen conference. They have outstanding strength and good talent. After using forbidden drugs, they will naturally get a stronger improvement. After that, these people came to Hujia Mountain today, and I don't know what plan they are going to complete. During this period of time, the incident that has been under investigation has finally made substantial progress, and we heard it from the mouths of the parties involved. While Yi Tian was secretly delighted, he would naturally not let this opportunity go easily. He almost asked, "Excuse me, senior, which faction in Tiannan province did you come from?" The masked man in the gray and white robe waved his hand and said, "It's better not to mention the small sect. The most important thing right now is to escape from here, not to be cannon fodder to satisfy their bullshit plans." Yi Tian asked cautiously, "Senior, do you know what the plan is?" "Oh? Are you curious?" The masked man in the gray robe asked, narrowing his red eyes under the mask slightly. Yi Tian scratched the back of his head and said with a simple smile, "Of course I am curious about the plan that Lord Wu attaches so much importance to and takes so much trouble to complete." The masked man in the gray and white robe did not doubt Yi Tian's, but replied, "I don't know exactly what it is. The only information I know is that it is related to the owner of Ling Yuan Cave, Master Mo Yuan." Yi Tian asked, "Do you want to obtain the treasure or inheritance left by Master Mo Yuan?" The masked man in the gray robe shook his head and said, "It should be more than that. They have been working so hard for so many years and have spent countless efforts. They definitely don't have such a simple purpose anyway. No matter what, these have nothing to do with us. What we have to do is to take the opportunity to find a treasure that can detoxify us. After taking it, we can find the right time to leave and no longer become zombies controlled by them." Detoxification? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at the masked man in gray robe for a few seconds, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. No wonder these guys wearing masks are willing to obey Lord Wu's orders. On the one hand, they were indeed afraid of this man's strength, but on the other hand, their bodies had been poisoned and they had to take antidotes regularly. If they were unable to take the antidote within a certain period of time, they would die from the poison. With this as a threat, these masked guys can only become puppet thugs of Lord Wu and his men, and dare not have any thoughts of disobedience. At this time, Yi Tian observed carefully. Indeed, one can see bits of poison mist emanating from the gray-robed and masked man. This is a phenomenon that only occurs after years of poison accumulation in the body, which shows how deeply poisoned he is. The masked man in the gray robe said, "This is the place where Master Mo Yuan sat and passed away. It contains countless rare treasures. I believe there must be detoxifying pills and herbs. Let's go looking for them together. No matter who finds it first, we promise to take it together and then escape from here together. How about that?" Yi Tian nodded honestly and said, "I will follow your instructions." Good. Good. You are worthy of being the man I chose. The masked man in gray robe patted Yi Tian on the shoulders twice excitedly. Yi Tian got goosebumps. My goodness, could this bastard be an old glass? He took a half step back and asked, "Since we are taking care of each other, may I ask your name, senior?" The masked man in a gray and white robe said, "Alas, I haven't told anyone my name for many years, so it's okay to tell you my name is Nye Yuanzhou. You can just call me Big Brother Nye or Senior Nye." "What's your name, kid?" Yi Tian replied, "My surname is Ji. My name is Buduan. You can just call me Brother Ji." Ji Buduan? Baron Duan? After hearing the name, Nye Yuanzhou almost couldn't help laughing out loud. But after all, he had seen a lot of storms, so he immediately changed the subject and said, "Brother G, let's not waste time and find the antidote as soon as possible, otherwise, once the hour is up, it will be too late." Easy to say. Yi Tian nodded, and then the two of them began to search for the antidote around the underground palace. Of course. Yi Tiance himself will definitely not devote himself to finding the antidote, but is in the process of searching. He asked indirectly, Senior Nya, they seem to have injured and taken away a little girl in Lingyuan Cave earlier, why didn't I see her? This is actually something Yi Tiance had wanted to ask for a long time, but unfortunately he had never had the right opportunity before. Nye Yuanzhou did not hide anything and answered directly, that little girl, she has been handed over to other confidants by Lord Woodegard. I heard that she has a great relationship with this plan, so she did not risk following us into the palace under the altar in the first wave, but since she is related to their plan, I guess she can be brought here later. But these have nothing to do with us now, finding the antidote is more important. Oh. Yi Tian responded and kept thinking in his mind. He immediately made two judgments from this sentence. One, Yi Linger is indeed in Lord Wu's hands, so her life should not be in danger at the moment. 2. Lord Wu's confidant will bring Yi Linger here later, so he won't need to go out of his way to look for her. While Yi Tiance continued to pretend to look for an antidote, he was secretly planning his next move. He knew that once Yi Linger was brought here, the situation might become more complicated and dangerous. I must prepare in advance and find the right time to rescue Yi Linger. After all, due to the suppression of the ban, his strength is only at the perfect body refining realm, but that Lord Wu has reached the great perfect body refining realm, so it may not be easy to deal with him. The others didn't seem to notice what Yi Tiance and Nye Yuanzhou did. There was a depressing atmosphere surrounding the underground palace, and no one dared to slack off in the slightest. It is worthy of being the underground palace left by Master Mo Yuan. Even outside the palace, you can see some nice treasures, some of which are spiritual weapons, some are bred here, and there are also quite a few traces of being used by humans. Either it was left by Master Mo Yuan, or it was left by someone who broke into this place. However, Yi Tiance glanced at him accidentally. I saw a grass growing quietly behind a rock. It emits a faint but unique light. This magical herb is about 1 foot tall, and its entire body is a crystal clear emerald green. A small and delicate flower blooms on the top. The petals are as white as snow, and emit a faint fragrance. The fragrance seems to have a magical power that makes people feel relaxed and happy when they smell it. Yi Tiance's eyes trembled slightly. This is actually Chapter 659. Farewell, Senior. This is actually snow jade linglong grass. Yi Tiance was secretly shocked. Snow jade linglong grass is a high-level spiritual herb, extremely rare, with powerful effects that can detoxify hundreds of poisons, and its effect is much stronger than refined detoxification pills. It is said that as long as one is still alive, taking this snow jade linglong grass can remove all toxins from the body and restore it to its original state. The growing conditions of this grass are extremely harsh. It usually only appears in places with extremely rich spiritual energy and special environments. Even Yi Tiance has only seen it once. In terms of value alone, this thing is much more precious than Lingyuan fruit and other plant fruits. I didn't expect to see it outside the underground palace left by Master Mo Yuan. This is good stuff. At this time, Nye Yuanzhou's sight also fell on the snow jade linglong grass. His body trembled slightly, and he said excitedly, "What the hell? It's actually snow jade linglong grass. Ha, this is really God helping me, there is salvation. We are saved." He hurried over. He patted Yi Tiance's shoulder excitedly and said, "Brother Ji, I thought you and I would get along well, and it turned out to be true. With this snow jade linglong grass, the toxins in both of our bodies can be easily eliminated, and the remaining spiritual power can also promote the improvement of our cultivation. It will be easy for us to escape from here." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Senior. Everything is thanks to your guidance." Nye Yuanzhou quickly looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "But, Brother Ji, this snow jade linglong grass has a special feature. Have you heard of it?" Yi Tiance asked in confusion, "I don't know, please teach me, Senior." Nye Yuanzhou said, "If we want to pull out this snow jade linglong grass and keep its original medicinal effect, we need something to water it. This is a bit difficult." "Oh? I wonder what it is that is watering it." Nye Yuanzhou's eyes under the mask flashed a hint of coldness and success, and he said, "We need human blood, and all the blood in a person's body." Yi Tiance grabbed the back of his head and continued to ask, "Then Senior, where should we find human blood?" "Ha ha." Nye Yuanzhou sneered and said, "Brother Ji, it is fate that we meet here. I have had enough of living like a zombie these years. Just consider it as helping your brother as a senior. I will never forget your sacrifice. Have a good journey." While talking, his right hand, which was hidden in the sleeve of his robe, suddenly jumped out, and in his right hand he was holding a sharp dagger. Call out. Extremely fast and a fatal blow. In Nye Yuanzhou's opinion, although the opponent's strength should be in the early stage of physical training and his physical fitness exceeded that of ordinary people, at such a close distance, with his powerful speed and attack in the middle stage of physical training, he would be absolutely foolproof. It sounds slow, but it is actually as fast as lightning. However, the dagger attack, which seemed unstoppable to him, stopped abruptly when it was 1 centimeter away from Yi Tian's chest, and did not move at all. Okay? Nye Yuanzhou's face changed slightly and he looked carefully. He saw that his right wrist was tightly grasped by the other party without him noticing, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. What's going on? Nye Yuanzhou's pupils trembled and he looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. He used the fastest speed to perform this move, and did it without the opponent having any reaction. How could it be easily blocked? How did this guy know I was going to take action? Yi Tian smiled shyly and said, "As a senior, shouldn't you take care of the younger generation? Isn't it a bit unfair to do this? I'm being honest, you're paralyzed." Nye Yuanzhou widened his eyes and roared in a low voice. A crazy and angry aura spread out from his body, like a ferocious beast. Yes. A person who has been controlled by the Walking Dead for more than 10 years has actually become a beast long ago, and the humanity he showed before was just a deliberate disguise. Nye Yuanzhou increased his strength, trying to stab the dagger into Yi Tian's chest in one go. But another scene beyond his expectations appeared. Yi Tian actually changed the direction of the tip of the dagger in his hand and finally pointed it at him. Ah! How could this be? Your strength should only be at the initial stage of physical training. Why Puff! But before he could finish his words, Yi Tian had easily stabbed the dagger deep into Nye Yuanzhou's chest, piercing his heart. Even though his strength has reached the middle stage of body refining, his heart is still as fragile as that of an ordinary person. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his red pupils under the mask were filled with shock. You are not one of us. Who are you? Yi Tian gently pressed his shoulder with his left hand, and said with a smile, "How am I not one of yours? I am your junior, senior. Please take care on your way to the underworld, and be happy." The words fell. Yi Tian exerted force with his left hand, instantly shattering Nye Yuanzhou's internal organs. He didn't have time to make any more sounds before he fell straight to the ground, his eyes wide open. Nye Yuanzhou's blood was absorbed by the snow jade linglong grass at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its branches and leaves turned bright red. When this color appears, it means that the snow jade linglong grass can be picked without losing any of its nutritional effects. Yi Tian looked at Nye Yuanzhou's body without any sympathy in his eyes. In fact, from the moment this person took the initiative to seek an alliance with him, Yi Tian saw that he had hidden ulterior motives. The reason he still went along with him was just to act with him. At least I got some information about Yi Linger, and luckily I got the snow jade linglong grass. Yi Tian carefully picked the snow jade linglong grass and hid it in his white robe. He squatted down again and searched Nye Yuanzhou's body. Finally, 7 demon beast inner cores were found on him. Ha ha! This bastard even hid the demon beast's inner elixir without telling anyone else. It turns out he had bad intentions from the beginning. Yi Tian murmured and put away the monster's inner elixir. Then he summoned the shadowy bone-eating worm, which devoured Nye Yuanzhou's body in no time, leaving no trace. Just then, a loud noise came from a distance. First there was a low roar, as if a powerful force was surging underground. Then, the entire underground palace began to vibrate slightly, and the gems on the walls and the carvings on the pillars flashed unstable light in the vibration. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. This noise, could it be that the forbidden switch of the underground palace has been found? Finally, after a violent tremor, everything gradually returned to calm. Then I heard Master Wu's deep voice, "Everyone, gather at my place." Chapter 660, The Main Hall. Yi Tian's turned his head and saw that the forbidden light that originally emitted powerful force had disappeared, replaced by calmness. Are we so lucky? They actually found the forbidden switch. Yi Tian's murmured and walked towards the direction where Lord Wu was shouting. Everyone gathered at the gate of the underground palace. The masked man in the gray robe looked around and suddenly asked in a cold voice, "Why is there one person missing? Where did he go?" It was obvious that the person he was referring to was Nie Yuanzhou. Everyone looked at each other. They were just trying to find the band switch and didn't notice that one person was missing. Yi Tian stood there pretending to know nothing. Everyone was wearing the same clothes anyway, so even if someone saw Nie Yuanzhou standing with someone else, they wouldn't be able to tell who was who. If you want to blame someone, blame this organization for having to dress up in such a flashy way. Many times, even we can't tell the difference between our own people. At this time, Lord Wu said indifferently, "The ban on the underground palace has been opened. It doesn't matter whether there are fewer people. Don't waste time and go in." Yes. The masked man in the gray robe nodded, then pointed at Yi Tian and said, "You, walk in front and lead the way." Obviously, they are still worried about the restrictions here, even though it has been closed. Oh. Yi Tian responded, then walked in front with a swagger and entered the palace gate. The journey was smooth. Yi Tian successfully arrived at the main hall in the center. As soon as you step into the hall, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere hits you. The walls of the hall were made of huge black stones, engraved with strange lines and patterns, as if telling a distant story. The ground was paved with black stone slabs as smooth as a mirror, emitting a faint and cold light. This is... Yi Tian noticed that the stone pillars surrounding the hall were inlaid with egg-sized, pure-colored stones that emitted a soft glow and were surrounded by a very rich spiritual energy. This thing is a spirit stone. Spiritual stone is a treasure formed by the condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It contains extremely rich and pure spiritual power for cultivators. It is a precious resource for cultivation and is very rare. Spirit crystal fragments also contain spiritual energy, but in terms of effect, one spirit stone is at least equivalent to 1,000 spirit crystal fragments. This shows how precious spirit stones are. Of course, spirit stones are also divided into different qualities, but even the most common low-grade spirit stones are rare treasures. It can not only help cultivators recover their spiritual power quickly, but also help improve the speed of cultivation. During cultivation, the layout of formations and the setting of restrictions all require spirit stones. Even the knowledgeable Yi Tian saw such a large number of spirit stones for the first time. Moreover, the quality of these spirit stones was quite good, and most of them were mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Tian was secretly amazed in his heart. With such a large number of spirit stones, it was obvious that Master Mo Yuan was very powerful and wealthy. Back then it seemed that the abundant spiritual energy in the entire Lingyuan cave and the powerful power of the restriction were all inseparable from the support of these spirit stones. At this time, Lord Wu had already brought everyone into the hall. As soon as everyone entered the hall, their eyes were immediately attracted by the spiritual stones inlaid on the stone pillars. Oh my God! This is actually a spiritual stone? There are so many of them? A masked man in a white robe couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Master Mo Yuan, the legendary cultivator, this is too crazy. What was his strength when he was alive? Just looking at these spirit stones makes me feel like every cell in my body is madly absorbing spiritual energy. I wonder what it would feel like if I could hold them in my hands. Quiet, everyone. At this time, Lord Wu majestically stopped everyone's discussion. However, there was also a hint of surprise in his own eyes. He obviously did not expect that there would be so many high-quality spirit stones here. These spirit stones will definitely be of great use when we complete this plan. Those who have made contributions will naturally be allocated these spirit stones, but now, if anyone dares to act on his own, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lord Mist warned. Although everyone was eager to obtain these spirit stones, they did not dare to act rashly under the intimidation of Lord Wu. Yi Tian stood in the crowd, feeling the atmosphere quietly. He knew that the appearance of these spirit stones would inevitably arouse everyone's greed, and this might also become a fuse for a change in the situation. Moreover, with the example of Nie Yuanzhou, it was obvious that this group of people were not united. Once the situation changes, internal strife is likely to occur. Dong dong dong. At this time, the familiar ancient bell rang again. This time the sound was particularly close, just above my head. Everyone looked up and saw an ancient bell hanging from the beam. This ancient bell is dark copper in color and covered with mottled copper rust. Every spot of rust seems to be a mark left by time. And this ancient bell makes sound on its own even without anyone ringing it. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and talked about it. What the hell? How does this ancient bell make such a sound? Am I hallucinating? That's right. This ancient bell isn't even shaking, so why is it still making sounds? To be honest, although the restrictions in this underground palace are gone, I have been feeling uncomfortable since I entered here, as if something is staring at me from behind. Do you have this feeling? Although not, this hall does give me a very depressing feeling. Fiancees also raised his head slightly and looked at the ancient bell, his heart also full of doubts. The appearance of this ancient bell and the sound it made automatically seemed extremely strange. Moreover, he had a very strange feeling ever since he entered the hall, but he couldn't tell what it was. At this moment, the sound of the ancient bell suddenly became louder, as if warning everyone not to get close. But Lord Wu didn't seem to pay attention to the bell. His attention was always on the front of the hall. I saw a strange statue enshrined right in front of me. It didn't look like a human and was quite intimidating. The statue was completely black, and its material was like stone but not stone. It had a strange shape, long limbs and sharp edges, as if it was a demon born from the darkness. In its right hand, it was dragging a black ball with ancient runes on the surface. Ha ha! Found it! Lord Wu suddenly laughed triumphantly, and he walked quickly forward, intending to take the ball from the statue's hand. But at this moment, a slight squeak broke the silence. Everyone was startled and turned to look. They saw a group of black mice pouring out from the corner of the hall. Their eyes were flashing red, as if they were controlled by some evil force. They pounced on everyone. Chapter 661, Netherworld Soul Devouring Rat. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. WTF? Where did these rats come from? Wait. There's something wrong with these rats. They look like monsters. Oh no. They are coming for us. Fiancees frowned. He discovered that these were actually netherworld soul-devouring rats, which were indeed a kind of demon beast. Although this thing itself is not very powerful, and is far inferior to the early yellow rank, compared to human strength, it is at most a late warrior in front of a strong man in the early god of war or the early body refining stage. It does not seem to pose any threat. But the biggest feature of the netherworld soul-devouring rat is that it lives in groups, and there are a huge number of them. When you see a few of them, it means a fairly large number of them have gathered nearby. In the face of absolute numbers, even the strongest masters will eventually be exhausted. If you are outside and unfortunately encounter a group of netherworld soul-devouring rats, don't think about fighting, but run away. The faster the better. But I didn't expect that there would be a monster like the netherworld soul-devouring rat in this underground palace. It's really weird. While Fiancees was thinking in his heart, those netherworld soul-eating rats have pounced over. They were either on the ground, on the walls, or even climbing rapidly on the ceiling of the palace, attacking the people in front. Get out of my way. The masked man in a white robe standing at the front suddenly swung his hand and slapped a netherworld soul-devouring rat, sending it flying backwards and hitting the stone pillar of the hall. With a bang, it turned into a piece of flesh and blood. The remaining few netherworld soul-devouring rats were also easily dealt with by the other people. See this. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This rat monster doesn't seem to be a big deal. I've been worried for nothing. I can easily deal with these monster rats by myself. Just when some white-robed masked men were feeling smug, Lord Wu suddenly shouted, "Don't be careless. Get ready for battle immediately." A series of question marks appear in many people's heads. I don't understand what Mr. Wu means by this sentence. But in the next second, the situation changed 180 degrees. Hua hua hua. I saw more netherworld soul-devouring rats emerging from all directions of the hall, as black as a tide. tide, rushing towards us, sweeping away everything with overwhelming force, as if they were going to destroy everything. Saw this scene. The group of men in white robes and masks were all surprised. But the situation changed so quickly that they didn't have much time to be shocked. The netherworld soul-devouring rats had completed the encirclement and attack at an extremely fast speed. There was a red light flashing in their eyes, as if they wanted to eat everything clean. A large number of white-robed and masked men were thrown into extreme panic by this sudden and fierce attack. Although they could easily kill one or more netherworld soul-devouring rats with one move, their defenses were instantly broken through by the absolute numbers. Some of them were knocked to the ground by the netherworld soul-devouring rats that rushed over like lightning before they could even raise their weapons. The sharp teeth of these monsters were like sharp daggers, easily biting through the defenses of the white-robed and masked men and quickly piercing into their bodies. As the netherworld soul-devouring rats sucked frantically, the white-robed and masked men who were bitten felt their spiritual power and vitality rapidly draining away like a flood. Ah! Get away! Get off me! My spiritual power. Ah! My spiritual power has been drained. Who can save me? Lord Wu. Ah! Help! Please have mercy and save me. For a moment, screams were heard one after another in the hall. The bloody smell quickly spread, staining the ground and walls red. Some masked men in white robes watched in horror as their companions were sucked dry in an instant and turned into dried corpses. Their hearts were filled with despair and fear, and many of them began to back off. See this! Lord Wu roared in a deep voice, hold on. If anyone dares to retreat, I will kill him immediately. His voice echoed in the hall like thunder, full of majesty and oppression. Under the threat of Lord Wu, the white-robed and masked men were filled with fear, but they did not dare to disobey orders and could only continue fighting. However, the number of netherworld soul-devouring rats was simply too large. They seemed endless and kept pouring in from every corner. No matter how hard the white-robed and masked men fought, they could not stop their attack. One after another, the masked men in white robes fell down, their bodies were sucked dry and turned into lifeless, dried corpses. As for Yi Tiance, who was mixed in the crowd, on the surface seemed to be in chaos and panic like the other white-robed and masked men. But in fact, he was extremely calm and nimbly dodged the attacks of the netherworld soul-devouring rat. At the same time, he cleverly used the surrounding environment and the cover of other white-robed masked men to accurately kill the netherworld soul-devouring rat that approached him. Because his movements were quick and covert, no one noticed. While Yi Tiance was killing the netherworld soul-devouring rat, he glanced at Lord Wu from time to time. At this time, Lord Wu was holding a black ball tightly in his hand. He slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, looking focused and solemn, as if the chaos and fighting around him had nothing to do with him. He carefully bit his finger, and bright red blood gushed out, and he began to carve runes on the black sphere. Buzz. Each rune was like an ancient spell, flashing a faint yet mysterious light as his fingers moved. The runes seemed to come alive, twisting and swimming on the surface of the sphere as if they had their own lives. What is this guy doing? And what kind of treasure is this black ball? Just as Mr. Wu was fiddling with the ball, the netherworld soul-devouring rat's attacks seemed to become more frantic, with sharp squeaking sounds coming one after another. Ah! More white-robed and masked men died one after another under the crazy attacks of the netherworld soul-devouring rats. The screams and bloody smell became stronger and stronger in the hall. At this time, Yi Tiance also discovered it. Ever since Lord Wu took the black sphere off the strange statue, netherworld soul-devouring rats began to appear and attack, and as Lord Wu carved runes on the sphere, the attacks of these monsters became more frantic. Could it be that it was because Lord Wu took away the ball that the netherworld soul-devouring rat appeared and attacked? At the same time, the black ball in Lord Wu's hand changed, showing a rune glowing brighter, and the bells in the hall rang louder and more rapidly. As the bell sounds intensified, the netherworld soul-devouring rat became more crazy and violent. Boom! At this moment, the entire hall suddenly shook and trembled. The next second, the strange statue in the hall began to move. The statue that had been standing quietly seemed to be injected with life, slowly twisting its body. The pressure it emanated instantly increased several times, making everyone present feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Chapter 662 Ebony Coffin. When the statue suddenly moved. The netherworld's soul-devouring rat, which had been madly attacking everyone, now fled in panic as if it had seen the most terrifying existence. The red light in their eyes dimmed instantly, and was replaced by endless fear. Their small bodies ran around in the hall, and the originally neat attack formation collapsed in an instant, leaving only a chaotic scene. Everyone in the hall was stunned by this sudden change, and for a moment they didn't know how to react. Even Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes. In fact, he felt that the statues in the hall were very strange since he came in, but he didn't expect that this thing could actually move, and from the situation, it should be controlled by Lord Wu using the black ball. There really is something weird going on everywhere in this underground palace. Ha! Ha! This is really a good thing. It is worthy of being called Lingyuan Pearl. An excited voice came from under Mr. Wu's mask. The masked man in the gray robe immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Congratulations, Master Wu, congratulations, Master Wu, on obtaining the Lingyuan Pearl. With it, you are the master of this Lingyuan cave." Ha ha! Lord Wu nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked around at everyone. After being attacked by the netherworld's soul-devouring rat, there were only 9 white-robed and masked men still alive, but most of them were injured. He said calmly, "It is rare that you all work together with me. Now we are only one step away from completing the plan. After it is done, I will definitely reward you generously." Everyone said respectfully in unison, "Thank you, Master Wu." Yi Tiance was secretly complaining in his heart. At this point, this old guy is still making empty promises. From the very beginning, Lord Wu and the forces behind him never treated the people below them as human beings. They were even worse than cattle and horses. I am afraid that even if the plan is completed, no one will be rewarded, and if things go wrong, someone might even kill someone to silence them. While complaining in his heart, Yi Tiance looked at the black ball in Lord Wu's hand. There were spots of rune light on the surface and bursts of spiritual energy lingering around it. This thing is actually a spiritual weapon? Before, this thing was placed in the palm of the strange statue, and it looked ordinary, as if it was a decoration. I didn't expect it to be a spiritual weapon. Some weapons and objects will undergo changes in their internal structure under the nurturing of the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and eventually gradually form entities with certain powers and energy. These objects are generally called magical instruments, and when worn on the body they have the effect of warding off evil spirits and praying for blessings. Some ordinary practitioners will also use them as weapons, but that's all. And above the magic weapon is the spiritual weapon. There is a world of difference between spiritual tools and magic tools. Magic tools may only have some special effects with the help of a little spiritual energy, but spiritual tools are true treasures born from the long-term nourishment and tempering of spiritual energy. Spiritual weapons often contain powerful spiritual fluctuations, which can make people feel their extraordinariness at a glance, and as if they have their own souls. They can establish a special connection with their masters. When used by their masters, they are as powerful as using one's arms. Therefore, for cultivators, obtaining a suitable spiritual weapon is like adding wings to a tiger. Not only can it exert amazing power in battle, but it can also assist cultivators in their practice and accelerate the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. However, the creation of spiritual weapons is extremely difficult and extremely precious in the world of cultivation, attracting countless cultivators to compete for them. In this underground palace, Yi Tiance has seen a certain number of spiritual weapons, but they are all of low quality. The value of a low-quality spiritual weapon is almost the same as that of a spirit stone, so they are not worthy of Yi Tiance's attention. But according to Yi Tiance's judgment, the black ball in Lord Wu's hand is at least a top-grade spiritual weapon. You know, that value is at least equivalent to 100 low-grade spiritual tools. 1 high-grade spiritual tool equals 10 medium-grade spiritual tools equals 100 low-grade spiritual tools. Putting aside its value, the gray-robed masked man said that by obtaining this item, one could control Lingyuan Cave. Could it be that the movement of the statue was controlled by the Lingyuan Pearl? While Yi Tiance was speculating in his mind, Lord Wu took a step forward and controlled the Lingyuan Pearl. Click! The statue began to move, as if it had endless power, and every step it took made the ground tremble slightly. Then, the statue suddenly raised its foot and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! There was a dull and shocking sound. Under this powerful impact, the ground in the hall actually triggered some kind of mechanism. Click, click, click. The stone slabs on the ground slowly cracked, revealing a deep passage. A black ebony coffin slowly rose from the bottom of the passage. The coffin was pitch black, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The wooden texture of the coffin seems to tell the vicissitudes of time. There are some strange runes and patterns carved on it, and its meaning is elusive. Yi Tian's pupils shrank slightly. What a grand gesture! It's an ebony coffin. Ebony is an extremely rare thing in the world. Its formation takes a long time, usually under specific geological conditions, from wood buried deep underground or in water, which undergoes a carbonization process over thousands of years. The rarity of ebony is staggering. Its scarcity makes every piece of ebony a priceless treasure. Whether in the secular world or the world of cultivation, ebony is a treasure that everyone competes for. Coffins made of ebony are even more precious. First of all, the mysterious aura and powerful spiritual power of ebony itself make the ebony coffin an excellent container for sealing and protecting precious items. Where Master Mo Yuan passed away, there was an ebony coffin left behind. Could it be that the body of Master Mo Yuan is contained in this coffin? Doesn't that mean that the greatest treasure in Lingyuan cave is in this ebony coffin? At this time, Yi Tian's was not the only one who thought so. He also noticed that the atmosphere of the several white-robed and masked men around him was not right. Although he could not see their expressions, he believed that they had already developed certain greedy thoughts. It's really here. Lord Wu took a deep breath of excitement, and then ordered, "You two, open the lid of the coffin." The two masked men in white robes took orders. This is a bad job. They walked forward, one on the left and one on the right, and when their palms touched the coffin, something strange happened. The ebony coffin seemed to come alive, and it instantly emitted a powerful suction force, tightly sucking their palms. What's wrong? Such a strong suction force, I can't withdraw my palm. The two were terrified and struggled desperately, but to no avail. As the suction force continued to grow, the spiritual energy in their bodies was continuously drawn out of the coffin like a flood. In just a few seconds, the two men's spiritual energy was sucked out by the coffin, their bodies became shriveled, and they fell to the ground like dead wood. Chapter 663 Opening. After the two bodies fell, their eyes were wide open, filled with fear and despair. Wow! Everyone present was shocked. The legacy of Master Mo Yuan that was originally within reach was right before our eyes, but unexpectedly something strange happened. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with a tense and terrifying atmosphere, and many white-robed and masked men subconsciously looked at Lord Wu. Everyone was worried that this old bastard would continue to order them to open the coffins, causing them to lose their lives in vain. However, this time Lord Wu did not allow anyone to continue opening the coffin lid. Instead, he murmured coldly, "It seems that we still need to use that method? It is worthy of Master Mo Yuan's method." After finishing speaking, Lord Wu replied to everyone, please wait here for a while and rest, don't act rashly. Yeah. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement and sat down cross-legged. Yi Tian's also sat down cross-legged. He looked at the hall again. At this time, the ancient bell on the beam above his head no longer made any sound, and the strange statue stood motionless not far away. In the entire hall, the only thing that attracts the most attention is the ebony coffin. Its existence is like a black hole, absorbing everything around it and making people feel uneasy. Day. At this moment, a series of footsteps approached rapidly. Everyone turned their heads. Several people wearing white robes and masks appeared, and among them was a woman whose body was trapped by ropes and there were some scars on her face. A face that couldn't be more familiar. Yi Linger. Sure enough, it was her. Yi Tian's narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. When Yi Tian's looked back, he was shocked again. Because he saw that this group of white-robed and masked men were bringing someone with them tied up. It was also a familiar face, Saint Yushi. No, didn't she take her senior sister out before? How did it fall into the hands of these people? Where is her senior sister? For a moment, a series of questions popped up in Yi Tian's mind. The development of the situation was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Originally, he planned that after Yilinger appeared, he would immediately find the right opportunity to rescue her. But now there is suddenly a Saint Yushi. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die, but it would probably not be easy for one person to save two people at the same time and take them away in front of so many people. The others were easy to deal with. But Lord Wu's current strength is at the great perfection of body refining, which is one level higher than his own perfect body refining realm. If they fight, he may not have much advantage. Call. Yi Tiance took a deep breath. The final decision is to continue to wait and see and find the right time. After the white-robed masked men brought the two women into the hall, they respectfully said to Lord Wu, "Lord Wu, we have brought the people here." After Lord Wu saw Saint Yushi, the voice was low and unhappy. "Who is she? Why did you bring her here?" One of them answered, "This woman is the saint of Lingyu Pavilion. We met her on the way after she saw us. She asked us to let Yilinger go. After we refused, we fought in the end. We lost two brothers before we captured her. We thought that this woman might have an unknown relationship with Yilinger, so we took the initiative to bring her here." Lord Wu remains silent. The masked man in the grey robe said to Lord Wu at this time, "Lord Wu, she is the holy maiden of Lingyu Pavilion. After all, it is said that she has an extraordinary physique. Now that we have captured her, it is a godsend opportunity. We must not let her go." Lord Wu nodded. "That makes sense. Once the plan is completed, take this girl away with you." At this time, Saint Yushi glanced at everyone with a cold gaze and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" At this moment, she was very confused and worried. Because, after separating from Yi Tiance, she knew that Yi Tiance had gone to look for Yilinger, but at this time Yilinger was right in front of her, but Yi Tiance had disappeared. Could it be that something bad had happened to him? When this thought came to her mind, Saint Yushi was filled with worry and depression. Face her problems. The masked man in the grey robe walked up to her, pinched her chin with his hand and said coldly, "You don't need to know our identities. You just need to understand that no matter what we do next, you must behave honestly. Honestly, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being ruthless to you, a beautiful lady." Humph. Saint Yushi glared at him unwillingly. Previously, when she participated in the Shinman conference competition, she had vaguely felt that this grey-robed and masked man was mysterious and looked very wrong. This is indeed the case. Lord Wu said coldly, "Bring her up here." Yes. Two masked men in white robes brought Yilinger up. Lord Wu looked at Yilinger and sneered smugly under his mask, "Little girl, do you know that I had planned to go to Xianyuan Gate to capture you? I am very troubled by this. Although Xianyuan Gate is not as big as before, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If something goes wrong, I am afraid that my people will be in trouble." Ha ha. Fortunately, the lucky thing that we found after searching for a long time without any effort actually happened to us. It was really God's help. At this moment, Yilinger no longer had her usual innocent expression. Instead, she angrily said, "Humph. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. There's no need to talk so much nonsense in front of me." Lord Wu said with a smile, "I finally caught you. How could I bear to kill you? You are of great use to me." However, just as he finished speaking, swish! Lord Wu swung his left hand without any warning. A cut suddenly appeared on Yilinger's arm, and blood gushed out. Lord Wu waved his sleeves, creating a gust of wind that swept the blood and finally spilled it on the coffin. Buzz! The runes on the surface of the coffin suddenly glowed brightly, as if they were injected with powerful power. Click! Then, the coffin lid slowly opened by itself, and an ancient and mysterious aura emanated from the coffin. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this strange sight, and their hearts were filled with shock and fear. No one seemed to have expected that Yilinger's blood could actually make the lid of the ebony coffin open automatically. How on earth did this happen? Even Yi Tiance was puzzled. It was obvious that this ebony coffin was specially left with some kind of forbidden magic by Master Mo Yuan, so the coffin could not be opened directly from the outside. Only special means could be used, and the result turned out to be Yilinger's blood. Is there some connection between Yilinger and Master Mo Yuan? As the coffin lid was completely opened, everyone saw a faint light emanating from inside the coffin. There seemed to be a mysterious object lying inside, shrouded in a thin layer of mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Mr. Wu walked into the coffin step by step. Chapter 664 leads to internal strife. Lord Wu walked closer to the coffin step by step, his steps heavy and eager, fully expecting to find the treasure he had dreamed of in it. After all, this is what was left behind by Master Mo Yuan after his death. Priceless. Not only him, but everyone around him also held their breath and watched intently, for fear of missing the next scene. However, when Lord Wu walked to the side of the coffin with great anticipation and looked eagerly into the coffin, he found that it was empty. What? It's empty? How is this possible? Lord Wu couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He couldn't believe it and quickly reached out to feel around inside the coffin. He found it was indeed empty, not to mention the treasure left by Master Mo Yuan. He didn't even find a single hair. See his reaction. The people around were also shocked. How could there be nothing in there? Isn't this the coffin left behind by Master Mo Yuan? His body and treasures are not in the coffin, so why did he leave this coffin behind? If that's the case, then we're just drawing water with a bamboo basket, and that's all for nothing? No one could accept this result. You know, before coming in, they all had all kinds of speculations and expectations, imagining the magical treasures, ancient secrets or powerful magic tools that might appear in the coffin. But now, the empty coffin was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing all their fantasies. Hateful. Mr. Wu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. His body was shaking slightly, as if he had suffered a huge blow. He had planned carefully for so long and had overcome numerous difficulties to get here. He thought that everything had been accomplished, but he did not expect this to be the result. Base. Anger burned in his heart like a flame, almost completely devouring his sanity. He turned around suddenly and grabbed the masked man in a white robe who was closest to him. The masked man in white robe looked at Lord Wu in horror, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Missed Lord Yu. Lord Wu almost yelled like crazy. Did you steal the things in the coffin? Was it you? The masked man in white robe panicked and begged for mercy, explaining, It's not me. Lord Wu, you are wise. Go to hell. However, Lord Wu didn't want to listen to his explanation and slapped him on the head. Followed by a dull thud. The masked man in the white robe collapsed, dead. Wow. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. The other masked men in white robes looked at each other, the fear in their eyes becoming more intense. They looked at Lord Wu's figure twisted by anger, and their hearts were filled with uneasiness. Although they have long known that Lord Wu is cruel, he is usually very cautious and calm in doing things. He has never been like this today. Something is really wrong. The masked man in the gray robe said anxiously, Master Wu, what's wrong with you? Don't be angry. Go away. Lord Wu roared and swung his hand. The masked man in the gray robe quickly crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. Bang. But the attack of the great perfection of body refining was so powerful that it directly knocked the gray-robed and masked man backwards, and he finally stopped after crashing into the stone pillar in the hall. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from under the mask. It can be seen how powerful this blow is. Kill! 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 Lord Wu said in a violent and cruel voice, You are the ones who stole the treasure in the coffin. Hand it over, or you will all die. All of you will die. Listen to Mr. Mist's angry roar. Everyone was shocked. Oh no! Lord Wu has gone crazy. What should we do? Should we run? If we stay here, we will all die. That's what I mean. If you stay here, you'll die here. Under the pressure of death, the group of white-robed and masked men tried to flee outside the hall. However, at this moment, the door of the hall that was originally open closed automatically. Even though the door of the hall is made of wood and seems fragile, no matter how hard these white-robed and masked men attack, they cannot break it open. For a moment, the entire hall became ajar, and the rest of the people were like fish and turtles unable to escape. The atmosphere of panic spread infinitely. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and noticed that the Lingyuan pearl in Lord Wu's palm was flickering at this moment. There was a strange power surging and transmitting along Lord Wu's arm. Could it be that Mr. Wu suddenly became crazy, but it was not his own subjective behavior? But was it affected by the Lingyuan pearl? In this case, this is truly a rare opportunity. So Yi Tiance suddenly shouted, "Brothers, we are working for Lord Wu, giving up our freedom, dignity, family, and even everything. If I lose my life for this plan, I am willing, but I am unwilling to kill in vain." These words immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. "Brother, what you said makes sense. What do you mean?" "Yeah. What do you want to say?" Yi Tiance said seriously, "I have decided to fight for my freedom. I want to live. If any of you want to live with me, you can only defeat Lord Wu and survive this life and death struggle, and no longer be controlled by anyone." Hear the words. Everyone looked at each other, all filled with fear. Although they were all dissatisfied with Lord Wu, although they all longed for freedom, and even had the idea of escaping from his control. But over the years, they have been afraid of Lord Wu. It is almost ingrained in their bones, and they really don't have the courage to resist. Not to mention, Lord Wu has the antidote for them in his hands. Without the antidote, once the poison takes effect, the feeling would be worse than death, and no one wants to experience that. Yi Tiance immediately caught their thoughts. He immediately took out the snow jade linglong grass from his arms and said to everyone, "Brothers, this is the snow jade linglong grass, which can cure all kinds of poisons in the world. With it, we don't have to worry about the toxins in our bodies. We can resist boldly and pursue freedom." Swish! Everyone's eyes were fixed on the snow jade linglong grass. You have to know that these people are from various top forces or families, and they have extraordinary vision. They immediately recognized the snow jade linglong grass. Then the next second, they all went crazy. The desire for freedom that had been suppressed in my heart for a long time came to my mind, and all the fears and worries were swept away. Brothers! For freedom, for revenge for these years of torture. Kill! I don't know who shouted first. Immediately afterwards, the masked men in white robes rushed towards Lord Wu like wild horses. Some of them waved their weapons, while others cast powerful spells. The elemental forces of fire, ice, lightning, etc. surged towards Lord Wu. Chapter 665 Fierce Battle. In the fierce battle, the flashing of swords and the sound of weapons clashing were endless. A masked man in a white robe brandished a sword, the blade flashing with cold light, and stabbed fiercely at Lord Wu. Lord Wu dodged to the side, and the Lingyuan pearl in his hand flashed. A powerful spiritual power burst out, shocking the masked man in the white robe and making him retreat repeatedly. Another masked man in a white robe cast a fire spell, and a blazing fireball rushed towards Lord Mist. Lord Mist laughed angrily and waved his hand, causing a powerful airflow to blow away the fireball. Although these white-robed and masked men were very brave, united, and numerous, they were gradually losing the upper hand in the face of absolute strength. Yi Tiance saw all of this. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of Yi Linger and Saint Yushi. Without any hesitation, with two sharp strikes, the metal chains on the two men were cut off. See this. Yi Linger and Saint Yushi were both stunned. Yi Linger asked cautiously, "What do you mean? Want us to join you? And then use us and kill us?" Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, "You have a really big imagination in your little head. Let's go while those people are fighting among themselves." Yi Tiance took off the mask on his face. Yi Linger and Saint Yushi both looked delighted. "Brother Tiance! It's you!" Both beauties widened their eyes. You know, they both thought that Yi Tiance had disappeared in Lingyuan cave, and even had the worst plan, so they were in a very heavy mood. I didn't expect he was still alive. Moreover, he had already sneaked in and mixed in with these guys. Come on. While no one was paying attention to this place, Yi Tiance immediately turned around and fled the hall with the two beauties. However, at this time, the wooden door of the hall was closed, and there was a faint rune halo flowing on the surface, like an insurmountable obstacle. What to do? Saint Yushi asked worriedly. She just saw with her own eyes that these more than a dozen masked men in white robes tried their best but failed to break through the door of the hall. It can be seen that the defense is very strong and difficult to break through. Get out of the way first. Yi Tian's had a calm expression. He took a deep breath and poured all his spiritual power into his hands, and the surface of his hands began to emit a dazzling light. Break it for me. Yi Tian suddenly pushed his hands forward, and the powerful spiritual power hit the wooden door like a surging wave. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the door began to tremble violently. The forbidden light lingering on the surface collapsed, and then wood chips flew everywhere. Yi Tian's really blasted a gap in it. Brother Tian's, you are worthy of being me. Yi Linger was very excited. Yi Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. If his realm had not been suppressed here, this level of defense could be destroyed with just a single punch, right? And just now, this one move alone consumed half of the spiritual power in the body. It's a bit of a headache. You go first. Yi Tian's pointed at the gap in the hall door and shouted as a reminder. Want to leave? None of you can escape. However, at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. The next second, an object was thrown heavily over, blocking the gap that Yi Tian's had just created, directly blocking the escape route for several people. Looking closely, they saw that what was blocking their way was actually the strange statue in the hall. And turned to look. I saw Lord Wu standing there, emitting a terrifying aura. The ground around him was covered with all kinds of broken limbs and arms, and blood almost covered the entire ground, emitting a strong pungent smell. That's right. All the masked men in white robes were killed by Lord Wu. Ho ho! A creepy sneer came out of Lord Wu's voice. You will all die here today. No one who stole the treasure can be left alive. Ah! See this. Yi Tian's quickly stopped Yi Linger and Saint Yushi behind him and stared at Lord Wu. You two stay back there, leave the rest to me. But... Yi Linger wanted to say something, but Saint Yushi pulled her back and said seriously, let us believe him, and we must believe him. Okay. Yi Linger nodded. According to her personality, she actually wanted to stand up and help Yi Tian's. But she was also very clear that facing a strong enemy like Lord Wu, if she went up, not only would she not help Yi Tian's, but would instead drag Yi Tian's down. Finally, she could only bite her lip and said, Brother Tian's, you have to be careful. At this time, Lord Wu suddenly moved. He slowly took a step forward, and the terrifying aura from his body pressed down like a substance. Yi Tian's was not afraid at all facing the pressure. He pushed his feet and rushed towards Lord Wu like an arrow. The two men collided instantly, their fists and feet collided, making a dull sound. Yi Tian's threw a punch, with a whirring sound, straight at Lord Wu's face. Lord Wu dodged to the side and kicked out quickly, aiming at Yi Tian's abdomen. Yi Tian's reacted quickly, retracted his fist, and used his arm to block Lord Wu's kick. Then, Yi Tian's turned around and kicked out at an extremely fast speed. Lord Wu quickly took a step back to avoid the kick. But Yi Tian's did not stop. He rushed forward again and threw several punches in succession. Each punch was so powerful that the air burst into a deafening whistling sound. But Lord Wu was not willing to be outdone. He flexibly dodged Yi Tian's attacks and counterattacked from time to time. Crackling. The fighting moves of both parties were unpredictable and so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. All that were left in the hall were the afterimages of the two men. Seeing this scene, both Yi Linger and Saint Yushi widened their eyes. You have to know that both of them are knowledgeable, but after so many years of practice, this is the first time they have seen such a fierce battle. While their blood was boiling, they were also worried for Yi Tian's. At this time, the gray-robed masked man was also paying attention to this battle. Before this, he was injured by Lord Wu and had been recuperating beside a stone pillar. When he saw Yi Tian's taking off his mask, he was shocked. I never expected that this kid had been hiding beside me all along without me noticing at all. What he didn't expect was that this kid could fight Lord Wu on equal terms with him and was not at a disadvantage at all. This made him feel very humiliated, like a clown. After all, he had always been certain in his heart that Yi Tian's was no match for him, but in the end, the gap between the two sides was so huge. The battle between Yi Tian's and Lord Wu entered a white-hot stage. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Go to hell. Suddenly, Lord Wu shouted angrily. His aura surged again, as if endless rage was burning. The next moment, his figure flashed. A short blade soaked in poison appeared from his sleeves and stabbed straight at Yi Tian's. Chapter 666, Lord Wu's Secret Weapon. Yi Tian's eyes focused. At the critical moment, immediately dodged this fatal blow. At the same time, he turned his hand and slapped Lord Wu hard on the chest. Bang! The latter groaned, took 2 steps back, stopped, and immediately launched a new attack. Yi Tian's was not willing to be outdone and continued to fight with him back and forth. During the battle, Yi Tian's emotions were becoming more and more excited. This was the first time he encountered an equally powerful opponent since he left the fallen city. Although this was due to the suppression of his own realm, this kind of exhilarating feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. As a practitioner, the most convenient way to improve your strength is to keep fighting, keep bleeding, and keep hovering on the edge of life and death. Being comfortable for too long will wear away everything. And now, he needs this battle to awaken the long-lost blood rush. Bang! Both sides threw punches at each other and the punches collided. A huge wave of air swept across the center, almost shaking the entire hall. Under this powerful impact, the two of them each took a few steps back. This scene made the gray-robed masked man shocked again, because judging from the intensity of the spiritual power emitted by Yi Tian's at this time, his strength had reached the perfection of body refining, while Lord Wu had reached the great perfection of body refining. There was a small gap between the two in realm, but the combat effectiveness they showed was surprisingly equal. How did this guy named Yi Tian's do it? Thinking of this, the gray-robed masked man began to feel more complicated emotions. Kid, you are very powerful, so I suspect that it was you who stole the treasure. Die! Lord Wu suddenly roared sharply, then he took off his black robe, including the bronze mask on his face. His face and body were finally revealed to everyone. What kind of body shape is this? I saw that Lord Wu's body was as dry as firewood, like a mummy, with his skin tightly attached to his bones, appearing a strange grayish-white color. As for his face, it was covered with deep wrinkles like a dry riverbed, and his eyes were sunken, flashing a strange red light. Such a withered body surface is covered with mysterious runes. Those runes are like living things, flashing dark light and seeming to be flowing slowly. To be honest, seeing his body doesn't seem like a human being, but a monster eroded by evil forces. Then, Lord Wu's strange body moved slightly, and an evil aura instantly spread. I saw him slowly raising his hands and muttering something. The air around him seemed to solidify, and a depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire space. Wisps of black mist began to emerge around his body. These black mists seemed to have life, slowly wriggling and constantly seeping out from the runes on Lord Mist's body. The black fog became thicker and thicker and began to spread all around. Wherever it passed, the ground made a sizzling sound, as if it was being eroded by some highly corrosive substance. There was a pungent smell in the air that made people feel sick. The black mist continued to roll and surge like raging waves, carrying endless evil and terror, and pounced towards Yi Tian's. Yi Linger and Saint Yushi looked at this scene in horror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They huddled together, their eyes filled with worry. They could see that Lord Wu was going to use his ultimate move, and it was an extremely lethal move. When the gray-robed masked man saw this scene, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He quickly supported his body and moved away, fearing that he would be affected by the ensuing battle. Facing the attack of this terrifying black fog, Yi Tian's expression was firm. He quickly mobilized the spiritual power in his body and gathered it between his hands. Buzz. Soon, a ball of spiritual power that shone brightly was formed in his palm, about the size of a volleyball. The spiritual power inside was constantly compressed and contained great power. This fluctuation of spiritual power also shocked Yi Linger and Saint Yushi. You know, as a cultivator, the spiritual power in the body is extremely precious and rare, because it is the foundation that supports their strength. Generally speaking, using magic will quickly consume the body's spiritual energy, and even if it is all released, it will be very limited. But Yi Tian's in front of him could actually release so much spiritual power. Let alone a strong man at the perfect body refining stage, even 10 strong men at the perfect body refining stage would not be able to condense such a large amount of spiritual power, right? How is this done? How do they know? Yi Tian's practiced the Shen Yuan 7 stars art mental method, and the spiritual power that could be stored in his dantian was at least 10 times that of other practitioners at the same stage. If his realm had not been suppressed, he would have been able to condense more spiritual power at this time. Break it for me! With Yi Tian's loud roar, he pushed out the ball of spiritual power, which flew towards the black fog with a roar. When the black mist collided with each other, the entire space seemed to tremble. Boom! There was a loud bang like thunder, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. The black fog and spiritual power entangled and confronted each other, bursting out with dazzling light. In this powerful explosion, cracks appeared on the surrounding walls and ground, and debris fell inside the hall. The powerful force was so terrifying that it seemed like the end of the world was coming. The hall was in a mess, with piles of rubble and dust everywhere. Lord Wu was seriously injured and fell to the ground. His body, which was as dry as a stick, was even more broken at this moment. The runes on his body had also dimmed a lot. A strange red light flickered in his eyes, as if it would go out at any time. He was breathing heavily, with black blood oozing out of his mouth from time to time. Yi Tian's also consumed a lot of spiritual energy and looked rather weak. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was trembling slightly. The full-strength attack just now almost exhausted his spiritual power at this moment. He just felt weak all over, but he held onto his body and stared at Lord Wu, not daring to relax at all. Yi Linger and Saint Yushi came back to their senses from their shock, and they hurried to Yi Tian's. Yi Linger's eyes were full of concern. Brother Tian's, how are you? Saint Yushi also looked nervous. Are you okay? Yi Tian's smiled weakly. I'm fine, don't worry. Although the process was rather dangerous, this battle seemed. Just as Yi Tian's had this thought, the next second, a strong danger signal exploded in his mind. Get out of the way. Yi Tian's pushed Saint Yushi and Yi Linger away. Followed by. Then I saw the strange statue that was originally blocking the entrance to the hall began to move and attack. Because Yi Tian's had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, after pushing Yi Linger and Saint Yushi away, he had no time to dodge. The statue hit me hard. Chapter 667, The Attraction of the Hole. Yi Tian's was hit hard by the statue with a loud bang. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. After drawing an arc in the air, he fell heavily to the ground. The moment it landed, cracks appeared on the hard ground. Hiss. Yi Tian's only felt a sharp pain, as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. This blow left him seriously injured. Click, click, click. At this moment, the black statue stood up straight. It is a full 10 feet tall and exudes a very strong sense of oppression. Just from the previous attack, Yi Tian's could feel that the power of this guy's attack was definitely greater than the full-strength attack of a strong man who had reached the great perfection of body refining. If he had sufficient spiritual power in his body, he would have absolute confidence in defending against this attack. But unfortunately, Yi Linger and Saint Yushi were both worried and nervous when they saw this scene. Yi Linger's eyes were instantly filled with tears and her lips trembled slightly. She ran towards Yi Tian's, crying, "Brother Tian's! What happened to you? Don't scare me!" Saint Yushi also looked anxious, her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were full of concern. "How are you?" Although her voice was calm, one could hear the tension in it. In fact, there is more of a sense of guilt. After all, if Yi Tian's hadn't pushed them both out immediately and put himself in danger, they would be the ones injured now. And judging from the terrifying power of the statue, if they were hit by this attack, they would either die or be crippled. Yi Tian's forced himself to stand up. He smiled weakly, "I'm fine, don't worry." Then, he fixed his eyes on Lord Wu. Although the attack just now was launched by the black statue, it was obvious that the person controlling it was Lord Wu. Really? At this time, the light of the Lingyuan pearl in Lord Wu's hand changed, and it quickly absorbed the spiritual energy of the spirit stones on the stone pillars in the entire hall. After being absorbed by the Lingyuan pearl, these spiritual energies were quickly transformed into spiritual power and infused into Lord Wu's body. His withered body gradually came to life, and the wounds on his body left by the previous fight with Yi Tiance were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ho ho! Lord Wu looked at Yi Tiance and the others with a crazy and ferocious smile. With the Lingyuan pearl in my hand, I am the master of this underground palace. No one can kill me. No one. Instead, you will all die except. Lord Wu pointed at Yilinger and said grimly, "Little girl, you can live, you still have value. As for the others, bury them here." As he finished speaking, the light of the Lingyuan pearl in his hand flickered even brighter. Then, the statue seemed to be given life. Its arms were raised high and then slammed hard to the ground with a loud noise. The entire hall was shaking, and cracks appeared on the ground. The black statue missed the first attack and continued to launch a second round of attack on Yi Tiance and others. Yi Tiance was not to be outdone. He once again mobilized the remaining spiritual power in his body and rushed towards the statue. However, when the fist hit the statue, it was as if it had hit an indestructible mountain. Only a dull sound was made, and the statue did not move at all. Yi Tiance was knocked back a few steps by the recoil force, and his arm felt numb. Damn it, maybe I consumed too much spiritual energy earlier, causing my strength to drop significantly. Brother Tiance, I'll help you. Yeah. And me. At this time, Yilinger and Saint Yushi also decided to join the battle. Yilinger cast a fire spell and a blazing fireball flew towards the statue. The fireball hit the statue, but only splashed some sparks and could not cause any substantial damage to the statue. Saint Yushi also cast white light magic, attacking the black statue from all directions, but it did not have any destructive effect. Boom boom boom. The black statue seemed to be enraged and its attack became even more violent. It kept waving its arms, and each attack was powerful. Under the attack of the statue, Yi Tiance and others could only keep dodging and blocking, looking very embarrassed. Ho! Ho! Go to hell! Go to hell! Lord Mist roared continuously, and the attacks of the statues he controlled became more and more crazy. The situation became increasingly dangerous for Yi Tiance and others at this critical moment. Strange changes suddenly occurred in the hall. The blood flowing from the body of the white-robed masked man who had been killed on the ground was like small red streams slowly gathering together and flowing into the bottomless pit under the black coffin. As more and more blood flowed in, a strange dark red light began to emanate from the pit. Dong dong dong. The ancient bell above the hall automatically sounded again, and this time the sound was very rapid, and the frequency far exceeded every previous ringing. Okay? Lord Wu seemed to have sensed something was wrong, and a look of confusion appeared on his haggard and ugly face. Yi Tiance and others also subconsciously stopped their actions. What's wrong? Yilinger frowned and said, "This blood seems to be attracted by something and flowed into the pit." Saint Yushi said, "There seems to be something deep in this pit, which makes people feel uneasy." Just when several people were confused. Suddenly, a powerful attraction began to spread outward from the depths of the pit. It started out as a strong pulling sensation, but quickly became overbearing. The surrounding gravel and debris were sucked into the pit and disappeared into the endless darkness. Yi Tiance and the others felt the strong attraction, and their bodies involuntarily tilted towards the pit. They quickly stabilized their bodies and tried to resist the attraction. Saint Yushi frowned and said, "Not good. This attraction is getting stronger and stronger." Yilinger looked at the pit in horror. What should we do? As the attraction continued to grow, everything in the hall seemed to be swallowed up by this mysterious pit. The black statue was also affected. Its movements became sluggish, as if it was struggling against the powerful attraction. Lord Wu was also shocked and at a loss for words by this sudden change. He shouted angrily. He looked at the pit, his eyes full of panic. What the hell is this? How could this happen? Who? The attraction inside the pit was still increasing, so much so that the battle that had just entered a fierce stage had to be put on hold. Just as Yi Tiance was trying his best to resist the attraction of the pit, a voice suddenly came from his mind. The voice seemed to come from a distant place, ethereal and mysterious, with an irresistible power. Give up resistance, come on. Chapter 668 Treasure. Okay? Who is talking? Yi Tian's heart trembled. The voice in my mind seemed to have an eternal power that transcended time and space, and it spoke a powerful call. The force was so strong that even Yi Tian's mind was affected. His body unconsciously wanted to give up resistance and was drawn into the attraction of the pit. No! I absolutely cannot be affected by this voice. Yi Tian's took a deep breath and bit his tongue with his teeth to make himself more awake. I began to use my willpower to suppress the mysterious voice in my mind and not let it affect my mind. But just then, an accident happened. Saint Yushi could not resist this powerful attraction and gradually lost her strength. Her body involuntarily flew towards the pit. What? Saint Yushi screamed subconsciously. Not good. Seeing this, Yi Tian's reached out his hand without hesitation and grabbed Saint Yushi's arm. Hold on to. However, the attraction of the pit was too strong. Although Yi Tian's caught Saint Yushi, he was also dragged closer to the pit. No! Let me go! Leave me alone! Saint Yushi quickly spoke to Yi Tian's seriously. During this adventure in Lingyuan Cave, Yi Tian's had saved her many times. She really didn't want to see Yi Tian's risk his life for her again. Stop talking. Hold on. Yi Tian's gritted his teeth and tried to steady himself. But that's it. A fierce look flashed in Lord Wu's eyes, and he controlled the black statue to launch a heavy attack on the ground near Yi Tian's and the other man. Boom! The ground trembled. Yi Tian's and the other man lost their balance and could no longer hold on. They were dragged over by the powerful attraction of the pit. Brother Tian's. Yi Linger was extremely anxious when she saw this scene. She desperately wanted to rush over to rescue him. However, just as she took a step, the statue quickly stretched out its huge arms and grabbed Yi Linger. Lord Wu sneered sinisterly, haha. You are the most important person, how can I bear to let you get away? Let me go. Yi Linger struggled hard, but under the powerful force of the statue, her struggles seemed so insignificant. What? At this time, another scream of fear was heard. The grey-robed masked man hiding in the distance was unable to escape from the powerful attraction and was sucked into the pit. He shouted in fear, but the sound soon disappeared into the darkness. Just after the grey-robed masked man was absorbed into the pit, the black ebony coffin that had been lying quietly beside the pit suddenly moved by itself and fell into the bottomless pit. Immediately afterwards, the powerful suction force in the pit quickly disappeared. Kaka. The prohibition mechanism on the ground was activated, blocking the entrance of the pit again and restoring it to the previous stone floor. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Brother Tian's. Sister Yushi. Yi Linger shouted anxiously, but the only answer she got was the echo of the voice in the hall, nothing else. Call out. Yi Tian's and Saint Yushi continued to fall in the darkness, and finally, their feet seemed to touch the solid ground, and the feeling of falling disappeared instantly. Fortunately, I adjusted my body in time and was not injured. When their eyes gradually adjusted to the surrounding environment, they were shocked by the scene before them. Originally they thought that the bottom of the pit was a narrow and cramped place where people waited to die. But I didn't expect that the area at the bottom of the pit was much larger than I imagined. First, there were many items placed on the surrounding shelves, and they were piled with a large number of spirit stones. Those spirit stones sparkled with brilliant light. There were white, blue, and purple spirit stones. Various colors complemented each other, as if it were a colorful treasure house. The worst ones were mid-grade spirit stones. You know, the spiritual stones inlaid on the stone pillars in the main hall are already very exaggerated. But the quantity and quality of the spirit stones here far exceed those in the main hall. Saint Yushi widened her eyes and couldn't help but say, there are so many spirit stones. Even if all the spirit stones accumulated by our Lingyu pavilion are added together, I'm afraid they are not even 1/10 of what is here. This is too exaggerated. The point is, she not only saw a large number of spirit stones. There were also various demon beasts' inner cores on the shelf. Those inner cores were of different sizes and colors. Some of them exuded a fiery breath, as if they contained a volcano about to erupt. Some of them exuded a cold breath, like ice that had not melted for thousands of years. Even the worst quality ones are at the peak of yellow level. The quality of some of these inner elixirs even exceeded the scope of yellow grade and reached the quality of black grade. Any inner elixir of this quality, if brought to the Xian realm of Tiannan province, would definitely cause an uproar. In addition, Saint Yushi also noticed that there were many spiritual weapons and even magical weapons on the shelves, each of which looked to have an extraordinary origin and were priceless. What the hell is this place? Yi Tians took a look around and found some words and patterns engraved on the surrounding walls. They were obviously the insights written down during his practice. Yi Tians pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that we have accidentally come to an incredible place, the place where Master Mo Yuan practices." The place where Master Mo Yuan practices? There was shock in Saint Yushi's eyes. It has always been rumored that the endless treasures left by Master Mo Yuan are hidden in the place where he finally passed away. In the end, there was nothing in the ebony coffin in the end, all the treasures were hidden here. I'm afraid no one would have thought of it, right? Although they came here by chance, this place for cultivation is surrounded by mountain walls that are probably hundreds of meters thick. They are very solid and impossible to break through. Although there is a cave above my head, it is nearly 100 meters high and the surrounding walls are smooth, making it difficult to climb. Moreover, the entrance has been sealed, so there is no chance to get out. Even if you get these so-called treasures, it seems to be a false alarm. Thinking of this, Saint Yushi's mood couldn't help but become gloomy. She bit her lip lightly and said to Yi Tians, "I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fallen into this pit." Yi Tians did not answer Saint Yushi's words, but turned around and said indifferently to the direction behind a rock, "Come out, I found you after I fell in." Saint Yushi turned her head and looked warily. She didn't know who Yi Tians was suddenly talking to. At this moment, there was a slight movement behind the rock. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked out. It was the masked man in gray robe. He looked a little disheveled and his mask was a little crooked. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't expect you to find out. After all, you are worthy of being me, Yi Tians." Just now, after he was sucked in, before he landed, he used magic to hide himself in the darkness and dodged carefully, but he didn't expect to be discovered. Chapter 669 Shadow Cult. The gray-robed and masked man Yi Tians and Saint Yushi. Suddenly he smiled. He slowly said, "We are all trapped here now. The mountain walls around us are indestructible, and the cave above our heads is sealed tightly. It is extremely difficult for us to get out with our own strength. Why don't we put aside our past grudges, cooperate, and find a way to leave together? Let's not start a war, how about that?" Saint Yushi responded coldly, "You are such an ambitious person. Cooperating with you will only harm us." The gray-robed masked man said, "If the saint is not satisfied, you can just kill me. I promise I will never fight back. But unfortunately, even if you kill me, you can't find a way to escape immediately. It's better to have one more person and one more time to think." As he spoke, his eyes were always secretly looking at Yi Tians. He knew that the decision on whether to cooperate was in Yi Tians' hands. Similarly, the person who posed the greatest danger to him among all those present was Yi Tians. At this time, there was no extra expression on Yi Tians' face, making it difficult for people to understand. He slowly said, "If you want us to cooperate with you, you must first explain your identity, origin, and what Lord Wu's plan is this time. After all, I don't want to work with someone whose background is unknown in this unclear situation. Otherwise, I might be stabbed in the back at any time, which would be unjust." The masked man in gray robe hesitated for a moment. Yi Tians said calmly, "If you don't want to say it, you can die now." As he spoke, a ball of spiritual energy slowly gathered on the surface of his fist. The gray-robed masked man's eyelids twitched. Although he knew that Yi Tians had been seriously injured in the previous battle with Lord Wu, and his spiritual energy was almost exhausted, which greatly reduced his strength, but he had also been injured before and might not be Yi Tians' opponent. Besides, there was Saint Yushi beside him. Once a conflict occurs, he will definitely be the one to die in the end. So he pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "We are all trapped here since Brother Yi wants to know. I have nothing to hide." While talking, the masked man in gray robe slowly took off his mask. A rather handsome face gradually emerged. Unlike the haggard and ugly faces of other masked men, his face was full of life and energy. The only thing about him is his red eyes, which are exactly the same as those of the other masked men. Yi Tiance was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that the true face of the gray-robed and masked man would be like this. You know, people who have taken prohibited drugs will be affected and changed in their body structure and appearance. Why is this person not affected? The gray-robed and masked man seemed to see Yi Tiance's doubts, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He said, "From what brother you showed me earlier, I think he already knows that all of us have used forbidden drugs and our bodies have been poisoned, so we have to be controlled. I am also a victim, but because my body is a little special, my body didn't change too much in the end, but I also suffered day and night and endured endless pain. I forgot to mention that my name is Gong Yuan, and I am not from Tiannan province, but from the neighboring Tianbei provinces. For my own background, there is nothing special about it, it is really not worth mentioning." Tianbei province? Isn't this the same as Zhuge Ruizhi? Yi Tiance did not continue to ask about Gong Yuan's family situation, identity and other information. Instead, he continued to ask, "This Lord Wu uses forbidden drugs to control so many people. What kind of power is behind him?" Gong Yuan sighed and said, "The power behind Lord Wu is called the shadow cult. They are like shadows hidden in the darkness, manipulating everything, making people defenseless and terrified." The shadow cult? Yi Tiance frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard of this name. However, the expression of Saint Yushi standing aside became solemn. "I have heard of the shadow cult. It is said that this is an ancient mysterious force, mysterious and powerful. It has committed many horrific events and is notorious. Mentioning this name in the Xian realm will make people tremble with fear. However, as far as I know, they disappeared a long time ago. It is said that they were involved in a catastrophe and destroyed. How can they still exist in this world?" Gong Yuan looked at Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi and said, "Yes, some members of the shadow cult did survive the catastrophe. These people have been hiding in the dark, and have been working to restore the glory of the shadow cult. They are looking for all kinds of resources and power, and are using all means to strengthen themselves. This time, they are controlling us and looking for the treasure of Master Mo Yuan for this purpose." Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, "Oh? What exactly is the treasure you are talking about? It can't be so broad, right?" Facing Yi Tiance's serious expression, Gong Yuan hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "In fact, their goal this time is to find the body of Master Mo Yuan. It is said that the shadow cult wants to use this body to revive someone, but I don't know who it is. Even though I have been with Master Wu for many years, my identity and authority are limited in the final analysis. Those of us who are controlled are just following orders and have no idea of their true purpose." Yi Tiance frowned slightly. Resurrecting an unknown person really sounds like a fantasy. After all, everyone knows that the dead cannot be resurrected. Even if Yi Tiance is proficient in medicine, he cannot do such a thing. What Yi Tiance couldn't understand was that Master Mo Yuan had been dead for more than 100 years. How could his complete body be preserved? If it could really be preserved, then why didn't the body appear in the ebony coffin, and where is the body now? Yi Tiance's intuition told him that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Yi Tiance stared at Gong Yuan and asked, "What is Lord Wu's purpose in capturing Yi Linger?" Gong Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about this, but I guess it may be related to Yi Linger's special physique. Yi Linger may have some qualities they need, and can play a key role in the process of resurrecting that mysterious person. I seem to have heard them vaguely mention this before." Hear the words. Yi Tiance frowned even more tightly, and his worry about Yi Linger grew stronger. "We must find a way to leave here as soon as possible and rescue Yi Linger, otherwise." Just then, the ground shook. Then, an old voice suddenly sounded. The sound seemed to come from a distant time and space, carrying with it endless vicissitudes and mystery. "Who are you waiting for to trespass here?" Chapter 670, 3 Pills. Yi Tiance, Saint Yushi and Gong Yuan were startled by the sudden sound and became alert in an instant. There aren't only 3 of them in this place of cultivation, so who is the one who suddenly speaks? Look! Who is that? At this moment, Saint Yushi suddenly pointed to the innermost direction on the right. They saw an old man sitting quietly on a cushion inside, with his back to them. He was wearing a Taoist robe. Although the robe was a bit old, it was even covered with traces of time, mysterious and ancient. Seeing this scene, Gong Yuan's eyes widened instantly. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "This person, could it be Master Mo Yuan? Was he the one who just spoke?" But after he finished speaking, he immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible, Master Mo Yuan passed away 100 years ago. It's impossible for him to still be alive. Could it be that the news about his passing away is all fake?" When he thought of this, he quickly bowed and said, "Senior, are you Master Mo Yuan? I and others did not intend to enter this place, but were forced by the situation. I hope you will be magnanimous." But the answer to him was silence. Gong Yuan frowned and stood there for a moment, not knowing what to do. At this time, Yi Tiance walked straight forward and came to the side of the old man. He found that the man had his eyes closed and was not breathing. He had been dead for many years. However, despite having died for many years, the body was preserved extremely well. Although his skin had lost its elasticity, there was no sign of decay under the Taoist robe. One could vaguely see that his figure was tall and straight, as if he had an extraordinary temperament when he was alive. Saint Yushi and Gong Yuan also came over. I was also shocked when I saw the body. Gong Yuan muttered to himself, "It really is Master Mo Yuan, but why did he speak just now? And why has he survived for 100 years without decaying?" Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing the body of Master Mo Yuan, and slowly said, "The body of Master Mo Yuan can survive for 100 years without decaying. There is only one possibility, that is, his strength had already broken through to the foundation building stage or even higher during his lifetime. Practitioners who have reached this level have abundant spiritual energy in their bodies, and their bodies will become extremely powerful after being constantly tempered by spiritual energy. Even after death, the body can remain intact to a certain extent. A strong person above the foundation building stage?" The eyes of Saint Yushi trembled slightly. This kind of legendary existence had never been seen before, and it was even only seen in legends. Gong Yuan also narrowed his eyes. He noticed that on Master Mo Yuan's body, there was a box in his palm. The box exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, and it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary object. He was quick and reached out to grab the box. However, just as his fingers touched the box, a powerful force suddenly rebounded. Fuck! Gong Yuan only felt a huge force coming at him, and his body flew backwards involuntarily, falling heavily several meters away. At this moment, Master Mo Yuan's corpse actually spoke. "Who are you? How dare you touch my relics without permission?" The voice was still full of vicissitudes and majesty, as if it came from a distant time and space. The mouth of Master Mo Yuan's corpse did not move, and the sound seemed to come from inside his body. What the hell is going on? Didn't Master Mo Yuan die? Could he really still be alive? Gong Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of confusion. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Master Mo Yuan has indeed passed away. This sound should be a trace of spiritual consciousness left by the restriction he set up before his death. It will appear when someone appears here." Then, Yi Tiance stepped forward, bowed and said, "Senior, we have no intention of offending you. We are just trapped here and are looking for a way to leave. I hope you can tell me how we can leave here?" Master Mo Yuan's voice, full of vicissitudes and majesty, sounded again. "On the shelf opposite, there are 3 pills in the bottle. One can improve a realm, the second can dissolve all cultivation, and the third has no effect at all. Each of you 3 choose one and take it, and then I will tell you how to escape." What? Hearing this, Gong Yuan couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. Isn't this a joke? What if I take the wrong pill and it dissolves all my cultivation? That would be worse than death. Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi also frowned. I didn't expect that Master Mo Yuan would actually make such a request. Gong Yuan said unhappily, "Can you change the conditions? This condition is too risky." But all he got in response was silence. "It seems that this is the only way." Yi Tiance said calmly, "At this point, this is the only way. Otherwise, we will be trapped here and will just wait for death. He must hurry up and leave this place to save Yi Linger." After saying that, he walked straight to the shelf in front of him, took down a small white porcelain bottle, opened the bottle, and poured out 3 pills from it. The pill is black, has no smell, and looks ordinary. Yi Tiance smelled it and found that he could not analyze any components. This is something that has never happened before. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur, that is, Master Mo Yuan's level of elixir refining is far superior to his own. I really don't understand what this Master Mo Yuan is up to. Afterwards, Yi Tiance and the other three took a pill each and swallowed it. The moment after taking it, Yi Tiance felt a ball of fire suddenly burning in his body. The burning sensation was like a raging flame, rapidly spreading from his stomach to his entire body. Every inch of his skin and every cell seemed to be burned by the flames, and the pain came like a surging tide, causing him to groan. After taking the pill, Saint Yushi quietly waited for her body's reaction. However, as time passed, she didn't feel anything unusual. Could it be that the pill I am taking is not the same as the little New Year's pill? As for Gong Yuan, who was standing aside, soon after taking the pill, he felt a powerful spiritual power spreading in his body, constantly impacting his dantian. He adjusted the spiritual power and felt the comfort of increased strength. After just over 10 breaths. Boom! As a powerful force spread throughout his body, he actually discovered that his strength had broken through from the late stage of body refining to the peak of body refining. Ha ha ha! I made a breakthrough. Gong Yuan couldn't help but shout out in surprise. Then, a flash of light flashed through his mind. Judging from the reactions of the two people beside her, Saint Yushi took a pill that had no effect, and the remaining Yi Tiance must have taken a pill that dissolved all his cultivation. This is truly a shocking reversal. In that case, let's kill him while he's still sick. Chapter 671 The Proud Gong Yuan. When this thought popped up in his mind, the evil thoughts in his heart quickly spread. Looking at Yi Tiance's painful expression at this time, it seemed that all his strength was suppressing the effect of the elixir, and Saint Yushi's attention was all focused on Yi Tiance. If we let go of this God-given opportunity, it would be a waste of God's gift. So he mobilized the powerful spiritual power in his body, gathered it in his palm, and slapped it out fiercely. The palm wind was extremely sharp and attacked Yi Tiance with powerful force. At this moment, Yi Tiance was trying his best to fight the pain in his body and had no time to care about Gong Yuan's attack. Just listen to a bang sound. Yi Tiance was knocked flying by this palm, hitting the wall heavily, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Ah, it's just as I expected. Gong Yuan was overjoyed. Yi Tiance had taken an elixir that dissolved all his cultivation, which greatly reduced his strength. That was why he couldn't even dodge such an attack. Go to hell. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Gong Yuan's eyes, however, just as he was about to attack again. Saint Yushi stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Tiance. How can you be so despicable? You took the initiative to ask for peace before, and we let you go once. Do you still have a conscience to take advantage of others' misfortune now? Saint Yushi glared at Gong Yuan, her eyes filled with anger. Gong Yuan sneered and threatened, as the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. This place where Master Mo Yuan practices has so many treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? I believe that this guy surnamed Yi thinks the same, so why not take the initiative and seize what belongs to me? This is the rule of this world. Where is it despicable? If you want to blame someone, blame you. You are too naive, ha! Bastard! Saint Yushi bit her lips tightly. Gong Yuan said calmly, Saint Gong reminds you not to meddle in other people's business as long as you don't interfere. I promise that I will take you out with me when the time comes otherwise. He licked the corner of his mouth, his expression full of evil and desire, and said, then don't blame Gong for having to rape you and then kill you. After all, I have heard a long time ago that you, the saint, have a special physique. If I can have ecstasy once, it will definitely be of great benefit to my own cultivation. Faced with the threat, Saint Yushi remained unmoved. Don't even think about it. I won't let you hurt Yi Tiance. Gong Yuan was furious when he saw that Saint Yushi was so ungrateful. Since you don't want to drink my toast, don't blame me for being rude. Gong Yuan's eyes turned cold and he waved his hands violently. A thick black mist instantly surged out from his palms. The black fog spread rapidly, like a vicious dragon with bared fangs and claws, pouncing towards Saint Yushi. Saint Yushi first glanced at Yi Tiance and found that he was leaning there with a painful expression. It was obvious that he was still in the stage of being suppressed by the power of the elixir in his body. That's right, she would never let Yi Tiance be harmed by Gong Yuan. She quickly mobilized the spiritual power in her body, formed seals with her hands, and a snow-white light bloomed from her body. The light was pure and sacred, like the light of an angel, forming a sharp contrast with Gong Yuan's black fog. Go with. Saint Yushi gave a delicate cry and condensed the white light into a sharp beam of light, shooting it towards the black fog. Shhhhhhh. The black fog collided with the white beam of light, making a dull sound. The black fog kept rolling and surging, trying to swallow the white light beam, while the white light beam resisted stubbornly, constantly penetrating the black fog. Ha ha! As expected of the Saintess of Lingyu Pavilion, you really have some skills. Although I don't know why you broke through to the late stage of physical training after entering Lingyuan Cave, I have now broken through to become a strong man at the peak of physical training with your strength. You are not my opponent. While talking, Gong Yuan suddenly increased his spiritual power output. There were faint shrill cries coming from the black fog, as if countless evil spirits were struggling in it, which made people feel chilling. Saint Yushi felt tremendous pressure, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She changed her hand seals again, and the white light became even brighter. She spread the white light, forming a light shield that enveloped herself and Yi Tian's. The black fog kept hitting the light shield, making a sizzling sound, and the light shield was swallowed up bit by bit. Hateful. As the black fog continued to hit, more and more cracks appeared on the light shield. Saint Yushi's face became paler and her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. If you only maintain the light shield to protect yourself, you may be able to hold on for a while longer, but dispersing your strength to protect Yi Tian's is really courting death. Boom. Sudden. A black mist instantly broke through the ground under Saint Yushi's feet, and the powerful impact force knocked her to the ground. The light shield she maintained shattered instantly. Before Saint Yushi could react, Gong Yuan took the opportunity to launch another attack. A black light shot out from the black fog and directly hit Saint Yushi. Saint Yushi groaned, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily to the ground. Gong Yuan walked up to Saint Yushi with an evil look on his face, his eyes flashing with desire. He looked down at Saint Yushi who was lying on the ground unable to move, with a cruel smile on his face. Saint, why are you doing this? If you just obey me, you may suffer less. As Gong Yuan spoke, he slowly squatted down and reached out to touch Saint Yushi's cheek. Saint Yushi bit her lips tightly, her eyes revealing an unyielding will. If she could commit suicide, she would definitely choose it without hesitation. At this moment, Gong Yuan suddenly felt something strange in the palm of his hand. He looked down and found a strange insect there. The insect was pitch black all over and gave off a terrifying aura. What is this? Gong Yuan's heart trembled, and he immediately had a very bad premonition. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, the sounds of more insects flying rang around my ears. Looking closely, I saw countless identical insects pouring in from all directions like a tide. They all flew out from Yi Tian's waist. This is the shadow osteognathus. Gong Yuan's face changed drastically. Only then did he remember that in the previous Shinmen Conference arena competition, Yi Tian's killed the great elder of Wukishan and snatched the shadow bone-eating worm from his hands. Buzz. Buzz. The shadowy bone-eating worms quickly surrounded Gong Yuan, making a creepy buzzing sound. Gong Yuan was terrified and quickly mobilized the black fog to resist. The black fog was like a solid barrier, trying to block the insect's attack. However, the shadow bone-eating worms seemed not to be afraid of the threat of the black fog. They kept attacking the black fog and quickly swallowed it. Oh no! How can these bugs be so powerful? It's impossible. According to his judgment, these shadowy bone-eating insects can at most be comparable to the strong men in the late stage of body refining, and will definitely not be his opponents. However, how could he know that these shadowy bone-eating insects have been feasting on various foods since they followed Yi Tian's into Lingyuan Cave, and their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Now they can rival the powerful humans who have perfected their physical training. The winner is naturally obvious. Chapter 672, Yin and Yang Harmony Body. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me. Don't. Gong Yuan screamed in panic. Yi Tian's. Please, I really don't dare to do it anymore. But what answered him was Yi Tian's silence. The shadowy bone-eating worms seemed to like the spiritual power released by Gong Yuan very much. They fought for it and bit each other madly. No matter what moves Gong Yuan used to resist, it was of no avail. What? Finally, the shadowy bone-eating worms overwhelmed Gong Yuan like a tide, quickly gnawing at his flesh, blood and bones. Gong Yuan let out a shrill scream. But soon the sound disappeared. After just over half a minute, there was nothing left. Saw this scene. Saint Yushi's bright eyes widened. Although she knew that Yi Tiance had previously controlled the shadow bone-eating worms, she did not expect that these worms would become so powerful in Yi Tiance's hands. I was shocked, but also felt relieved. If Yi Tiance hadn't controlled the shadow bone-eating worm to help, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that bastard Gong Yuan. She breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and walked to Yi Tiance, saying gratefully, "Thank you for saving me after entering Lingyuan Cave this time. I already owe you too much. I really don't know how to repay you." However, after she finished saying this, she found that Yi Tiance did not answer, but closed his eyes tightly, as if he was enduring some severe pain. Saint Yushi frowned slightly, feeling that Yi Tiance's condition was very abnormal. Based on her understanding of Yi Tiance, if she had asked him how to repay her in the past, he would have taken the opportunity to tease her, but this time he didn't say anything. Could it be? She panicked instantly. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being careless. I forgot you took the pill that dissolves your cultivation. How do you feel now? Is there any way to stop the effect of the pill?" Ha ha. Yi Tiance was breathing heavily, like an exhausted old ox. Beads of sweat the size of beans were oozing from his forehead, and a layer of dark red appeared on his skin. It seemed like he was in so much pain that he couldn't even utter a word. "See this." Saint Yushi's eyes suddenly turned red. She said guiltily, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't implicated you, you wouldn't have been absorbed into this cultivation ground, and you wouldn't have taken this damn pill. I'm really sorry." As she said this, her voice choked uncontrollably. This was a side of her that she had never shown before. No need to cry. At this time, Yi Tiance struggled to squeeze out a sound from his throat. "Quick, leave, stay away from me." There was an urgent warning in his words, and there seemed to be a manic flame burning in his eyes. Saint Yushi asked in confusion, "Why? What happened to you? Your cultivation is about to be dissolved. How can I leave you at this time?" Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "Actually, what I took was not a pill to dissolve my cultivation but a pill to increase the yang energy in my body. This yang energy in my body is very agitated and difficult to suppress. It must be vented through the fusion of yin and yang. Now my consciousness is gradually getting out of control. I'm worried that I will do something to hurt you." "What?" Upon hearing this, Saint Yushi's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She never thought that the pill Yi Tiance took would have this effect. Could it be that the restriction left by Master Mo Yuan was a lie? But why did he do this? Of course, these puzzles flashed through her mind, because she noticed that the dark red color on Yi Tiance's body was spreading over a larger area, and his breathing was becoming more and more rapid, and even the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. It was obvious that Yi Tiance was suffering unimaginable pain at this moment. She bit her lower lip and asked, "What will happen if you don't let it out?" Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, "If you are lucky, the restless yang qi will break through the meridians and become disabled. If you are unlucky, you may lose your life." "What?" Saint Yushi widened her eyes again. "The consequences are so serious?" She continued to ask, "Besides releasing the yang energy through the blending of yin and yang, is there any other way to suppress the yang energy in your body?" Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "This yang energy is extremely powerful. I have never seen it before. There is no other way except the fusion of yin and yang. Moreover, even if yin and yang are fused, the physical requirements for the other party are also very high. It must be the legendary rare yin and yang harmonious body. A body that is a harmonious union of yin and yang." Saint Yushi bit her lips and murmured. The so-called rare yin and yang harmonious body is a very rare physique under normal circumstances. This physique has nothing special about it and is no different from ordinary people. However, its most powerful feature is that if this body is integrated with the opposite sex, it will stimulate the potential of both parties and promote each other's cultivation. That's right, this kind of people are also the top-level furnace cauldrons. Practicing together will bring endless benefits. Saint Yushi's eyes suddenly flashed with determination, and she said, I am a rare yin-yang harmony body. I can help you get through this crisis. As she spoke, she slowly opened her body, revealing her shoulders. Yi Tiance widened his eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. No! Go away! I can't let you do this. The price is too high, I can't afford it. After all, Saint Yushi is the saint of Lingyu Pavilion and has a noble status. If she has a relationship with someone else, and this matter gets out, it will not only affect the reputation of Lingyu Pavilion, but also the future of Saint Yushi. She may even suffer the most severe punishment within Lingyu Pavilion. However, Saint Yushi shook her head firmly. There was a gleam of determination in those beautiful eyes. I owe you my life, and I can never repay you. I did all this voluntarily, and it's the only thing I can do. I have never experienced that kind of thing, and I hope you can understand. Although her voice was a little trembling, it was full of determination. She knew what her decision meant, but she had no regrets. In her heart, Yi Tiance had saved her life many times, and she couldn't just watch him fall into despair and do nothing. Wow! Saint Yushi took off more clothes, revealing an incomparable beauty, holy and elegant, as if she was the most pure and flawless existence in the world. She bit her lips lightly, her face flushed, and her body seemed to be shaking slightly because of nervousness. But she still walked towards Yi Tiance. Do not! Yi Tiance, whose reason was gradually devoured by desire, struggled to stand up and wanted to stay away from Saint Yushi. However, the yang energy in his body was like a raging flood, instantly breaking down his shaky rational defenses. The strong yang energy made his body seem to burn, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Chapter 673. Forget about this. In the end, under the impact of yang energy, Yi Tiance's sanity completely collapsed. He hugged Saint Yushi tightly like a wild beast that had lost control. Saint Yushi trembled slightly, but did not resist. She closed her eyes and let Yi Tiance hold her in his arms. The two men fell to the ground, and the air around them seemed to become hot. Yi Tiance's body was like a burning flame, while Saint Yushi was like a cool spring. The two blended with each other and released a wonderful power. At this moment, it seemed that everything happening in the outside world had nothing to do with them. More than an hour later, Yi Tiance slowly regained consciousness. As consciousness gradually returned, the first thing I felt was an unprecedented comfort, as if my body had been sublimated to the extreme. Every cell in his body was filled with vitality, and a powerful force flowed through his body. This is breakthrough. Yi Tiance felt that he had finally broken through the illusory level. His strength broke through from the previous great perfection of body refining to the initial stage of foundation building. Even though this is just an improvement in one's realm, the transformation of the entire body, dantian, and even soul is very exaggerated. Every breath and every exhalation is a qualitative leap. Not only that, Yi Tiance also realized that the restriction that had been suppressing his physical realm seemed to be ineffective, and his strength in the initial stage of foundation building could be fully exerted. It is worthy of being the legendary body with harmonious yin and yang. It's amazing. You know, this is the second woman besides the one he had with Lu Yinji who can help Yi Tiance improve his strength. Moreover, the extent of the improvement is huge. So powerful. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Saint Yushi beside him. A strong feeling of guilt and self-blame suddenly surged in my heart. He knew that he had done something irreparable to Saint Yushi in the state of losing his mind. Sorry. Yi Tiance's voice was hoarse and low, full of guilt. Saint Yushi was putting on her clothes at this time. Her movements were a little slow and her face was still blushing with shyness. Hearing Yi Tiance's apology, she gently shook her head and said, I volunteered. You don't have to apologize, just consider it as my repayment for all your kindness to me before. From now on, you and I will no longer owe each other anything. Her voice was soft, but revealed a firmness. Yi Tiance only felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He could tell that although Saint Yushi pretended to be calm and strong, she must be under a lot of pressure inside. After all, she was the saint of Lingyu Pavilion, a holy being that could only be admired from afar and not desecrated. However, because of something like this, her virginity was taken away from her without her knowing. And He was well aware that all his actions were primitive and rough after he had just lost his mind. I think it will leave a bad impression on her. What women need most at this time is understanding and care. So Yi Tiance asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Saint Yushi returned to her previous cold and superior appearance. Even though she said she was fine, her legs were shaking slightly, and she felt a tearing pain when she moved even a little. But in front of Yi Tiance, she bit her lips, trying not to show any pain. After thinking for a while, she continued, "Don't feel guilty, I did all this on my own accord, of course. From now on, neither you nor I are allowed to mention this matter again, just pretend that it never happened. If I hear about this, don't blame me for being merciless to you." Yi Tiance looked at her cold and serious expression and touched his nose guiltily. Ugh! This woman's face changes at any time. Her attitude towards him had improved before, but now it has turned into an attitude that keeps people at a distance. It's really. Saint Yushi continued coldly, "I'll go look somewhere else and find the next exit." After saying that, he walked away, as if he didn't want to chat with Yi Tiance for even another second. Yi Tiance knew that this woman must feel awkward standing next to him, so she made up an excuse to leave. Although Yi Tiance had many emotions in his heart, he also knew that this was not the time to dwell on these things. He turned and walked to the body of Master Mo Yuan. At this time, the corpse of Master Mo Yuan spoke again. "Young man, congratulations on passing the test." Yi Tiance smiled helplessly, "Haha, senior, this assessment is really a bad taste. It's said to be a pill that can dissolve the cultivation level, but it turns out to be a pill that tampers with the yang energy in the body and forces people to vent their desires. Is it interesting?" However, the corpse of Master Mo Yuan did not take up the topic. Instead, he continued, "My dear friend, before I tell you how to leave this place, can I tell you a story first?" Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, "This is your territory, do I have any other choice? Please keep it short. Short, I have to go out and save people." "Ha ha. That's natural." Master Mo Yuan smiled. "My friend, listen to me actually, I was born in a royal family and enjoyed wealth and glory at that time. The world was peaceful, the people lived and worked in peace, and my royal family was respected by the people. Wealth was inexhaustible. However, fate played tricks on me by chance. I came into contact with the way of cultivation. The mysterious and powerful power fascinated me instantly. From then on, I embarked on the road of cultivation, and it was unstoppable. I left the palace and traveled around, looking for an opportunity to practice. After going through countless hardships, I finally found an excellent place to practice in this Lingyuan land, so I spent all my money to build a palace here, originally intending to use it as my own mausoleum. But as my practice deepened, my strength became stronger and stronger, and I also gained new insights into life and death. After thousands of years of cultivation, I have witnessed countless rises and falls, honors and disgraces. I have fought alone against all the major forces in the mysterious world, and crushed them with an invincible posture. Those so-called famous and upright sects, evil and demonic sects, are all vulnerable in front of me. My reputation has spread throughout the cultivation world, and everyone knows it. I have also traveled around the world, looking for all kinds of rare treasures and secret books. During one adventure, I went deep into a mysterious ancient tomb, experienced many dangers, and finally got an ancient secret book. This secret book allowed me to take my cultivation to a higher level and also gave me a deeper understanding of the way of cultivation. During these long years of cultivation, I have experienced countless challenges and opportunities, but as time goes by, I also feel a little lonely looking at the prosperity and vicissitudes of this world. I can't help but feel a lot of emotions in my heart." Master Mo Yuan's voice gradually became low, as if he was immersed in memories. Yi Tiance listened quietly, full of admiration for the legendary experience of this predecessor. "But, I promised you not to be so long-winded. Can you keep your promise?" Chapter 674 What and #039, S in the box. Yi Tiance coughed lightly and said, "Senior's experience is admirable, but with your cultivation level, why did you choose to sit and die here in the end? Instead of pursuing a higher level of cultivation?" Faced with this question, Master Mo Yuan was silent for a moment, and then that vicissitudes of life voice slowly sounded again, carrying endless solemnity and worry. "My friend, 100 years ago, I encountered a huge crisis that affected the entire Xuanjie and even human society. The shadow cult was extremely evil. They attempted to subvert the order of the world, bring endless darkness and disasters, and plunge this beautiful world into eternal night. Shadow Cult. It's this familiar name again. Yi Tians had heard Saint Yushi and Gong Yuan mention it. This force was powerful and evil, but it encountered a catastrophe 100 years ago and has disappeared without a trace since then. Could it be that Master Mo Yuan has something to do with this matter? As expected, Master Mo Yuan continued, after I learned of their conspiracy, I resolutely stepped forward with a group of masters and launched an earth-shaking battle with the Shadow Cult. In that battle, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the heavens and the earth shook in the end. I and others used all their life's strength to finally seal the leader of the Shadow Cult except for me. Everyone else died in the battle. As a result, I was exhausted and lost the chance to further my cultivation, so I finally came here and chose to sit and die now. 100 years have passed, and the power of the seal has gradually weakened. The leader of the Shadow Cult is very likely to be resurrected once he returns to the world. He will bring unimaginable disasters. Master Mo Yuan continued, that's right, before I passed away, I also made preparations in advance. I chose those who were destined to enter Lingyuan Cave. Those who passed the test could come to my place of cultivation. After learning about this, they would naturally obtain all the treasures I have accumulated. It's a pity that most of the treasures were destroyed in the battle with the Shadow Cult. Now there is nothing valuable in this cave. Yi Tians pulled the corner of his eyes. Wow, this old guy is really Versailles. Any of the spiritual stones, spiritual weapons, and magical instruments here, no matter which one is taken out, will cause a shock in the mysterious world outside. The result seemed worthless to him. Also convinced. Master Mo Yuan said, my friend, you have a very good talent and character. I hope you can accept the little things I leave behind. I also hope you can shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the safety of the Xian realm. You must not let the seal of the Shadow Cult leader be opened and resurrected. Yi Tians nodded and said, since I have accepted the gift from you, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Master Mo Yuan said, very good. I am very pleased that you have taken on this responsibility. You can take all the treasures here by yourself. I want to remind you that one of the keys to seal the leader of the Shadow Cult is inside the Lingyuan Pearl. Now that it has been taken away by the Shadow Cult, there will be endless troubles. Yi Tians frowned and asked, what's so special about my friend Yi Linger that makes her so valued by the Shadow Cult? Master Mo Yuan replied, your friend Yi Linger has a very special physique. She is a natural spiritual body, and this kind of physique is 1 in 10,000 in the Xian realm. People who are born with spiritual bodies have an extraordinary affinity and control over spiritual power as they grow. Their potential is limitless. The people of the Shadow Cult intend to use her special physique to unlock the seal of the leader and become his body container. What? Yi Tian's heart tightened, and a hint of worry and anger flashed in his eyes. Master Mo Yuan said slowly, since they are containers, it means they will not harm your friend. At least, they will not harm her in the short term, so there is no need to worry too much. Yi Tians frowned. Having said that, he had promised to protect Yi Linger after all, and he treated her as his own sister. How can I not worry? Buzz. At this time, the forbidden light around Master Mo Yuan's body slowly dissipated. Such ordinary courage and potential, you will definitely find a way out of this crisis. Although the Shadow Cult is powerful, good cannot prevail over evil. Open the box in my hand, there may be the help you need in it. Yi Tians looked at Master Mo Yuan, nodded slightly, and was about to reach out to take the box. However, at this moment, Master Mo Yuan's body began to slowly turn into dust, and the voice gradually disappeared. It was like a guardian who had completed his mission and left quietly after passing on hope to future generations. Yi Tians quietly looked at the place where Master Mo Yuan disappeared, his heart full of emotion. Well done, senior. Yi Tians slowly. The surface of the box exudes an ancient atmosphere, as if carrying the vicissitudes of endless years. He took a deep breath and gently opened the box. The moment the box was opened, a faint light emanated. Yi Tians looked carefully and saw a seemingly ordinary bag and a piece of brown paper lying quietly inside the box. He picked up the bag first, wondering what it was. The material of the bag feels a bit strange, neither cloth nor leather, with an inexplicable texture. Yi Tians looked at the bag carefully, trying to find some clues. He found some faint runes on the bag. These runes emitted a faint light and looked mysterious. Yi Tian's heart moved, and he tried to send a trace of spiritual power into the bag. In an instant, he felt as if his consciousness had entered a vast space. He was shocked by the size of this space. He saw mountains of treasures in this space, including glittering spiritual stones, powerful magical instruments, ancient secret books, and so on. What the hell? It's just a storage bag? The legendary magic weapon? Yi Tiance was shocked. He had first heard of this thing from his master. This thing is extremely powerful. It can store a large amount of items without taking up actual space. As long as you put the items in the storage bag, you can take them out and use them anytime and anywhere, which is very convenient, excluding living things. I didn't expect that Master Mo Yuan actually has such an awesome treasure. It's really amazing. You even gave me this. You were so generous. Yi Tiance was delighted and put the storage bag away. Then he picked up the piece of brown paper and slowly opened it. Then Yi Tiance's expression froze. He looked carefully at the craft paper in his hand. The familiar material, texture, and the vague mysterious aura on it were exactly the same as the craft paper he had picked up from the peddler at the foot of Hujiao Mountain. Think of this. Yi Tiance hurriedly took out the craft paper he had obtained earlier. Compare it. Sure enough, the texture, material, and pattern on the craft paper are exactly the same. But Chapter 675 I will take responsibility to the end. However, Yi Tiance was surprised to find that the patterns on the two pieces of craft paper were not exactly the same if they were put together. The patterns above can actually be connected together. Those mysterious lines and symbols fit perfectly at the joints, as if they were originally cut from a complete picture. How could it be such a coincidence? If you look closely, you will easily find that the patterns on the craft paper, when connected together, form a map. However, the text symbols on it are very ancient, and even Yi Tiance can't recognize them. Where exactly is the place described on this map? Yi Tiance frowned, constantly analyzing and thinking in his mind. Could it be? He suddenly remembered that Master Mo Yuan had just mentioned that the reason why his cultivation had a qualitative leap was because during an adventure, he went deep into a mysterious ancient tomb, experienced many dangers, and finally obtained an ancient secret book. Could it be that ancient tomb? Although he made a judgment in his mind, Yi Tiance did not draw a conclusion on it. Instead, keep the craft paper safe. Just as he was about to throw away the wooden box, he suddenly found a piece of letter paper falling out of it. This is... Yi Tiance opened the letter and found the handwriting that was very familiar to him. This turned out to be a letter left by the master. The letter began with words that were very much in the style of a master. Oh, my unlucky disciple, are you staring with your eyes wide open with surprise right now? Ha, I knew that you would never expect to see a handwritten letter from your master here. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. This old Biden. How did the letter get here? You know, no one has set foot in this place for 100 years. Why would the master put the letter here? Not to mention, there are restrictions around Master Mo Yuan's body that prohibit approaching. With confusion in his mind, Yi Tiance continued to read the contents of the letter. You little brat, although you are not very capable, the fact that you can see this letter means that you have passed this assessment. It is worth it for me to be your teacher. I have specially strengthened your strength here for this. I have also spent a lot of effort, you kid. Remember to collect some uncensored resources and share them with me, understand? I'm sharing your uncle. Yi Tiance couldn't help but twitch his eyes. A surge of anger rose in my heart. No wonder. Although there are restrictions in the Lingyuan cave, the strength of some masters will be suppressed after they come in, but usually it is only suppressed by 1-2 small realms, but when it comes to him, the strength is suppressed by more than a large realm. Along the way, Yi Tiance discovered something was wrong many times. It turns out that this wasn't an assessment from Master Mo Yuan at all, but was a trick played by that old bitch master. This is indeed his unconventional style. As for how this old guy did it, Yi Tiance didn't want to think too much about it. After all, it was useless to think about it. Continue reading the letter. Although the things left by Master Mo Yuan are ordinary, they are enough for you now. Take care of yourself in the future. I want to remind you that you must accept all 9 fiancés. If you fail to do so, I will spank you. Ha ha. Yi Tiance curled his lips. You are not in front of me, so I can't hit you even if I want to. However, when he looked down, Yi Tiance's expression became a little complicated. I warned you at the beginning that you must stay away from Lu Yinji, especially not having sex, otherwise there will be endless troubles. But I know you probably couldn't control the 2 tails of meat in your crotch, right? Yi Tiance. Look at what you said. What does 2 tails of meat mean? At least 2.5 tails, right? However, Yi Tiance also felt a little guilty. After all, this was something his master had warned him about, and he had failed to comply with the request. What exactly did this so-called endless troubles mean? However, this matter was not explained in master's letter. Instead, he said, if you can control yourself, keep doing it. If you can't control yourself, remember not to let this happen again in the future, otherwise. Then, there is no more. What the hell? You old man, why did you stop talking halfway? Haven't you heard of the saying that ends halfway through? Take a deep breath. In the end, Yi Tiance had no choice but to keep the letter. Then, with a thought, he controlled the storage bag and collected all the magical weapons, spiritual stones and other treasures around him. After all, we have come. Rumble. At this moment, a vibrating sound suddenly came from the distance. Yi Tiance's heart moved and his eyes looked towards the direction where the vibrating sound came from. I saw a stone door in the distance slowly opening, and in the smoke and dust, the figure of Saint Yushi was looming. Yi Tiance walked over. Saint Yushi said coldly, Master Moyuan originally left a restriction here, which made it impossible to find the mechanism to open the stone door. Now that the restriction has disappeared and the mechanism has appeared, I can open it smoothly. Yi Tiance smiled and said, as expected of you, you can notice these details. Unexpectedly, Saint Yushi responded calmly, no need to flatter me, we are not that familiar with each other. Yi Tiance. Good man, we both had sex and were so frank with each other that we couldn't be more familiar with each other. Why do I suddenly feel unfamiliar again? However, when Yi Tiance felt the spiritual energy released from Saint Yushi's body, he was surprised and asked, have you made a breakthrough? You have actually reached the state of great perfection in body refining? You must know that before this, Saint Yushi's strength was only at the late stage of body refining. He broke through to the great perfection of body refining so quickly and is only one step away from the chi refining stage. Such an exaggerated increase, could it be that just now? You should know that Saint Yushi has a body of harmonious yin and yang. This special body will not only bring strength to each other when a man and a woman have sex, but will also be of great benefit to one's own cultivation. Of course. This is only true for the first time having sex, which will bring such a significant improvement. The subsequent improvements will gradually decrease, unless assisted by corresponding exercises. At this moment, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Saint Yushi's eyes. She naturally knew the reason for her breakthrough in strength. But I definitely didn't expect it to bring such a big improvement. In fact, she really wanted to forget about this matter, but Yi Tiance mentioned it to her face again. However, Yi Tiance's next words made her feel even more embarrassed. Yi Tiance said seriously, don't worry, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I'm not kidding. After all, Saint Yushi should be one of his fiancés. Since they had a relationship, he should take responsibility. And when Saint Yushi heard these words, I thought I would get angry, but for some reason, my heart started beating wildly. Chapter 676, Lingyuan Cave Collapse. Saint Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Then she took a deep breath and said coldly, this saint lady does not need you to be responsible. Please do not discuss this topic again in the future. Yi Tiance touched his nose. Okay, I respect your decision, but if you need anything, feel free to contact me. Saint Yushi did not respond and walked straight towards the exit. Yi Tiance sighed helplessly and followed. After climbing up the stairs along the secret passage for about 2 minutes, the two arrived at the exit, opened the mechanism, and came out from the exit. Only then did they realize that they had already arrived in the main hall. The exit was actually below the black statue. As for the main hall, it was empty. Lord Wu and Yi Linger are both missing. Even the spiritual stones on the stone pillars in the hall were gone. Only the black statue was left standing in the lobby, but it was motionless. This old bastard is so greedy that he left nothing behind. Yi Tiance frowned and said coldly. Afterwards, the two of them prepared to set out to track down Lord Wu. At this moment, a creepy squeak sound suddenly came. The two of them were startled, and saw a group of black rat monsters rushing in like a tide. It turned out to be the netherworld soul-devouring rat. The eyes of these netherworld soul-devouring rats were all red, and they exuded a fierce aura. They pounced towards Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi with their fangs and claws, as if they wanted to tear them into pieces. If Yi Tiance's strength had been suppressed before, he might have been unable to withstand these netherworld soul-devouring rats. But now the restrictions that suppressed his strength have disappeared, and he has broken through to the initial stage of foundation building. Even though these netherworld soul-devouring rats are among the most difficult monsters to deal with, they are no match for Yi Tiance. You ignorant beast! As Yi Tiance raised his hand, a powerful spiritual power surged out. Boom! Boom! The spiritual power was like a surging wave, instantly submerging the netherworld soul-devouring rat that was rushing in the front. The netherworld soul-devouring rats were instantly turned into dust under the impact of spiritual power. The netherworld soul-devouring rat behind was not scared away by this scene, but instead pounced on him even more frantically. Yi Tiance was not afraid at all, and continued to launch various attacks towards the rat monster. Crackling. It sounds slow, but it is actually very fast. These netherworld soul-devouring rats fell one after another under Yi Tiance's attack. In just half a minute, the ground was filled with the corpses of the netherworld soul-devouring rats, almost forming a small hill. The air was filled with an unpleasant fishy smell. Then, Yi Tiance thought about it and summoned the shadowy bone-eating worm. Buzz buzz buzz. The shadow bone-eating worm got its feast and easily rushed into the corpse of the netherworld soul-eating rat, making a crackling sound. Not a moment later. The corpses of these netherworld soul-eating rats were completely devoured by the shadow bone-eating worms, not even a single hair was left. Boom! And just after the shadow bone-eating worms had devoured all the corpses of the netherworld soul-eating rats, a powerful aura emanated from them. The body of the shadow boneworm began to tremble slightly, as if it was undergoing some kind of transformation. Originally the body of the shadow boneworm was a dark black, but now the color has become even deeper, like an endless night. Their shells seem to become harder, shining with a metallic luster, as if they were wearing a layer of indestructible armor. The size of the shadow boneworm has also increased, from the size of a coin to the size of a child's palm. This is... Feeling the breath of the shadow bone-eating worm after its change, a hint of astonishment flashed in Saint Yushi's eyes. Because she discovered that the combined aura of these phantom bone-eating insects was comparable to that of a Shen-level early-stage demon beast, which meant that their strength was already completely comparable to that of a cultivator in the early stage of qi refining. This kind of existence can almost walk sideways in the Xian realm of the entire Tiannan province. Unless you encounter those hidden mysterious forces, there will be strong people who have reached the qi refining stage. Of course. What Saint Yushi was most curious about was Yi Tiance himself. She saw Yi Tiance attack with her own eyes, but she could not feel the strength of Yi Tiance's spiritual power, so she could not judge Yi Tiance's true strength. You should know that her strength has now reached the great perfection of body refining. The strong man whose strength she could not judge must be at least in the late stage of qi refining. Could it be that his true strength has reached the late stage of qi refining? Thinking of this, Saint Yushi subconsciously clenched her fists, feeling an inexplicable sense of inferiority in her heart. After all, she is the holy maiden of Lingyu Pavilion. Since entering Lingyuan Cave, her strength has been improved by 3 small realms in succession. She thought that it would be enough to narrow the gap between her and Yi Tiance. However, she still can't see Yi Tiance's taillights, so she can't help feeling inferior. Wow! Yi Tiance opened his hand and took back the shadowy bone-eating worm. Let's leave here quickly and go find Yi Linger and Lord Wu. Saint Yushi nodded silently, and the two of them quickly left the hall. They hurried along and found that all the treasures around the hall had been taken away by Lord Wu, leaving behind an empty scene. Fortunately, the level and quality of these treasures are much different from those in the place where Master Mo Yuan practiced, so Yi Tiance is not too distressed. When the two left the hall and came to the altar directly above. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration. Some gravel and dust fell from above, and the ground began to shake violently. Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi quickly steadied themselves, looking solemn. Lingyuan Cave is about to collapse? Saint Yushi frowned. Saint Yushi was puzzled and asked, why would this Lingyuan Cave collapse for no reason? Yi Tiance said seriously, if what I guessed is correct, the Lingyuan Pearl was taken away by Lord Wu, and the Lingyuan Pearl is the treasure that controls the Lingyuan Cave. I guess he has left the Lingyuan Cave, and in order to cover up all traces here, he controls the Lingyuan Pearl to cover up everything inside. What a sinister guy! Saint Yushi bit her lip lightly and said. At this time, the vibration of Lingyuan Cave became more and more violent, and the surrounding rocks kept falling, as if the entire cave would collapse at any time. Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi carefully avoided the falling rocks while trying to find a way to escape. Just as the two arrived at the cave where the Lingyuan fruit tree was located, the surrounding vibrations caused the stones in the cave to fall continuously. The Lingyuan fruit tree was also shaking slightly, and those Lingyuan fruits emitting mysterious light seemed like they could fall down at any time. Suddenly, a burst of arrogant laughter suddenly rang out, and the sound echoed in the cave, startling people. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the hot spring, splashing water everywhere, and then landed steadily on the ground. Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi took a closer look, and both of them showed astonishment on their faces. Chapter 677 The Resurrected Yuchi Lingfeng. The two were shocked because they found that the person who came out of the hot spring was a familiar face. Yuchi Lingfeng. Saint Yushi frowned in surprise and asked, how could it be him? Isn't he dead? Yi Tiance also frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on Yuchi Lingfeng. He found that Yuchi Lingfeng, who appeared at this time, had strange red eyes, and wisps of black gas kept emerging from around his body. The black gas lingered around, and seemed to have life, slowly wriggling. The point is, Yi Tiance couldn't feel a trace of life from the other party, only death. And there is a kind of strange and mysterious feeling about the whole person that is difficult to explain. Ho ho! Yuchi Lingfeng made a hoarse sound in his throat and said to Yi Tiance and the others, I didn't expect I'm still alive? Mr. Yi, I must kill you today. Revenge! After saying that, Yuchi Lingfeng rushed over and slapped him with his palm. Seeing this, Yi Tiance quickly raised his hand to meet the attack, and his palms collided with a dull thud. Boom! The powerful impact caused the surrounding hot springs to burst, splashing water everywhere. Even the falling debris was blown away by the impact. Under the impact of this palm, both of them retreated more than 10 meters. It turned out that they were evenly matched. Yi Tiance frowned slightly. You know, his strength is now at the initial stage of foundation building, yet the opponent was able to take this palm. Wasn't this Yuchi Lingfeng originally in the middle stage of body refining? Sure enough, there is a problem. Ho ho! Fight again! Yuchi Lingfeng screamed excitedly and was about to attack Yi Tiance again. But at this moment, another voice sounded from Yuchi Lingfeng's throat. The tone of this voice was cold and ancient, and seemed to have irresistible majesty. Go! The expression on Yuchi Lingfeng's face became distorted and struggling, and clusters of black air on his body were restless and extremely strange. No, I do not. No, I do not. Yuchi Lingfeng stood there, holding his head and shaking violently while struggling. He didn't want to leave, his eyes fixed on Yi Tiance, anger and unwillingness burning in his red eyes. That cold and ancient voice sounded again, with a harsher tone, go. Now. What? The expression on Yuchi Lingfeng's face became more and more distorted, and the black energy on his body surged wildly. Gradually, his struggle became weaker and weaker, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Finally, Yuqi Lingfeng turned around stiffly like a puppet. Before leaving, a cold voice came out of his mouth. Young man, you are very good. I will spare your life today, but next time we meet, I hope you can make me happy. After saying this, a black aura flashed on the surface of Yuqi Lingfeng's figure, and then he disappeared completely. Nothing is left. Saint Yushi clenched her fists, still feeling nervous. What on earth did this Yuqi Lingfeng go through? It seems. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said, if my guess is correct, there should be another soul living in his body, forcibly occupying his body, but Yuqi Lingfeng's consciousness has not been completely devoured. What? There is such a thing? Saint Yushi's eyes trembled slightly. Even though she had practiced in the Xian realm for many years, she had never heard of the soul taking over the body. Yi Tian said calmly, the world is not big and there are many strange things, not to mention powerful cultivators. For example, Master Mo Yuan was able to leave a ban and talk freely 100 years after his death. Have you ever seen such a thing before? Saint Yushi shook her head. Yes. In the past, she had been practicing in Lingyu Pavilion and knew little about the outside world. This adventure in Lingyuan Cave was full of experiences that he had never experienced before, and the person who accompanied him was Yi Tiance. Maybe, no matter what happens in the future. In short, she will never forget everything she experienced today. When Saint Yushi was feeling emotional. On the other side, Yi Tiance had already waved his hand and swept away all the Lingyuan fruits in the center of the hot spring and put them all into his storage bag. Then the two of them took out the compass given to them by the seniors of the Xianmen conference when they entered Lingyuan Cave, and rushed towards the exit of Lingyuan Cave according to the direction of the needle. On the way, Yi Tiance asked a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. That is, Yi Tiance had clearly asked Saint Yushi to take her senior sister with her, so why did she end up falling into the hands of the shadow cult? And where did her senior sister go? Hear the words. There was a hint of dejection in Saint Yushi's eyes. He replied, I did want to take my sister out at first, but halfway through, my unconscious sister suddenly woke up. She seemed to have lost her memory and became violent, and she attacked me. I couldn't bear to hurt her, so I was always on the defensive. However, our fight attracted the shadow cult's people, who attacked us. Senior sister took the opportunity to escape, but I was captured by the shadow cult, so I don't know how senior sister is doing now, or whether she is still in Lingyuan Cave. Yi Tiance comforted him, don't worry, your sister is a lucky person, and she is at the peak of physical training, so there shouldn't be any problems. Okay. Saint Yushi nodded. At this time. Boom. The Lingyuan Cave was shaking more violently, and more and larger stones fell. And at this moment, Yi Tiance suddenly saw a huge rock collapse, and many white stones exploded from it. The stone is the size of an egg yolk, white and warm, and looks ordinary, but it gives Yi Tiance a very familiar feeling. Correct. It's it. Yi Tiance suddenly remembered that before entering Lingyuan Cave, the Guardian Mountain Senior of the Xianmen Conference took out such a stone. It was announced that all contestants walking out of Lingyuan Cave must find such a stone when they come out, otherwise any treasures found in the cave will not be allowed to be taken out. Moreover, they also promised that if they found more such stones, they could exchange them with the Xianmen Conference. Saint Yushi obviously also recognized these stones. She was a little surprised and said, I have been in Lingyuan Cave for so long and have not found them, but when I was about to leave, I found so many. But what is the value of these things? Is it worth the organizers of the Xianmen Conference to emphasize them? Yi Tiance said, let's put it away first and make plans after we get out. After saying that, he waved his hand and absorbed all the white stones into the storage bag. Rumble. The vibrations inside Lingyuan Cave became more violent and collapse was imminent. Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi did not dare to be careless and galloped all the way. At last, after the two turned a corner, they saw a faint light in front of them, with spiritual energy lingering on the surface. It is obviously the exit of Lingyuan Cave. The two of them went straight in. Buzz. As the scenery of heaven and earth changed, The two emerged from Lingyuan Cave and reached the top of Hujiao Mountain. However, when I saw the scene before me, the expressions of Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi both became serious. Chapter 678 Seeking Revenge on Yi Tiance. What came into view was a chaotic scene with traces of fighting on the ground. When they got closer, they were both filled with intense anger and shock. I saw many corpses lying on the ground, and they were all the senior mountain guards who organized the Xianmen conference. They died in a miserable way, with obvious signs of corrosion all over their bodies, emitting an evil aura. It was obvious that this must have been the work of Lord Wu. Although these 4 senior mountain guards are all masters at the pinnacle of physical training, and their combined strength can rival masters at the perfect stage of physical training, Lord Wu himself is at the great perfection stage of physical training, and he also carries the Lingyuan Pearl, a heaven-defying treasure. These 4 seniors are naturally no match for him. Saint Yushi said coldly, "Such a cruel act is truly an unforgivable crime." Yi Tiance checked the bodies of the 4 people and confirmed that there was indeed no breath in them. Then, his ears moved slightly, as if he heard a very faint sound in the distance. "Call out." Yi Tiance's figure flashed and he rushed to the direction where the sound came from. More than 50 meters away in the bushes, Yi Tiance saw a seriously injured old man lying there, bleeding from his mouth, breathing weakly, and it seemed that he might die at any time. And this person? It was a familiar face. The chief judge of this Xianmen conference, Elder Guangchang. "Yes, it's you." Elder Square saw a flash of horror in Yi Tiance's eyes. Just over an hour ago, a mysterious and powerful man in a black robe suddenly appeared from the exit of Lingyuan Cave. The 4 seniors from the Xianmen conference, and he immediately realized that something was wrong and tried to stop the fight, but the mysterious man in black was so powerful that he completely defeated them in less than 5 minutes. Except for him, who was seriously injured after being knocked away, the other 4 were brutally killed. Therefore, in his opinion, the contestants who enter Lingyuan Cave for adventure this time will definitely encounter this mysterious man in black robe. It is conceivable that these 10 contestants will all fall into his clutches. But I didn't expect that Yi Tiance was still alive. Perhaps Yi Tiance was lucky and did not encounter this mysterious man in black robe. Elder Guangchang really wanted to remind Yi Tiance about this, but he was seriously injured and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. "Senior Guangchang, don't be anxious." Yi Tiance stepped forward, took out a qi condensation pill and put it into Elder Guangchang's mouth. This qi condensation pill was taken by Yi Tiance from the place where Master Mo Yuan practiced. After taking this pill, it has the effect of promoting the body to condense spiritual energy and recover from injuries. It is a high-level spiritual pill and is very valuable. Elder Guangchang swallowed the qi condensation pill. Instantly, I felt the spiritual energy in my body recovering rapidly, and my body was no longer as painful. Of course, the serious injuries suffered by the body will not be completely healed in a short time. "Call." Elder Guangchang supported himself and stood up. He bowed to Yi Tiance and said, "Friend Yi, thank you for your help, otherwise I would have lost my life today. It doesn't matter if I lose my life if this matter is not reported to the Xianmen conference headquarters. The consequences will be disastrous. I am very grateful." As he said this, he bowed deeply to Yi Tiance again. "Senior Guangchang, there is no need to do this." Yi Tiance spoke. Ever since he attended the Xianmen conference, he had a good impression of this judge. He could see that he was a fair and just senior, so there was naturally no need to be calculative when helping such a person. Then Yi Tiance asked solemnly, "Senior Guangchang, what exactly happened here?" Elder Guangchang took a deep breath and recounted everything that had happened before. He paused and continued, "By the way, when the mysterious black-robed man came out, he brought a woman with him. That woman was Yi Linger. For some reason, Yi Linger seemed to listen to him and followed him away." Yi Tiance's heart tightened. It seems that Yi Linger must have been controlled by Lord Wu. But where can one find Yi Linger and the others in this vast Hujiao mountain? At this time, Saint Yushi also rushed over. She heard the conversation between Yi Tiance and Elder Guangchang. When Elder Guangchang saw Saint Yushi, he could vaguely feel from the intensity of the spiritual power she exuded that her strength had actually reached the great perfection of body refining. Before she went in, she was clearly not only in the middle stage of body refining. How? Elder Guangchan was a little confused. Saint Yushi said coldly, "There are still many people who come to participate in this Xianmen conference at the foot of Hujia Mountain. Will they be in danger?" Hear this. Yi Tian's expression turned serious. Now at the foot of the mountain, Zhuge Ruizhi and the others are still waiting for me to come back. If Lord Wu saw them and a conflict occurred, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, after realizing this, Yi Tian's and Saint Yushi immediately decided to hurry down the mountain. As for Elder Guangchan, his body had only recovered a little bit, so he couldn't follow. In addition, he had to find a way to inform the top leaders of the Xianmen conference organizers about what happened tonight. Halfway up Hujia Mountain, the venue for the Xianmen conference. Although it was already early morning on July 16th, it was dark and cold outside. But there were still many people gathered in the venue, but the atmosphere was filled with solemnity and depression. I saw that in the center of the venue, there were two people tied to pillars, covered with bruises and looking very weak. And these two people are Zhuge Ruizhi and Old Man Zhao Rong. In front of the two of them, there were many people from the Xianmen forces who were sneering and pointing fingers. Ha, two ignorant people who dare to go against us? This is the result of offending us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too close to that bastard Yi Tian's. If he hadn't gone to take risks in Lingyuan Cave, he would be the one accompanying you right now. There's no need to show your dissatisfaction once our young mountain master comes out and confirms that Yi Tian's is dead. You two can die together, huh? Zhuge Ruizhi opened his eyes with difficulty, his eyes filled with anger. Looking at the people in front of him, there were disciples from Wuqi Mountain and disciples from Yuanyang Valley. Each of them was so proud and complacent. Hateful. Ever since Yi Tian's and Yi Linger went to Lingyuan Cave for adventure last night, he and Zhao Rong have been waiting here. As for the other forces that participated in the Xianmen conference and had no disciples enter Lingyuan Cave, most of them went down the mountain and left. Everything was calm and peaceful. But I didn't expect that just a few hours ago. Something unexpected happened. The master of Yuanyang Valley and the master of Wuqi Mountain actually rushed here with a large number of disciples. The two came here with only one purpose: seeking revenge on Yi Tian's. After all, Aoi Xin, the young master of Yuanyang Valley, was killed by Yi Tian's, and the great elder of Wuqi Mountain also died at the hands of Yi Tian's. After these two groups arrived and heard that Yi Tian's had entered Lingyuan Cave, so she transferred her anger to him and Zhao Rong. Chapter 679. Are you bragging about your power in front of me? Although Zhuge Ruizhi has now broken through to become an early-stage war god master, Zhao Rong is even a late-stage war god master. In the secular world, no matter where he goes, he is definitely a top-notch powerful person. However, they were facing two major forces, Wuqi Mountain and Yuanyang Valley. Not to mention, their leaders were the master of Wuqi Mountain and the master of Yuanyang Valley. Both of them had reached the great perfection of body refining in the Xian realm of Tiannan province. They were already the top cultivators. Therefore, Zhuge Ruizhi and Zhao Rong did not hold out for long before they were defeated, tied up and punished. Originally, at the beginning, the two remaining judges from the Xianmen conference organizer spoke up to stop it. But the master of Wuqi Mountain said grimly that the Xianmen conference had ended long ago, and the current situation was a personal feud between the Xian world and Tiannan province. It had nothing to do with the organizers of the Xianmen conference, and he hoped that they would not interfere. In this regard, the two judges could only choose not to intervene. Although the organizers of the Xianmen conference are stronger than Wu Qishan and his men, after all, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. The two bosses of the three major sects have come forward in person, which shows their determination. They will naturally not give in easily. Tell me. You are closest to that guy named Ji. Do you know where his family and friends are? We and Wukishan swear to kill them all. A burly disciple from Wuqi Mountain punched Zhuge Ruizhi hard. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhuge Ruizhi's mouth, but he still clenched his teeth and said nothing. He knew in his heart that he must not reveal the whereabouts of Yi Tian's relatives and friends, otherwise it would bring them a devastating disaster. Oh, it's pretty hard, isn't it? Seeing that Zhuge Ruizhi was so stubborn, the burly disciple prepared to attack again. But at this time, Taoist Gongsun suddenly appeared and stopped him. Taoist Gongsun showed a smug smile on his face and said, "There is no need to continue asking, it is a waste of time. I know all the information about Yi Tian's relatives and friends. When things are over tonight, I will personally lead you to Jiangnan City and kill them one by one." Hear the words. Zhuge Ruizhi spat a mouthful of blood at Taoist Gongsun. He cursed, "You old bastard, you shall die miserably. Don't be careless too soon. When Brother Yi comes out of Lingyuan cave, you will be the ones who will be killed one by one." Ha 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 ha. Taoist Gongsun couldn't stop laughing. Don't even mention that Lingyuan cave is extremely dangerous. Only 1 out of 10 people who go in can come out alive. Even if that Yi guy is really lucky enough to come out, when he faces the 2 major forces of Wuqi Mountain and Yuanyang Valley, I'm afraid even dying will become a luxury. Saying. His voice gradually turned cold, and he asked, "Does Yi Tian's have any other treasures hidden? If so, hand them over immediately." No comment. Zhuge Ruizhi responded through gritted teeth. "You won't say it, right?" Taoist Gongsun continued to ask, "As far as I know, when the man surnamed Yi first came to Hujiao Mountain, he had a dispute with our young master over a metal box from a roadside stall. Afterwards, our young master said that he suspected that the metal box contained a treasure. Do you dare to say that you don't know where the metal box is? Tell me. Is it with you?" Humph. Zhuge Ruizhi turned his head away without saying a word. "You fucking kid." Taoist Gongsun was so angry that he was about to attack Zhuge Ruizhi. Wait. At this moment, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads. I saw a middle-aged man walking out slowly. He was tall and straight, with a resolute face and deep and sharp eyes, as if he could see through people's hearts. He was wearing a Taoist robe with his black hair neatly tied behind his head, which added a bit of majesty to his appearance. He walked over slowly, and everyone stepped aside consciously to make way for him, with a respectful look on their faces. Because this person is the master of Yuanyang Valley, Ao Hongtian, and also Ao Ishian's father. There was a gloom on his face. Although he was not very optimistic about his son Ao Ishian, he was still his son after all, and the young master of Yuanyang Valley. He was actually killed in public. Even if it was a competition in the ring, life and death were determined by fate, but he could never accept it. He walked up to Zhuge Ruizhi and looked down at him. Young man, I advise you to be sensible and tell me everything you know. Maybe I can spare your life, otherwise, not only will you die, but even the Zhuge family behind you will be implicated. Zhuge Ruizhi raised his head and looked at the master of Yuanyang Valley without fear. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. But I am me, and the Zhuge family is the Zhuge family. You have no reason to pick a fight with me. Is it your turn to comment on the decision of this valley master? Ao Hongtian raised his eyebrows slightly, and then a powerful pressure acted on Zhuge Ruizhi. The powerful force twisted Zhuge Ruizhi's muscles and bones, and every cell was torn and painful. There is no way the gap between an early-stage god of war and a master who has reached the great perfection of body refining is so huge. Ao Hongtian, don't go too far. At this time, Zhao Rong, who was tied on the other side, scolded coldly. Zhao Rong stared and said, Ao Hongtian, you have the ability to bully a young junior like me. What kind of ability is that? Hear the words. Ao Hongtian turned his head to look at Zhao Rong, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Old man, you are just a dog of Shenyuan sect. You managed to escape back then. Even if you don't speak, I am still going to ask you where the remaining remnants of Shenyuan sect are hiding? Tell the truth, and you will be tortured less. Zhao Rong's eyes widened in anger, and he stared back at Ao Hongtian without fear. Humph, Ao Hongtian, don't even think about getting any information about Shenyuan sect from us. The people of Shenyuan sect would rather die than surrender, and will never bow to evil forces like you. There was a flash of anger in Ao Hongtian's eyes, and he increased the intensity of his pressure. Zhuge Ruizhi groaned in pain, and his face turned pale in an instant. You old man, you don't want to accept my toast. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Come on, continue to torture this kid. I don't believe they can keep going. Several disciples immediately stepped forward and beat and kicked Zhuge Ruizhi. Zhuge Ruizhi clenched his teeth, endured the pain and said nothing. Zhao Rong was extremely anxious watching Zhuge Ruizhi suffer. He glared at Ao Hong and said, Ao Hongtian, you are so cruel, you will be punished sooner or later. Ao Hongtian sneered disapprovingly, retribution? In the Xian realm of Tiannan province, strength is everything as long as I am strong enough, who can do anything to me? However, just as he finished speaking, from a distance, a sound suddenly exploded. And quickly approaching. You are just a frog in a well, and you dare to boast about your power in front of me? How pathetic. How ridiculous. Chapter 680 The End of Yuanyang Valley. As the voice came, Yi Tiance and Saint Yushi approached as quickly as lightning and finally landed in front of the venue. Meet both of them. Many people showed shocked expressions. Yi Tiance actually came out of Lingyuan cave alive? And he was with Saint Yushi. Yi Tiance's eyes were cold and he exuded a powerful aura. He walked towards Ao Hongtian step by step, and with every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Saint Yushi followed closely behind him with a stern expression as well. Yi Tiance originally thought that Zhuge Ruizhi, Zhao Rong and others who stayed on Hujiao Mountain might be attacked by Lord Wu and his men. But I didn't expect that I would be bullied by those scoundrels from Yuanyang Valley and Wukishan. Brother Yi. You really came back alive. See this. Zhuge Ruizhi shouted excitedly. The anger and worry in my chest were instantly reduced by half. He snorted coldly at the people in Wuqi Mountain and Yuanyang Valley. I told you that Brother Yi was still alive, but you didn't believe me. Humph. Now that you see him, why don't you admit your mistake and kneel down? Hear the words. Ao Hongtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Tiance, feeling a sense of vigilance in his heart. His intuition told him that this boy was indeed special. It actually gave him a strong danger signal. No wonder Yi Xian died at the hands of this kid. Of course, even though Yi Tiance gave him a dangerous feeling, it didn't mean that Ao Hongtian would be afraid. Instead, it aroused his murderous intent even more. After all, the sense of satisfaction that comes from killing geniuses is not something that you can always get. He said calmly, You are Yi Tiance? Do you know what will happen if you kill my son and bring shame to my Yuanyang Valley? Face his questioning. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and said in a cold voice, What I hate most is someone hurting my friends. Unfortunately, you touched my reverse scale. Do you know what will happen? Ha ha. Ao Hongtian sneered disdainfully. Ao Hongtian, have been in the Xian realm of Tiannan province for decades, and no one has ever spoken in this tone. It seems that you are indeed a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. I really don't know what these 3 words of our Yuanyang Valley represent. As soon as these words came out, behind him, there were many disciples from Yuanyang Valley on both sides, all echoing him. Mr. Yi, you have repeatedly offended Yuanyang Valley. You will die without a burial place today. Why don't you kneel down and die? Our valley master will soon let you see what real hell is. You and everyone related to you will die. This is the fate of offending Yuanyang Valley. Faced with the ridicule of these people, a hint of coldness flashed across Yi Tiance's eyes, and he said calmly, Since you are seeking death on your own initiative, I will grant your wish today. See this. Saint Yushi stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Tiance, frowning slightly and saying, Don't be impulsive. Then, she swept her eyes over everyone in Yuanyang Valley and said in a deep voice, Everyone in Yuanyang Valley, please stop now and don't cause any more trouble. If we continue to entangle in today's matter, it will not benefit anyone. When the disciples of Yuanyang Valley heard what Saint Yushi said, they all showed mocking expressions. Ao Hongtian said coldly, Humph, you are a saint of Lingyu Pavilion, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. Are you worried about the safety of this kid? Saint Yushi frowned and said, That's not what I meant. I just don't want to see you Yuanyang Valley end up with nowhere to go. As soon as these words came out, this naturally caused ridicule from everyone in Yuanyang Valley. Ha ha. I thought you, Saint Yushi, were a child of destiny and very smart, but I didn't expect you to become so confused after taking an adventure to Lingyu Pavilion. We in Yuanyang Valley are desperate? This is a joke. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Looking at the flirting between you and this guy surnamed Ji, I think you have a special relationship. Could something shameful have happened in the cave? A saint girl doesn't even care about her own reputation. Bah. What a pure and innocent girl, what a lofty one. It turns out she is just a piece of trash. You. Saint Yushi's face darkened. She did want to help Yuanyang Valley after all. Yuanyang Valley was one of the three major Xianmen forces, and they had friendships with each other. She didn't want to see them go down the same path. But I didn't expect that these people would want to seek their own death so much. Saint Yushi couldn't help but sigh. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared. The visitor was an elder from Lingyu Pavilion. She had a stern expression and her eyes revealed majesty. Yushi, don't get involved in this matter. Let Yuanyang Valley and Yi Tiance resolve their grievances on their own. Whether this Yi lives or dies has nothing to do with us. Saint Yushi frowned and said, begin. She wanted to say that this was not a matter of whether Yi Tiance lived or died, but that Yuanyang Valley was going to be in trouble. However, the elder warned sternly, there is no but. There is no need to discuss this matter any further. You follow me and do not interfere in this matter anymore. At this time, Yi Tiance spoke. Saint, just do as I'm told. This is my personal grudge, so I should solve it by myself. It just so happens that I have a lot of anger but nowhere to vent it, so I let these blind people help me vent my anger. This is also their great fortune. Okay. Saint Yushi nodded at this point. She didn't want to persuade Yuanyang Valley anymore. Since they are seeking death, they can only blame their bad luck. At this time, Ao Hongtian waved his Taoist robe and said with a smug and condescending voice, boy, prepare to die. The words fell. He attacked first. His figure flashed and he rushed towards Yi Tiance's. Powerful spiritual power was condensed in his hands. The air around him seemed to be distorted, making a deafening sound. The ground inside the venue was cracked into pieces. When everyone saw this, they all looked admiring. TSK. As expected of the master of Yuanyang Valley, a powerful person who has reached the great perfection of physical training, this move is so shocking. That guy named Yi is doomed. This is the fate of pretending to be powerful and offending Yuanyang Valley. It's not worth sympathy. While everyone was discussing, Ao Hongtian had already arrived in front of Yi Tiance and was about to make a move. However, Yi Tiance was not afraid at all. He stood where he was, quietly waiting for Ao Hongtian's attack. Just when Ao Hongtian's attack distance was less than a foot away from Yi Tiance, Yi Tiance suddenly moved. Call out. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he avoided Ao Hongtian's attack in an instant. Then, he punched out. This punch may seem ordinary, but it contains great power. Ao Hongtian had no time to dodge and was hit by Yi Tiance's punch. He only felt a huge force coming at him, his body trembled violently, and his chest seemed to be a little cold. Look down. His eyes widened instantly. Because his chest had been pierced. Chapter 681, Are your last words ready? Ao Hongtian opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. He never thought that he, the dignified master of Yuanyang Valley, would be defeated so easily by Yi Tiance and even lose his life. Damn, if this guy is so powerful, why didn't you tell me earlier? If he had known this would be the result, he would rather be a coward in Yuanyang Valley than bring people out to seek revenge. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he could only spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell down unwillingly. Everyone present was shocked. The disciples of Yuanyang Valley were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw before them. Their valley master, the extremely powerful being in their hearts, the super strong man who had reached the great perfection of body refining, was actually killed by just one punch? Valley master. Some disciples couldn't help but cry out in shock, their voices filled with grief and fear. Pub Future ads. In a short period of less than 2 days, two important figures, the young master and the master of Yuanyang Valley, died at the hands of the same person. This had never happened since the establishment of Yuanyang Valley. Without a leader, the remaining disciples of Yuanyang Valley were naturally at a loss. Not only the disciples of Yuanyang Valley, but even the disciples of Wuchi Mountain were all shocked and completely stunned. Is this still a human? He can actually kill Ao Hongtian with one punch. His strength is almost the same as our mountain master. Wait, our young mountain master also went into Lingyuan Cave to take risks and has not returned yet. Could it bet he has encountered an accident? I have a hunch that starting tonight, the entire Tiannan province's Xuanjie is about to change. Some are happy and some are sad. A look of surprise appeared on Zhuge Ruiji's face. Brother Yi is really amazing. Zhao Rong also nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Yi Tiance has a bright future. But in shock, he frowned again. And many more. Linger went into Lingyuan cave with Yi Tiance for adventure. Why hasn't Linger come back yet? At the same time, the elder of Lingyu Pavilion trembled slightly. She originally thought that Yi Tiance had offended Ao Hongtian and would surely die today, so she asked Saint Yushi not to get involved in this matter. But I didn't expect that the result would be so unexpected. She turned her head and looked at Saint Yushi. I noticed that there was no expression of surprise on Saint Yushi's face, as if she had already anticipated this result. How did Yushi know? Before entering Lingyuan cave, she kept saying that she and Yi Tiance would be irreconcilable, but after coming out, the two of them were obviously standing together. Is it? The elder of Lingyu Pavilion had a bad feeling in his heart. Killed Queen Ao Hong. Yi Tiance did not have any extra expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. He glanced at the many disciples in Yuanyang Valley. The voice said indifferently, "Who is next?" This. The many disciples of Yuanyang Valley looked at each other, each with a nervous expression and swallowing their saliva. No one dared to step forward. See this. Yi Tiance snorted lightly, "Since you are all shy and unwilling to take the initiative, then I will have to take the initiative." While talking, he had already started walking towards the disciples of Yuanyang Valley. Although the speed was not fast, the oppressive feeling brought by each step on the ground made many people subconsciously hold their breath, as if death was approaching. The disciples of Yuanyang Valley were filled with fear as they looked at Yi Tiance, who was gradually approaching. Their faces were pale and their eyes showed despair and helplessness. Some people even began to tremble, and the weapons in their hands slipped unconsciously. What should we do? What should we do? A disciple said in panic. The Valley Master is dead, he will definitely not let us go. Fuck. We can just fight. I don't believe that no matter how strong Yi Tiance's fighting ability is, he can kill dozens of us by himself? That makes sense. We just need to use up all his spiritual power, then, no matter how powerful he is, we can slaughter him. After a brief panic, some of the disciples of Yuanyang Valley, driven by desperation and ruthlessness, decided to give it a try. Fight! Fight with him! A disciple shouted, with crazy flames burning in his eyes. The others seemed to be encouraged and raised their weapons and rushed towards Yi Tiance. They were like a surging tide, carrying a resolute momentum. Yi Tiance looked at the people rushing over, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his aura burst out instantly. The first disciple who rushed over waved his sword and stabbed Yi Tiance fiercely. Yi Tiance dodged the blow easily by moving sideways. Then, he quickly attacked and punched the disciple in the abdomen. The disciple felt a huge force coming at him, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Died suddenly on the spot. The disciples behind were not scared away by this scene, they continued to rush forward one after another. Yi Tiance is like an unshakable god of war. His movements are as fast as lightning and every attack is precise and powerful. A disciple raised a big knife and chopped at Yi Tiance's head. Yi Tiance raised his hand to block it, and the powerful force directly broke the big knife. Then, he kicked the disciple in the chest, turning him into a bloody mist. Then, Yi Tiance suddenly accelerated and rushed into the crowd. His fists fell like raindrops, and each punch hit a disciple. The disciples didn't even have time to react before they were knocked all over the place. Blood splattered in the air and screams were heard everywhere. As time went on, the disciples of Yuanyang Valley fell one after another. The look in their eyes gradually changed from initial madness to despair. They finally realized that the gap between people is sometimes even greater than the gap between people and dogs. Yi Tiance's strength was beyond their comprehension and they were completely powerless to resist. What drains away spiritual energy? What is at the mercy of others? It's nothing but a joke that deceives yourself and others. What? When the last disciple fell under Yi Tiance's fist, the entire battlefield fell into dead silence. Yi Tian stood in a pool of blood, without a single scar on his body, not even a drop of blood. His eyes were still cold, as if the battle just now was just a trivial episode to him. The air around seemed to be frozen, and the silence was frightening. Especially the people in Wuqi Mountain, they were all disheartened. As predicted, Yi Tian's gaze fell on the people in Wuqi Mountain and said in a cold voice, "Have you prepared your last words? If you are, you can wait in line to die." Chapter 682 Witch Coffin. The coldness in Yi Tian's eyes made them feel as if they had fallen into an abyss. All they could feel was endless chill, freezing them to the bone. Is that human being? Do they still have a chance to resist? Even if there is a chance, I am not that capable. How to do? Are they going to die here like the people in Yuanyang Valley? Everyone in Wuqi Mountain wanted to retreat and escape, but Yi Tian's pressure made it impossible for them to move a step. They could only tremble under this pressure. How can we fight this? The master of Yuanyang Valley is not his opponent. How can we fight? Is he a human or a ghost? How can someone be so scary? Damn it! What a bunch of cowards. They are such a disgrace to our Wuqi Mountain. He is just one person, there is nothing to be afraid of. No one dared to respond. After all, Yuan Yangu also thought so just now. What was the result? The result was that Yi Tian went through the entire Yuanyang Valley alone, and no one survived. You can hit me if you want. I don't want to die, I want to live. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to make up the numbers. I have other things to do. I'll leave first. For a time, the people of Wuqi Mountain were demoralized. They thought that they would be safe if they joined forces with Yuanyang Valley, but now it seems that they were too naive. Seeing Wu Qishan like this, Yi Tian remained calm and said coldly, "Wuqi Mountain? It's nothing more than that, a bunch of ants. They are destined to die. Come on, I don't have time to waste with you." The last market. It's not like they didn't see the tragic situation in Yuanyang Valley. What can they change by going together? No one in Wukishan dared to respond, as all they could think about was how to escape. At this time, Saint Yushi on the side discovered something and frowned slightly. What is that? Yi Tian heard the sound and looked over, only to see a black wave sweeping in from far away, forming a dark mass. At the same time, two people could be vaguely seen standing on the black waves, rising and falling with them. Oh, you came just in time, so I don't have to look for them one by one. As the black waves got closer, the accompanying cricket sounds became louder and louder. The noise brought everyone in Wuqi Mountain back to their senses, and they all turned their heads to look. That's the Mountain Master. The Mountain Master and the Fourth Elder. If the Mountain Master comes, he will definitely be able to kill this arrogant boy. The Mountain Master has finally arrived. Now we are saved. But the Mountain Master and Ao Hongtian are equally powerful, and Ao Hongtian is dead. Can the Mountain Master be sure to defeat Yi Tian? Shut up! How can the Mountain Master be compared to Ao Hongtian? That being said, there are still some people who lack confidence. Because they clearly saw that Ao Hongtian was killed by Yi Tian with one punch, and their Mountain Master Wu Guan was not much stronger than Ao Hongtian. As they were talking, the black wave had already climbed up Hujiao Mountain and arrived at the conference venue in the blink of an eye. Only then did everyone see clearly that the black waves turned out to be mice. These densely packed rats, stacked one on top of another, formed a very neat formation, as if they had been professionally trained. With a wave of Wu Guan's hand, the rats changed their formation and quickly turned into a staircase. Wu Guan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Yi Tian. The pressure from that powerful man who had achieved great perfection in body training instantly swept the entire place, and he slowly walked down the rat steps. With every step he took, the pressure grew stronger. Full of style. I didn't expect this old immortal to be so strong, but he is still trash in front of my brother Yi. Brother Yi. Fuck him. Although the pressure was strong, Zhuge Ruizhi was still able to withstand it. It was just a little difficult. Zhao Rong also released his martial arts, but he didn't say anything. His mind was full of Yi Linger. The elder of Lingyu Pavilion also frowned when he saw the witch coffin. He subconsciously looked at Yushi and found that Yushi remained calm. What's the matter? Is she so confident in this boy? Although this guy defeated the enemy with one move in the battle with Ao Hongtian just now, he must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy, not to mention that he also took care of so many people in Yuanyang Valley. Now facing the witch coffin, he can still be so calm. Could it be that this kid's strength is far above that of the witch coffin? Seeing the wizard coffin was so impressive, everyone in Wuchi Mountain regained their confidence. Mr. Yi. Now that our mountain master is here, why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake? Our mountain master is not a loser like Ao Hongtian, and he will not suffer your mean tricks. Do you think that you can fight against our mountain master just by luck after winning against the lord of Ao Hongtian Valley? I tell you, lucky means are not worthy of being on the stage. Yes, you must have used a lot of spiritual power to deal with Yuanyang Valley just now. I don't believe that you still have enough energy to fight against our mountain master. Humph, if you kneel down and admit your mistake now and hand over the treasure you obtained, maybe the mountain master will let you have an intact body. Everyone in Wuchi Mountain laughed wildly. Yi Tiance glanced around with disdain and snapped his fingers lightly. Boom! An inexplicable pressure suddenly fell upon everyone in Wukishan, immediately forcing everyone to kneel down. Just as Wu Guan was about to speak, he saw Ao Hongtian's body on the ground. Not only that, all the disciples in Yuanyang Valley fell in a pool of blood, and blood flowed like a river. How is this going? Didn't we agree to wait for them to arrive before taking action? Ao Hongtian is the same as him, both are in the state of great perfection in body refining. Was all this done by this kid? Where does this kid come from? After a brief surprise, Wu Guan slowly took off his hat and revealed his true face. The old face was covered with wrinkles and had long lost its blood color, replaced by black and purple. The pupils in his eyes were also gone, as if caused by cataracts. But when I looked into his eyes, I could still feel the sharpness and danger in his gaze. Boy, I have to say you are very brave. You killed 2 of my elders in succession and now you are insulting my sect today. You will not live. If you have any last words, please say them now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Wu Guan stared at Yi Tiance, and his eyes, which were like cataracts, made Yi Tiance very disgusted. This made him even more furious. Old Biden, you are the one who should say the last words. Ha! Ha! Anyone who dares to talk to me like that, their entire family is dead. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will bring the Shanmen to crush your entire family. As he spoke, Wu Guan waved his hand, and the dense swarm of rats behind him moved quickly, changed their formation, and ran towards Yi Tiance. Seeing that Yi Tiance remained calm and stood still, Wu Guan felt insulted and increased the speed of controlling the insects. This kid didn't even move. Could it be that he wanted to resist the mountain master's 1,000 deadly poisonous rat? Humph, it's obvious that they know they can't deal with the mountain master's 1,000-tier death poison rat, so they just choose to give up. That's right, the 1,000-tier poison rat that the mountain master has been refining for many years is second only to the 10 major poisonous insects. No matter how capable this kid is, he can't defeat it. Wait, look, what's in that boy's hand? At this time, Yi Tian took action and calmly took out the insect sac from his waist. When everyone saw the insect cysts, they were shocked. Because they knew very well that this insect sac belonged to their great elder. Wu Guan was also stunned and filled with anger. Boy, you actually stole the belongings of my Mountain Gate elders. You are looking for death. The witch coffin chanted the spell faster, and the deadly poisonous rats swarmed out in an instant and arrived in front of Yi Tiance in the blink of an eye. And Yi Tiance also opened the insect sac. Chapter 683, Regain Control of the Shadow Bone Eater? Shadowy bone-eating insects crawled out of the insect sacs in large numbers. Their dark shells shone even brighter in the night, which was very strange. Shadow bone-eating worm? Oh, boy, you are really courting death. Wu Guan snorted coldly, showing disdain for this. You know, the shadow bone-eating worm is one of the 10 most poisonous insects and is extremely difficult to control. Even if it can be controlled, there is a risk of it devouring its master. If not, how could this thing fall into Wu Shou's hands? He would have accepted it long ago, right? I am dying of laughter. This Yi guy is courting death. He actually wants to compete with our mountain master in controlling insects? The key is that he is still using the Great Elder's shadow bone gnawing worm. Even the Great Elder can't completely control it. Does he think he can do it? That's right, if the Great Elder hadn't been injured internally and his foundation hadn't recovered yet, how could he have been defeated by this brat? Mountain Master, you must kill this kid and avenge the Great Elder. When everyone in Wuchi Mountain saw Yi Tiance take out this thing, their confidence increased instantly. Yi Tiance did defeat the Great Elder, but that was only because the Great Elder had not recovered from his injuries. No matter what means he used to control the Shadow Bone Eaters, it was ultimately just luck and not worth mentioning. Now we want to fight insects with the Mountain Master, isn't this seeking death? Wu Guan also had this intention after all. If he wanted to cultivate one of the 10 poisonous insects, he would have to spend countless resources and energy. He must take the Shadow Bone Knower back. The witch coffin pointed at the shadowy bone-eating worm and chanted an obscure spell that was difficult to understand. When the elder of Lingyu Pavilion saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. Yi Tiance actually wanted to fight insects even if he was a genius. Could he really defeat Wu Guan? However, he still subconsciously looked at Yushi, and when he saw that Yushi still didn't react, he couldn't help but frown. Zhao Rong widened his eyes, unable to believe that the Shadow Bone Eater could be taken out of Yi Tiance's hands. This proved that Yi Tiance could already control it. How many cards does Yi Tiance have left? Zhuge Ruizhi looked at the people in Wuchi Mountain with a smug look on his face. Wuchi Mountain is not that great. The 10 most poisonous insects have all fallen into the hands of my brother Yi. Do you think my brother Yi will lose? Open your eyes and watch me. Watch how my brother Yi kills you Wukishin. As he spoke, the witch coffin's spell was finished and he suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Bone Knower actually stopped where it was, seeming a little dazed. What the hell? We're not really going to let old Biden take back control, are we? Zhuge Ruizhi was shocked, but immediately rejected the idea. My brother Yi is invincible. Ha ha ha. Look, the Shadow Bone Knower has stopped. The Mountain Master has regained control. I've said it before, that guy is just a lucky trick. He's not even worthy of being on the stage, fighting insects with the Mountain Master. He's nothing. Mountain Master, he used this shadow bone-eating insect to kill the Great Elder, so that he could also have a taste of these 10 poisonous insects. Yi, you are still standing there pretending to be so cool. If you kneel down now, you might have a chance to keep your body intact. Wu Guan withdrew his hand and laughed coldly. Boy, I admit that you have some talent, but are you qualified to compete with me in controlling insects? Yi Tiance said lightly. Old Biden, you are wrong. You are not worthy to compete with me. What did this kid say? Wu Guan laughed loudly towards the sky, then his face turned cold and full of anger. All right. Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. I will also let you have a taste of this phantom bone-eating worm. Wu Guan stretched out his hand again and chanted a spell. In an instant, the shadow bone-eating worm began to move, which also excited everyone in Wuchi Mountain. It's already this late, and this kid is still pretending to be awesome? We must kill him today. That's right, let's see how this kid keeps pretending. The elder of Lingyu Pavilion shook his head and sighed secretly. He is a good candidate, but he lost because he is too arrogant among the Taoists. Who doesn't know that Wu Shishan is good at controlling insects and poisonous insects? Now Wu Guan has easily regained control of the poisonous insects. This kid deserves it. Zhao Rong also began to worry. Although Yi Tiance brought many surprises, the current situation was not optimistic. He was well aware of the reputation of the 10 most venomous insects. Only Zhuge was wise and not panicked at all. Brother Yi, kill him. I believe you, this old Biden is definitely not your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadowy bone-eating insect began to move quickly towards Yi Tiance. Upon seeing this, Wu Guan snorted coldly, waved his hand, and controlled the swarm of poisonous rats to press forward. This time, he wanted Yi Tiance to disappear completely from this world, without even a bone left. But after the swarm of poisonous rats pressed forward, the shadow bone-eating worm suddenly stopped, and everyone was stunned. What's the situation? The next second, the shadow bone-eating worm suddenly turned around and came in front of the rat group at an extremely fast speed. The dark shell glowed and suddenly attacked the rats. The leading rat was devoured by the shadow bone-eating worms in the blink of an eye, and screams resounded through the sky. Although the 1,000-kill poison rat is not one of the top 10 poisonous insects, it is second only to them now that it is screaming. The damage done by the shadow bone-eating worm can be imagined. Wu Guan's face changed drastically, and he immediately stretched out his hand and chanted a spell, trying to control the shadow bone-eating worm. But no matter how he controlled it, the shadow bone-eating worm did not respond at all, and instead allowed it to eat a lot of the 1,000 death poison rats. What the hell? Even though it was a witch coffin, he couldn't help but want to swear at this moment. What's the matter? Why did the shadow bone gnawer suddenly become out of control? Didn't he just get it under control? Seeing many of the deadly poisonous rats being devoured, Wu Guan felt distressed and quickly controlled the rats to press forward, hoping to kill the shadow bone-eating worms. Since it can't be used by him, there's no need to feel sorry. The battle situation changed instantly and everyone in Wukashan was stunned. What the hell? How could this happen? Hasn't the Mountain Master already controlled the shadow bone-eating worms? Why would they attack the Mountain Master's rat group? Did that kid take back control again? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be the problem with the poisonous insect with the Mountain Master's ability. How could he not be able to control it? That's right, this poisonous insect must have lost control of the kid for a long time, so it suddenly became disobedient when under control. Once the Mountain Master regains control, he will definitely be able to kill this kid. Control the market. How the hell is he going to be able to maintain control and allow his own rat colony to be eaten? Of course, Wu Guan would not say this out loud as long as he killed the poisonous insect and used the excuse that it was very harmful and could easily devour its host. No one would notice anything. The rats immediately rushed forward and fought with the shadow bone-eating insects. At the beginning, the shadow bone gnawers had the upper hand, eating one at a time and swallowing a pair at a time. But the number of rats was so large that they had the advantage in numbers and soon overwhelmed the shadow bone-gnawing insects. Although the people in Wuchi Mountain didn't understand why Wu Guan controlled the rats to kill the shadow bone-gnawing worms, they were very excited when they saw that they had the upper hand. When they looked again, they saw a faint red light among the drowned rats. Chapter 684 Wu Guan is dead. Wu Guan immediately felt a sense of crisis and stared at the swarm of rats that were overwhelming the shadow bone-eating insects. What's the matter? It is true that the shadow bone gnawer is one of the 10 most poisonous insects, but it is far from grown up. How could it give him such a feeling? Wrong. The deadly poisonous rat is actually trembling? Looking at the group of rats that were trembling and afraid to move, Wu Guan was shocked. He has spent decades refining this poisonous rat, expending countless energy and resources, and growing it countless times. Even if he cannot defeat the shadow bone-gnawing worm, he will never be frightened. Did this kid do something? Before he could react, the screams of the rats were heard again. Looking again, it was found that the rat colony was losing strength from the inside out. The rat colony that had just piled up into a mountain was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the red light in the rat group became brighter and brighter. Damn it! This kid must have done something. Wu Guan was heartbroken and quickly tried to control the rats, trying to bring them back. This is the result of his many years of hard work. If it were to be lost, it would be more painful than killing him. But he soon discovered something was wrong. The rat swarm was out of control. Fuck! Wu Guan screamed in shock, his inner anxiety magnified to the extreme. He couldn't believe it. You know, there are only two possibilities that can make an insect master lose control of the poisonous insects he has refined. 1. The opponent's insect controlling strength is much greater than his, and he has taken control. 2. The poisonous insects sensed a fatal threat and were frightened into submission. Yi Tian's insect controlling ability could never be stronger than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the shadow bone gnawer just now. Then it can only be the second possibility, but that's fucking impossible. The shadow bone-eating worm had been starving for 3 days and 9 meals in Wu Shou's hands, and it hadn't grown at all. Even if Yi Tian's was powerful, it was impossible for him to let the shadow bone-eating worm grow to this extent. Wu Guan couldn't figure it out. During this gap, most of the rats had been killed or injured. The remaining rats seemed to be frightened and had completely given up hope of survival. They trembled in place waiting to be eaten. As the mountain of rats collapsed, a red light suddenly appeared, and everyone could see what was going on. There were actually circles of blood-red lines on the dark shell of the shadow boneworm, which was very strange. It is the red light emitted by these lines that is so enchanting in the dark night. This what's going on? How did the shadow bone gnawer become like this? No, how could the mountain master control the shadow bone eating worm to eat the 1009th death poison rat? Look at your useless looks. This must be the mountain master controlling the shadow bone eating worm. He wants to use the 1000 June death poison rat to make it evolve and grow, so as to severely torture Yi Tiance. Yes, that must be the case. This time the kid named Yi is dead. Hearing these words, Wu Guan was extremely angry. Damn, what a bunch of idiots. Even if he wanted the shadow bone gnawer to grow, he wouldn't feed it with the 1000 death poison rat that he had cultivated for many years. Moreover, this deadly poison rat was not under his control at all. He had no idea what was going on. Wu Guan's eyelids were twitching because the shadow bone eating worm posed a great threat to him. Old Biden, is this the rat poison you made? It doesn't look very good. Yi Tiance's nonchalant tone made Wu Guan feel greatly insulted, and he suppressed his anger. Boy, if you think this is all I have, you are totally wrong. What? You think you've won just by killing off most of my rats? To tell you the truth, this shadow bone eating worm will devour its master. I can't control it. Do you think you can still control it? The next thing they'll eat is you. These words left everyone in Wookishan confused. What's going on? Didn't the mountain master just control the poisonous insects to eat his poisonous rats? Hasn't the mountain master already controlled the poisonous insects? Zhuge Ruizhi was the first to react and realized that Yi Tiance deliberately let the witch coffin control the shadow bone eating worm. Brother Yi is awesome. What the hell is Wuchi Mountain? It's just a piece of rubbish. How dare you compare with my brother Yi? As the witch coffin lost its consciousness, the pressure exerted on everyone also faded. Yi Tiance looked at the witch coffin coldly, his face full of impatience. I've already given you a chance, but you seem to be useless, even worse than that waste from Yuanyang Valley. However, I still have to thank your poisonous rats for giving them a good meal and helping them grow again. But this is the worst meal they've had since following me. What? Everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked at the shadow bone eating worm that was madly devouring the poisonous rat. Yi Tiance was not bragging. Ever since the poisonous insect followed him, it has been eating yellow-level monsters, which are far inferior to these poisonous rats. Aren't poisonous rats the worst? Apart from anything else, in the underground palace of Lingyuan Cave, those netherworld soul-devouring rats are much more nutritious than his poisonous rats. Yi Tiance snapped his fingers lightly, and the shadowy bone-eating insects stopped one after another in the blink of an eye. They changed their target and headed towards the witch coffin. They were so fast that they reached it in 2 breaths. Wu Guan felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and quickly changed his hand seals, wanting to use the poisonous rat to block the shadow bone-eating worm. But the poisonous rat had already been frightened silly and was totally out of control, still shaking in the same place, which made Wu Guan very angry. Oh shit! After so many years of training, you are useless when the critical moment comes? In that case, he can only resort to other means. He just didn't believe that this guy was really that awesome. The witch chanted a spell in the coffin, and in a breath, the sound of crickets could be heard all around. Looking closely, I found that countless poisonous insects had arrived at the venue without me noticing. In the darkness, it was so dense that it was quite oppressive. Boy, I don't know how you controlled this poisonous insect, but it's impossible for you to control the insect and fight me at the same time. I want to see how you deal with this. Die. Wu Guan's figure flashed at an extremely fast speed, and he clenched his fist at his waist, and his fist turned purple. These are the toxins that he has accumulated through raising poisonous insects in his body over the years. Now he can use them. There are hundreds of kinds of poisons. How can human power resist them? The witch coffin quickly came to Yi Tiance and punched him. Yi Tiance also moved, but he just threw a light punch. The 2 fists collided, instantly creating a heat wave that swept up everything around them, forming a small tornado that wrapped up the 2 of them. That guy surnamed Ji is definitely dead now. The Mountain Master's punch contained a deadly poison. There is no way that guy could block it. But if I can get lucky once, can I get lucky twice? The Mountain Master is awesome. We must kill this Yi guy. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew out from the tornado. Everyone in Wuchi Mountain was about to laugh and celebrate when they discovered something was wrong. What the hell? Why is it flying in their direction? Wait, the person flying over here seems to be the Mountain Master? Boom! The witch coffin fell heavily to the ground, and blood spurted out of his mouth. At the same time, Yi Tian slowly walked out of the tornado with a cold expression. You. Puff. Wu Guan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his death. His old face gradually turned purple. Chapter 685 Wuchi Mountain was destroyed. Looking at the corpse in the witch coffin, Yi Tian said calmly. He was quite pretentious when he came out, but unfortunately, he is also a waste. He thought the witch coffin's appearance would be very impressive and could bring him some surprises, but he didn't expect it to just summon some poisonous rats. If he hadn't been thinking about feeding the shadow bone gnawer some more food, he would have destroyed the witch coffin in an instant. Zhuge Ruizhi was stunned for a moment, then ran to Yi Tian with a big laugh. Brother Yi, you're so handsome. I said that this old Biden is not as good as you. What's the point of showing off? Won't he still get beaten up? The elder of Lingyu Pavilion was shocked and subconsciously looked at Yi Tian. What exactly is this kid's strength? He actually killed the witch coffin with just one punch? Could it be that the battle with Ao Hongtian just now really didn't consume any of his spiritual energy? As for the people in Wuchi Mountain, they lost their backbone and were suddenly at a loss. They couldn't believe that their mountain master died just like that, just like Ao Hongtian, killed by one punch. Do not. It was even more humiliating than Ao Hongtian, because all the poisonous rats that had been cultivated in the witch coffin for many years were defeated by Yi Tian. How is this possible? The Mountain Master was beaten to death by that kid? The Mountain Master's punch contained an endless amount of poison. How could that kid be okay? Don't be afraid. Although this guy can still stand, he is definitely at the end of his strength. In fact, he has been poisoned by the Mountain Master. As long as everyone attacks together, we can definitely kill this guy. Yes. Go ahead and avenge the Mountain Master and the elders. Everyone in Wuchi Mountain was filled with hatred and wanted to eat Yi Tian alive. The fourth elder, who had remained silent, was also frightened by Yi Tian's strength. I thought Wu Guan had a sure win, but now it seems that he is lost to Yi Tian in both insect control and martial arts. Where did this Yi Tian come from? He was very clear-headed. Even the Mountain Master was not his opponent, so naturally he was not either. No. He couldn't die here, he had to go back quickly. This matter is of great importance, and we must tell those old guys behind the scenes. So, at the moment when everyone from Wuchi Mountain rushed forward, the fourth elder hid in the darkness and quickly disappeared. Facing the crowd rushing over, Yi Tian frowned slightly and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the countless poisonous insects that had just been summoned by the witch coffin were slowly floating in the air. The next second, these poisonous insects flew out like sharp swords, and pierced into the chests of everyone in Wukishan. Puff! Everyone in Wuchi Mountain vomited blood and watched in disbelief as the poisonous insects stabbed into their chests like sharp swords. They died with their eyes open. Within a few breaths, all the people in Wuchi Mountain turned into corpses, lying quietly on the ground, with blood flowing like a river. This move once again shocked the elders of Lingyu Pavilion. This kid's every move is really shocking. If it is insect control, and the use of spiritual power to control so many poisonous insects at the same time, and kill the opponent in this way, then how powerful must the insect control method and the use of spiritual power be? Of course, if he didn't have the ability to control insects and relied entirely on spiritual power, then this kid would be totally amazing. Gulong. Zhuge Ruizhi was frightened by this scene, and then clapped his hands in joy. Fuck, Brother Yi, you can do this? You are too awesome, right? During the meeting, there was a deafening roar of swords, and countless sharp swords rose into the sky and formed a sword formation. Now facing the siege, rush over and kill all the enemies in seconds. Brother Yi, you are my god. The corner of Lingyu Pavilion elder's mouth twitched. The second young master of Zhuge family was so good at licking. But for Zhuge Ruizhi, this is nothing, because Yi Tiance is just awesome. When the witch coffin appeared, it was quite impressive, right? His status and position were impressive, right? But in front of Yi Tiance, he is just an ant and can be killed with ease. Moreover, Wu Yishan was killed using the method that Wu Yishan was best at. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe it if you told others about it. Yi Tiance glanced at the conference hall littered with corpses, not caring at all. Who made these people so blind? At this time, Zhao Rong arrived in a hurry. Mr. Yi, may I ask where Linger is? Shouldn't she be with you? Zhao Rong looked worried and anxious. Yi Tiance looked a little ugly. I'm sorry I couldn't protect her. Hear the words. Zhao Rong shuddered all over, unable to believe his ears. Afterwards, Yi Tiance also recounted what happened after entering Lingyuan Cave, especially the matter of Lord Wu and the shadow cult. As for his gains and the trial of Master Mo Yuan, he avoided all mention of them. After all, it's top secret. Damn it! Zhao Rong was furious. Mr. Yi, which direction did that group of people go? I must rescue Linger. He was well aware of Yi Linger's uniqueness and importance, otherwise, he would not want to risk exposing his identity and bring Yi Linger here to look for the Lingyuan fruit. Seeing Zhao Rong like this, Yi Tiance shook his head. You can't save him. Shut up. Are you going to stop saving her if you can't save her? Do you know Linger? Zhao Rong suddenly came to his senses and quickly shut up. His anger also dissipated a little and he couldn't help but lower his head. The atmosphere is quite depressing. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, it was Zhao who lost his composure. He knew very well that even Yi Tiance failed to protect Yi Linger, so it was impossible for him to rescue her by himself. But Yi Linger is too special and nothing can happen to her. Yi Tiance saw Zhao Rong's worry and said softly. I know Linger has a special identity, but don't worry, she will be fine in the short term. The shadow cult's conspiracy has not yet succeeded, so they will naturally not attack Linger. We still have a chance to rescue her. Master Mo Yuan had told him this before. The shadow cult needs Yi Linger as the body container of its leader, so they will not attack Yi Linger for the time being, and will even serve Yi Linger better. Zhao Rong saluted Yi Tiance with his fists clasped. Mr. Yi, please lend a helping hand again and help us find Linger. Before that, I will go back to the sect and discuss countermeasures with the elders. After confirming the plan, I will contact you, Mr. Yi. What do you think? At this point, the only person he could ask for help was Yi Tiance. Judging from the strength in all aspects displayed by Yi Tiance, he is even more powerful than the elders in their sect, and he has a hunch that Yi Tiance has not yet shown his full strength. Zhao Rong looked at Yi Tiance expectantly, fearing that Yi Tiance would refuse. Yi Tiance naturally nodded in agreement. Okay, then you can find me at Villa number 1, Zijin Tiangong, Jiangnan City. Yi Linger gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy, and she was like his own sister. He would never let the people from the shadow cult harm Yi Linger. Zhao Rong nodded and left quickly. The onlookers Yi Tiance dispersed one after another. They could not hide their shock in their hearts. Everyone knew that from tonight, the Xian realm of Tiannan province was really going to change. The elder of Lingyu Pavilion also took the opportunity to take Yushi away. For some reason, she always felt that something was wrong between Saint Yushi and Yi Tiance. She wants to find out. Chapter 686. Su Zishi is in trouble again. Brother Yi, what should we do next? Zhuge Ruizhi looked at Yi Tiance and asked. Now that Wuqi Mountain and Yuanyang Valley have been wiped out and the Xianmen Conference has ended, there seems to be no point in staying on Hujia Mountain. Yi Tiance looked around and found that the people who were watching the show had already fled in fear. Since no one dares to cause trouble again, it's time to go back. Brother Yi, it seems that Saint Yushi and the others have also left. Brother Yi, can you tell me what happened between you two and Lingyuan Cave? Zhuge Ruizhi chuckled. He is not stupid. From the moment the two of them came out together, it can be seen that Saint Yushi trusts Yi Tiance very much. Who would believe him if he said nothing had happened, with that calm and trusting look? Yi Tiance glanced at Juga Rueji, who smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to ask any more questions. But this action also gave him the answer in his heart. Steady. Then Saint Yushi must have been taken down by Brother Yi, otherwise why would Brother Yi have this reaction? Yi Tiance did not continue to stay in Hujiao Mountain and chose to return to Jiangnan City overnight. Juga Rueji had already decided to follow Yi Tiance, so he naturally followed. Of course, all the rewards won in this Xianmen conference competition will also be brought back. This Xianmen conference also ended here. No one expected that such a thing would happen, and no one expected that the shadow church that had disappeared for many years would reappear in the world. Of course, very few people currently know about the shadow cult. Most of the people attending the conference had a strong premonition that after tonight, there would be major changes in the power structure of the Xian realm in Tiannan province. However, it has long been rumored that old-fashioned Xianmen forces such as Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain are supported by hidden ancient forces. I wonder if this incident will cause any waves. Wuqi Mountain. The fourth elder Wu Hu was still terrified after returning. His mind was filled with the image of Yi Tiance controlling thousands of poisonous insects. Thinking of how all his disciples in Wuqi Mountain had died at the hands of the poisonous insects controlled by them, he was filled with rage and hatred. That damn Yi Tiance was so powerful that he almost destroyed the foundation of their Wuqi Mountain. At the same time, the fifth elder Wu Qian, dressed in a gray robe, walked up the steps and slowly came to the hall. Seeing that only Wu Hu had arrived, he couldn't help but frown at his frightened look. Fourth brother, why are you the only one back? The mountain master and other disciples are all dead, and Ling Feng's whereabouts are unknown. What? Are you telling the truth? How is this possible? The mountain master has reached the state of great perfection in physical training, and his skills are even more superb. How could he lose? Of course he knew about the fact that Wukishan and Yuanyang Valley had joined forces to attack Yi Tiance. The message that Taoist Gongsun sent at that time. Isn't it said that Yi Tiance is a loser who likes to resort to tricks? I thought that this time, we would be able to win the victory and make Yuanyang Valley famous again. Result? Fourth brother, are you sure that the mountain master and the others have been harmed? Is Yi Tiance that good at fighting? Didn't Taoist Gongsun say? That's fucking Koan. That idiot spread false information and killed everyone. Yuanyang Valley was wiped out, and Ao Hongtian and his son died tragically. My eldest brother was killed by that villain, the shadow bone-eating worm was taken away, the mountain master was beaten to death with one punch, and all the disciples of Wuqi Mountain were killed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Wu Hu's face looked grim. He was still frightened when he recalled the incident and his body couldn't stop shaking. That guy was the first ruthless person he had seen in all these years. Wu Qian was stunned for a moment, and had to believe this fact. His face looked grim and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Luckily, I escaped when the disciples attacked me, otherwise I would have died there. I can't swallow this humiliation. I must find a way to avenge the mountain master and others. There was a cold light in Wu Hu's eyes and he gritted his teeth. Wu Qian put his hand on Wu Hu's shoulder, his eyes firm. It's okay to seek revenge, it's time to ask them to come out. If they take action, that kid will definitely die. Wu Hu was a little surprised. You mean to look for them? This. Fourth brother, at this point, Wuyi Mountain has suffered heavy losses. If we don't find them, then Wuyi Mountain will be finished. Wu Hu was silent for a moment, then stood up suddenly. Alright. This time, we must make sure that kid dies without a burial place. Let's set off now. The elders of Lingyu Pavilion were very surprised that Saint Yushi's strength had improved by 3 small realms. They didn't expect that there was such a great opportunity in Lingyuan Cave. After all, it has never happened in the history of Lingyu Pavilion that such a young saint could reach the state of great perfection of body refining in one breath. But I always feel something is weird. Yushi, what happened between you and that boy in Lingyuan Cave? Saint Yushi blushed suddenly, and when she recalled how she was willing to help Yi Tiance release his young energy, she felt ashamed, but it was fleeting. Nothing happened, I just met senior sister Shinruoshue. What? Shinruoshue? She's still alive? The elder stood up in shock, finding it unbelievable. 10 years ago, Shinruoshue entered Lingyuan Cave and never came back. Everyone thought she was dead, but now she is still in Lingyuan Cave? Then why don't you come out with us? Saint Yushi noticed the elder's thoughts and told him word for word about how she met Shinruoshue. After listening to her, the elder's face turned ugly and full of regret. Okay, you have a good rest. I will also report what happened here to the pavilion master and ask her to make the decision. I was distracted by Shinruoshue's matter. The elder did not ask any more questions about Saint Yushi and Yi Tiance. After the elder left, Saint Yushi planned to regulate her breathing, but her mind was full of Yi Tiance's figure. No. This saint must not think about him. At that time, I just wanted to repay his kindness. I will never have any contact with that kind of scoundrel again. Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi had already gone down the mountain and were planning to drive away. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! Wait! Please wait a little longer. A sudden shout from behind made the two turn around. Is it her? Brother Yi, why did this old woman come to us? Could it be that the eldest daughter of the Su family changed her mind and agreed to live together with you, Brother Yi? Zhuge Ruizhi chuckled and was about to say something to congratulate her when the old woman surnamed Zhao came up to him. Thump! The old woman surnamed Zhao knelt down in front of Yi Tiance, leaving the two of them confused. No, what's going on? Zhuge Ruizhi was puzzled, and Yi Tiance vaguely guessed something. What happened to your lady? The reason why the old woman surnamed Zhao could kneel down to him was naturally that Su Zishi was in trouble. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of a second reason. Fuck! Could it be that your young lady has fallen ill and is now begging me, Brother Yi, to help her heal her? The old woman surnamed Zhao was very anxious. No, the lady, she was kidnapped. Chapter 687, Taoist Gongsun behind the scenes. After Mr. Yi killed Ao Hontian, the young lady felt unwell and wanted to go back to her room to rest. When I returned, the young lady was gone. She only left a note. Please read it, Mr. Yi. The old woman surnamed Lu took out a note and handed it to Yi Tiance. Boy, if you want to save her, come find me at the top of the mountain. The note was not signed, so no one knew who kidnapped Su Zishi. Brother Yi, it's obvious that they're targeting you. They knew that young lady was your fiancé, so they kidnapped her and threatened you. Zhuge Ruizhi saw the problem at a glance. The other party didn't dare to cause trouble for Yi Tiance directly, so he used such despicable means. The old woman surnamed Lu looked at Yi Tiance expectantly. She believed that since Su Zishi was his fiancé, Yi Tiance had no reason not to save her. However, with your ability, it's enough to save her. Why bring me along? Yi Tiance threw the note away without changing his expression. He didn't have much affection for Su Zishi, a woman like her, who was similar to Xiao Qingcheng, arrogant and ungrateful. What good feelings can there be? The old woman surnamed Lu was stunned seeing Yi Tiance was about to get in the car and leave. She quickly stood up to stop him. Mr. Yi, I beg you, please help save my young lady. Although my lady has offended me, she is still your fiancé after all, right? If you save my young lady this time, I will persuade her to admit her mistake and apologize to you. Mr. Yi, please help me, Mr. Yi. Thump! The old woman surnamed Lu knelt down in front of Yi Tiance again, with a sad face, looking particularly pitiful. But this did not impress Yi Tiance, and he remained indifferent. Zhuge Ruizhi coughed twice. Brother Yi, why don't you go and take a look? The eldest daughter of the Su family is your fiancé after all. If you don't save her, you won't be able to explain if something happens to her. And the other party is obviously coming for you. If you don't care this time, there will definitely be a next time. What if the target next time is Han Ruoyun's sister-in-law and the others? Don't we have to deal with it? Yi Tiance frowned. You know what Zhuge Ruizhi said makes a lot of sense. He could ignore Su Zishi, but if the other party followed him to Jiangnan City and attacked Han Ruoyun and others while he was away, that would be troublesome. What's more, he also wanted to see who dared to offend him at this time. Walk. Yi Tiance didn't waste any time and took the two of them up the mountain again. The old woman surnamed Lu was very excited. Today's Hujiao Mountain. The bustle of the past is long gone, leaving only the lingering smell of blood. The darkness seemed to have completely enveloped the entire mountain. Mountain top. Top. Su Zishi woke up slowly, and the low temperature around her made her shiver uncontrollably. Looking around, I saw an old man in a Taoist robe gesturing something on the grass, and there were 4 red flags around him. Who is this person and why did he kidnap her? Su Zishi wanted to take the opportunity to sneak away, but her hands and feet were tied tightly and she couldn't move at all. As soon as he stood up, he made a noise. Taoist Gongsun looked over after hearing the noise, and saw that Su Zishi was trying to escape. His eyes turned red, and he ran over with a ferocious face and grabbed Su Zishi's neck. Want to run? No way. If you have any sense, just stay here quietly. Wait until I kill Yi Tiance, then I'll give you a good beating. Yi Tiance? So he wanted to use her to plot against Yi Tiance? Su Zishi could only struggle continuously because her mouth was blocked. Taoist Gongsun slapped her in the face and threatened her viciously. If you move again, I will kill you first and then Yi Tiance. Seeing Taoist Gongsun's ferocious look, Su Zishi didn't dare to move. Because she could tell from Taoist Gongsun's eyes that he was not threatening her, but was really going to kill her. No matter how strong and confident she was on a daily basis, she felt fear and terror when faced with life and death threats. But what does looking for Yi Tiance have to do with her? Although she is Yi Tiance's fiancée, she has already proposed to cancel the engagement, and she and Yi Tiance have always been at odds. Will that man really come to save her? Thinking of this, Su Zishi felt a little regretful. If he had not targeted Yi Tiance before, would this have happened? Ultimately it's all Yi Tiance's fault. If he wasn't so annoying and had shown his excellence earlier, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings? He is a man, can't he be more generous? Does he have to be so fussy about it with her? But he is really excellent. Wrong. Could such an excellent person target her like this, causing her to lose so much face that she would choose to break off the engagement with her? Do not. She is also very outstanding and she doesn't need that man to save her at all. He has so many women and is not worthy of being with her. Su Zishi gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. The worst that could happen was death. What was the big deal? At this time, Taoist Gongsun was already prepared. He looked at his perfect formation and laughed wildly. Mr. Yi, you dare to wipe out my entire Yuanyang Valley family this time. I want you and my entire family to be buried with me. The moment Ao Hongtian appeared, he thought he had one, but he didn't expect Yi Tiance to kill the Valley Master with just one punch. He never dreamed that Yuanyang Valley would be wiped out one day. Fortunately, he escaped in time and saved his life. But he couldn't escape back to Yuanyang Valley. Many people in Yuanyang Valley died at the hands of Yi Tiance. Although there were still people in Yuanyang Valley, he would not be able to escape death if he went back. If we can kill Yi Tiance on this Tiger Dragon Mountain, it will be a great achievement. Today he specially observed the stars, and it was a rare disaster star day. The so-called disaster star day was when 5 stars were connected. Activating the formation within a specific time can double the power of the formation, so he set up the formation here to lure you into a trap. Of course, many of the treasures used to activate the formation were taken from the corpses of the disciples of Yuanyang Valley. Otherwise, it would be impossible with the few pieces of junk he had on him. It's almost time. Why hasn't that kid come yet? Taoist Gongsun started to get anxious after looking at the time. He had made such a big move just to wait for Yi Tiance to come up. But the time is almost up. Yi Tiance hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and the relationship between them is not as good as he imagined? No. Now that things have come to this, that kid must come. Taoist Gongsun came over angrily again, grabbed Su Zishi's face and pulled out the cotton cloth stuffed in his mouth. Bah! How dare you kidnap me? When I get back, I will kill you, you idiot. Su Zishi was so angry when she thought about what Yi Tiance had done. Now he had just left her here without any care. She was full of resentment at the moment. Snapped. Taoist Gongsun slapped her mercilessly and was furious. You bitch, you are really courting death. I am telling you, you are the meat and I am the butcher, so just behave yourself. Call that kid Yi Tiance and tell him to get up here, otherwise, I will kill you today. Don't worry, I will make you my woman before I die. Taoist Gongsun had a lewd smile on his face. After all, the girl in front of him was the eldest daughter of the Su family. It was quite nice to be able to spend a night of happiness with her. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Then enjoy yourself first. When you are done, you can die together with your fellow Taoists. Chapter 688 Crazy Taoist Gongsun. Who? Taoist Gongsun was shocked. He was totally unaware of the movement behind him and turned around abruptly. Yi Tiance and the other two were standing behind, and their cold eyes made Taoist Gongsun feel an inexplicable fear. But he was not afraid. Instead, he felt happy and laughed out loud to the sky. Ha ha ha. Boy, I thought you wouldn't come, but I didn't expect this woman to be so useful. It's worth my preparation. I admit that you are very powerful, but now I have the advantage of time, place, and people. Even if you have wings today, you can't escape. Yi Tiance? Su Zishi was stunned and couldn't believe that the person coming was Yi Tiance. When she saw it clearly, she felt mixed emotions and was very happy, but it was fleeting. What did he just say? Let this dead bull nose be happy first? What? Do I have to watch her being humiliated before saving her? As expected, this damn scumbag will always be a scumbag. I still have hope for him? Ha, I was so self-indulgent after this incident. I must stay away from this damn scumbag. I can escape on my own, so who needs you to save me? Don't be so self-righteous. Do you think I will remember your kindness if you save me? People like you are not worthy of my attention at all. Su Zishi was so angry that he was not merciful in his words. The old woman surnamed Lu's face immediately turned ugly. Miss, please stop talking. I had a hard time getting Mr. Yi here. Who asked you to beg him? What's the point of begging him? Even if I die, I don't need him to save me. The more Su Zishi thought about it, the angrier he became. In that case, you'll be on your own. Yi Tiance also didn't want to have too much involvement with Su Zishi now that things had come to this. If he still went to save people with a shameless attitude, he would be no different from an idiot. Seeing that Yi Tiance was about to turn around and leave, Taoist Gongsun became anxious and turned around and slapped Su Zishi in the face. Shut up! You have no right to speak here. Yi Tiance! Stop right there! You can't leave today unless I tell you to. He had finally used her to lure Yi Tiance up, but this woman almost ruined his plan. Su Zishi felt very aggrieved. She clearly just wanted some face, so why didn't Yi Tiance give it to her? Do you really hate her so much that you would just leave like that? She had long acknowledged Yi Tiance's excellence, but she just couldn't accept that Yi Tiance kept suppressing her. This stinky man won't give in to her at all. Why should she give in to him? The old woman surnamed Lu also panicked and knelt down to Yi Tiance again. Mr. Yi, my young lady didn't mean what she said. She just wanted to save face and had no other intentions. Please don't mind it, Mr. Yi, and help my young lady. Yi Tiance glanced at the old woman surnamed Lu and slowly turned around. Seeing him stop, Taoist Gongsun was overjoyed. Mr. Yi, you killed my entire family in Yuanyang Valley today. I will make you pay with blood. As he spoke, Taoist Gongsun rushed forward and punched Yi Tiance. Fuck! This guy didn't bring his brain with him? He wants to fight Brother Yi head-on? Zhuge Ruizhi couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't understand where such a small character got the confidence from. Yi Tiance frowned slightly, having already seen through Taoist Gongsun's thoughts. Really? When he was 2 meters away from him, Taoist Gongsun suddenly stopped and retreated 1 meter. Taoist Gongsun was about to laugh triumphantly when he found that Yi Tiance was standing there without moving, and he was stunned. Did this kid see through his intentions? Shouldn't I rush up and fight him at this time? He took the opportunity to retreat, and Yi Tiance could catch up with him and enter his formation, thus being strangled by it. Thinking of this, Taoist Gongsun looked unhappy, because this was not going according to his script at all. No! We have to think of another way to lure this kid into the formation, otherwise the formation will not be effective. Taoist Gonsun immediately ran over, dragged Su Zishi over, threw him into the formation, and snorted coldly. Boy, if you want to save your woman, come here if you can. Otherwise, I will kill him. Seeing this, Zhuge Ruizhi couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy really did not bring his brain with him. If he still cannot understand such an obvious intention, then it would be a shame for his actions. Brother Yi, let's not go over there, let's just waste time with him and see what he can do. What the hell? How did this kid from the Zhuge family figure it out? Is my formation so sloppy? Taoist Gonsun's eyes lit up. Got it. Hiss. Taoist Gonsun tore off Su Zishi's clothes. Well. Su Zishi wanted to scream but her mouth was blocked, so she could only make whimpering sounds and struggled continuously. Her flawless snow-white shoulders were exposed, and the sky-blue lace edge could be vaguely seen. Boy, if you don't come over, I will fuck this girl in front of all of you. Taoist Gonsun had a ferocious look on his face. The old woman surnamed Lu became anxious and wanted to ask Yi Tiance for help again. But she also knew there was a trap and didn't know how to start. Are you threatening me? Yi Tiance suddenly spoke, causing everyone to look at him. That's right. I am threatening you, kid, you'd better be sensible, otherwise, I will have to take care of this girl. Oh, then please do as you please. After you have your fun, you will die just the same. What did he say? Su Zishi looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief. She didn't expect him to say such a thing. Just now she thought that he just wanted to stop this bullshit and was deliberately provoking him, but now it seems that Yi Tiance is serious. Su Zishi was so angry that she started to struggle. The dirty words were on the tip of her tongue but were blocked by the rag. In the end, he could only accept his fate and sit there, eyes full of resentment. Mr. Yi, just wait for me. When I escape, I will make sure you are in trouble. Taoist Gonsun obviously did not expect Yi Tiance to react like this. You. Mr. Yi, please stop making trouble and save my young lady. The old woman surnamed Lu's eyelids were twitching and she was extremely anxious. She was really afraid of what Taoist Gonsun would do to Su Zishi, so she didn't dare to gamble. Kid, you are afraid of me and don't dare to come over, right? I didn't expect that you would be afraid sometimes. In that case, you should kneel down and commit suicide to apologize for your crime as a sacrifice to the entire Yuanyang Valley. I will leave your body intact. Next second. Yi Tiance suddenly appeared in front of Taoist Gonsun. A big hand grabbed his neck, and endless coldness emanated from his body. You want me to commit suicide to apologize? Are you worthy enough? Yuanyang Valley is worthy too? You old fool, since you want to avenge them so much, then just go with them. Fuck! Taoist Gonsun exclaimed, then laughed out loud while trying to hold back the pain. Okay. I thought you wouldn't come, but since you've fallen into my trap, I'll help you. Rise. Taoist Gonsun put the index and middle fingers of his right hand together, chanted a spell, and began to activate the formation. Boy, you're dead now. The 4 red flags made a buzzing sound and suddenly emitted red light, forming a barrier that enveloped the 3 people. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance remained silent and said calmly, Old bastard, why do you think that this kind of rubbish formation can kill me? Chapter 689, Su Zishi takes the initiative? What? Taoist Gonsun was shocked. Yi Tiance waved his left hand, and the red barrier that had just formed shattered in the blink of an eye. The 4 red flags standing around also broke. Taoist Gonsun widened his eyes. No. Impossible. This is our Yuanyang Valley's cursed flag, how could it be broken like this? It must be her, it must be this stinky woman who did something. The curse flag is a magical weapon that he obtained after many years of refining in Yuanyang Valley, and it has always been with the Valley Master. Naturally, he couldn't touch this magic weapon at his level, but Ao Hongtian's death gave him the opportunity to take it into his possession and use it to deal with Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance broke the magic weapon with just a wave of his hand. How is this possible? You Yuanyang Valley are really a bunch of garbage, not only the people, but also the magic weapons. The moment Yi Tian saw him, he knew there was an ambush here. He was somewhat expecting it, but he didn't expect it to be so rubbish. What cursed flag? He just mobilized his spiritual power to destroy the flagpole and destroyed the formation. How can he still brag about it? Brother Yi is awesome. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. Yuanyang Valley has been destroyed, but he didn't run away quickly and dared to die. Yi Tians, you don't think you've won? The people behind us in Yuanyang Valley will help us get revenge. Taoist Gonsun squeezed out a few words with great difficulty. Yi Tians used a little force and broke his neck, causing him to die with his eyes open. Throwing the corpse aside, Yi Tians looked at Su Zishi lying on the ground, frowned, and took the rag out of her mouth. Get lost. Don't touch me. I don't need your help. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to save me? Yi Tians was so angry that he even wanted to stuff the rag back into Su Zishi's mouth. The old woman surnamed Lu hurriedly stepped forward to stand in front of Su Zishi and thank Yi Tians. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Why are you thanking him? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been caught here, and I would have almost been humiliated. Yi Tians, I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from me. I don't want to be with a dirty, low-class man like you. These words frightened the old woman surnamed Lu, and she quickly turned around and covered Su Zishi's mouth. My lady, please say less. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, you would probably. Alas, why is this young lady unwilling to admit Mr. Yi's excellence and bow her head? Mr. Yi is so powerful, but she insists on going against him and gets slapped in the face time and time again. Doesn't she understand that Mr. Yi is her benefactor? Su Zishi was still unconvinced and glared at Yi Tians fiercely. Suddenly, she felt a chill running up her body, making her feel very uncomfortable, but the feeling was fleeting. Zhuge Ruizhi also came to Yi Tians. Brother Yi, you are too powerful. The entire Yuanyang Valley is in your hands. When will I be able to be so awesome? But Brother Yi, I heard that there are hidden ancient forces behind these Shinmen forces in Yuanyang Valley, and they might come to cause trouble for you. But it's definitely not a problem for Brother Yi. Brother Yi just made arrangements in advance to prevent them from attacking Han Ruoyun's sister-in-law and the others. Yi Tians was not quite clear about this. After all, in his eyes, forces like Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain were not up to par at all and were not worthy of his attention, so naturally he did not understand their composition. What Zhuge Ruizhi said was right. If they were targeting him, he would not panic at all. After all, no matter how many people came, they were just ants. But if Han Ruoyun and others are involved, it will be a different story. Miss, what's wrong with you, miss? Miss, please don't scare me. The old woman surnamed Lu suddenly shouted, and the two turned their heads to look. Su Zishi trembled uncontrollably and curled up in the arms of the old woman named Lu. A layer of frost actually condensed on the skin. There was even a layer of ice crystals on his eyebrows, and his entire body was covered in frost. Cold, so cold. Su Zishi was so cold that she was blurry-minded and muttered softly. The old woman surnamed Lu was also affected because she was holding Su Zishi, and her hands were covered by the ice crystals. Mr. Yi, please take a look at what happened to my young lady. Why did she suddenly become like this? I've said before that her extremely lean body has flared up. If she's not treated, she won't survive more than 3 days. Now the 3 days are up, and she can't be saved. Yi Tians didn't feel sorry, he had given advice long ago. It was Su Zishi himself who did not listen to advice and refused treatment. He deserves to suffer like this now. The old woman surnamed Lu was shocked and couldn't believe it. But the facts were before her, and she clearly felt the chill in Su Zishi's body. If this continues, Su Zishi's internal organs will be frozen and he will die. The old woman surnamed Lu knelt down in front of Yi Tians again, very anxious. Mr. Yi, I beg you to save my young lady. As she said this, the old woman surnamed Lu was about to kowtow to Yi Tians, but was held back by an invisible force. I have already told you about the cure, but your young lady doesn't want to. If it was 2 days ago, there were other ways to alleviate the situation, but now it's no longer possible. We can only use the method I mentioned. This. The old woman surnamed Lu hesitated and looked at Su Zishi, who was trembling on the ground. Then he suddenly looked at Yi Tiance with determination and made a decision. Mr. Yi, please help save my young lady. My young lady is your fiancée. It's only a matter of time before you meet her. Please, Mr. Yi, put aside the past grudges and save my young lady. If she is saved, she will naturally be grateful to Mr. Yi. I will also persuade my young lady to apologize to you, Mr. Yi. There is no time to lose, Mr. Yi, please save my young lady. Zhuge Ruizhi saw that Yi Tiance wanted to refuse, and quickly spoke. Brother Yi, I think what she said makes sense after all. She is your fiancée. It's not appropriate to be so heartless. Besides, you won't suffer any loss. Mr. Yi, time waits for no one, please save my young lady. Yi Tiance frowned and thought again of the request in the letter left by his master. All 9 fiancés must be accepted. Is all this God's will? That being the case. Nothing more. He just bent down and picked up Su Zishi. Go back first. Yi Tiance took the lead, running at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind an afterimage before disappearing. Zhuge Ruizhi and the old woman surnamed Lu followed closely behind. The latter was very excited because Yi Tiance's action indicated his agreement. She knew very well how powerful Yi Tiance was. Being able to have such a powerful person, Su Zishi would surely rise to a high position in the future. Your status in the Su family will definitely rise. They quickly returned to the inn, and Yi Tiance carried Su Zishi into the room. Mr. Yi, I'll leave my young lady to you. The old woman surnamed Lu glanced at Su Zishi, wisely closed the door, and retreated to the yard. Inside the house. Just as Yi Tiance put Su Zishi down, Su Zishi suddenly hugged Yi Tiance. For some reason, she felt very comfortable when she felt Yi Tiance's body temperature, and the coldness in her body dissipated a lot. Even so, she did not wake up and her consciousness was still blurry. She only felt that Yi Tiance in front of her was a natural volcanic rock that could relieve her pain. Don't go. Su Zishi nestled in Yi Tiance's arms, slowly opened her eyes, and met Yi Tiance's eyes. Do not know why. At this moment, these eyes seemed so deep and charming to her. The next second, Su Zishi took the initiative to kiss Yi Tiance, and a chill invaded Yi Tiance's body, but was immediately eliminated by the heat. However, it also ignited the fire of desire in his body. Overnight, spring was everywhere and artillery fire was everywhere. Chapter 690 Return to Jiangnan City. The sun rises, early in the morning. What? A scream broke the silence. When Yi Tiance opened his eyes, he saw Su Zishi's murderous look. You scoundrel, you actually took advantage of me being unconscious to do this. I'm going to kill you. Who would have thought that she would wake up and find the man she hated the most lying next to her? The dull pain between her legs and a smear of bright red on the bed sheets instantly let her know what had happened. At that moment, her world collapsed. My head was buzzing, I couldn't believe this was happening. Really? He is just a humble man, she was not wrong about him. Asshole. Su Zishi kicked Yi Tiance in the lower body. Yi Tiance immediately moved to the side to avoid the kick that could kill him. It wasn't over yet. As soon as he got out of bed and stood up, Su Zishi kicked him for the second time. Yi Tiance stretched out his hand and pinched Su Zishi's ankle, applying a little force, and the latter screamed in pain. I saved you, but you want to kill me? Do you still have a conscience? Save me? Who asked you to save me? I begged you to save me? Yi Tiance, you villain. You took advantage of my illness and blurred consciousness to do this to me, and you still have the nerve to say this? I have said before, even if I die outside with no one to care about me, or even if I am taken away by a hungry wolf, I don't want you, a lowly man, to care about me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught on the mountain, and I wouldn't have gotten sick. Now you're saying you're saving me? Aren't you just trying to do something shameful to me? The ball that Su Zishi had kept in captivity for more than 20 years was about to burst out, rising and falling, making her so angry. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. He knew that this woman was ungrateful. He took the clothes calmly and said coldly, Miss Sue, your self-righteousness has not changed at all. You were the one who took the initiative last night, you were the one who worked hard, and now you are the one who turned against me. Ha ha. It would be fine if you didn't thank me for helping you completely cure your cold, but you even blamed me for it. It's really disgusting. Boom. Suzushi was struck by lightning again and couldn't believe his ears. Did he just say he was disgusting? What right does he have to say that he is disgusting? Was she wrong? It is Yi Tiance who was acting like a good boy even though he got the advantage, okay? I began to lose my most precious first time. What's more, did she ever ask Yi Tiance to save her from the beginning to the end? Isn't all this just your wishful thinking, Yi Tiance? Alright. Yi Tiance, you were so good, I made you sick, didn't I? Just wait for me. I will definitely teach you a lesson. I will make you pay for your debt with blood, and I will never forgive you. Blood debt to be paid with blood? Sorry, I don't know how to bleed, real blood. What do you mean? Suzushi was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. He gritted his teeth, pushed Yi Tiance away and ran out of the room. Seeing Suzushi running out angrily, the old woman surnamed Lu wanted to stop him without knowing why, but was also pushed away by Suzushi. Go away! Miss, where are you going? No matter how the old woman surnamed Lu shouted, Suzushi did not stop. Just as she was about to catch up, Yi Tiance walked out of the house. She had no choice but to stop, and guessed what was going on, and clasped her hands in greeting to Yi Tiance. Thank you for this. When I catch up with the young lady, I will help you explain and persuade her to come back and apologize. Goodbye. The old woman surnamed Lu did not stop and immediately chased after him. Last night she was afraid that something might go wrong, so she stayed in the yard the whole time. Although she didn't dare to ask too much, she still heard the noises in the house. The two of them got along very well. She was puzzled but also delighted, thinking that Suzushi had given in and her relationship with Yi Tiance would be restored. But unexpectedly, their relationship seemed to have gotten worse. Yi Tiance didn't want Suzushi to come back and apologize. When she was blaming Xiao Qingcheng and being ungrateful, he had completely lost interest in this woman. Don't say love grows over time. The marriage didn't last long, and he felt no love for the woman, only disgust. Of course. To be honest, it feels pretty good to vent the physical stress. At this time, Zhuge Ruizhi also heard the noise and came out of the house. Brother Yi, what is this? Nothing, we should go back. Okay, I've packed my things a long time ago, and I'm just waiting for Brother Yi to finish. Yi, naturally he didn't dare to ask more. But what is certain is that the eldest daughter of the Su family has been firmly won over by Brother Yi. I don't know what that woman is thinking. She is so self-righteous and picky even though she can meet someone as awesome as Brother Yi. The two of them quickly went down the mountain and drove straight to Jiangnan City. As soon as they arrived in Jiangnan, they parted ways. Zhuge Ruizhi wanted to go to Yaowang Valley as soon as possible to find Zhuo Jingjing and use the Ningzong pill he bought to make Zhuo Jingjing happy. I couldn't help but imagine that their relationship would be improved because of this. Yi Tiance, who hadn't been home for a few days, also wanted to see the two people at home. Especially Han Ruoyan's E-Cup strongman, which made him want to compete with him again. After parking the car, opening the door and entering the living room, Yi Tiance thought he would be greeted with noise. But unexpectedly, there was silence. Okay? Is no one home? Could it be that he has been letting himself go during these few days when he was away? I am back. Yi Tiance tried to speak, wanting to see if there was anyone there. But the response he got was still cold silence. Forget it. It was estimated that the two of them had gone out for something, so it was a good opportunity for him to have a good rest. Then I will study the rewards I got in Lingyuan Cave. After all, I brought back a lot of treasures. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Han Ruoyan appeared wearing little bunny slippers, a tight short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt, which perfectly wrapped up her figure. Especially the E-cup breasts that he couldn't let go of, which were clearly visible under the short-sleeved shirt, full of charm. Xiao Cici, you're back? You're finally back. Han Ruoyun hurried down and threw himself into Yi Tian's arms. He looked so aggrieved, which made Yi Tian's feel distressed. What's wrong? Is someone bullying you? Okay. What the hell? Is there really anyone who dares to cause trouble for them? Yi Tian's immediately thought of the forces in Wuqi Mountain, and his face immediately turned cold. Who is it? Han Ruoyun said unhappily. It's not your ex-wife, Xiao Qingcheng, that stupid woman. Xiao Qingcheng? Isn't the Xiao family already unable to take care of themselves now? How come you still have time to cause trouble for Han Ruoyun and others? Moreover, Han Ruoyun and the other two are much more powerful than Xiao Qingcheng. Han Ruoyun must have suffered a loss to feel so wronged. When did Xiao Qingcheng acquire such ability? What happened during the days he was away? I don't know where that woman got the funds to bring the Xiao family back to life. Xiao Qingcheng's goal is very clear. She wants that piece of land. It seems that the Tianlong group has also been restricted. Rong Meiyan has been dealing with this matter at the company these days, and Xiao Pingban hasn't come back yet. I couldn't help much, so I just waited at home for news from my parents who were helping with the investigation. I didn't expect that I would wait for you to come back. Yi Tian's frowned, feeling puzzled. He knew very well how capable Xiao Qingcheng was, so how come things suddenly became so difficult that even Rong Meiyan had to stay in the company on high alert? I'm going to the company to see Meiyan. Han Ruoyun grabbed Yi Tian's, looked at him constantly, and frowned. No. Before you go find her, you have to answer my questions first. What is the problem? Did you have other women outside during the few days you were away? Is Xiao Xiaozi keeping well? What the hell? Why do you ask such a tricky question right at the start? Yi Tian suddenly thought of the wonderful moments he and Saint Yushi had in Lingyuan Cave, as well as the scene of helping Su Zishi cure his illness last night, and suddenly felt guilty and embarrassed. Han Ruoyun asked this, does that mean she knows everything? Chapter 691. The door is over there, I won't see you off. What do you think I am? Yi Tian would naturally not admit to such a thing. Han Ruoyun curled his lips and snorted coldly. Humph, aren't you that kind of person? If you're not that kind of person, then what's going on with Lu Yanji? Xiao Sisi, you can't fool me. Seeing your strong reaction, you must not be a virgin. Tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force on you. Yi Tian wanted to hug Han Ruoyun, but she dodged him. She looked at Yi Tian seriously, as if she was interrogating a criminal. At this moment, Yi Tian was smiling on the surface, but he was actually cursing inside. The feeling of being questioned is like being caught. However, he is the young lord of the fallen city after all, guarding many top criminals and has a very strong psychological quality. So he just turned the tables. If that's what you're saying, you better tell me the truth. During the days I was away, did you feel lonely and did you take care of yourself to feed yourself? The one who is embarrassed now is Han Ruoyun. Her face suddenly turned red. He didn't even dare to look Yi Tian in the eye. No. Stop making wild guesses. My heart is beating wildly with worry. These days she really couldn't stand the loneliness, so she took care of herself to feed herself. Who let Yi Tian go out for so many days? Don't you know that once you experience this thing once, it's out of control? At this moment, Yi Tian pulled him over and held him in his arms. Really? In that case, let me check it out. Yi Tian hugged Han Ruoyun and went upstairs. Ah. No, aren't you going to look for Queen Rong? Go quickly, Queen Rong is in a state of panic right now. This reaction has already made Yi Tian know the answer. You're so anxious to get rid of me, are you feeling guilty? Who feels guilty? I don't. I'm just worried that Queen Rong can't solve the problem, okay? That being said, she didn't dare to look Yi Tian in the eye. How could Yi Tian not know what Han Ruoyun was thinking? Worried about Queen Rong? It's obvious that he is worried that what he did would be discovered and embarrassed, okay? Rong Meiyan is the eldest daughter of the Rong family and has great business skills. Xiao Qingcheng is not enough to fill Rong Meiyan's gaps. The reason why he asked to leave was because he was afraid that Han Ruoyan would dig into his affairs, and he could not withstand such torture. Since you have no guilty conscience, let me check it out. It just so happens that you want to check mine, too, don't you? Damn it! Who's going to check on you? Han Ruoyan punched Yi Tian's chest with her little fist, revealing a hint of satisfaction after a coquettish look. Yi Tian's carried Han Ruoyan upstairs. After a moment, gasps of pleasure were heard from inside the house. Feng Rong Group. Rong Meiyan was sitting at her desk wearing a light blue cheongsam, with her legs crossed to reveal more of her legs underneath the cheongsam. The exquisite makeup and charming smile make her look full of charm. The heroic spirit between his brows makes his eyes look like he is looking down on everyone. She smiled indifferently at Xiao Qingcheng in front of her. I never thought that Mr. Xiao would be able to sit in front of me and talk to me one day, and he came with such a menacing attitude and bad intentions. Xiao Qingcheng sneered. President Rong, you don't have to be sarcastic when you speak. I am here because of my own efforts. Mr. Rong, you can still laugh in this situation. Are you laughing at your own powerlessness? Or are you laughing at yourself for standing on the wrong side? At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng was full of confidence, and her words were full of aggression. That day, after Ji Buduan called her, the two reached a cooperation agreement. The Xiao family was on the verge of collapse at the time, but after that phone call, the Xiao family rose again. Not only did he receive a capital injection of 3 billion, but he also won large orders from 2 major building materials companies in the neighboring city, earning 2 billion in revenue overnight. Extremely exaggerated. The Rong Group and the Han family have encountered a lot of trouble because they were previously sealed and unsealed by the authorities. Among them are tax issues arising from the income and expenditure of the construction site during the seizure period. As we all know, taxation is a major issue that cannot be ignored in any country in the world. The first thing Rong Meiyan dealt with after the company was unsealed was the tax issue, but she was blocked by her superiors. Xiao Qingcheng also found Rong Meiyan at this time, and put on a provocative look. So Rong Meiyan would naturally not tolerate her bad habits. I laugh at you for having the nerve to say such things, Mr. Xiao. You and I both know how capable you are. Where do you get the courage to think it's your hard work? I laughed at you for being self-righteous and overestimating your own abilities. Why do you think I'm on the wrong side? Mr. Xiao, sometimes I wonder what's in your head. Is it a mess? You always say that you want to become excellent through your own efforts, and Yi Tian's relies on external forces, but when have you ever not used external forces to deal with Yi Tian's? The key is that even with the help of external forces, you still can't become excellent. You have been slapped in the face by Yi Tian's many times but still don't know where the gap is. How dare you run in front of me and show off your strength? Rong Meiyan kept smiling, but with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Xiao Qingcheng looked grim and said coldly, Boss Rong is such a good talker, he really deserves to have stayed with Yi Tian's for so long. He who stays with the good becomes the good, and he who stays with the bad becomes the bad. Boss Rong should stay away from him, otherwise, you will get nothing in the end, and end up in trouble. He is definitely not as good as you think. In response, Rong Meiyan smiled and nodded. Boss Xiao is right. Those who keep company with the good will be good. Those who keep company with the bad will be bad. That's why every time Boss Xiao finds a backer, he can't match Yi Tian's. Mr. Xiao, I would like to advise you not to show off your power and arrogance this way. You will really look like a clown. The door is over there. I won't see you off. After saying that, Rong Meiyan looked at Ah Chang and prepared to have someone send the guest away. Inside the villa. Yi Tian's had just finished smoking his cigarette and Han Ruoyan had just come out of the shower. Her face flushed and her eyes were full of shyness and satisfaction. Yi Tian's wanted to rush over again and hug Han Ruoyan tightly, but Han Ruoyan gently pushed him away. Okay, you have to go see Queen Rong. She is facing a difficult situation now. Even though she doesn't say it, I know that she is under a lot of pressure. If you can get this done, I'll give you a reward. When you come back you'll get 2 new sets of clothes. Hiss. This deeply touched Yi Tian's heart. He put on his clothes without hesitation and turned away. Wait for me. Chapter 692. Mr. Xiao, stop adding drama to yourself. Feng Rong Group. Ah Qing came in front of Xiao Qingcheng, but Xiao Qingcheng had no intention of getting up. My lady asks you to leave. Ah Chang frowned and had a cold face. She also didn't like Xiao Qingcheng. Who would like a self-righteous, small-breasted, brainless, and ungrateful white lotus? Xiao Qingcheng smiled faintly but did not move. Ah Qing lost his patience and prepared to take action. At this time, there was a voice outside the door. Ha, everyone says that Fingrong Group is controlled by the eldest daughter of the Rong family. The eldest daughter is the commercial queen of the provincial capital and a genius. After seeing it today, I feel that Fingrong Group is not that great. How could such a rubbish company get the bid from Tianlong Group and take away the 10 billion project? However, the heavens have eyes, and the true colors of this company have been exposed. So many problems have arisen. The title of the provincial capital empress, is just a false title. Zhao Shicheng, wearing a burgundy suit, strode in with his bodyguards, holding documents and looking disdainful. Snapped. Zhao Shicheng threw the document in front of Rong Meiyan and sneered. Miss Rong, what Zhao said just now was correct, right? If it is offensive, then it is offensive. You must keep your word. Who are you? How dare you be so disrespectful to my young lady? Ah Chang wanted to go forward but was pulled back by Rong Meiyan. Rong Meiyan shook her head at her, then smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, you are a guest, it's just a couple of barks. I won't refuse to receive you. However, next time before you bark, you should first clarify the priorities. After all, this is not your doghouse. Maybe a wolf lives here. In a competition, she never loses and never bows her head. Because, she is Rong Meiyan. In response to this, Zhao Shicheng put away his smile and frowned coldly. Miss Rong is really sharp-tongued, but I wonder how long you can keep your mouth shut. Thank you for the compliment, but this is not your concern. You are not welcome here. Please go back to where you came from. Rong Meiyan threw the contract on the table to the ground, still smiling. The strong aura she displayed instantly dominated the situation. Zhao Shicheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed out of anger and clapped his hands in applause. Good. I didn't expect Miss Rong to be able to remain calm in this situation. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Shicheng and my father is Zhao Jiadi. Zhao Jiadi? Rong Meiyan was secretly shocked. Zhao Jiadi is the chairman of Jiawei Group, a large building materials company in the neighboring city. He is very powerful and controls 1/3 of the building materials distribution in the entire city, as well as various other industries. The Zhao family's wealth and power are well known in Tiannan province. There are even rumors that the Zhao family's power is comparable to the 4 major families in the provincial capital. The appearance of Zhao Shicheng here means that it was Zhao Jiadi who intervened. You know, with her status and position, if she goes to handle tax issues, the people above her will only be happy and will never set up any obstacles. What's more, after the incident with Mayor Wang, Yi Tian's reputation became famous again. Everyone knew that she was close to Yi Tian's, so they would not offend her and upset Yi Tian's. But now, they have abnormally set up obstacles for her and prevented her from dealing with tax issues. This would never have happened if someone was not interfering. And the purpose of doing so is very obvious, which is to bring down Fingrong Group. Once tax issues are delayed for too long before being exposed, they will ferment into tax evasion issues on the internet. Even with public relations, it will be difficult to eliminate the impact on the company's stock price in a short period of time. She knew very well that the other party just wanted to drag it out like this, but she never expected who it would be. Unexpectedly, it was Zhao Jiadi. It turned out to be young Master Zhao. President Zhao is really capable. After currying favor with people in this city, she now curries favor with people in the next city. She is truly the #1 female CEO in Jiangnan. No wonder Yi Tian's readily agreed to the divorce at your speed. If you don't divorce, you will be cuckolded many times. Xiao Qingcheng stood up angrily with an unpleasant look on her face. What does President Rong mean by this? What do you mean, Mr. Xiao? Don't you know clearly? Do you need me to explain it again? By the way, Mr. Zhao, let me remind you that Mr. Xiao has made friends with many people in this city. His final fate will be either the destruction of his family or death without a complete body. You must be mentally prepared. Rong Meiyan has a very strong aura. He was not at a disadvantage in a 1-on-2 fight, and with just a few words he made Zhao Shicheng and Xiao Qingcheng lose face. You Zhao Shicheng was extremely angry. He thought Rong Meiyan would be extremely haggard because of the company crisis she was experiencing. Unexpectedly, the attack power was not only not weaker, but even stronger. Rong Meiyan, you'd better worry about yourself first. Now Fingrong Group is facing various crises that it cannot handle. It is only a matter of time before its stock price collapses. I came here today to tell you that as long as you give up the 51 billion project of Tianlong Group and give me % of the shares of Fingrong Group, I will ask my father to inject funds into Fingrong and use his connections to solve these rotten problems, revive Fingrong, and make the stock price soar again. That way, both you and I can benefit. I hope you can act wisely and make the most of your opportunities. Otherwise, you will just wait to die. Really? The Zhao family is behind this. But how did Xiao Qingcheng curry favor with the Zhao family and get them to help her? With Xiao Qingcheng's abilities, she doesn't have the ability to make the Zhao family take a liking to her. There must be someone else behind this, fanning the flames. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao Meiyan still says the same thing. Go back to where you came from. And Mr. Xiao, before you bring people to cause trouble for Mei Yin in the future, you should first find out how capable you are and whether you are good enough in front of Mei Yin. Don't always make a lot of noise but end up with that lame line that will definitely turn out great. You. Xiao Qingchang was so angry that her chest heaved and her face turned red. Hateful. Why is it like this every time? It would be fine if she was humiliated by Yi Tiance, but even the woman around Yi Tiance could humiliate her like this. Is she not working hard enough? Is it because she is not standing high enough? She is known as the #1 female president in Jiangnan. Isn't this enough to show her strength? Yes. Yes, she admitted that Yi Tiance was helping her behind the scenes, but wasn't she the one who truly controlled the project? After all, it's all Yi Tiance's fault. If he had made everything clear earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Zhao Shicheng reached out to stop Xiao Qingcheng and chuckled. Miss Rong, are you not going to accept this? In that case, we can only watch Fingrong Group's stock price collapse and go bankrupt. Don't worry, Miss Rong, I will take over and solve Fingrong's problems after you go bankrupt. The voice just fell. A cold wind blew behind me. Do you think you are worthy of Mei Yan's appreciation? Where did this stray dog come from to be so confident? Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets and walked in slowly. Yi Tiance? He's back? Xiao Qingcheng was surprised, and Yi Tiance had already passed her by. That indifference made her feel very uncomfortable and instantly aroused her self-righteous self-esteem. Oh, Mr. Zhao is a wild dog, then what are you? Yi Tiance, do you think that just because you have achieved a little in Jiangnan, you can cover the sky with one hand? Isn't it you who caused Fingrong Group to be like this now? At this moment, Yi Tiance had already arrived in front of Rong Meiyan. Ignoring the looks of others, he took Rong Meiyan's hand and spoke gently. Are you okay? Fine. Rong Meiyan smiled and shook her head, looking at Xiao Qingcheng provocatively. This made Xiao Qingcheng even more unhappy. Is this a protest against her? Are you so complacent about being with Yi Tiance? This is just trash that she doesn't want. Yi Tiance turned around and looked at her indifferently. I am nothing, Mr. Xiao, and I am not in the mood to compete with a stray dog, but you, Mr. Xiao, are still as good as ever in turning the tables and blaming others from a high position. I really want to ask you, don't you think that your self-righteous addition to the drama is really annoying? Chapter 693 The Price of Arrogance. You. Xiao Qingcheng's chest heaved up and down with anger. Is she so high and mighty and self-righteous? Hasn't Yi Tiance always been the self-righteous one? When did she not warn him out of good intentions because she was worried that something might happen to him? The final result was that she was self-righteous. It is good. Then she would be so self-righteous that even if Yi Tiance died, it had nothing to do with her. And she was not wrong. If Yi Tiance had not been so arrogant, how could Fingrong Group be targeted by so many people? Xiao Qingcheng suppressed her anger and sneered. You are still as arrogant as ever. I want to see how you solve these troubles. It's none of your business if you have nothing to do. Don't try to show off in front of me, it's annoying. Yi Tiance didn't want to look at Xiao Qingqing straight in the eye at all. Over the years, he has secretly helped the Xiao family a lot. This led Xiao Qingqing to think that her sense of superiority was what she deserved. Now, he has had enough. Xiao Qingqing's face was gloomy. She was very unhappy with Yi Tiance's attitude. Zhao Shicheng smiled at her. Mr. Xiao, don't be angry, there's no point in bothering with this kind of trash, but don't forget who you are. Identity? Yes, she is Tong Guxiu's fiancé now. Although this seems like a dream, it is a fact, and the Tong family has not retracted this decision. Therefore, Xiao Qingqing held her head high and was full of confidence again. Zhao Shicheng looked at Yi Tiance and said with disdain. You are Mr. Zhao's useless ex-husband, right? You have been very popular in Jiangnan City recently and have caused a lot of trouble. I really want to ask you, don't you think that your method of causing trouble everywhere and attracting everyone's attention is very lame, despicable, and shameful? Please be respectful to Ms. Xiao, she is Mr. Tong's fiancé. This is only possible in Jiangnan. If it were in our Nanhai city, I would have cut you into pieces and used them to vent my anger on Boss Xiao. Put. Rong Meiyan couldn't help laughing out loud. This Xiao Shicheng doesn't even know how to curry favor with the Tong family. Don't you know that Tong Guxiu is now imprisoned in the Dragon Group and has not been released yet? The cause was Yi Tiance. If he offends the Tong family with this matter at this time, it will probably be his Zhao family that will be torn into pieces, right? Why are you laughing? Zhao Shicheng stared at Rong Meiyan with anger in his eyes. I'm sorry, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it, Mr. Zhao. Next time you go out and brag, make sure you understand the situation first, so as not to embarrass yourself without realizing it. The Tong family is not in the mood to care about the self-righteous Mr. Xiao right now. They are trying to find a way to solve their own problems. Even Mr. Zhao's so-called fiancé is mentally ill at the moment and has no time to listen to your flattering words. I heard that before Tong Guxiu was released by the Dragon Group, he had been tortured to the point of insanity and no longer looked like a human being. Now, he is recuperating in Tong's house. What? Such a big thing happened in the Tong family? It's not right. Did Tong Guxiu propose marriage a few days ago? It's only been a few days and the Tong family has suffered a misfortune? Seeing Zhao Shicheng's thoughtful look, Rong Meiyan and others knew that this Master Zhao had not yet understood these things. The story of Tong Guxiu and Wang Guiyuan had already spread throughout Jiangnan, so it was impossible that it had not spread to the neighboring city of Nanhai. Zhao Shicheng was a little embarrassed, but it was not his fault. He spends the whole day thinking about his sisters, indulging in alcohol and sex, and never pays attention to these major news. And who could have thought that something would happen to these two people? The dog hasn't figured out the situation even after barking. It's indeed a wild dog. Xiao Qingqing, take your wild dog away, I don't want to waste time with you. Yi Tiance impatiently ordered them to leave. Zhao Shicheng was so angry that he pointed his finger at Yi Tiance. Shut up. Who are you calling a wild dog? You are a good-for-nothing who does nothing but cling to women. What qualifications do you have to speak? Even if young Master Tong is in trouble now, the Tong family is not something a loser like you can compare to. Today I will restore Mr. Tong's dignity, and teach you a lesson in a world where the strong prey on the weak. A loser like you is only fit to kneel down and bow your head. His Zhao family is not poor in Nanhai City. 1/3 of the building materials in the city have to flow through their hands. The power behind it is comparable to the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Otherwise, how could he get in touch with the Tong family? He just didn't believe that a useless guy who lived off his wife could be better than his Zhao family. These words made Rong Meiyan smile again. She really didn't expect that Zhao Shicheng didn't inquire about Yi Tiance's reputation before coming to cause trouble. No matter which of the things Yi Tiance did during this period, they were absolutely horrifying. Under Yi Tiance's guidance, Anchuan City changed overnight. As a neighboring city, she didn't believe that Nanhai City had not heard the news. Even though Zhao Shicheng didn't know the truth, she guessed it. After all, he is a rich young man who is addicted to alcohol and sex, likes to bully others and is arrogant and domineering naturally. He doesn't care about these things. What she found really funny was that Xiao Qingqing did not tell Zhao Shicheng about these things. Instead, he dragged Zhao Shicheng here to cause trouble. Isn't this just pushing Zhao Shicheng into the fire pit? With this, you still have the nerve to say that you can become better? He doesn't even have the most basic brains. Yi Tian's frowned, anger rising in his heart. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Zhao Shicheng. He raised his hand and slapped Zhao Shicheng so hard that he flew backwards. Snapped. The speed was so fast that Zhao Shicheng had no chance to react at all. Zhao Shicheng fell to the ground with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth, still in a daze. Xiao Qingcheng and her bodyguards were shocked. No one expected Yi Tian's to suddenly take action. Zhao Shicheng reacted and was filled with anger. How dare you hit me? What the hell are you standing there for? Go ahead. Zhao Shicheng wanted to get up, his chest ached so much. Oh shit. Broken ribs. How could this piece of trash be so powerful? But Xiao Qingcheng didn't say that before. Zhao Shicheng had a gloomy face and kept adjusting his breathing, trying to make himself feel more comfortable. Seeing that the bodyguards were still in a daze, Zhao Shicheng completely exploded. What the hell are you still standing there for? Did I give you money just to let you eat for free? If you don't kill this bastard today, I will kill you tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Shicheng. Snapped. Another slap, Zhao Shicheng flew backwards again, fell heavily against the wall and fell down again. Intense pain instantly spread throughout my body. But before he could scream, he fainted. This was because Yi Tian's restrained his strength a little, otherwise it would have been easy to kill him with just one slap. Noisy. Yi Tian's looked at the remaining bodyguards impatiently and said in a cold voice. Take this wild dog and get out of here, or you will be next. Everyone came to their senses then, and the bodyguards were terrified when they saw Zhao Shicheng being knocked unconscious. 2 slaps made the man look like this, they would just eat him. Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that she was shaking. Yi Tian's, are you crazy? He is the son of Jiaowei Group. Do you know the strength of Jiaowei Group in Nanjing City? What kind of people are behind it? When will you change your violent habits? If this matter is reported back to the Jiaowei Group, do you know what the consequences will be? Divorcing you is the best decision I have ever made. Otherwise, you would have brought me to death. As she spoke, Rong Meiyan had already arrived in front of her. Snapped. He slapped her in the face and said coldly. Boss Xiao, please understand, this is my office, Yi Tian's is my man, it's not your turn to lecture me. Chapter 694. Get out of my sight. You. Xiao Qingcheng wanted to say something. But Rong Meiyan raised her hand again. She knew that if she continued to talk about Yi Tian's, Rong Meiyan would definitely slap her again. The difference in aura between the two made her speechless for a moment, and she didn't even dare to resist. Seeing this, Rong Meiyan sneered. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is really Mr. Zhao's characteristic. Yi Tian's doesn't bother with your Xiao family, not because he is afraid of you, Mr. Xiao, but because he doesn't want to bother with it because of the kindness we have shown each other in the past. Yi Tian's agreed with this statement. If it weren't for the sake of old man Xiao Hongming, the Xiao family would not even be worth his attention. Yi Tian's, I really don't know why Grandpa thinks so highly of you, you are just a piece of trash who can only hide behind a woman. You have some skills, but look at what you do all day. What else do you do besides getting into trouble? Even if you have some skills, you shouldn't be so arrogant. What? Do you feel that you have no guilt at all after implicating others, so it is natural for you to get into trouble? Xiao Qingcheng still couldn't get angry. She didn't understand why Yi Tian's didn't change at all even after she said it so many times. And every time there are different women standing up to speak for him, accusing her of being ungrateful. Why doesn't she know what's good for her? What's wrong with Xiao Qingcheng? Rong Meiyan wanted to take action, but Yi Tian's held her back. Rong Meiyan was also very tactful. She stood behind him and chose to watch the show. Yi Tian's looked at Xiao Qingcheng coldly and said in a cold voice. Why, you hurt the young master you just flattered, Mr. Xiao, are you heartbroken? Mr. Xiao doesn't feel sorry for your fiancé, but feels sorry for a stray dog instead? Mr. Xiao, when you were showing off your power in Jiangnan City and enjoying the attention of everyone, thanks to the hard work I put in behind the scenes, why didn't you accuse me of causing trouble? I forgot, changing the concept and being self-righteous are what you are best at, Mr. Xiao, so you like to put the blame on others so much. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, and I don't want to see you, Mr. Xiao. Please be okay, take this wild dog you just flattered with you and leave. Also, Yi Tiance, never need anyone to teach me how to do things you can't teach me, and you are not worthy of teaching me, because you are useless. Boom. These words hit Xiao Qingcheng like a bolt from the blue. She staggered and her eyes were lifeless. Are these what Yi said really true? In his eyes, is she such a woman? Why? Why do you say that about her? Is it possible that all her efforts over the years are so ineffective? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lips, trying hard not to cry. But it doesn't matter, she will prove herself soon and let everyone see her excellence. At this moment, the bodyguards also came to their senses. What the hell are you talking about? You beat up our Master Zhao and humiliated President Xiao. You are dead, kid. That's right. You took advantage of our Master Zhao's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. You are such a loser that you are not worthy of being on the stage. Everyone, come on, I don't believe this kid can sneak attack all of us. The bodyguards don't want to observe martial ethics. At this point, all we have to do is defeat Yi Tiance. Otherwise, when Zhao Shicheng wakes up and Yi Tiance is still intact, they will be the ones to suffer. Xiao Qingcheng was shocked and was about to speak out to stop the bodyguards. After all, after so many times, she knew very well how good Yi Tiance was at fighting. If we take action now, it will only increase casualties. But it was too late, the bodyguards had already rushed forward. One after another, they clenched their fists and punched Yi Tiance in the face. After all, he is a bodyguard and has received professional training. Even though they all rushed forward at once, they actually did so one after another, leaving no one a chance to breathe. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of them was Yi Tiance, not an ordinary person. Clap, clap, clap. Each of them was slapped in the face and fell to the ground one after another, with their screams of pain resounding through the sky. The bodyguards were all dumbfounded. Where does this kid come from? This strength is too fucking great. Even ordinary martial artists wouldn't be so powerful. Yi Tiance clapped his hands and said disdainfully. You are a bunch of chickens and dogs. I give you 10 seconds to get out of my sight, otherwise, it won't be as simple as a slap in the face. Yi Tiance had an exuding aura, and the bodyguards didn't expect him to be so arrogant. When they looked at each other, they both felt like they were being stared at by a vicious wolf on the grassland. The deadly feeling of suffocation and the coldness in the eyes made them dare not even breathe. Go, go, go! Regardless of the pain, everyone quickly got up and rushed out of the office door. Fortunately, two of them still remembered the fainted Zhao Shicheng, and dragged Zhao Shicheng's legs and ran away. Boom! In panic, he hit Zhao Shicheng's head against the table leg. This made Zhao Shicheng, who was already bleeding, even worse. Xiao Qingcheng also felt a burning pain on her face and followed the bodyguards away. She knew very well that if she continued to stay here, she would only be humiliated again. Yi Tiance, just wait for me. This matter is not over yet. Sooner or later, I will make you admit that I, Xiao Qingcheng, am excellent. You're back so soon? I thought you were going to stay out for 2 more days. After all, there are always some romantic encounters, right? Rong Meiyan smiled softly, full of charm, which made Yi Tiance's eyes light up. As expected, only Rong Meiyan can display her charm to the fullest. He hugged Rong Meiyan in his arms and laughed softly. No matter how many romantic encounters I have, they can't compare to you, right? In front of Rong Meiyan, he wouldn't care about having a romantic encounter. This is a smart woman. Not only does she not mind, she is even willing to help her with some strategies. So it looks like there was an affair? Hiss. I was tricked. As expected of Queen Rong, she has such a useful brain. That's natural. How about you? Have you missed me during these days when I was away? Yi Tiance looked at Rong Meiyan's pink and red lips and wanted to kiss her immediately, but Rong Meiyan blocked his way with her fingers. Why are you so anxious? Haven't you already gotten Yun at home? Don't you want to take a rest? She is not stupid. Yi Tiance doesn't understand the current situation, so he will definitely go home first when he comes back. Since neither she nor Lu Ruyan were around, how could Han Ruoyun let go of such an opportunity? What's more, these nights, she always heard some indescribable noises coming from Han Ruoyun's room. Shouldn't I vent out that kind of longing? Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. I really can't hide anything from you, but I can still do it, I can still fight. It might be because the young energy boosting pill I took at Master Mo Yuan's practice place last time has not completely dissipated yet, so I am always full of energy. But at this time, Ah Qin curled her lips and said, Bah! Shameless! He was having fun outside and let my young lady face the difficulties alone. What a scumbag! Chapter 695, Guess the person behind the scenes? Yi Tiance responded directly. At the airport, your lady didn't say anything, why are you butting in? I warned you not to call me an airport. Oh, okay, Tarmac, could you shut up and be quiet for a minute? Ah Cheng was so angry. This Yi guy is humiliating her again. Miss, look at him, you've worked so hard these days, but he looks for someone else as soon as he comes back. Are you still protecting him? Rong Meiyan covered her mouth and smiled. Ah Cheng, it's okay, you can go down first. Miss, Your lady asked you to leave, didn't you hear me? If you don't leave, don't blame me for showing the video. You don't want everyone to see the video, do you? You. Ah Cheng stomped her feet in anger and left. Inside the office, only two people remained. Yi Tiance hugged Rong Meiyan tighter, and the latter also took the initiative to stick close to Yi Tiance. The tender red lips fell on his mouth, so soft. She is worthy of being Queen Rong. The taste on the lips is really addictive. Just when he was about to take a step further, Rong Meiyan grabbed his hand. Don't be so anxious. Besides, this is an office. Meiyan will reward you nicely in the evening. How about that? Rong Meiyan blinked her eyes, and the heroic look between her brows suddenly became soft and charming. Depend on. Isn't this Chun making things difficult for him? The fire has already started, but we have to wait until night? Rong Meiyan leaned close to his ear and whispered. Meiyan said she would let you pick them, and she will never break her promise. You can't do it here, and you have to give Meiyan some time to prepare. This. Yi Tiance gritted his teeth and reluctantly let her go. Forget it. For the sake of happiness at night, just hold back for now. Seeing Yi Tiance like this, Rong Meiyan chuckled and then sat back at her desk. I heard from Yun that the Xiao family came back to life and is causing trouble. What's going on? Yi Tiance also sat down and analyzed the situation. Judging from the situation just now, it is very obvious. Xiao Qingqing sought help from the Zhao family in Nanhai City. But with her brains and means, it was impossible for her to find the Zhao family, and the Zhao family would never pay any attention to her. There must be someone behind this. It's strange to say, since Wang Guiyuan was brought down by you, it stands to reason that the higher-ups shouldn't mess with us again. The company had no trouble in unblocking, but was deliberately made things difficult when dealing with the problem, even when I revealed my identity. Before this, the tax authorities welcomed me. What good would it do for them to stop me now? Benefit? Fengrong Group has obtained a project worth tens of billions of yuan. The tax contributed by this project is definitely not low. It can be said that it is a big taxpayer. What benefit could be greater than the awareness and initiative of major taxpayers? Unless someone more oppressive than Rong Meiyan appears later and bribes the tax authorities. If you can bribe that group of people, the benefits they provide must be very significant, and not something that ordinary people can bribe. The two of them knew what was going on and smiled at each other. Yi Tiance smiled faintly. Do you have a candidate in mind for the mastermind? Rong Meiyan handed over the paper and pen and smiled charmingly. Why don't we write down the person we are thinking of and see if we have any tacit understanding? Yeah, that's a good idea. The two of them immediately took up their pens and wrote down the person they were thinking of on the paper, and handed the white paper over at the same time. After seeing the names written by each other, they couldn't help but smile. It seems like you still have a good understanding. Mei Yan thought that you didn't think about me during the past few days, so we lost the understanding. That's true, I can forget anyone but you. Rong Mei Yan giggled. So what are you going to do? As I recall, there's someone you still have locked up. Yi Tiance played with the pen and said lightly. Since they want to play, then play with them, otherwise, they won't give up until they die. The words fell. Yi Tiance took out his mobile phone, edited a message and sent it out. Hospital. After Xiao Qingchang and others came out of Fingrong Group, they immediately rushed to the hospital to treat Zhao Shicheng. After diagnosis, it was found that he had 5 broken ribs, a slightly comminuted fracture of the nose bridge, and a moderate concussion. This made Xiao Qingcheng feel relieved she was present every time Yi Tiance attacked her, and the result was either disability or sudden death. This injury is the lightest at the moment and will heal after some rest. Xiao Qingcheng went to pay the bill, and the bodyguards also entered the ward to take care of Zhao Shicheng. When Zhao Shicheng woke up and saw that everyone was safe and sound, he was overjoyed. Did you guys beat that loser to death? Damn, that's great. You should have beaten that guy to death. How was it? Did you hit him hard? What did you do to that bastard? Do you have any photos? Show me now. He personally felt how powerful Yi Tiance was. Although the bodyguards are injured, they are not seriously injured. If the opponent had not been knocked down, the bodyguards would never have suffered such injuries. Seeing Zhao Shicheng excited and happy, the bodyguards panicked. They looked at each other, not knowing how to explain, and pushed each other. No, are you all fucking dumb? You're just standing there doing business. Speak, speak, speak. The leading bodyguard then walked out tremblingly, not daring to look directly at Zhao Shicheng. Young master, we didn't fight, he just slapped us one by one and knocked us down. If we had run a few seconds later, we would have been chopped into pieces by that guy. What the hell did you say? Zhao Shicheng sat up suddenly, feeling pain all over his body, and gasped. He couldn't believe that so many people were fighting against Yi Tiance but none of them could beat him. But the reactions of the bodyguards in front of him forced him to accept this fact. Waste. Good for nothings. All of you good for nothings. There are so many of you, but you can't even beat a piece of good for nothing. What use do I have for you? Yi, wait for me when I get out, I will make sure you, a piece of trash, pay. Hiss. There was a sudden sharp pain on the top of his head, and he grimaced in pain. What's going on here? Wasn't his head intact before he fell into coma? The leading bodyguard saw that the situation was not going well and immediately passed the blame on to others. Master, you must teach that loser a lesson. Not only did he beat you up after you fainted, he also insulted me. We originally wanted to avenge you, young master, but we didn't expect that guy to be so good at fighting. This doesn't match the intelligence. When the other bodyguards heard this, they immediately wanted to give the boss a thumbs up. Because the injury on Zhao Shicheng's head was caused by them dragging him. But if they don't pass the buck, they will be the ones to suffer. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng also came in after paying the fee. Mr. Zhao, are you feeling better? He angrily said, good of you, Cohen. Why didn't you tell me earlier that your useless ex-husband was such a good fighter? I almost beat him to death. Xiao Qingcheng was stunned and very confused. No. This information was not given by her, so how did she know that this news was not told? Creak. The door of the ward was pushed open, and a man in a suit came in anxiously and rushed to the bedside. The person who came was a face that couldn't be more familiar, Ji Budwan. Cousin, are you okay? Chapter 696, Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Snapped. Brother. You've made your words clear, and you still have the nerve to come see me? Zhao Shicheng was furious when he saw the person coming. If he wasn't in pain all over, he really wanted to stand up and beat him up. Ji Buduan was stunned, not understanding why Zhao Shicheng was so angry. No, cousin, why are you blaming me for this? Don't you dare call me cousin. I get angry when I see you. Let me ask you, didn't you say that the guy named Ji is a loser who only knows how to use tricks? Isn't he just a useless guy who lives off rich women? Why didn't you say anything about his ability to fight? Are you kidding me? Also, why didn't you tell me about the Tong family's trouble? Do you know how much I lost when I went to look for that guy named Ji? No, I get angry when I see you, you guys teach him a lesson. The bodyguards looked at each other, at a loss. This is the young master's cousin. If they really take action, wouldn't that be overstepping their status? But if they don't take action, given the young master's personality, they will be the ones to bear the consequences. After some struggle, everyone decided to take action and walked towards Ji Buduan. Ji Buduan panicked on the spot. He knew his cousin's temper very well. He was the type who would do what he said. And many more. He quickly reached out his hand and the bodyguard stopped. He looked at Zhao Shicheng and explained. Brother, this is not my fault. I told you before, that jerk has some kung fu skills, and it's best not to get into conflict with him, cousin. And Qingqing was with you, didn't she tell you these things? Ji Buduan looked at Xiao Qingcheng, who looked puzzled. Just as he was about to explain, Zhao Shicheng spoke unhappily. Let me tell you about the market. As soon as she entered, she was speechless because of Rong Meiyan. If I hadn't been there to hold her accountable, she would have run away with her tail between her legs. I don't know what Master Tong was thinking. He actually fell in love with such a woman who has nothing good in other aspects except her looks. And you, what did you tell me at the beginning? You said this woman was very powerful and there would be no problem, so what happened? Zhao Shicheng regretted it too late. He shouldn't have believed his good-for-nothing cousin and come here to interfere. Now, not only did I lose face, but I was also injured. If this news gets back to Nanhai City, how can Zhao Shicheng continue to live his life? The most aggrieved one among the three is Xiao Qingcheng. It was clearly them who instigated her to join in, but in the end it became her fault. Ji Buduan had asked her to go find trouble with Rong Meiyan with just one phone call, and said that there would be no problem with him being there for her afterwards. Moreover, after Zhao Shicheng came from Nanhai City, he couldn't wait to cause trouble. Who could have thought that they had no information at all in such a hurry? Ji Buduan noticed Xiao Qingcheng's emotions and hurried forward to comfort her. Qingcheng, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it clearly. This is not your fault. Calm down, don't worry. We will definitely make that Yi guy pay the price next time. He came here today because he received news from his superiors. From Rome Group's tax problem will remain stuck, even if other problems are solved. Only then did Xiao Qingcheng resist the urge to leave. What should we do next? You won't break your promise to me, right? She was very worried. After all, the Ji family had suffered too much at the hands of Yitians, and the family was even broken up. She was also surprised when Ji Buduan proposed cooperation. The Ji family has disappeared, leaving only Ji Buduan alive. Where does he get the confidence to continue targeting Yitians? After all, the methods and abilities demonstrated by Yitians are obvious to all. Even Tong Guxiu suffered a great loss at his hands. But after learning that it was the Jiaowei Group that took action, she figured it out. The power behind Jiaowei Group is huge on the surface. It only manages the distribution of building materials, but secretly controls the two major chambers of commerce in Nanhai City. The available liquid funds are over 10 billion. Rumor has it that Zhao Jiadi's net worth has already exceeded 100 billion. He is very powerful, smooth in dealing with people, and is on good terms with many powerful martial artists in Nanhai City. Moreover, the Zhao family and the Tong family have a close relationship, and the network of relationships behind them is extremely complex. Ji Buduan promised that as long as he took away everything from Yitians this time, he would use the power of the Zhao family to build momentum for the Xiao family and help the Xiao family become the real #1 wealthy family in Jiangnan City. With the intervention of Zhao Tong and his two families, she was shaken again and decided to give it a try. In addition, Yitians had gotten rid of Wang Guiyuan and others at that time, and got Fingrong Group back up and running. She was determined to become even better when she left the dragon group. Her self-esteem drove her to agree, and since the family behind her had given the order, she had no reason to refuse. But after seeing him today, it seems that this young master of Jiaowei group is not that great. Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan didn't take them seriously at all, which made her back off. Qingcheng, we have known each other for a long time, but you still don't trust me? I can lie to anyone but you. That guy named Ji was so rampant. Not only did he kill the entire Ji family, he also humiliated you repeatedly. If we don't take revenge, how will others see us? Don't worry, we won't lose this time, but don't forget, you still have a big family supporting you. Ji Buduan narrowed his eyes, his look was quite sharp. Mr. Yi, this time I will make you pay with blood. After the Ji family was wiped out, he began his journey of escape. Fortunately, his mother had a distant cousin named Gu Shufang. When Gu Shufang was driven out of her family and fled, his mother took her in, and the two became good friends. Later, Gu Shufang successfully became a phoenix and married Zhao Jiadi, becoming the mistress of a wealthy family. Although the two families have little contact, their feelings for each other have not diminished in the slightest. So, when he fled to Nanhai City and found Gu Shufang, the latter offered to help and support him without hesitation. Zhao Jiadi doted on Gu Shufang very much, so naturally he agreed to this matter. Of course, Zhao Jiadi also investigated Yi Tiance. After knowing these things about Yi Tiance, he was also terrified, but when Ji Buduan told him that the Tong family was backing him up, Zhao Jiadi didn't care anymore. After all, in his opinion, no matter how powerful Yi Tiance is, can he be more powerful than the Tong family, one of the four major families in the provincial capital? Xiao Qingcheng hesitated again. Because Rong Meiyan's words, every time you say you want to become excellent on your own, but every time you rely on others for help, deeply touched her heart. This sentence is correct. Isn't that what she is like now? Another reason is that the networking skills that Yi Tiance has demonstrated now are beyond her understanding. She was afraid of losing to Yi Tiance again, which would lead to the Xiao family being destroyed in her hands. It's not that she is hesitant, but that she has been slapped in the face by Yi Tiance too many times. Humph, if you're afraid, then get out. My Zhao family doesn't necessarily have to be your Xiao family. Zhao Shiqing's words once again put Xiao Qingcheng in a dilemma. Yes, if she wants to quit now, she won't be able to get back the Xiao family shares she took out. Who said I was afraid? Stop speculating on my thoughts this time. I won't admit defeat. Open the bow without turning back the arrow. She wants all those who look down on her to acknowledge her excellence. Creak. The door of the ward was pushed open again, and an old man walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. Yes, this is what my Tong family's young lady should look like. Chapter 697. Brave Team Leader Wang Dafu. Meet Elder Tong. Xiao Qingcheng immediately straightened her posture and bowed respectfully to Tong Lihai. Tong Lihai nodded and stroked his beard, with a little more admiration in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Qingcheng. At first he looked down on her because the Xiao family was too small. As one of the four major families in the provincial capital, they would naturally not look for a small family for marriage. But Tong Guxiu insisted, so they could only wait and see. Now Tong Guxiu is in trouble and has been tortured inhumanely and has become mentally ill. He can only stay in the Tong family to recuperate. The Tong family will naturally seek justice for this account. Moreover, this woman has great ambitions. Although she does not have the strength to control her ambitions, strength can be cultivated. Their Tong family just has the capital to cultivate this strength. Meet Elder Tong. Ji Buduan immediately stepped forward and saluted with a smile. Zhao Shicheng put away his arrogance. Elder Tong, please forgive me for making fun of you. I am injured in bed now. By the way, Elder Tong, I wonder what is the matter that has brought you here. He is not stupid. The elder of the Tong family has a high status. Although the Zhao family is not afraid of the Tong family, they cannot make enemies with them, right? When the elder appears, big things will happen. With the arrival of Tong Lihai, there will definitely be big moves. I'm here to help you take over Rong Meiyan's company from now on. You all have to do as I say. Tong Lihai's voice was not loud, but his tone did not allow anyone to refuse. Follow Elder Tong's instructions. Ji Budwan was very aware of the situation and immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face. Fingrong Group. I didn't expect you to be so cruel, but Mei Yan likes you like this now. They will probably regret provoking you. After listening to Yi Tian's plan, Rong Mei Yan agreed with it. Really? This man can always surprise people. That stupid woman Xiao Qingqing always thought that Yi Tian was just a violent maniac who liked to use violence. In fact, it is not the case. He has deep thoughts. In business, he also has his own unique insights and methods. Only a fool would let this man escape. But fortunately, this stupid woman gave such an excellent man to her. Is this cruel? It's just a normal operation. I have even crueler methods to deal with them. Rong Meiyan stood up and walked in front of Yi Tian's in high heels. She gently turned sideways and sat on Yi Tian's legs. She hooked her hands around Yi Tian's neck and smiled seductively. Then I'm curious, how many tricks do you have that I haven't seen yet? There are still many things you haven't seen. How about I show you now? Yi Tian's grinned evilly, his hands already climbing up Rong Meiyan's waist. She is truly born with a charming body. This feeling is really addictive. He wanted to pounce on Rong Meiyan right away. After all, she had said before that she was at his disposal. So much time has passed, but the two are still stuck in superficial communication and have failed to understand each other at a deeper level. Anyone would be anxious. Who made the other person? Rong Meiyan? Hate it, I really want to see it, but I can't do that now. Meiyan still has to go to the tax bureau to take a look. And it's not just a tax issue, there are also issues with partners. The closure has caused a lot of trouble to our partners over the past few days. I made it. How come she always evades me with various excuses? Yi Tian was very annoyed, but after thinking about it, he decided to deal with the important matter first. Because the partners on the construction site were all found by Han Tianjiang from other cities. There are already various costs for people to come here from other cities. Although the seizure lasted only a few days, it caused considerable losses and had to be dealt with. But before that, he wants to see which ignorant people in the tax authorities are interfering. I'll go with you to the tax office. Rong Meiyan naturally knew that Yi Tian was very angry and went there just to vent his anger, so she did not refuse. The two of them went straight to the tax office, and Rong Meiyan also brought the materials with her. If it can be solved, it's a good thing. If the problem cannot be solved, it also means that there is no problem with her. Of course, in today's age of the internet, even if she thinks there is no problem, it will ferment into a problem online. Isn't that Rong Meiyan, the eldest daughter of the Rong family? Is she here to handle the business in person? Haven't you heard? There's something wrong with Fingrong Group's accounts. It said that they're evading taxes, and the tax authorities won't report or pay taxes. No way, Miss Rong would be short of this little money? Who knows? Fingrong Group was sealed off some time ago. Although it has been unsealed now, it doesn't mean there is no problem. Otherwise, why would it be sealed off? You don't know, but it was said that Wang Guiyuan, who was in power, framed Fingrong Group for personal revenge and closed it down. Then he exposed his own scandal and has been locked up. Faced with the discussions, Rong Mei remained calm and continued to smile. At this time, Wang Dafu, the leader of the application team, came over with a sullen face. Ms. Rong, we have said before that there is a problem with your company's accounts. You need to conduct an audit to confirm that they are correct before you can declare and pay taxes. When your company has been publicly audited by our tax officials and confirmed to be correct, please come back and don't make things difficult for me. If I kick you out here, Miss Rong, it would be a bit embarrassing. I have given you face, please don't push it any further. Rong Meiyan looked disdainful, emitting a powerful aura. Although he was looking at Wang Dafu at eye level, he gave people a feeling of being superior. Team leader Wang, what a coincidence. I came here 4 or 5 times in a row, and you always stepped forward to stop me, and you appeared as soon as I arrived. Did someone tip off Team Leader Wang, or did Team Leader Wang install a positioning surveillance camera on Mei Yan? As the leader of the application team, you are not as boring as Leader Wang, right? With just 2 sentences, it was made clear that Wang Dafu was helping others. This is the attack power of the Queen of Business. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. We are all busy with tax returns for various companies. Who has the time to monitor you? It's just that Miss Rome has repeatedly disrespected herself and came to our tax office even after repeated warnings, causing us trouble. We are really unbearable. People's patience is limited. I hope Miss Rome can be more sensible. He is just a district team leader, but he is not afraid of Rong Mei-yen and is so strong. It seems that this team leader is a chess piece placed in the open. Snapped. Yi Tian stood in front of Rong Mei-yen and slapped Wang Dafu away. You're right, people's patience is limited. I've lost my patience. If you don't understand now, this won't be as simple as a slap in the face. Wang Dafu covered his face, gritted his teeth in pain, and looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Do you know what the consequences will be if you hit a public official? I tell you, even if the King of Heaven comes, the problems of Fingrong Group cannot be solved. You know, even if he is a team leader, he is the team leader of the tax authority. Just this identity can make many people curry favor with him. Who doesn't smile when meeting him? And this young man in front of him actually dared to attack him? Yes, it must be that bitch Rong Mei-yen who did it on purpose, otherwise why would she bring this young man with her this time? I thought Rong Mei-yen would be scared and apologize. But in response, Yi Tian slapped him again, and directly slapped him away. I'm telling you, even the gods can't save you from a parasite like you. Besides, you have no say on whether Fingrong Group's problems can be solved. Chapter 698, The New Clown Director. Oh my god, is this guy crazy? How dare he hit a public official? We have completely offended them this time. Fingrong Group is finished. In my opinion, it's not that serious. Fingrong Group is fine. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are targeting Fingrong Group. That man seems to be Yi Tian's, no wonder he is so brave. Ah? He is Yi Tian's? He's quite handsome. This movement also attracted Wang Dafu's team members. Team leader, what's wrong with you? Two team members hurried out of the office and helped Wang Dafu up. Wang Dafu's face was swollen and blood was coming out of the corners of his mouth. He stared at Yi Tian's fiercely, furious. Boy, you dared to hit me, you are dead, I tell you. Dead? Ah. I don't know how many people have said this before, but what is the result? The result was that those people either died miserably or left in disgrace. However, what made him very curious was that he had become so famous recently, but this idiot in front of him didn't even recognize him. Yi Tian slowly walked up to Wang Dafu and chuckled. You just said I was dead. Do you know who I am? What do you mean? Wang Dafu was stunned and became even angrier. I don't give a f***ck about who you are. Even if you are the King of Heaven, you are dead. You should know who I am. I am Wang Dafu, the head of the tax declaration team. You know what? If you come in and find me, you have to worship me. At this moment, he didn't care whether these words would bring any adverse effects. Because, having been immersed in power for too long, he had long been accustomed to the feeling of being superior. Besides, there are people backing him up, right? Rong Mei-yen smiled. She really didn't expect that Zhao Shicheng, who was so smart, would cause trouble for Yi Tian without finding out the truth. Now Wang Dafu is also very smart. He doesn't even know Yi Tian, but he dares to speak nonsense in front of him. I really don't know if Wang Dafu will still dare to be so arrogant after knowing his identity. Yi Tian nodded. Snapped. Another sudden slap. Wang Dafu broke free from his team members and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Seeing Wang Dafu fall heavily to the ground, the two team members were horrified. Team leader. One of the team members, Zheng Gang, stepped forward. You dare to attack the team leader? I'm going to have the Law Enforcement Bureau arrest you. While talking, a laugh came. I didn't expect that there are still people who dare to cause trouble at the tax bureau these days. You too, go and arrest him. Bai Ligon, who was wearing the uniform of the Law Enforcement Bureau, waved his hand, signaling the two men behind him to go forward and take action. Yi Tian frowned slightly. As far as he could remember, he had never seen Bai Lai gone. Boy, you're done. You dare to do this in front of Director Bai, you're dead. Zhang Gang immediately ran up to Bai Lai Gan with a respectful look on his face. Director Bai, this guy was the one who attacked our team leader Wang. They are from Fengrong Group and came to handle tax issues, but Fengrong Group's accounts are not clean and they cannot handle it. Team leader Wang had already informed them, but they still acted without any reason. Look at what has happened to our team leader Wang. Bai Lai Gan looked in the direction Zhang Gang pointed. At this moment, Wang Dafu was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood, looking horrible and dying. Bai Lai Gan was furious. Great! How dare you attack a public official? You are so arrogant. You should be arrested. What are you waiting for? Arrest him immediately and wait for your punishment. The two men were preparing to take action. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Before the two of them could react, Yi Tiance arrived in front of Zhang Gang. He looked down at Zhang Gang, and his powerful aura instantly made Zhang Gang tremble all over. You, what are you going to do? Noisy. Snapped. Yi Tiance raised his hand and slapped Zhang Gang, who flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. As luck would have it, he fell right next to Wang Dafu. Seeing this, Bai Lai Gan's eyelids twitched. A slap can send a person flying 4 or 5 meters away. Is this still a human being? And everyone knows his identity, yet he still dares to be so arrogant? Bai Lai Gan looked up in confusion and met Yi Tiance's gaze. At this moment, he felt like he had fallen into an endless abyss and couldn't help feeling fear. Damn! Where does this kid come from? What did you just say? You want to catch me? Do you think you can catch me? Yi Tiance's words were light but full of threats. Bai Lai Gan's eyelids were twitching, but he pretended to remain calm. Humph, there is no one that the law enforcement agency can't catch. You assaulted a public official, showed your disrespect for others, and knowingly broke the law in front of this director in an attempt to intimidate him. After I catch you, I will let you know what the law is. After a large number of Jiangnan city leaders, led by Wang Guiyuan, were taken away by the Dragon Group, the position of director of the Law Enforcement Bureau became vacant. And he successfully became the acting director. At this moment, I also want to make a career and become a regular employee. Of course, with his own abilities, it will take some time for him to sit in this position. Fortunately, the big family behind him gave him the opportunity and successfully helped him to rise to the top. I came here today and happened to encounter this incident. It was also told by the big family behind it. But he was not told who to catch, but luckily he saw the murderer as soon as he arrived. Director? Ha, I didn't expect that after sending away one fat guy, another one would come. Shut up. You are courting death by openly humiliating this director. Bai Lai Gan signaled his men to capture Yi Tiance, but his men did not dare to move at all. Because they see it clearly. What Yi Tiance just left behind was just an afterimage. Afterimage, do you know what afterimage is? This is not something that a human can keep. Seeing that his men were not taking any action, Bai Lai Gan became extremely angry. Okay. If you dare not obey my orders, I will deal with you when I get back. Boy, it is your honor to let this director personally arrest you. Tell me your name. Bai Lai Gan took out a silver bracelet and wanted to put it on Yi Tiance. At the moment when the silver bracelet was about to fall, Yi Tiance chuckled. My name is Yi Tiance. Boom. These 5 simple words were like a bolt from the blue, causing him to tremble all over. Yi Tiance? Is he Yi Tiance? These 3 words are now well known in Jiangnan City, so of course he has heard of them. After all, Hu Donglai was taken away by the Dragon Group because of Yi Tiance. No, the person behind the scenes asked him to capture Yi Tiance? Isn't this just sending him into the fire? At this moment, the remaining members of the tax declaration team were also stunned. He is Yi Tiance? No wonder he is so confident now. He has finally hit a wall. When targeting Fengrong Group, they had already received received news that Yi Tiance was not in Jiangnan. Otherwise, even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to target Fingrong Group so openly. But why is there no news after Yi Tiance came back? Facing Yi Tiance's deep gaze, Bai Ligon suppressed his fear and said, "What a great Yi Tiance! You have been very popular recently today, I will dampen your enthusiasm." He admitted that Yi Tiance was very awesome. However, the two major families standing behind him are no joke. What's more, the two major families let him do it freely, so what is there for him to be afraid of? Could it be possible that Yi Tiance alone could defeat the two major families? Thinking of this, Bai Ligon suddenly became full of confidence. The silver bracelet in his hand also firmly wrapped around Yi Tiance's hand. Chapter 699, Righteous and Good Team Leader. Yi Tiance let the silver bracelet fall. Seeing this, Bai Ligon frowned. With such a great reputation, he couldn't believe that Yi Tiance would be so calm. Is this guy playing tricks? He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Tiance. At this moment, the two of them also formed a state of game. However, Yi Tiance is the young lord of the fallen city. What big scenes has he not seen? This kind of eye contact is not even child's play. Boom! His aura exploded instantly, and everyone around him felt an inexplicable pressure. Bai Ligon staggered and took 2 steps back. As a result, his hand shook and the silver bracelet fell to the ground before it was fastened. Yi Tiance laughed. "Ha, you are the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, but you can't even hold the bracelet steadily. You look so weak and powerless. You must have been tossed around by women a lot on a daily basis, right? If I were you, I would stay at home quietly, so as not to be used as a pawn and die without knowing how." "You." Bai Ligon was furious and pointed his finger at Yi Tiance. But he soon calmed down and sneered. "Yi Tiance, there's no need to use your tongue. You're dead this time, and no one can save you." "Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. How are you going to let me die?" Yi Tiance took a step forward and stared at Bai Ligon again with sharp eyes. The invisible pressure made Bai Ligon sweat profusely. Damn! This kid's aura is too strong. Rong Mei Yen had already understood the situation. Bai Ligon is just a pawn pushed forward by the Zhao and Tong families. Wang Guiyuan's resignation is not a loss for the Tong family. They can push up as many people as they want like this. This is the foundation of a big family. Just like Bai Ligon now. But she didn't expect it. Bai Ligon really values money more than his life, and is willing to offend Yi Tiance for this. "I'm right in front of you, and you haven't been able to catch me for so long. It seems like you, the director, are useless." Seeing that Bai Ligon was not moving for a long time, Yi Tiance lost his patience. He slowly walked up to the remaining member of the application team and said in a cold voice, "Now, can Fingrong Group file its taxes normally? I'm the best. Why did this tough guy target him?" Team member Wang Xian was so terrified that he didn't dare to look at Yi Tiance at all and could only smile apologetically. "Yes, of course I can. Please follow me." He didn't dare to refuse. After all, Wang Dafu and Zhang Gang had become like that. Even Bai Ligon felt embarrassed at this moment. He was just a little Karami and knew very well that he could not offend Yi Tiance. "Stop! Who said Fingrong Group can file tax returns?" Bai Ligon suddenly roared, and Wang Xian was stunned. "What the hell? Director, please stop doing this. This is Yi Tiance. Moreover, what does your confrontation with one another have to do with me, a team member? Could you please not involve me?" Yi Tiance turned around. "Why? Director, do you have any opinions?" Bai Ligon snorted coldly. "Before you file your tax return, you must first arrest and charge him according to the law. You should understand the charge of assaulting a public official, right?" Yi Tiance shook his head, very impatient. These people are really brainless. Last time, they also found an acting director to cause trouble, and the reasons were almost the same. It's always like this. Can't you try something new? After hearing his words, Bai Ligon thought that he was giving in and laughed at him. "Ha, Yi Tiance is nothing special. I really don't know how your reputation got spread. Facing my law enforcement bureau, aren't you helpless? This director is giving you face now. If you want to follow me, then it can be more decent. Otherwise, not only will I ruin your reputation, but Fingrong Group will also be affected. Bai Ligon looked very proud. But the next second, Yi Tian suddenly appeared in front of him with a look of indifference and impatience. The big hand slowly raised up. Snapped. With one slap, Bai Ligon flew backwards and rolled several times on the ground before stopping, landing right in the corner. You're just a dog, how dare you brag in front of me? Since you like being a dog, then just stay in the corner so that people won't be annoyed by you. Wang Xian couldn't help but shudder, and became more convinced that it was the right choice for him not to get involved. This slap looks painful. If it happened to him, he couldn't imagine how serious it would be. Bai Ligon lay on the ground, spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood and then fainted. Yi Tiance looked at Wang Xian, and Wang Xian led the way sensibly. Mr. Yi, this way please. The voice just fell. There was the sound of orderly footsteps. The next second, many law enforcement officers rushed in with weapons in hand, pointing their guns at Yi Tiance. Then, a greasy Mediterranean guy walked in with a big belly. The square-faced man was intimidating without even getting angry. He stared at Yi Tiance as soon as he came in. Do you surrender, or do you want me to have you arrested? Yi Tiance looked at the square face, and Wang Xian's legs trembled when he saw who it was. Look, isn't that the newly appointed deputy head of the inspection team, Li Duca? Oh my god, I actually alarmed him? I heard that he is ruthless in handling cases. This time Yi Tiance is really taking action. I'm afraid we won't be so lucky. Yes, Yi Tiance is definitely finished this time. Rong Meiyan was stunned and frowned slightly. Li Duca is a good official and will not go along with people like Bai Ligon. But his appearance at this time was too coincidental. Could it be that Li Duca has turned over a new leaf and chosen to be a member of a mob? Or was it that he was also framed by the Zhao and Tong families, who wanted to bring him down? At this moment, she was a little confused. You're not worthy enough to catch me. Yi Tiance's cold words brought her back to her senses. Really? I'm Li Duca, deputy head of the Tiannan provincial inspection team. In my eyes, the emperor is no less guilty than the common people. There is no one I dare not arrest. Li Duca is neither arrogant nor impatient, but he reveals a hidden majesty. Yi Tiance smiled and nodded. He no longer wanted to control his temper. I just came to pay my taxes, but these clowns showed up one after another to cause trouble. His patience is limited. Rong Meiyan guessed that he wanted to attack, so she stepped forward to block him and laughed softly. I didn't expect to meet Team Leader Li here. Why did Team Leader Li come here suddenly? Yi Tiance saw through Rong Meiyan's thoughts and did not take any action at that time. This Team Leader Li is different from Bai Ligon and others. So, she wanted to test it out to see whether the other party was good or bad. It turned out to be Miss Rong. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. I came here because I received a report from the public that someone had no regard for the law, intentionally injured others, and challenged the law. What? Miss Rong knows this man? If you want to excuse him, I cannot agree to it, because I saw him beat Director Bai Ligon with my own eyes. Such an arrogant thief should be arrested and charged with the corresponding legal charges. It is our duty to protect the world's fairness and justice in the name of law. As soon as these words were spoken, Rong Meiyan instantly understood why Li Duca appeared here. I see Meiyan is just a woman, so she naturally wouldn't dare to obstruct the enforcement of the law. But before enforcing the law, Team Leader Li should think about whether he has violated the law. He? Illegal? Chapter 700. Li Duca. Li Duca, former deputy director of the law enforcement department of Tiannan province. He started his official career at the age of 25. He was an upright person and his official life was spotless. Because of this, he is loved by the people and he truly cares about the people. But the existence of people like him is undoubtedly a potential threat to those big families. Because big families with access to power like to cultivate obedient officials. Simply put, officials who are personally trained are easy to control and their cake and cake will not be touched. Maybe that's why Li Duca was demoted one level and became the current deputy head of the inspection team. Li is in a high position, so he would not break the law knowingly. What does Miss Rong mean by this? He thought about it, but he still couldn't think of where he had broken the law. Rong Meiyan told the whole story about the current situation of Fingrong Group and how Bai Ligon helped Wang Dafu to target her. He frowned after listening. Team Leader Li, you are a smart person and you should know whether this reporting call was intentional. As the deputy head of the inspection team, you helped them arrest people indiscriminately. Isn't this breaking the law knowingly? In addition, does this count as Team Leader Li being in cahoots with them? If this gets out, wouldn't outsiders say that Team Leader Li was wise all his life but foolish for a moment? The moment she saw Li Duca, Rong Meiyan guessed what the other party was planning. Li Duca is a recognized good official by the masses and is deeply loved by the masses. Yi Tiance was very angry at the moment. Once Li Duca really arrested someone, he would definitely fight back. If Li Duca was really touched, it would undoubtedly be the pillar of support in the hearts of the people. By then, Yi Tiance will lose the support of the people and will be attacked by the masses. At that time, even if someone wanted to deal with Yi Tiance, they would be powerless. Because, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Yi Tiance also saw through this, so when Rong Meiyan stopped him, he did not continue. Li Duca glanced at Yi Tiance and fell into deep thought. He doesn't care about reputation, after all, he is working for the people. The reason why he didn't ask for punishment was because when he came in, he saw Yi Tiance attacking Bai Ligon. Although he disdained to associate with Bai Ligon and others, this was an assault incident after all and he had to take care of it. Rong Meiyan's words also woke him up. This was all too coincidental, and he didn't believe in coincidence. This series of events would never have happened if it hadn't been designed by someone. Therefore, Rong Meiyan was right. If he really caught Yi Tiance, he would become an accomplice and would be breaking the law knowingly. I didn't expect that even someone as wise as me would be used as a pawn. Li Duca smiled helplessly and shook his head. Are you Yi Tiance? Well, you look good, a man of talent, but you have a bad temper. Although I don't want to arrest you, it is a fact that you beat up a public official, so you have to come with me. But don't worry, if you don't have any problems, I won't make it difficult for you, and you shouldn't make it difficult for me either. Yi Tiance did not refuse this. Okay, but before that, I have to fix the problem here first. Hearing this, Wang Xian panicked again. What the hell? How did you suddenly come to your senses? For a moment, he was in a dilemma. After all, someone had specifically informed us that Fingrong Group's tax issues were not allowed to be handled, no matter who came. He just agreed because of Yi Tiance's threat. He originally wanted to find some excuse to get away after he got there, but now that Li Duca was there, he naturally didn't dare to do so. This is how to do? Mr. Yi, we. Think carefully before you speak. Can you bear the responsibility? Also, you keep saying that Fingrong Group's accounts are not clean. Can you provide evidence? When Li was the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he was in charge of the financial disputes section, so, please bring the problematic accounts to me. If there is a problem, Li will not interfere. If there is no problem, then you are deliberately obstructing tax payment and can be transferred to the judicial process. You should understand this charge, right? Li Duca was so intimidating without even getting angry that Wang Xian panicked instantly. Thump! Wang Xian immediately knelt down, crying and sobbing. Team Leader Li, this is none of my business. I am just a small team member with no real power. Everything depends on the team leader. It was the team leader who didn't allow us to handle Fingrong Group's tax issues. Please let Team Leader Li take a closer look. Really? There is something fishy here. Li Duca snorted coldly. What's going on? Tell the truth. I don't know the details, but I secretly looked at the application form submitted by Fingrong Group. There is no problem at all, but I am just a team member. I dare not ask. I can only obey orders. Wang Xian was shaking continuously and didn't dare to look at Li Duca at all. He never dreamed that so many things would happen today. Even Li Duca was implicated. Moreover, Li Duca seemed to be speaking for Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan. If he had known this, he would not have dared to get involved even if he had 100 times the courage. Having said this, Li Duca already had the answer in his mind. That is what Rong Meiyan said, and this was a trap set for them. And he had unknowingly become a chess piece. Okay. I didn't expect your tax bureau to do something tricky. It seems that I was too lax. I have to invite everyone in your tax bureau to have some tea. Come on, take him away. Several law enforcement officers came immediately and wanted to take Wang Xin away. This scared Wang Xin, but Rong Meiyan stood in front of him. Team leader Li, Meiyan has something to say to you. Can you please move aside? Li Duca frowned, but still followed Rong Meiyan to the side. No one knows what the two said. However, Li Duca looked grim and tried hard to suppress his anger. Someone! Take Yi Tiance away to me! The law enforcement officers immediately stepped forward and took Yi Tiance away. Li Duca followed closely behind, and Rong Meiyan also had a cold face. She glanced at Wang Xin and left. The double reversal caught Wang Xin off guard. How is this going? After just a few words, things suddenly turned out like this. Could it be that Rong Meiyan revealed the loophole herself? No, Rong Meiyan is the commercial empress of the provincial capital. How could she make such a low-level mistake? Forget it. In short, he was not implicated, and Fingrong Group's tax affairs could not be handled, which is a good thing. But it's hard for Director Bai and Team Leader Wang. What are you looking at? Stop looking. Where are the people? Someone. Send Team Leader Wang and Director Bai to the hospital immediately. The security guards who were hiding in the dark and watching immediately ran in, carried Team Leader Wang and others out and sent them to the hospital. Inspection team, interrogation room. Yi Tiance sat at the table. Li Duca asked everyone else to go out and interrogate him alone. After the person left, Li Duca handed over a cup of hot tea and couldn't help but smile. Now it's just the two of us, we can talk. Can. Yi Tiance turned his wrist slightly, shook the silver bracelet off, and placed it steadily on the table. Li Duca's eyes lit up. As expected of Yi Tiance, young man, you are very brave, I admire you very much. Team leader Li is also good. I admire you too. This is the first time I've been praised by a young man like you, but now that you've fallen into my hands, don't be so stubborn. Yi Tiance moved his wrist and chuckled. I'm not being stubborn, but Team leader Li, do you really want to arrest me? Chapter 701. Because I am Yi Tiance. Li Duca narrowed his eyes. The aura of a high-ranking official who has served in office for many years is revealed. Oh? Then tell me, if I didn't want to arrest you, why did I bring you back? He stared at Yi Tiance, paying attention to Yi Tiance's expression and the changes in his eyes. Even though he has been an official for many years and has seen countless people. But when facing Yi Tiance, he couldn't see through him. Team leader Li, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so we won't play strange stories from a Chinese studio. Wang Guiyuan is a pawn pushed forward by the Wang family. The Wang family is powerful and has supported countless officials. Although the Wang family has not appeared in public, the Tong family has always been active in the public eye. Now the Tong family and the Zhao family are setting a trap, not only to target me, but also to target you. If I'm not mistaken, Mei Yan and you reached an agreement, deliberately kidnapping me and spreading false information to Zhao Tong and his family, so as to reveal their flaws. He wants to use me to wipe out the forces behind this. As the young lord of the fallen city, he could naturally see through this thought. It's impossible that Rong Meiyan would really push into Li Duca, right? Li Duca frowned slightly, then smiled and said. You are very smart, and you don't only use violence to solve problems as the outside world says. No wonder Miss Rong is always by your side. But you should also know that being too smart is not a good thing, and that is why you have so many enemies. He was very interested when he heard about Yi Tiance's reputation earlier. I have always wanted to see what this young man who is leading half of Jiangnan City looks like. See you today. Sure enough, it lives up to its reputation. Pity. As someone who has been through this, he knew very well how much trouble Yi Tiance's style of doing things would bring. If Yi Tiance knew how to restrain himself, he might become a great man in the future. Yi Tiance played with the teacup and said calmly. I didn't expect that the leader Li, who was said to be vigorous and upright, would be so hesitant now. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact. Team Leader Lee, you are getting old and you are starting to get scared. Lee Duca's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped and he looked fiercely at Yi Tiance. These two sentences hit his soft spot like a sharp sword. He lowered his head and remained silent. Not bad. He became afraid. Since he started his official career, he has always insisted on being himself and determined to be a good official. Over the past 20 years, many big families and higher-ups have put pressure on him to go along with the corrupt practices, but he has withstood the pressure. But when people reach middle age, they have elderly parents and young children to take care of. He no longer has the energy to deal with various forces as before. Therefore, he now thinks more before doing things and is no longer so decisive. To put it bluntly, now people are worried about offending people and thus implicating their families. Lee Duca did not deny it, and smiled helplessly. Once you are in the arena, you have no choice. We each have our own worlds. If you were in my position, you would probably be more worried than I am. Yi Tiance agreed with this. However, he did not agree that Lee Duca should be afraid. Team Leader Lee, you have been an honest official and have upheld justice for many years. What is this for? Hear the words. Lee Duca frowned slightly, a little confused, but did not hesitate. As law enforcers, it is natural for me to maintain the few bits of fairness and justice that exist. Although I am alone, I also hope to contribute a little to the peace and prosperity of the country and the people. However, as I get older, I feel a little overwhelmed and sometimes I even doubt whether what I am doing is right or wrong. Today, he is already full of the vicissitudes of life. This is also the reason why he admires Yi Tiance. He is very similar to him when he was young, fearless. But there is one difference, that is, he is not as violent as Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance stood up and took the initiative to pour tea for Lee Duca. Fairness and justice are our duty. Team Leader Lee, you did nothing wrong. There is no need to doubt yourself. Lee Duca looked up in surprise, and happened to meet Yi Tiance's eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Good boy, you are trying to comfort me now. It is you that should be worried about. The Wang family should not be underestimated. You have moved against a large number of leaders in Jiangnan City, headed by Wang Guiyuan, which is a provocation to the Wang family. The Wang family will not let you go easily. This time I am the deputy leader of the inspection team. I think it is also the Wang family's trick to use your power to bring me down. After Rong Meiyan's reminder, he also figured out the problem. After all, even if he was demoted one level, he was still in a high position and could still block the interests of that group of people. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They are not qualified to touch me. I also want to see what tricks they can play. Team Leader Lee, the people need good people like you, so feel free to do it boldly without any worries. Because they can't make any waves in front of me, and I can ensure that you have no worries. Lee Duca was very surprised by Yi Tiance's indifference. He is very capable and has already made a name for himself. But after all, he is still a young man with no background at all. How can he say such things? But if he had no background, how could Yi Tiance be so rampant and still remain unscathed? Of course, he didn't know the identity of Yi Tiance, the young city lord. If you knew, you would understand that Yi Tiance is the biggest background. Lee Duca smiled and said, "The more I look at you, the more you look like my younger self. It's really nostalgic. But I still want to remind you that it's okay to be young and frivolous, but don't be too arrogant, otherwise you will end up young." He always believed that Yi Tiance was just frivolous, and that was why he said such big words. He did not feel uncomfortable, but rather appreciated it. Because young people just want to be wild. It's just that Yi Tiance's arrogance is a bit too much. However, I'm never frivolous, to be honest. They are nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of me. And you will be fine, I said. Even if Jesus comes, I can protect you. It depends on your choice, idol of the masses. From the moment he entered the interrogation room, Lee Duca had been testing him. Wasn't he testing the other party? If Lee Duca still cares about the people and doesn't go along with the corrupt, then there's no harm in him helping. This was also Rong Meiyan's idea, otherwise she would not have let her bring him back. Lee Duca did not disappoint him despite his age. He still wanted to fight against that group of people. Seeing Yi Tiance's calm expression, Lee Duca frowned and thought, where does this kid get the confidence from? Could it be that he really has some unknown background? This kid has caused so much trouble, but no matter what force the other party is, he can always get away with it unscathed. It certainly won't work just by force. It seems that this kid still has many secrets. I really want to know, why are you so confident? He is a smart man. I know that Giants didn't get to where he is today by luck. But he would not ask about his identity and background because he would not get an answer even if he asked. Instead of that, it's better to give it a try and see if you can get any useful information. Giants drank the hot tea in the cup and sat down with a deep look in his eyes. Just because I'm Giants is enough. Chapter 702 Tong Gushio wakes up. Purple Gold Palace. Jibo sat upright on the leather sofa and looked around. This villa in the Purple Gold Palace is really nice, no wonder rich people want to live here. Tong Lehigh looked through the window at Villa Number 1 and said calmly. Stay here for now until you finish your business, except for the young lady. Anyone else entering must get my permission. Especially you are not allowed to go out and cause trouble without my consent. In his opinion, Ji Budwan was the most useless and troublesome of all people. If it was because Ji Budwan ruined their plan, then he wouldn't mind not giving face to the Liu family and killing him. Tong Lihi's phone rang, and after answering it, he smiled at Zhao Shicheng. Giants was captured by Li Duca, and Rong Meiyan still failed to pay taxes according to the law. Giants' action at the tax authorities today is bound to affect Feng Rong's stock price. Mr. Zhao, you can let your people take action now. Alright. I'll see how that little bitch Rong Meiyan will turn things around this time. Zhao Shicheng rubbed his hands. He felt inexplicably happy at the thought of making Rong Meiyan lose face. What the hell? He went to Feng Rong Group with good intentions to remind her that it was okay for her to look down on him. And let that bastard Giants beat him up like this. It would be unworthy of a gentleman not to avenge this. Do it. As soon as the phone call came through, the order was given immediately. Feng Rong Group. Rong Meiyan sat at her desk, looking at the red and green lines on the computer screen, and couldn't help but smile. Creak. Giants pushed the door open and she immediately stood up and walked over. He hooked his hands around Giants' neck and leaned over to whisper in his ear. They acted faster than expected. Meiyan can no longer hold on. How are you going to help Meiyan? Giants hugged her waist and pulled her close to him, clearly feeling her body temperature. That softness made him fantasize. Don't worry, I will definitely help you, but before that you have to help me first. Rong Meiyan smiled charmingly, dodged his hand by moving sideways, and returned to sit at the desk. Look at you, why are you so anxious? Meiyan said that she will give you a reward in the evening. Wait for her. And she will definitely not let you down. Hiss. He also wanted to wait until night. But facing her charming appearance, he really felt uncomfortable. Why do you have to have physical contact with him at this time? Isn't this seduction? However, he was still willing to wait. After all, it's a feast tonight. By the way, how was your conversation with team leader Li? Of course she knew that Giants had guessed her intention to improve her relationship with Li Duca. Li Duca is a popular idol. If we can capture him, it will be convenient to do many things in the future. It can be said that she is selfish, but she is different from those people in the Tong family. She would not touch Li Duca's bottom line, nor would she do anything shameful. Giants sat down, took the grapes on the table and started eating. I'll do the work. You can rest assured if I don't do the work well, can I still pick you? Hate it, but Meiyan likes you like this, so I'll wait for your good news. Rong Meiyan sat back in front of the computer. Looking at the falling stock price, although he was a little worried, he chose to believe Giants. Because he never let her down. But how should he break the impasse? This time, the problems are not as easy to reverse as those encountered by the 10 billion project. At that time, with the cooperation of Tianlong Group, the Tong family had already seen through it. It would naturally not be possible to ask the Tianlong Group to intervene now. This man really made her more and more interested, and she wanted to take a closer look. Tong family. Sir, it's time to take your medicine. The maid Sai was holding a wooden tray, her steps graceful, and she was wearing a long colorful gauze skirt, looking like an ancient beauty from a novel. She came to the bed, put down the wooden tray, and slowly helped Tong Gushio sit up. Then he picked up the small porcelain bowl and started feeding the medicine. She was Tong Gushio's maid and had taken care of his daily life since he was young. Seeing his current appearance, I feel so sad. The feminine and handsome face was covered with bruises and even deformed, and had long lost its former handsomeness. You know, he is a rare genius in the Tong family, and he became one of the 3 heroes of the provincial capital at a young age. I have never been so embarrassed in this provincial capital, where I can call the shots. I didn't expect that after a trip to Jiangnan, I would come back covered in injuries. And that damn dragon group. She actually tortured her beloved son so badly. Tong Gushio was already mentally ill on the day he was sent back by the dragon group. Except for Master Tong and his wife, he had a vague memory of everyone else. Not only does it refuse anyone from approaching it, it also launches indiscriminate attacks. The worst thing is that I suffer from incontinence. I really don't know how much torture a person has to go through to become like this. Fortunately, after these days of recuperation, his spirits have gradually recovered. However, he still didn't talk much, was depressed all day, and the resentment in his eyes was growing. While taking the medicine, Tong Gushio still didn't speak, and Sai could only sigh with heartache. She didn't know how to comfort her even though he had been staying by her bedside these days. Tong Gushio didn't do anything for her. He was like a completely different person. Sai simply packed up and prepared to leave, when Tong Gushio suddenly got up from the bed. Ah! Sir, how did you stand up? Sai was startled and hurried forward to support him. Tong Gushio had a gloomy face and looked at Sai with resentment. How many days have I been back? What? Sir, is your memory beginning to become fuzzy? Sir, it's been 4 days. Is there anything you want to do? Sai can help you. Sai was very happy. During these 4 days, Tong Gushio made no sound except for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. Not only her, the entire Tong family was worried. Now that he can speak, it means that his mental state has recovered and only physical injuries remain. For days, that bastard Yi Tiance has lived for another 4 days. Damn it! He caused me to be captured by the dragon group and tortured. I want him dead. Pass on my order, and have the Tong family mobilize all their connections. I will torture him to death. I will return the torture I suffered in the dragon group 100-fold. Boom! Tong Gushio punched the coffee table hard, and it shattered. He glared at Sai with gritted teeth. The hatred in his eyes seemed enough to eat a person alive. Sai said distressfully. Sir, calm down. Your revenge will be taken, and Yi Tiance will die. Elder Tong Lihai has already led people to Jiangnan, and this time he has joined forces with others to deal with Yi Tiance. Sir, please rest assured that Elder Tong will completely destroy Yi Tiance this time. She was also full of resentment towards Yi Tiance. If it weren't for Yi Tiance, how could her beloved young master end up in such a situation? Not enough. Far from enough. I want everyone related to Yi Tiance to die. Especially that bitch Rong Meiyin. We are both from one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, but she actually helped that damn Yi Tiance to deal with me. Why doesn't she just die? Seeing that Tong Gushio was becoming more and more agitated, Sai hurriedly supported him and began to comfort him. Suddenly, Tong Gushio felt a headache. After grinning, Sai helped him lie down to rest and took out some sleeping pills to soothe his nerves and gave them to him. After taking the medicine, Tong Gushio quickly calmed down and fell asleep. Sai helped cover the quilt and left the room. Snapped. Sai slapped the maid guarding the gate. His face was gloomy and his eyes were full of indifference. He was completely different from the person just now. Don't you know how to urge the elders to send back a message? Do you know what the young master is like now? I'll give you 3 minutes if you don't bring back a message. Be prepared for someone to collect your body. Chapter 703, A woman who changes her face faster than turning the page of a book. Yes. The maidservant left in a hurry, not daring to delay for even a moment. Sai clenched her fists, the resentment in her eyes almost dripping out. Yi Tiance, you dare to torture me like this, I will make you wish you were dead. I hope you can survive Elder Tong's hands and keep your worthless life for me to take. She may not care about anyone in the entire Tong family, but she will not care about Tong Guxiu. Although she was just a maid, she had been with Tong Guxiu since he was a child. Ever since the night she had sex with him at the age of 16, she had fallen completely in love with him. And it is an irremediable, even pathological love. She secretly vowed to protect her master for the rest of her life and not let him come to any harm. Now, it has touched her reverse scale. Sai took out her cell phone, typed a message and sent it, then slowly left. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Phew. I'm so tired, how about you massage my feet? Then the reward I give you later might be a little more generous. Rong Meiyan collapsed on the sofa and crossed her legs. The faint slit of the cheongsam, coupled with the flesh-colored stockings as a backdrop, makes the legs look particularly graceful and charming. She slowly stretched out her legs, shook them towards Yi Tiance, and smiled charmingly. Yi Tiance grabbed her ankles and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you getting more and more slippery? Maybe you are sick, I have to feel you carefully. As he spoke, Yi Tiance had already started playing with it. He pretended to be touching the bones and gradually moved up. When I touched my calf, I gasped. Hiss. As expected of Rong Meiyan, she really doesn't have a single bit of fat. The leg line is perfect. I haven't seen you for a few days, I miss you so much. However. Xiao Sisi, Queen Rong, you are back? I missed you so much. Han Ruoyun ran down from upstairs in a hurry. As soon as I ran to the side, I saw this scene. Suddenly, it was extremely awkward. I go. How come they did it right after they got back? If you had informed me in advance, I wouldn't have come out to disturb you, right? Now, it's so embarrassing, how should I end it? Well, I woke up quickly and found that I still have some sleep to do. You guys go ahead and do your work, I'll sleep for a while. Han Ruoyun immediately ran upstairs, and even felt that it was not fast enough. Dead leg, run. When Yi Tiance was going to Hujiao Mountain before, Rong Meiyan gave them some time to be alone together. As soon as Yi Tiance came back, he looked for her first and let her experience the automatic transmission, successfully making up for the regrets of the past few days. Now that the two of them are finally together and can do something, she shows up at an inopportune time. She didn't want to disturb Rong Meiyan's good fortune. Of course, only Rong Meiyan can make her back down. If it's a small tablet, don't even think about it. Yun Yun. Yi Tiance suddenly shouted and Han Ruoyun stopped. She looked down at him in confusion. Come down. Ah? Go down? What the hell is Xiao Sisi doing? He doesn't mind that I disturb them? Or maybe he asked me to go down because he wanted to get angry. Han Ruoyun was puzzled, but went downstairs anyway. Yi Tiance waved and she walked straight over. The next second, Yi Tiance gently patted the seat next to him and motioned him to sit down. She was stunned for a moment, somewhat unresponsive. Yi Tiance suddenly reached out and pulled her to sit down, then hugged her from both sides. You haven't even conquered the country yet, but you're already thinking about having all the blessings of life. Mr. Yi, you're worthy of being called that. The blessing of all people? Han Ruoyun understood immediately and shook off Yi Tiance's hand. Xiao Sisi, this is a bit too much, although I don't mind sharing you with Queen Rong. You don't deserve such good treatment right now. Queen Rong has been waiting for you for so long, you have to accompany Queen Rong. Well, I don't want others to say that I monopolize you. What a shameless bastard. He is thinking about having a wife as soon as he gets home. Does he deserve it? She wanted to say something, but saw Yi Tiance fell into deep thought. What was he thinking about? Do you realize your mistake? As expected of a man who has been trained by her, it's normal for him to have this kind of awareness. However, Since you don't want to monopolize her, then call Lu Ruyan back and let them monopolize her. She should be willing to let me enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives. He was sure of this. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have kept him awake at night and unable to eat or sleep every time. What did you say? Say it to me again? You want me and that little tablet to serve you together? Yi Tiance, you are going too far. Han Ruoyun stood up and left angrily. Looking at her back, Yi Tiance didn't understand. Why is she still angry? Did he say the wrong thing? Didn't she say she would stop monopolizing others and give others a chance? Then there is nothing wrong with him giving this opportunity to Lu Ruyan. Forget it. Let her go. Isn't there Rong Meiyan here? The main dish tonight is Rong Meiyan, and she said she would reward him well. I just don't know what the reward is. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yi Tiance was ready to reach out and hug Rong Meiyan and ask what the reward was. But when he stretched out his hand, he found nothing. When I turned around, I saw Rong Meiyan had stood up without me noticing. At this moment, she smiled charmingly. Mr. Yi, Yun was right just now. It's not a good idea to eat from the bowl while looking at the pot. In view of your performance, tonight's reward will be put on hold for now. Don't worry, Meiyan is accumulating more for you. When the time comes, it will be fulfilled and you will not be disappointed. Meiyan will go upstairs to rest first, and Mr. Yi should also go to bed early. If you can't sleep, you can do it yourself. As she was speaking, Rong Meiyan had already walked to the stairs in her high heels. By the time Yi Tiance reacted, she had already gone upstairs. Oh my god. What's the situation? Shouldn't Rong Meiyan be in the same camp as me? Now even she wants to backstab me? Where is the promised reward? I'm about to take my pants off, and you're telling me this? Forget it. These women change their faces so quickly. Don't trust them easily in the future. Unless you sign a guarantee letter before making a promise, or give a deposit of intent or something, and get some benefits before agreeing. After sighing, Yi Tiance returned to his room alone. After lying down, I always feel very uncomfortable, as if there is a ball of heat moving up and down in my dantian. It is worthy of being a pill refined by Master Mo Yuan. Its effect in enhancing yang energy is truly amazing. The only drawback is that he is so fucking uncomfortable. It's all Han Ruoyun's fault. If it weren't for her, the yang energy would have been released tonight. No, I need to have an in-depth discussion with her about academic issues to see who was right and who was wrong. Yi Tiance had just stood up and was about to leave the room when a message suddenly came from his cell phone. Open it and take a look. Lu Ruyan, did you miss me? Xiao Sisi, tonight I can't sleep because I miss you. Yi Tiance, if you miss me, take some practical action and don't make me feel bad. Lu Ruyan, are you feeling uncomfortable? The big cow set the fire again and didn't put it out? Wait until I get back to beat her big tits. Angry expression. Lu Ruyan, how about I start a video chat and help you? Smirking expression. Hiss. Yi Tiance sat up suddenly and stared at the screen of his mobile phone. As expected of her, this is a good idea. Chapter 704. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Jingle bell. The video interface suddenly popped up, and Yi Tiance was startled. Did she really video call me? Could it be that she's wearing some kind of uniform or something, lying in the bathtub and doing something seductive? Based on his understanding of Lu Ruyan, she was capable of doing such a thing. Yi Tiance answered the call with great anticipation. Hey! Little Sisi, let me see what the big cow has done to you. Let me open my eyes and see how big it can be. The collar of Lu Ruyan's thin pajamas was very low, and the edge could be seen at a glance. She's also quite informative. But compared to Han Ruoyun, there is a huge gap. Seeing that Yi Tiance was staring at her collar, Lu Ruyan immediately stretched out her hand to block it and said with a wicked smile. Xiao Sisi, you are not honest. You actually secretly looked at others. Then you called me on video just to show me? This left Yi Tiance speechless. Then you can't peek secretly. Lu Ruyan pretended to be angry. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes and said unhappily. If you don't want to show it to me, why did you call me via video? Wouldn't it be better if I could watch a real-life video? He was quite unhappy. It was obvious that she wanted to call him via video to help him relieve his sexual desire. The results of it? Lu Ruyan bent down slightly, deliberately revealing a gap, and said with a wicked smile. Xiao Sisi, if you want to see it, it's not impossible, and you can see it openly. But in exchange, I want to see yours, too. How about that? This benefit of mine is much more useful than wiping your gun with stockings. Xiao Sisi, you only have one chance, so don't miss it. Moreover, I will give you limited time benefits to let you know what is great value for money. Seeing Lu Ruyan's confident words, Yi Tiance began to hesitate. Is she going to play tricks on me like she did before? What benefits can be provided through the screen? Moreover, this concerns his privacy. Even though she is his woman, he cannot be so promiscuous. The next second, Lu Ruyan bent down and completely exposed the gap in her collar. The mountains and ridges are now parted from the clouds and the sky is revealed. Okay. Promising her seems to be a good choice. The next day. It was already noon when Yi Tiance woke up. I'd been too tired recently, and Lu Ruyan was too strong last night. I accidentally let out a little too much, so I overslept. After getting up, I found the villa was extremely quiet. Rong Meiyan must have gone to the company. Even if she was there, nothing could happen. But Han Ruoyun is different. He is a very noisy person. Not only did I not look for him this morning, but there wasn't any movement at all. This doesn't make sense. So, he decided to go to Han Ruoyun's room to take a look. Just as I reached the door and was about to knock, I suddenly heard some indescribable noises from inside. This sound is... Yi Tiance looked up suddenly and couldn't help but smile. No wonder it's so quiet. He was hiding in the room and making the noise secretly. But this sound is really nice. Creak. Yi Tiance pushed the door open and walked in. What? What? Han Ruoyun screamed and immediately pulled the quilt over her. What are you doing? Get out. She clutched the quilt tightly, her face flushed with shame, and she didn't dare to look Yi Tiance in the eye. Damn it. Why did he suddenly break in? What a shame. He shouldn't have seen or heard anything, right? Yes, she must not have heard it. She was speaking quietly enough. Ever since she became a woman, she always woke up in the morning with a little desire. During the days that Yi Tiance was away, her desires grew stronger and stronger and could not be satisfied at all. You can only do it yourself. Originally, she didn't need to do this anymore and could have just thrown herself onto Yi Tiance's bed. It just so happens that Lu Ruyan is not here now, and Queen Rong is busy with company matters, so she can completely monopolize Yi Tiance. But who made her angry last night? This time, her retreat was completely cut off. She couldn't just get angry and then run to Yi Tiance with a smiling face to seek satisfaction, right? I'll come and observe. Yi Tiance touched his chin, thoughtfully. Han Ruoyun was filled with shame. What are you watching? Get out of here right now. This feeling of being caught is really frustrating. Family members, who knows? Go out? It's impossible to get out, but it's almost possible to get in. Yi Tiance walked straight to the bed and quickly got into the quilt. The Second World War officially begins. I don't know how long it will take. Han Ruoyun nestled in Yi Tiance's arms and said unhappily. You are so shameless. Who asked you to get into my bed? Didn't you want to have sex with everyone yesterday? And today you jump into my bed. Yi Tiance looked at her seriously. I still want to now, but Mei Yan is not here. Suddenly, Han Ruoyun pushed him away. Okay. I knew you were shameless. You're always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. That's all you have in your mind. Yi Tiance hugged her tightly again. I thought I was trying to coax her, but who would have thought that we would end up hurting each other? You're not that bad in the head, otherwise why did you do it yourself before I came in? You. Good guy. Are you still talking about this? Does she no longer care about her reputation? Forget it. He is just so unromantic. If you had a bit of brains, you would have taken them all down long ago. Han Ruoyan snorted coldly, and thought of Rong Meiyan, who was now fighting a bloody battle with various forces in the company, while she and Yi Tiance were engaged in a fierce battle in bed, and she couldn't help feeling ashamed and worried. Do you think Queen Rong can handle this huge crisis? I saw the news this morning that Fingrong Group's stock price plummeted, and my dad was too busy to help. You are the only one who can help her now. Didn't you go to see her yesterday? How does it feel? Is it a difficult problem? In response to this, Yi Tiance chuckled. If I can't solve it, no one can. Don't worry, the plummeting stock price is just an appearance. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. If we don't make those people bleed, the crisis they created will be in vain. Han Ruoyan breathed a sigh of relief and stopped worrying too much. Although Yi Tiance was reckless in his actions, he never let them down. If he says it's okay, then it's okay. Fingrong Group. Rong Meiyan sat at her desk, looking at the stock price which couldn't fall any further, and couldn't help but smile. Boss Xiao really came prepared. Are you trying to show off your power in front of Mei Yan and declare your victory? Looking at Xiao Qingcheng in front of her, she still had a smile on her face. She didn't have too much energy to target this stupid woman. Because if people are stupid enough, they will end up in a dead end on their own, and there is no need for her to help at all. However, this is just the beginning. It is not the style of this stupid woman to show off to her as soon as she gets a little success. Of course, she also knew that it was the Zhao Tong family and their two families who were behind this. Mr. Rong, you are too kind. I am just here to help convey a message. Xiao Qingcheng remained calm and looked at Rong Meiyan. So that's how it is. I wonder what Mr. Xiao wants to say to Mei Yan? Chapter 705, Lin Family Invitation. Boss Rong, today I am here on behalf of the Tong family to inform you that Fingrong Group has reached its end, and there is nothing you can do to save the situation. If you give up Fingrong Group, the Tong family will guarantee that you will still have a share of the spoils. Xiao Qingcheng seemed like a different person. The hip skirt shows her sexiness, and the black color adds a touch of mystery. She was full of confidence, and the determination in her eyes surprised Rong Meiyan. There is no doubt that the Tong family is behind this. Otherwise, this stupid woman would never be so confident. However, he really underestimated her by showing off in front of her by relying on the help of the Tong family. Boss Xiao, you are relying on others for help again. As far as I know, big families usually let servants pass on messages. And they look at the servants like dogs. Mr. Xiao, you are here to deliver a message. Could it be that you are the Tong family's dog? Mei Yan looked at you and found it really funny. She didn't understand where Mr. Xiao got his confidence from. What? Has Mr. Xiao forgotten that he was repeatedly slapped in the face by Yi Tiance? Not to mention the distant past, he was beaten yesterday, and young Master Zhao is still not well now? Xiao Qingcheng smiled coldly, which was completely different from her previous anger and frustration. Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes slightly. What confidence did the Zhao family give her? She seemed like a completely different person overnight. Rong Meiyan couldn't figure it out, but she didn't feel threatened either. After all, this little scene is far from comparable to her experience. Boss Rong is really eloquent, but I wonder if he can still speak when Fingrong Group is completely acquired. I admit that you were more skilled in the past and I was often defeated by you, but things are different now and you are about to lose. She came here today just to disturb people's hearts. Zhao Shichang has already taken action and arranged for people to purchase a large number of loose shares of Fingrong Group. Just as they thought. Yi Tiance's action at the tax authorities implicated Fingrong Group, causing its stock price to plummet. They seized the opportunity and bought a large number of individual tickets. Zhao Shichang and others will use the authority of the Zhao and Tong families to oppress Fingrong executives. Then there is no need to worry about no one selling out their stocks. Good birds choose trees to roost in. A truth from ancient times. Now that Fingrong Group is facing internal and external troubles, these so-called senior executives are unwilling to continue wasting their time. In addition, the workers that Han Tianzhang had originally hired to start the construction also stopped because of this incident. After all, offending the tax authorities is not a good thing. Next, we will conduct a thorough investigation of Fingrong Group. If something really happens, they will also be implicated and investigated. They can't afford the time cost. This also made Han Tianzhang very anxious. After all, he was the one who called these people here. If the work really stops, he doesn't know where to find people. It was right for the Zhao and Tong families to ask her to come now, because now is a good opportunity to exert pressure. She had suffered too much at the hands of Rong Meiyan, and she wanted to get her face back. How could she not be confident when she was sure of winning? Lose? Mr. Xiao, you are too kind. There is no word like lose in Meiyan's dictionary, and she doesn't know how to lose. And the one who laughs last is the winner. You guys are just popping champagne at halftime. Aren't you afraid of getting slapped in the face again? Xiao Qingcheng frowned. This woman is always superior and confident of victory. Could it be that she really had a way to turn the tide? No, this is absolutely impossible. The Zhao family's funds are already in place, and can't compete with the investment in Fingrong Group. After all, Rong Meiyan has not yet become the helmsman of the Rong family, and cannot fully represent the Rong family. All the builders in Jiangnan City are aware of the current predicament of Fingrong Group. With the pressure from Zhao Tong and his family, no one is willing to help start construction. Not to mention the Tianlong Group, which also encountered many troubles after the unblocking. It was also targeted by the Zhao Tong family and was unable to take care of itself. All aspects have been blocked. How can we break the deadlock? She couldn't think of this. Really? President Rong is really calm, but with all due respect, given the current situation, I can't think of any other way for you to break the impasse. I hope Mr. Rong can understand the current situation and not end up in a mess and lose his current high position. Rong Meiyan nodded and smiled. Since President Xiao is so confident, let's wait and see. As long as Mr. Xiao is okay, Meiyan will leave first. If you like it here, you can sit here as long as you want. As she spoke, Rong Meiyan had already stood up. She walked up to Ah Chang and looked at Xiao Qingcheng provocatively. Ah Ching, serve Mr. Xiao well. If Mr. Xiao has any comments, please tell me after I return from the Lin family. Yes, ma'am. Ah Chang nodded. After Rong Meiyan left, Xiao Qingcheng frowned and thought. Lin Wanda has been transferred and is no longer the mayor of Jiangnan City. He should be in another place. As the censor, Lin Wantai was extremely busy. The two main pillars of the Lin family are gone. Why would Rong Meiyan go to the Lin family? Could it be that Lin Wanda was transferred back? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng felt something was wrong and immediately got up and left. She wanted to tell Tong Lihai about this as soon as possible. After all, Lin Wanda and Yi Tiance are very close, and if something really happens, it will be troublesome. Hey, don't you want to drink some tea before you leave? If you want to leave, leave quickly. I feel sick waiting for you. Ah Chang looked at Xiao Qingcheng's back with disgust. Xiao Qingcheng stopped and frowned. But she did not argue with Ah Ching, but left quickly. Although she was unhappy about being looked down upon by a maid, she knew that it would be truly shameful to care about it. When she becomes good enough, she will settle accounts with these people one by one. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Rong Meiyan was not in a hurry to go to the Lin family. She also wanted to dress up. Therefore, this Lin family banquet was very sudden, and she didn't figure out why it was held. Moreover, the Lin family specifically asked Yi Tiance to go with them, so they came back and called the two of them. But as soon as I entered the door, I felt that the atmosphere was not right. The living room was too quiet and neither of them was there. She was so smart that she naturally knew what the two were doing. During these days of constant gunfire, she sat quietly on the sofa reading a book, not wanting to be disturbed. I don't know how much time had passed, but finally I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. When I looked up, I saw Yi Tiance carrying Han Ruoyun down the stairs. When their eyes met, Han Ruoyun immediately nestled in Yi Tiance's arms in embarrassment. Broken. Why is Queen Rong back? It's all Yi Tiance's fault, that shameless guy. He had to keep doing this, and now he was caught by someone, which was so embarrassing. When did you come back? Yi Tiance frowned slightly and placed Han Ruoyan to sit next to Rong Mei-yen. Mei-yen has been back for a while. Why would Mei-yen leave you two at home when the Lin family invited you? Lin? Yi Tiance nodded in surprise. Okay, it's okay to go there, Yun. Go pack up and we'll go to the Lin family. After he finished speaking, he found that Han Ruoyan did not move and was looking at him resentfully. Hiss. Forget. Her legs were weak and she couldn't walk anymore. Yi Tiance picked up Han Ruoyan again and ran upstairs to change clothes. Rong Mei-yen couldn't help but shook her head and laughed. Mr. Yi is really amazing. He really has a strong kidney. Chapter 706 Lin Wanda and Hashtag 039, S-Conspiracy. Lin. Only after Yi Tiance and the other two arrived did they realize that today's banquet seemed very formal. Because the Lin family has arrived. Dr. Yi, you are here. Lin Wanda was very happy and was the first to stand up and greet Yi Tiance. Lin Jiaoyang also stood up and called respectfully, Divine Dr. Yi. Lin Wantai smiled and nodded to Yi Tiance, which counted as a greeting. Yi Tiance didn't think there was anything wrong with this. I haven't seen you for a while. The old man is in good health. Just continue to rest and recuperate. Lin Yuanchuan smiled and nodded, saying happily. It's all thanks to Divine Dr. Yi, otherwise I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. I took the liberty of inviting Dr. Yi here today because I wanted to have a quick meal. A lot of things happened at Yu Yan's birthday party, so I'll make up for it today. It is also a way to express gratitude to Dr. Yi for saving Yu Yan. He is very clear. If Yi Tiance had not been at the birthday party, something would have definitely happened to Lin Yuyan. The Lin family will always remember his kindness to them. As someone who has been through this, he also knows that he must make friends with Yi Tiance. Because among all the people taken away by the Dragon Group, only those who had a good relationship with Yi Tiance were safe. Although we don't know what his relationship with the Dragon Group is, the hidden power behind this young man cannot be underestimated. That's right, Dr. Yi, if it weren't for you, Yu Yan would have been murdered. And my Lin family was unable to escape danger. Dr. Yi, please take a seat. Lin Wanda stood up and took the initiative to help Yi Tiance pull out the chair with a smile on his face. Yi Tiance sat down directly, followed by Rong Mei-yen and Han Ruoyan. As soon as he sat down, he met Lin Yuyan's gaze. The clear and curious eyes made him unable to help but take a few more glances. As expected, she is Lin Yuyan, the most beautiful girl in Tiannan province. Just one glance at it will give you a fresh and refined beauty. Yuyan, why don't you thank Divine Dr. Yi? Lin Wantai spoke at this time, and his face no longer had the previous seriousness and restraint. He has always admired Yi Tiance. But at the beginning, he was very unhappy that Yi Tiance was accompanied by so many women. After the birthday party incident, his father-in-law Gao Qiqiang and Lin Yuanchuan kept trying to persuade him. Helplessly, he could only say that he would wait and see. After all, Lin Yuyan suffers from a serious illness that has not been cured yet. Thank you. Lin Yuyan smiled faintly and spoke softly. It's a small effort, you're welcome. Yi Tiance was reluctant to look away. Han Ruoyan, who was beside him, reached out and pinched his thigh hard under the table. What the hell? He turned his head suddenly and met Han Ruoyan's eyes. The warning in his eyes was obvious. In response, he had no choice but to look away and look at Lin Wanda. You invited me here this time, so you must need my help with something, right? Someone was behind the scenes making trouble, which led to Lin Wanda being transferred away. So we will never let Lin Wanda come back easily. Now that he suddenly comes back, there must be something going on. Divine Dr. Yi is truly a man of great foresight. This time I came back. In addition to thanking you, I also have two things I would like to ask you for help with. First, we are helpless against Yu Yan's illness today. Yu Yan's health is getting worse and worse. I would like to ask Dr. Yi if he can find a solution. Second, I will stay in Jiangnan City in the future. Mr. Yi must be related to the Dragon Group, right? I would like to ask Mr. Yi to help me deal with some people. The Lin family looked at Yi Tiance expectantly. He nodded at Lin Wanda's straightforward statement regarding his relationship with the Dragon Group. Anyone with a little bit of brains could guess it and wouldn't be surprised. It's my duty to treat illnesses and save lives, and I won't refuse. But from what you said, you want to return to Jiangnan City to take up a post? Lin Wanda smiled and poured wine for Yi Tiance, very happy. Thanks to Divine Dr. Yi, the Dragon team investigated a large number of newly appointed leaders of Jiangnan City, led by Wang Guiyuan. The evil deeds they did were exposed by the Dragon Group, so they naturally could not continue their careers. The Dragon team made an effort and transferred me back to continue serving as the mayor. However, when Wang Guiyuan came to power, he cleared out my capable assistants for various reasons. Although those people have not been caught, they are doing bad things in secret. My transfer back is still a secret now, and it will be announced to the public that I am taking a rest. I want to use the time difference to catch those hiding people. Lin Wanda raised his glass to toast Yi Tiance. Naturally, he would not lose face and drank the glass in one gulp. Lin Wanda's transfer back is a good thing for Jiangnan City. But he didn't expect that the Dragon Group would intervene in this matter. It seems that Ling Tian still has some brains and knows what to do. Wang Guiyuan was removed from office, but the Wang family was not. Up to now, the Wang family has remained low-key and has not revealed any flaws. He was able to bring the Tong family to the forefront and support many people to power. That proves that the power behind the Wang family is very strong, at least not inferior to the four major families in the provincial capital. Just as Lin Wanda said. Those who have not been caught yet are all part of the Wang family's plan. The purpose is to secretly target him and the people around him. Feng Rong Group is now in a dilemma, and it is this group of people who are secretly doing bad things. Lin Wanda was secretly transferred because they wanted to use him to solve the Wang family's secret plans. If that's the case, then he has no reason to refuse. Okay, I'll take this on. Yi Tiance agreed softly and started eating first. The Lin family looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Yi Tiance to agree so readily. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Divine Dr. Yi. Lin Wanda was very excited. This also indirectly confirms that Yi Tiance has a close relationship with the Dragon Group. He agreed so readily, and the fact that the Dragon Group transferred him here made him feel that the Dragon Group would most likely obey Yi Tiance's orders. If this is true, then how powerful is Yi Tiance's true identity? At this time, Rong Mei Yan also poured the wine, stood up and toasted with a smile. Uncle Lin, Mei Yan would like to congratulate you when you come back. The day will dawn in Jiangnan City. Mei Yan, what are you talking about? As a parent, this is what you should do. You should eat quickly and Yun. Don't be polite, treat this place as your own home. Lin Wanda smiled happily. The Lin family also started eating, casually and naturally, without any restraint. However, Tong Lihai from the Tong family greets Mr. Lin, the Lin censor, Lin the former mayor. Tong Lihai walked slowly into the Lin family's gate alone. He was looking at Lin Wanda with a sneer. Lin Wanda pretended to be angry, with an ugly expression, staring at him intently. Lin Yuanxuan reached out under the table to stop Lin Wanda to avoid a conflict, and couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. However, I don't seem to have any connection with your Tong family. Why would the Tong family think of coming to see me, old man? When acting, you have to do the whole thing. At this moment, the Lin family was on high alert. This is exactly what Tong Lihai wanted to see. After all, Lin Wanda was transferred away because of the Tong family's involvement. Now that Lin Wanda has been dismissed, it is just what they wished for. What are you talking about, Mr. Lin? You are an old and meritorious official, so it is only natural for you to come and visit. What's more, old man, you have a successor. Mr. Lin Wantai is the censor-in-chief. He speaks for the people and continues the glory of your Lin family. I admire him very much. As for Mr. Lin Wanda, unfortunately, he is no longer the mayor. I heard that he has been dismissed from his post. I wonder what Mr. Lin thinks about it. Snapped. Lin Wanda slammed the table and stood up, furious. You. Chapter 707, Tong Lehigh on the Edge of Death. Tong Lehigh walked up, faced Lin Wanda, and sneered. What? Did I say something wrong? Former Mayor Lin. His words were full of ridicule towards Lin Wanda. They planned step by step to make the Lin family what it is today. How could they not be happy? Next, they will target Lin Wanda. After all, the position of censor is very troublesome and makes many things very inconvenient for them. If they could deal with the Lin family, then the Tong family would be completely omnipotent in Jiangnan City. In addition, Yi Tian's power is now being gradually disintegrated. When the time comes, if the two are combined, they will be able to catch Yi Tian's in a trap and have him under control. But how could they know that Yi Tian's strength and background were far beyond theirs? Ha, that's true. Thanks to your Tong family, I can retire early and have a good rest. But don't be too happy if you want to cover the sky with one hand, the price you pay is not small. If such a villain succeeds, be careful that he will end up capsizing in the gutter, and it will be your Tong family that will be embarrassed. After all, Lin Wanda was once the city's chief executive. He didn't care too much about Tong Lehigh's provocation and even wanted to laugh. Because, at this moment he wants Yin Tong's family. I was angry just now, but that was just acting. Otherwise, how could Tong Lehigh believe that he had really retired and returned to the countryside, thus leading to the people behind the scenes? Moreover, as soon as he came back, the Tong family got wind of the news and came to show off their power. This has already explained a lot of problems. The Tong family is too confident. Therefore, as long as they cooperate and act, they can gain each other's trust. At this time, Lin Wanda stood up and said with a smile. Elder Tong came to my Lin family today, isn't it just for this matter? My younger brother is retiring today and it is a rare opportunity for me to go home. It was just a coincidence that Elder Tong happened to arrive in time for my Lin family's family dinner. Otherwise, give Elder Tong a new position and let him stay to deal with it. Tong Lehigh looked at Lin Wanda. He knew a lot about this censor Lin. I know that the other party is a smiling tiger. He does things very flawlessly and does not reveal his true colors. He is quite mysterious. But he hadn't seen the other person much. What I saw today was extraordinary. The murderous aura left over from years of fighting in the officialdom created a kind of oppression that actually made him feel a little pressured. This feeling of oppression is completely different from the oppression brought by martial artists. Lin Wanda is the first person who can give him this feeling and should not be underestimated. And he also understood what the other party meant. It was nothing more than telling him that this was the Lin family's dinner, and he was not allowed to show off here. It looks like an invitation, but in fact it is an order to leave. But since he is here, he is naturally not afraid of pressure from the Lin family. Since Censor Lin has invited me, I would respectfully obey your order. If I refuse the Lin censor, wouldn't that mean I'm not giving face to your Lin family? Lin Wanda was not angry. Instead, he smiled and waved to the butler, asking him to add a seat. The moment he opened his mouth, he knew the other party would stay. If the visitor did not have bad intentions, why would he choose to come at this time? Tong Lehigh took the chair, took the initiative to sit next to Yi Tian's, and stared at Yi Tian's. However, Yi Tian's ignored him and continued eating. Han Ruoyun snorted coldly. How shameless. You're staying here even though you've been ordered to leave. Can you bully others just because you're old? The Tong family is full of such people? They deserve to be called the Four Great Families? No wonder Tong Guxiu fell in love with that stupid woman Xiao Qingcheng. Queen Rong, please be careful in the future and don't associate with people like this. The top beam is not straight, and the bottom beam is crooked. The Tong family is not a good family either. Tong Lehigh turned his face to look at Han Ruoyun with a gloomy expression. This little girl has such a bad mouth? If looks could kill, Han Ruoyun would have died long ago. The Tong family cannot be insulted. A light sentence, accompanied by a powerful pressure, swept over. Boom! It turned out to be the aura of a person in the middle stage of body refining, which made the people present breathe faster and smell a hint of danger. Especially Lin Yuyan, who was already in poor health and was now sweating profusely. But this pressure only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing into thin air. He was suddenly shocked and looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief. Is this guy so strong? Could he break the pressure he brought in an instant? Tong Gushio had always said that Yi Tiance had ambushed him and caused him to suffer the loss. Now it seems that the strength of this Yi is definitely above theirs. He is not stupid, so there is no need for him to fight with Yi Tiance. Just now I was just testing to see what Yi Tiance is like. Moreover, this time when he came to Jiangnan, he only needed to disintegrate Yi Tiance's power and bring down Rong Meiyan. By then, with the official power and his backup plan, Yi Tiance will definitely die. Hey, you old fool, what did you just say? I have poor hearing and didn't hear you. Can you say it again? Han Ruoyun also felt the pressure. But it doesn't matter, Yi Tiance will take action. Old Biden stopped demonstrating because he was naturally afraid. How could she let go of this opportunity to get back at her? Tong Lihai narrowed his eyes, then smiled faintly. Ha, little girl, you are very courageous to speak to this old man like this. Logically speaking, I should grind you to dust today and spread your ashes to enhance the dignity of my Tong family. But this is it. The Lin family. Mayor Lin is retiring today, and I am here to congratulate him, so it is not appropriate to see blood. For now, I will pretend that I didn't hear what you just said. If there is a next time, I won't care about anything anymore. Although he was afraid of Yi Tiance, he was definitely able to kill Han Ruoyun before that. But he couldn't do that. Because he might die too. There's no need to throw your life away here before completing the mission. TSK, I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a coward if you're afraid of death. Just stay at home. Why are you coming out to embarrass yourself? Tong Lihai's face darkened. He didn't expect that Han Ruoyun, relying on Yi Tiance's presence, really didn't give him any face at all. It is good. Then get rid of Yi Tiance and then kill her severely. After all, this really cup is something he really desires. That's enough. Today is the day my son retires from the army. If you want a quarrel, go outside. This is the Lin family. Lin Yuanchuan frowned. Han Ruoyun then shut his mouth, but still looked at Tong Lihai provocatively. At this time, Yi Tiance finished his meal, put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up and stretched. Suddenly looked at Tong Lihai. Boom! The powerful aura around the body is released instantly. Tong Lihai only felt an inexplicable pressure, as if a big hand was pressing down on him. Forced him to kneel down. Damn! How come this kid is so powerful? You just threatened my woman? You're very courageous. The last person who threatened them in this way now has grass 2 meters high on his grave. You just said that Yun Yun should be crushed to ashes to preserve the dignity of your Tong family. I think this method is also a good way to preserve her dignity. I'm not as polite as you. I think it's better to see some blood to celebrate. Hiss. He is worthy of being the man she chose. This protective look is so handsome. That stupid woman Xiao Qingchang had been occupying such a handsome man for 3 years for nothing. What a waste of 3 years of her youth. Boy, you should understand that if you attack me now, it will only put the Lin family in a hopeless situation. Everyone is watching my actions. If anything happens to me, you, Rong Meiyan, and the Lin family will all be affected. Although Tong Lihai was overwhelmed, he smiled triumphantly at this moment. He had made preparations before coming and asked Zhao Shicheng and others to announce his whereabouts. This was also the purpose of his coming to the Lin family. The purpose was to provoke Yi Tiance to take action and then have a negative impact on him. At the same time, bring down the Lin family. Because something happened to him and the Lin family did nothing about it, it would cause a lot of public opinion. At that time, the Lin family will face all kinds of public opinions. Lin Wantai can't withstand this kind of public pressure. It's only a matter of time before he steps down. Rong Meiyan frowned slightly, immediately grabbed Yi Tiance's hand and shook her head at him. Yi Tiance nodded and chuckled. That makes sense. No wonder you still dare to jump around in front of me. However, the Lin family cannot be insulted either. Chapter 708. Lin Yuyan is critically ill. Suddenly, the pressure on Tong Lihai disappeared. He was stunned for a moment and gasped subconsciously. Snort! This kid keeps talking in one way or another, but now he's not going to give in and withdraw his pressure? What else can we do if he humiliates the Lin family? Available in the next second. He felt a huge force on his face. Bang! Then the whole person flew backwards, broke through the door, and fell heavily in the Lin family yard. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground. He looked at Yi Tiance in shock and wanted to get up. But the severe pain all over his body made it impossible for him to support himself and get up. Do not! This is impossible. He was at the middle stage of body refining, but he was knocked away by just a slap from this kid? But he is so young, how could he have such powerful strength? Sneak attack? This is even more impossible. Yi Tiance had withdrawn his pressure before taking action, giving him time to react. Oh shit. This is humiliating him. Only at this moment did he realize that Tong Li-kun being killed by one punch was not an exaggeration, but true. Damn it. What kind of freak is this kid? Next second. Yi Tiance suddenly appeared in front of him. So fast. Boom. Yi Tiance stomped hard on his chest. Click. The sound of broken ribs was deafening at this moment, and the pain made him spit out blood again. I'm CIO. Tong Lihai subconsciously hugged Yi Tiance's feet with a ferocious look on his face. Yi Tiance bent down and looked at him coldly. I thought you could bring me some surprises, but I didn't expect you to be such a loser. I won't kill you today. Go back and tell the Tong family. If the Tong family are all such good-for-nothings, then don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind wiping out the entire Tong family. Boom! He didn't even give Tong Lihai time to react. He kicked Tong Lihai and he fell heavily on the road in the villa area. He clapped his hands and returned to the Lin family calmly. Although they had seen him take action, the Lin family was still shocked at this moment. Every time we meet, I can always bring them surprises. Are they still human after these 2 times? Old man, I broke your door, is that okay? Lin Yuanxuan smiled and said. It doesn't matter. I've wanted to tear down and replace this broken door for a long time. It's a great honor for our Lin family to have Dr. Yi take it down. I just didn't expect that there would be such a clown to disturb Dr. Ye's enjoyment of his meal. I feel really ashamed. You too, you must do a good job of security at the door of your house in the future, so that no one can come to the door of my Lin family and make a scene. Lin Wantai nodded and said. Don't worry, Dad, I'll make the arrangements later. At this moment, when he looked at Yi Tiance again, the admiration in his eyes was obvious. Although he has been in this position for many years, he has developed some domineering aura, without showing any signs of being a tyrant. But Yi Tiance's words just now, the Lin family cannot be humiliated, actually made him feel a little excited. Maybe his father-in-law was right. Xiao Sisi, you're so handsome. But you were just a little gentle. You should have kicked him to death just now. So that you won't come to us and act so high and mighty one day. Han Ruoyun immediately took Yi Tiance's arm with a smile on his face. She was not angry because Lin Yuanxuan called her just now. She knew that Mr. Lin wanted to protect her. Avoid her saying too much and implicating the Han family. She can always be around Yi Tiance, but the Han family cannot. Don't worry, when it's his time to die, he won't be able to escape. Yi Tiance never intended to kill Tong Lihai from the beginning. Just as Tong Lihai said, if something happened to him in the Lin family, it would inevitably implicate the Lin family. Nothing can happen to Lin Wantai at this stage. Once something happens to him, the Lin family will no longer pose a threat to them. Then what else can be used to lure out those people behind the scenes? In addition, he needs Tong Lihai to keep moving forward. Because he wants to use Tong Lihai to take Fingrong Group to a higher level. If you want to kill him, you can do it at any time, there is no need to rush. Suddenly, Lin Yuyan groaned and fainted on the ground. Yuyan. Gao Lan was the first to come to her senses because she was sitting next to Lin Yuyan. She hurriedly supported Lin Yuyan, panicking. Lao Lin. Come and look at your daughter, come and look. Lin Wantai hurried over, squatted down, and held Lin Yuyan's hand. Yuyan, how are you? Can you hear Daddy talking? Father. Lin Yuyan murmured softly, looking very weak. At this moment, the Lin family's faces were filled with anxiety and panic. Lin Wantai immediately stood up and clasped his fists to Yi Tian's. Nephew Yi, last time you said there was a way to save Yuyan, please help save her now. I only have this one daughter, I just can't bear to see her leave me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Lin family looked at Yi Tian's. Among the people present, he was the only one who had the ability to save Lin Yuyan. They had used their connections to look for the conditions Yi Tian's proposed last time, but to no avail. Some people have never even heard of the magical weapon called Sanyang Lingzhu. Lin Yuanshu inside. Dr. Yi, I have also asked around for the magical weapon you mentioned, but there is no news. Look, is there no other way to save Yuyan? Yi Tian's shook his head. No, if you want to change your fate, you can only do as I said. Moreover, she was already weak, and had just been pressured by old Biden, which had drained a lot of her vitality. If you want to change your fate now, you need to go to a place with more spiritual energy. This is also the reason why he just took action to offset Tong Lihai's pressure. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Lin family looked ashen. But they couldn't find any place with abundant spiritual energy. How can we find a place with more abundant spiritual energy? Mr. Yi, is there really no other way? Even continuous life is useless? Rong Mei Yen felt a little lost. She couldn't believe that things had turned out like this, with not even a hint of hope. And this bad result came too quickly. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't come to the Lin family. What? Dr. Yi, do you have a solution? Lin Yuanshuan's eyes lit up instantly. Not only him, everyone else looked at Yi Tian's with anticipation. Nephew Yi, may I ask what the solution is? Lin Wantai was a little excited. Of course, it is to change her fate and completely solve her fate problems. You have a way to meet those two conditions? He couldn't believe it. Because his Lin family used all their connections but still couldn't satisfy him. Yi Tian's was only away for a while, and he was satisfied? This was too unreal, and he was afraid that reality would pour cold water on him again. I participated in the Xianmen conference some time ago and happened to obtain the 3 Yang Spirit Pearl. I came here today to help her change her fate. What? He actually attended the Xianmen conference? Did they also find the Sanyang Spirit Pearls they needed? Doesn't this mean that he achieved good results in the Xianmen conference? Only the winners can get rewards in the Xianmen conference. She's saved, Yuyan is saved. Cao Lan was very excited and asked immediately. Dr. Yi, please help save my Yuyan. Everyone in the Lin family was happy and excited. But Lin Yuanshuan was the first to come to his senses, and he was not that happy. Because there is a second condition, that is, a place with abundant spiritual energy. Dr. Yi, I heard that Medicine King Valley has abundant spiritual energy. I wonder if this will work? Yi Tian's shook his head and said. I've been there, the spiritual energy there has just been restored, and it's far from being enough to change one's fate. But don't worry, I've found a good place. Chapter 709, Go to Hujia Mountain again. The Lin family looked at each other. Is what he just said true? In just a few days, those two difficult conditions were met? Lin Yuanshuan was overjoyed. Okay, you are worthy of being Dr. Yi. My Yuyan can be saved. Dr. Yi, I wonder what place you are talking about. Let's set off immediately. Yi Tian's replied. Tiger Dragon Mountain, where the Xianmen conference is held. When he reached the top of Hujia Mountain, he knew that place was the best choice to help Lin Yuyan change her fate. Although Lingyuan Cave collapsed, it did not affect the feng shui pattern of Hujia Mountain. So, that place can still be used now. Okay. Let's go now. Lin Yuanxuan's eyes were bright. Lin Yuyan can be said to be a major concern for him. Now that there is a way to save Lin Yuyan, how can he not be excited? And now Lin Yuyan's condition is not optimistic, we can't delay it any longer. Lin Wanda immediately arranged a vehicle. In less than 2 minutes, 2 cars stopped in front of the Lin family's door. For convenience, they did not ask for a driver, but drove themselves. Lin Yuyan, Yi Tiance and 2 others were in a car, and Rong Meiyan was driving. Lin Wanda and others were in one car, with Lin Wantai driving. Yi Tiance saw that Lin Yuyan had simply overdrawn her vitality and fainted due to weakness. She was fine in the short term, so she didn't drive too much after all, safety comes first. Of course, if there really was a problem, since Lin Yuyan was in the same car with him, he would be able to solve it in time. When everyone arrived at Hujiao Mountain, it was already dusk. Since the Xianmen conference, Hujiao Mountain has been somewhat deserted. The foot of the mountain no longer had the bustle of last time, and even the shadow of the tour group was nowhere to be seen. Is this Hujiao Mountain? It is worthy of being the place where the Xianmen conference is held. The air is fresh and makes people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Wanda couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's thanks to Dr. Yi coming to participate in the Xianmen conference, otherwise Yu Yan's illness would really be incurable. Lin Wantai was also deeply moved. I thought Lin Yuyan was destined to leave him. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance showed up halfway. His father-in-law has really good taste. Okay, can you two shut up? It's already this late and you're still sighing. Hurry up and get up the mountain. If you delay, I will punish you according to my family rules. Lin Yuanxuan was so angry that the 2 of them didn't dare to speak and hurried up the mountain. At this time, Lin Yuyan and Yi Tiance's arms began to cough uncontrollably. Everyone stopped and looked at her. She opened her eyes weakly, and the moment she saw Yi Tiance, she felt inexplicably relieved. She forced a smile and said softly in a soft and pleasant voice, "Thank you for the trouble. Do not know why." Lin Yuyan's voice made him feel comfortable. "No trouble, just close your eyes and rest, I'll take care of the rest." "It is good." Lin Yuyan obediently closed her eyes and rested. Seeing her like this, Yi Tiance felt inexplicably distressed and couldn't help but frown. "I'll go up the mountain first, and someone will come down to pick you up. Just go straight to the top of the mountain." The words fell. Yi Tiance hugged Lin Yuyan and disappeared in front of everyone, leaving only a residual shadow. Having been here once before, he was familiar with the route and didn't waste too much time. The Lin family looked at each other. They knew that Yi Tiance was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. "Let's go. Follow us quickly. Don't look at the fact that Lin Yuanxuan is the oldest." At this moment, he was the one walking in front. The auction venue of the Xianmen conference. Elder Guangchan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I thought Hujiao Mountain was once very lively, but I never thought it would become so quiet now. The auction venue was turned into a river of blood by Yi Tiance alone. In addition, the people in Wukishan raised poisonous insects in their bodies, so their bodies were already full of poison. Not to mention the countless poisonous insects that died. Especially the deadly poison rat in the witch coffin. The rats were too numerous and contained highly toxic substances, making them extremely difficult to deal with. It was only today that the auction venue was cleaned up. Who? He saw a shadow rushing towards the auction house and was horrified. With such speed, his strength must not be underestimated. By the time he wanted to call the guard, Yi Tiance had already arrived beside him. "It's me, Elder Guangchang, don't worry. I am going to the top of the mountain to set up the formation now. The Lin family is going up the mountain now. You go and pick them up. Also, bring Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyun up here first. I need their help." Yi Tiance? Elder Guangchang was startled and looked at him quickly. "It's really you, Senior Yi. After we parted that day, I thought I would never see you again. I didn't expect that we would meet again at Hujiao Mountain. It's really my honor. What is the purpose of Senior Yi going to the top of the mountain?" After he said this, he saw Lin Yuyan in Yi Tiance's arms. Although he didn't know him, he knew that the person who could make Yi Tian so worried must not be an ordinary person. I don't have time to explain to you now, just pick the person up quickly. In addition, you also follow to the top of the mountain, and there are things you need to do. After the matter is completed, there will be a generous reward. Yuan flashed and headed towards the top of the mountain. Elder Guangchan was alone and disheveled in the wind, and it took him a few seconds to come back to his senses. Quick! Quick! Follow me to pick someone up at the foot of the mountain. He didn't know what Yi Tian was going to do. But once Yi Tian takes action, it will definitely be a famous scene that shocks everyone. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to make friends with Yi Tian. He will never let it go. He immediately took people down the mountain to pick them up. Mountain top. Yi Tian carried Lin Yuyan to the top. As soon as I arrived, I started observing the stars. What good luck! Could it be that the stars are so good? He gently placed Lin Yuyan on the grass. The temperature at the top of the mountain was a little low, and Lin Yuyan groaned softly from the cold. He took off his coat and covered it with it. Hold on, you'll be fine after tonight. Lin Yuyan opened her eyes dazedly and shivered from the cold. When she saw Yi Tian right beside her, she felt at ease again. Am I going to die? You won't die as long as I'm here. Lin Yuyan smiled gently, and her fresh and gentle beauty made Yi Tian take a second look at her. It doesn't matter, actually I've seen a lot of things and I'm very happy. The only regret is the lack of freedom and not being able to see more of the outside world. Nice to meet you, and thank you for saving me last time. Are we friends? I heard from Yang Yang that good friends are those who risk their lives for each other. You saved me, so we should be considered good friends, right? This. What should he say? Fiancé becomes higher brother? Well, they should be good friends. But facing Lin Yuyan now, he really couldn't say no. Forget it. Just think of it as a way to comfort her. Yeah. I'm very happy to be friends with you. Lin Yuyan smiled charmingly. Maybe it was because I was happy that I felt a little better. Just lie still, I'm going to set up the formation. Okay. Lin Yuyan lay there obediently, not moving a muscle. But his eyes always stayed on Yi Tian and never moved away. From this perspective, he is so handsome. Besides, it feels so safe to be around him. But didn't Yang Yang say that he was a bad person and not a good person? Maybe Yang Yang said something wrong? How can such a person be a bad person? Yi Tian did not notice her gaze, but looked around. Almost. Chapter 7:10, Start to Change Your Destiny. Rise. Yi Tian used his spiritual power and waved his hand to control the 9 large stones. With his foundation building strength, this is not a difficult task. 9 large rocks fell steadily in front of him. Then he had a dagger in his hand and started carving the stone immediately. The short knife cut through iron like mud, and the first piece of stone was quickly carved into shape. At first glance, it looks like a bird. Soon, the second stone was carved. Still a bird. At this time, Elder Guangchang arrived with Han Ruoyun and Rong Meiyan. What is he carving? Han Ruoyun was puzzled. Elder Guangchang began to watch. When the third bird-shaped stone was carved, he understood instantly. All 3 stones are bird-like, but the details of their shapes are completely different. Senior Yi is carving the 9 phoenix divine bird. Ah? 9 phoenix bird? What is that? It was the first time Han Ruoyun heard of this kind of thing and he was full of curiosity. Elder Guangchang was equally excited. The 9 phoenix divine birds refer to the 9 descendants of the phoenix, namely the vermilion bird, the blue luan, the fire phoenix, the great pine, the peacock, the blue duck, the snow phoenix, the golden phoenix, and the 9 phoenix. It is rumored that if these 9 divine birds gather together, they can condense a power that surpasses the phoenix, and can even suppress the phoenix. I heard that in Feng Shui there is a layout called 9 Suns to suppress the true dragon, which uses the 9 sons of the dragon to create a layout that can suppress the true dragon. But I didn't expect there was a feng shui bureau of the nine heavens divine phoenix. A wonder, this is definitely a wonder. You are worthy of being Senior Yi. Although he is not very proficient in feng shui formations, he is a member of the Xianmen after all. Of course, I know something about the theory of feng shui. Now. He didn't dare to blink, for fear of missing out on the legendary Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix formation. Wait, what is the Nine Suns Town True Dragon and the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix? Why don't I understand? Han Ruoyan was stunned by what she heard, and felt that these things were beyond her understanding. While talking, Yi Tiance has finished carving 9 pieces of stone and placed them side by side. The 9 mythical birds have different expressions and are lifelike. Sitting there, it seems to be real, giving people a great sense of oppression. Come here you two. Yi Tiance looked at Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan. The 2 women hurried forward. What do we need to do? Rong Meiyan tied her hair up with a pencil. Just hold her down. Hold it? Is it that simple? Han Ruoyan was stunned and couldn't believe it. This is going against the will of heaven and changing one's destiny. With such a big scene, it's actually possible to just hold it down? Yi Tiance was very fast and placed 8 of the carvings in 8 directions in the blink of an eye. He placed the only remaining peacock in front of Lin Yuyan. Elder Guangchang was very excited. Bagua, this is the 9 palaces Bagua diagram. I understand, Senior Yi wants to use the 8 diagrams as the center of the formation. He had never seen a formation set up like this in his life. Because the Bagua itself is a formation, and it has many changes. Being able to control the Bagua formation is already a great achievement in feng shui. But Yi Tiance could actually use the Bagua formation as the core of the formation. That shows that his attainments in feng shui are quite high. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as superb. If I could see such a formation in my lifetime, I would die without regrets. Yi Tiance looked up at the night sky and began to release his spiritual power. Suddenly, the 9 statues emitted bursts of light and flashed continuously. Oh my god, what's going on? Can stones emit light? Han Ruoyan had never seen such a magical scene. It feels very novel at this moment, as if the door to a new world has been opened. Do not talk. Rong Meiyan felt a change in the surrounding aura and knew that the formation was about to be activated, so she hurriedly stopped Han Ruoyan. Next second, Yi Tiance instantly came in front of Lin Yuyan and stepped on the peacock statue. This kick activated the entire formation. A Bagua pattern suddenly appeared on the ground. With the peacock statue as the first, all other statues are connected in series to form a real Bagua diagram. Rise. A roar. The Bagua diagram suddenly glowed with golden light, wrapping Lin Yuyan in it. Hold her down. Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan immediately held Lin Yuyan's shoulders. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuyan suddenly woke up and opened her eyes, as if she had become a different person, staring at Yi Tiance. Rumble. The night sky, which was full of stars just now, was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Rumble. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck Yi Tiance. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and quickly dodged to the side. The thunder fell steadily on the peacock statue on the ground. Click. The statue had countless cracks, but it did not break. The light caused by the Bagua formation was also affected and weakened a little. But the Bagua formation continued to glow. What? Lin Yuyan suddenly screamed and began to struggle. What? She suddenly grabbed Han Ruoyan's hand and scratched it hard, causing blood to flow. Han Ruoyan screamed and wanted to let go, but he mustered up the courage to hold her down. Why is she so strong all of a sudden? Hold on, don't talk. Yi Tiance roared, then looked up at the sky with a frown. At this moment, he had to concentrate on dealing with the thunder. Rumble. The thunder sounded again. Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Yi Tiance. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of another statue and dodged it again. That day the thunder struck the statue and it cracked again. The light of the Bagua formation dimmed a little again. Rumbling. The sound of thunder suddenly became louder, as if it was angry because Yi Tiance had once again dodged the thunder. What? Lin Yuyan screamed again and struggled. His face was full of pain and looked hideous. Let go. Let me go. She continued to struggle, and Han Ruoyan and Rong Meiyan began to feel exhausted. But they know this is just the beginning. According to the formation set up by Yi Tiance, it should be chopped 9 times. This is only the second time, so we have to persevere. Otherwise all efforts will be wasted. The thunder will become more and more powerful, and she will struggle more fiercely. You must hold her down and never let her break free, otherwise the thunder will fall on her. Yi Tiance frowned. He had already taken a step in advance, ready to dodge the thunder at any time. Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan didn't care that Lin Yuyan was scratching their hands until they bled, and they held their shoulders tightly. He even pressed Lin Yuyan's legs with his feet. They never dreamed that Lin Yuyan, who was usually so weak, would have so much strength at this moment. Rumble. Thunder roared one after another. Thunder fell one after another. Every time he was about to hit Yi Tiance, he dodged it. But Yi Tiance was becoming more and more embarrassed, which made the two women terrified. Is this the price of defying fate and changing one's destiny? They dared not even think about going against the will of heaven. Fortunately, 7 heavenly thunders have passed, and there are only 2 left. Their hands were scratched, bleeding and in great pain. But they still persist. Lin Yuyan seemed tired as well and gradually lost her strength. He began to lose consciousness and collapsed in their arms, which made them feel relieved. Yi Tiance is only slightly worse than they seem. Although he avoided the thunder, he was still affected by the lightning. The clothes on his body were torn and even smelled burnt. But he still looked up at the sky, frowning with disdain. It's just going against the will of heaven, it's nothing serious. I want to see if you can kill me here today. While talking, the 8th thunderbolt fell with a bang. Chapter 7:11, Withstand the Thunder? Boom! The 8th thunder fell with a loud bang. Yi Tiance's eyes were bright and he stared at him intently. The blood in the body flows faster and feels very hot. He still used the same method as before and dodged immediately when the thunder was about to hit him. The thunder fell helplessly on the statue. Click! The statue made a sound again and seemed to be breaking into pieces. The previous statues were just cracked, which shows how powerful this 8th heavenly thunder is. What? Lin Yuyan, who had just felt powerless, suddenly screamed and struggled again. Xiao Sisi, are you still not well? I can't hold on any longer. Han Ruoyun held Lin Yuyan's shoulders tightly. But they felt it clearly. At this moment, Lin Yuyan was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins and could not be controlled at all. Rong Meiyan no longer cared about her image and simply clamped her legs around Lin Yuyan's slender waist. Yun, hold her, don't let her break free. Han Ruoyun followed suit and finally calmed down a little. Yi Tiance did not answer them. Because he is not feeling well now. The power of the thunder gradually increased. The power of the 8th thunder was beyond his imagination and he was affected. He tore off his mushy clothes, revealing his muscular body. He immediately released his spiritual power, causing the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation under his feet to rotate. Even though the statue only had a faint glow left, it was still usable. A magical scene appeared. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation kept spinning, forming a chain of continuously rotating circles. And the statue began to change its position automatically. Finally, the intact vermilion bird statue came in front of Lin Yuyan. Located in the center palace, Yi Tiance increased the supply of spiritual power and maintained the rotation of the other statues. This is the last heavenly thunder. Its power is greater than the previous 8 heavenly thunders combined. It should not be underestimated. If this were accomplished, it would truly be a reversal of fate. If he fails, he will be destroyed by the thunder. Although he is confident, he still has to be careful and not make any mistakes. At this moment, a blazing fire burned in his eyes. These 9 heavenly thunders also successfully aroused his bloodiness. Rise! A roar! 9 statues rose into the air, rose above everyone's heads and began to rotate. The light from the formation also rose above his head, as if forming a protective shield. At this time, the Lin family also came to the top of the mountain under the leadership of Elder Guangchang's disciples. I was quite shocked to see this magical scene. Is this something a human can do? Could it be that there really are miracles in this world? The Lin Wanda brothers looked at each other, unable to believe that they were witnessing such an unreal scene. Stop making noise. Don't disturb Divine Dr. Yi. Lin Yuanchuan tried to stop them, fearing that the quarrel would cause trouble. However, even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, he was still shocked and moved at this moment. At the same time, they were all very nervous and stared at Yi Tiance. Rumble. Thunderclouds rolled, and the thunder was much louder than before. It seemed as if it was gathering strength for this final blow. Boom! The last bolt of thunder swept out from the thundercloud. Purple lightning streaked across the sky and suddenly struck towards Yi Tiance. The Lin family held their breath, in great panic. Are you going to use your physical body to withstand the thunder from the sky? How is this possible? No wonder even though Yi was a member of the Shinmen, he couldn't change his fate. It's like this, who the hell dares to say that he can do it? In a blink, the thunder from the sky has reached Yi Tiance's head. The speed was so fast that he was a little dazed. Boom! The thunder from the sky crashed down on the statue of Vermilion Bird located in the center. Boom! The Suzaku statue exploded instantly. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation that towered above everyone's head suddenly lost its light. And that thunder also fell on Yi Tiance. Boom! After the flash of lightning, a loud noise was heard accompanied by bursts of thick smoke. Han Ruoyan and Rong Meiyan stared at Yi Tiance, unable to come back to their senses. Was he struck by lightning? Mr. Yi! Little Cece! The 2 women came to their senses at the same time and screamed in panic. But all they got in response was endless smoke and a faint smell of paste in the air. How could it be? How could this happen? Wasn't he very sure? Queen Rong, Xiao Cece must be fine, right? Han Ruoyan was really panicked. In her heart, Yi Tiance is omnipotent and can do anything with ease. She knew it was difficult to help Lin Yuyan change her fate. But I never thought that Yi Tiance would die because of this. Rong Meiyan couldn't believe it either, and was dazed looking at the thick smoke. Mr. Ye's dead? Do not. This is impossible. He is Mr. Yi, how could anything happen to him? But it seemed to be a fact that he was hit, how could she not believe it? For a moment, the 2 women cried silently. They collapsed on the ground powerlessly, crying bitterly and losing their minds as they looked at the thick smoke. He completely forgot about Lin Yuyan in his arms. At this moment, Lin Yuyan also lost consciousness and fainted. The Lin family members also stood there in a daze. They also couldn't accept that Yi Tiance was gone just like that. A deep sense of guilt swept over them, and made them forget about the fainted Lin Yuyan. Dr. Yi, my Lin family is sorry for you. Lin Yuanchuan was deeply distressed and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Dad! Father! Brother Lin Wanda quickly supported him, panicking. Dad, don't get excited. Dr. Yi may not be in trouble if something happens to you. What will happen to the Lin family? Lin Wantai was rarely panicked. Now that Yi Tiance is in trouble, it means that Lin Yuyan's attempt to change her fate has failed. They still have to face the fate of seeing their loved ones die before them. If something happens to Lin Yuanchuan again, how can the Lin family bear it? For a moment, grief filled everyone. However, Chang Chang. A phoenix cry suddenly sounded. In the thick smoke, light suddenly appeared again. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation rises again. 8 rays of light of different colors came from 8 directions, converged at the center, and completed the connection. The magical scene appears again. These lights actually formed a phoenix in the center. Chang Chang. The sound of the phoenix was heard again. The phoenix actually flew over Lin Yuyan's head. After circling for a while, it went straight into her body. What's going on? Lin Yuanshuan covered his chest and stared at Lin Yuyan. Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan also came back to their senses and looked at Lin Yuyan in confusion. She did it? Rong Meiyan is not stupid, she was the first to react. Now that we have such a vision, doesn't it mean that it is accomplished? Really? Does that mean Xiao Cici is okay too? Han Ruoyun only cares about Yi Tiance and is very excited. The light of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation slowly dissipated. The Lin family also hurried over at this moment and supported Lin Yuyan. Yuyan? Cao Lan was very anxious and tried to call out twice, but there was no response. She needs to adapt to her new fate and can't wake up for the time being. Yi Tiance's voice suddenly came. Everyone immediately looked towards the thick smoke. The next second, a figure slowly stood up and walked out of the thick fog. Everyone was surprised when they saw Yi Tiance. Mr. Yi. Little Cici. Chapter 7:12, Change Your Destiny, Succeed. Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan didn't care about their embarrassment and tiredness, and immediately rushed up to hug him, one on the left and one on the right. He was caught off guard by the sudden embraces from both sides. He couldn't help but smile and put his arms around the 2 girls. You scared me to death, don't you? I thought I would never see you again. What should I do now that I'm all alone? Han Ruoyan didn't dare to think about what life would be like after losing Yi Tiance. I didn't even dare to think about losing Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance looked down at her e-cup that was about to overflow and said softly. Then you can do it yourself and have enough food and clothing anyway, you have mastered the skills to perfection now. Han Ruoyan immediately pushed him away and said unhappily. It's already this late, and you're still talking like this. How shameless. Although Rong Meiyan did not appear as sad as Han Ruoyan, her eyes were full of tenderness at this moment. Mr. Yi, don't do this again next time, it's so dangerous. Meiyan is very worried. Then you should reward me earlier. What will you do if I really die? Will you do it yourself like Yun Yun? Okay. Yun Yun is right. He is so shameless. However, after surviving the disaster, she didn't want to lose her temper. She hugged Yi Tiance tightly and whispered in his ear. Okay, Meiyan promises you that after this crisis is resolved, I will lie down obediently and let you pick my fruits. Hiss. Can I finally pick Rong Meiyan? This little devil has made him salivate for a long time. Dr. Yi, I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Please accept my greetings. Divine Dr. Yi, please accept Lin's greetings. Lin Yuanshuan and Lin Wantai immediately bowed and expressed their gratitude. At this moment, Yi Tiance was also in a very embarrassing situation. Because the clothes were damaged, the upper body was black. His face was also dirty, as if he had just escaped from a fire. Lin Wanda felt very guilty. After all, it was because of his acquaintance that Yi Tiance gradually developed a good relationship with the Lin family. If it weren't for him, the two would have no intersection, and Yi Tiance would not have become what he is now. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to face Han Ruoyun and others. Old man, if you really want to thank me, you have to make me some good food. What's the point of just saying thank you? Your Lin family shouldn't be so stingy, right? Hearing this, Lin Yuanshuan laughed and said. Okay. We must give Dr. Yi a good rest. I will arrange a hotel right away, and we won't go home until we are drunk tonight. Wantai, Shalan, you and your wife should really thank Dr. Yi. As for the matter of the engagement, haven't you wanted to talk to Dr. Yi about it for a long time? Today is a good day, and it can be regarded as a sincere expression of gratitude from my Lin family. He kept giving glances to Lin Wantai and his wife. Although Lin Wantai was reluctant, he had witnessed Yi Tian's abilities with his own eyes during this period and admired him more and more. Now he is helping Lin Yuyan to change her fate. This kindness may not be repaid even if he dies. Such an outstanding talent is more than qualified to be his son-in-law, and he shouldn't let Yi Tian's go. Nephew Yi, I am grateful for your kindness in my daughter's matter. I have thought about it repeatedly and discussed it during this period. I think your marriage with Yu Yan should not be cancelled so hastily. After all, the orders of parents and the words of matchmaker should be obeyed. Yu Yan is worthy of you, so in my opinion, we should just keep the engagement as usual. How about that? At this moment, he did not look unhappy, but was very happy instead. If he agreed before, it was because he was under pressure from Gao Qichang and Lin Yuanshuan. But now he agreed from the bottom of his heart. Because he saw with his own eyes the price of defying fate and changing one's destiny. If it weren't for Yi Tian's, I'm afraid no one could have accomplished this task. Yi Tian's was stunned for a moment. Happiness came too suddenly, and I was somewhat unable to react. Han Ruoyun immediately stood in front of him. Uncle Lin, didn't you think that there were too many women around him and didn't want Lin Yuyan to marry him? Why did he suddenly regret it? What era is this? Why is he still willing to pledge his love to someone? Uncle Lin, you can't go back on your word. Not that she was worried. Lin Yuyan is really so beautiful. That fresh and unworldly beauty is completely different from theirs. And she could see that Yi Tian's also liked Lin Yuyan. Although it's just lust at first sight, love can develop into love over time. Suddenly there were more people vying for her favor, and she was somewhat uncomfortable with it. Lin Wantai was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Han Ruoyun to show up out of nowhere. Fortunately, Rong Mei Yan came to the rescue in time. Yun, come with me, I have something to tell you. She hurriedly pulled Han Ruoyun away. No, Queen Rong, if you have anything to say, please say it later. I want to ask Uncle Lin. Ask? If he continued asking, would he lose Lin Yuyan, his already married fiancé? Wouldn't Yi Tian's be depressed to death? She had said that before. As long as Yi Tian's likes someone, she can help him to conquer them, and Lin Yuyan is no exception. Yi Tian's was also surprised. I subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when I thought about what my master said about having to win 9 fiancés, I chose to agree. In that case, I'd better obey your command respectfully. Lin Wantai and his wife smiled, feeling mixed emotions. They don't know whether to be happy or sad. However, I have said before that I can ignore the fact that you have so many women around you. But if Yu Yan is wronged by you, I will use all my connections to make you pay the price. He stared into Yi Tian's eyes with a serious and solemn expression. That's natural. Those who follow me will never be wronged. Lin Wantai breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he also knew that Yi Tian's was very protective of his people. But as a father, he couldn't just say nothing. But, I saw you get struck by lightning just now. How did you stay okay? Lin Wantai believes in science, but what he saw today overturned all his understanding of science. However, since he represents the official position, he cannot promote such things. Everyone in the Lin family looked at Yi Tian's. They were very curious because they all saw Yi Tian's being struck by lightning with their own eyes. Yi Tian's pointed to all the broken statues on the ground. Without them, I can't stop it. The 9 palaces in 8 trigrams formation is the core of the formation. It uses the power of the 8 trigrams to fight against the heavenly thunder and can weaken its power a lot. With the addition of 9 mythical birds embedded in the Bagua formation, the gathering of the mythical birds is comparable to a phoenix. Only in this way can we resist the thunder from heaven. Changing one's fate is against the will of heaven, so thunder from heaven will be sent down. As long as one can block the heavenly thunder, one will be recognized by the heaven and will agree to change one's fate. Combined with the 9 divine birds, one's fate can be changed into the 9 heavenly divine phoenix. People with this kind of fate are bound to rise rapidly to the top. However, Lin Yuyan had consumed a lot of vitality before, and if she wanted to enjoy this kind of fate, she had to replenish the lost vitality first. Otherwise, this kind of fate would be a burden to her. Lin Wantai and his wife didn't understand all this, they only knew that Lin Yuyan no longer had to worry about her fate. Not only will Yi Tiance be a permanent guest of honor in the Lin family, he will also be the son-in-law of the Lin family. The couple nodded and bowed to Yi Tiance again. Then the two of them went to check on Lin Yuyan. At this time, Han Ruoyun and Rong Meiyan came over. Han Ruoyun's face showed some resentment, and he said unhappily, "Are you happy that you have successfully taken in the most beautiful girl in Tiannan province?" "Humph. I saw you staring at people before. Now that you can see it every day, you must be so happy that you can't stop smiling." Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile, walked forward and hugged her left and right, and said softly, "Don't worry, before that, I will make both of you grin from ear to ear." Chapter 713 Committing a Crime Against the Wind. Han Ruoyun understood Yi Tiance's meaning immediately and snorted coldly with a blushing face. At this time, Elder Guangchang, who had been watching from the sidelines, stepped forward and clasped his fists respectfully. "Back then, I only knew that Senior Yi was strong in alchemy, magic, and martial arts. After seeing him today, I didn't expect that he also had such high attainments in feng shui. I would die without regrets if I could see such a feng shui formation in my lifetime. It is even more shocking that Senior Yi could change his fate against all odds and withstand the thunderbolt. Unfortunately, I am not qualified enough to become Senior Yi's disciple. If Senior Yi needs anything, I have the final say on Tiger Dragon Mountain. It is difficult to change your destiny. Not to mention achieving such a superior destiny as the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix. If this story were to be made known, it would probably cause a huge stir in the Shenmen. Well, I'll speak up if I need you." Elder Guangchang smiled and rubbed his hands. "Senior Yi, I have something to ask of you." "What's up?" He has no aversion to Guangchang. After all, without him, Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan would not have arrived in time. He also couldn't successfully change his fate. "Senior Yi, you fought against so many heroes that day, it was quite spectacular, but it was hard for Tiger Dragon Mountain. The entire auction hall was filled with a foul odor caused by those poisonous insects. These past few days, I have been working day and night to eliminate the remaining toxins in the auction house, which has taken a lot of my energy. Some of the disciples were infected with the toxin, and the detoxification pills you used to exchange for them were also used up. I want to buy 2 detoxification pills from you, is that okay with you? If you don't care about money, you can exchange them with spirit crystal fragments, etc." Guangchang looked at Yi Tiance with a wry smile, feeling uneasy inside. This surprised Yi Tiance a little. He didn't expect that dealing with the Wukishan group that day would bring so much trouble to Hujiashan. After the disturbance caused by the shadow cult, they also lost a lot of manpower. It's pitiful that we still have to deal with this mess now. Okay, let's exchange it. Yi Tiance took out a detoxification pill from his arms. There were 5 detoxification pills in total, 1 for Su Qianwei and 1 for Zhong Tao. 1 was exchanged on the same day, leaving 2. Now that he had an alchemy furnace, it was very easy to refine pills of this quality, so he didn't feel bad about it. Guangchang excitedly took the detoxification pill and held it carefully in his hand, fearing that it would break. "Thank you, Senior Yi. We will never forget your kindness. It's a small matter besides, it was caused by me. As for the things, I don't want much. 5 spiritual origin fruits will be enough, the rest can be exchanged for spirit crystal fragments." He looked down upon the Ling Yuan fruit. "But this thing is a great tonic for Lin Yuyan. Not only can it replenish the lost vitality, but it can also strengthen the body, allowing her to adapt to the fate of the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix as soon as possible." Okay. I'll go and prepare it myself right away. Senior Yi, please wait for a moment. This is a mid-level spiritual elixir. The last time they exchanged a Ling Yuan fruit and 500 Lingjing fragments for 1, it was luck. The value of this detoxification pill is far beyond this. Even if Yi Tiance asked for 10 Ling Yuan fruits now, he would agree without hesitation. Guangchang hurried down the mountain to make preparations. Yi Tiance had consumed a lot of spiritual energy and was a little tired at the moment. The Lin family members were completely relieved only after they noticed that Lin Yuyan looked good. Everyone hurried down the mountain, not wanting to stay here for too long. Because Lin Yuyan needed to rest, and Lin Yuanxuan had already prepared a banquet to entertain Yi Tiance well. Yi Tiance also needed to replenish his energy due to excessive fatigue. Guangchan's efficiency is also good. As soon as Yi Tiance and others arrived at the foot of the mountain, he came with Lingyuan fruit and Lingjing fragments. He knew how rare mid-grade spiritual elixirs were and was very sensible. Give 2 more Lingyuan fruits and a Yangshuan grass. After respectfully seeing Yi Tiance and others off, he hurried back to the mountain. After all, there are still many disciples waiting to be detoxified. Lin. Because we came back too late, the hotel was closed and we had to stay at Lin's house. Lin Wantai and his wife cooked the dishes themselves, which surprised Yi Tiance and others. Dr. Yi, you have truly saved our Lin family. Please allow me to toast you and have a drink. Lin Yuanxuan stood up and toasted. Don't be so polite, old man, it's just a small favor. Yi Tiance clinked glasses casually and drank it all in one gulp. It seemed as if the experience just now was like a gust of sand and had already blown away. Lin Yuanxuan's mouth twitched. I've already taken on the heavy bombs from heaven, and you still say it's just a piece of cake? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that it was a science fiction movie. But he didn't say much. He and Yi Tiance still have many secrets. Maybe they just looked embarrassed just now, but others thought it was simple? Dr. Yi, please don't be so modest. If it weren't for you, Yu Yan would probably never get better in her life. My father is right, you have been a great help to the Lin family. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Lin Wanda also raised his glass and drank it all. He admired Yi Tiance very much. He has such strength at such a young age. He will definitely be a powerful leader in the future. The entire Lin family was filled with laughter and joy. Therefore, Yi Tiance drank a little too much and chose to stay at the Lin family overnight. But he didn't expect that Han Ruoyun was so bold that he sneaked over to him in the middle of the night. Feeling someone next to him, he sat up suddenly in shock. What are you doing? Lie down quickly and don't make any noise. If Uncle Lin and the others hear us, we'll be in trouble. Han Ruoyun grabbed the quilt tightly, covering himself tightly. Oh my God! What are you doing here all of a sudden? Yi Tiance was really frightened, and the alcohol had subsided a lot. This is the Lin family. One is the mayor, the other is the provincial governor, and the oldest one is a meritorious official. The worst thing is that she has 2 fiancés here. If this were discovered, I would be so embarrassed that my face would be covered with pimples. So embarrassing. Of course I came here to warm your bed. You almost died today, and you scared me to death. What's wrong with me coming to you to keep you company? And I was also scratched by Lin Yuyan, and you never comforted me. At this time, Yi Tiance then noticed that the back of her hand that was grabbing the quilt was covered with scratches, which had scabbed over not long ago. Indeed. He really overlooked this point. Doesn't that mean Rong Meiyan's hand was also grabbed like this? Seeing Yi Tiance in deep thought, Han Ruoyun felt proud. What? Do you feel guilty now? Why didn't you feel guilty when you stared at Lin Yuyan and carried her up the mountain? Guilt? Why should I feel guilty? Shouldn't you be the one feeling guilty? Meiyan was also scratched, but you came here by yourself instead of bringing her with you to seek comfort. Are there any sisters like you? Won't you feel guilty the next time you face her? Go now and call her over. I will take a look at your injuries and help you treat them. As he said that, Yi Tiance got into bed. Han Ruoyun was very satisfied with his reaction. These are the pajamas she chose on purpose. Lin Jiaoyang originally found Lin Yuyan's pajamas to give to her, but she refused. The reason was that Lin Yuyan was still in a coma, and it would be inappropriate to use someone else's clothes at this time, so Lin Jiaoyang's were chosen. Lin Jiaoyang is a small flat girl, so her clothes are naturally not big enough. Before she came, she deliberately took off her bra and went straight into battle. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. You want me to go find Queen Rome? Yi Tiance immediately reached out and seized the opportunity, saying righteously. It's not too late to look for it later, let me show you now. Were you scared just now? I suspect you have a heart disease. I need to check your chest. Please take off your clothes. Chapter 7:14 Vitality is lost? The next day, early in the morning. Han Ruoyun got up early and sneaked back to his room. I went straight to the bathroom and started brushing my teeth and washing my hands for a long time. Shameless. He actually tortured her like that. You can count how much time you have in your heart. She has suffered so much. Don't let that bastard get away with it so easily next time. Han Ruoyun looked at himself in the mirror and felt extremely regretful. If she hadn't been so proactive, she wouldn't have been so tired. It really hurt her little hands and mouth. You have to wash it clean, otherwise someone will find out what's going on later. That would be so embarrassing. And Yi Tiance was sleeping soundly. Yesterday's consumption was too great. Both his spiritual power and physical strength have reached the critical point of what he can bear. It was already noon when Yi Tiance woke up. When I came to the living room, I found that only Lin Yuanxuan and Lin Wanda were there. After asking, we learned that Lin Wantai and his wife had left for work reasons. Lin Yuyan continued to rest at the Lin family's house, and he was there to take care of her. Rong Meiyan returned to the company. It was said that the stock price had fallen sharply, so she had to go back to be the backbone. Han Ruoyun went shopping with Lin Jiayang. Dr. Yi, now that Yu Yan has completed the transformation of her fate, I want you to get married as soon as possible. What do you think? I was happy last night after 3 rounds of drinks. I also chatted a lot with Yi Tiance. After talking to him, I realized that he still didn't know enough about Yi Tiance. This young man is rare both in his vision and his attitude towards work. And his instincts told him so. Relying on Yi Tiance, his Lin family will be able to reach a higher level. Even to a point he couldn't even imagine. Yi Tiance was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. There's no rush for this. Besides, she's still in a coma. Why not wait until she wakes up and ask for her opinion? Get married soon? Impossible. I just experienced a failed marriage, and I am still feeling the trauma. Although Lin Yuyan would not be as self-righteous as Xiao Qingcheng, he did not want to experience it again in a short period of time. Besides, he has been living a carefree life during this period, so why should he get married so early? A man walks through a field of flowers, and every one of them occupies him. Isn't it sweet? Lin Yuanxuan smiled awkwardly, inevitably feeling a little disappointed. He wanted the two of them to get married as soon as possible, so naturally he wanted to win over Yi Tiance as soon as possible. At that time, even if Yi Tiance had many women around him, his Lin family wife would always be his legal wife. The value of being a legal wife does not need much explanation. But he can't act too anxious, as that would be counterproductive. That's fine too. We need to ask Yuyan what she thinks. That's what it says. But he knew very well that Lin Yuyan was very obedient and would definitely not object to this marriage. Dr. Yi, the situation is tense right now. Meiyan's company is being targeted by Zhao Tong and his family. Do you have any way to break the deadlock? If I were still in the open, I could put pressure on the tax authorities to relax their restrictions. But I can't take action now. If I do, all my efforts will be wasted. I heard that team leader Li Duca had a chat with you before. Did he make things difficult for you? Lin Wanda asked what was on his mind. Ultimately, the Tong family is using the Wang family's power to influence the tax authorities. This situation can only be resolved by using official power like theirs. He wanted to see Yi Tiance's next move. At the same time, I also wanted to test the relationship between Li Duca and Yi Tiance. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. What you see now is just an illusion I created. As for Li Duca, he should be in a higher position. Don't worry, the Tong family will not be able to rise again soon. The Lin family now wants to rely on him, so he has nothing to hide about Li Duca. Lin Wanda was secretly shocked. Even Li Duca, the stubborn and unyielding old man, was conquered by this kid? As expected of him. In this way, he can do what he wants without any hesitation. Lin Wanda placed an envelope on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Yi Tiance. Dr. Yi, this is the list I compiled last night. Everyone on it could be a hidden agent. Even if they are not hidden agents, they are just a mob. This time, we must restore light to Jiangnan City. Yi Tiance took the envelope, but he did not open it to check. He had no interest in this mob. Don't worry about this matter. Take me to see Lin Yuyan first. It is good. Lin Wanda stood up and led the way. The three of them came to Lin Yuyan's room together. At this moment, Lin Yuyan was sleeping soundly, as if she was isolated from the outside world. Her rosy face adds a touch of classical beauty to her. Perhaps because of the change in her fate, she looks even fresher and prettier than before. Just lying there, one can feel a sense of nobility that can only be admired from a distance and not desecrated, something both strange and familiar. Yi Tiance came to the bedside and couldn't help frowning. Only he knew that this was just an appearance. Simply put, this is no different from a last gasp. The reason he was confused was that her vitality did not stop flowing away. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. What's more, the fate has been made up now. Even if the vitality cannot be replenished, it will not continue to dissipate. It only means that someone is tampering with it. It seems like someone really wants your Lin family to die. This sudden sentence shocked Lin Yuanchuan and Lin Wanda. Dr. Yi, what do you mean by this? Only then did Yi Tiance talk about the loss of his vitality. The two men looked extremely ugly, unable to hide their anger. Who is it? Still targeting our Lin family? Damn it! Lin Yuanchuan was so angry that he was shaking all over. At first, he was poisoned and at the same time, he controlled Lin Jiaoyang. Now the spearhead is even directed at Lin Yuyan. How could he endure this? Go check everyone in the house. Even the visitors who have been here in the past half month. If there is anything unusual, take them to the Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation. This time, he was really angry. It doesn't matter if he gets old or dies. But Lin Yuyan had a hard life since childhood, and just when she was getting better, someone had done something to her again. As a grandfather, how could he not be angry? Yes, father, I will investigate immediately. But we should solve the problem first. Lin Wanda looked at Yi Tiance. He knew that Yi Tiance had this ability. No need to check, I know who it is. It didn't hurt her too much, just a little repair will do. No need to check? The father and son looked at each other, but neither refuted Yi Tiance. Dr. Yi, may I ask who it is? Who did such a cruel thing to Yuyan? Lin Yuanchuan gritted his teeth. If he knew about this, he would definitely mobilize all his connections and drive tanks and armored vehicles to blow them up. Yi Tiance waved his hand and said, "We'll know when the time comes. Let them jump around for a few days." As he spoke, he had already sat down beside the bed. He carefully helped Lin Yuyan up and held her against his arms, then took out a Lingyuan fruit. She was still unconscious, so naturally she couldn't eat. Yi Tiance gently pinched her cheeks and slightly opened his red lips. He exerted a little force and squeezed out the juice of the Lingyuan fruit. Put it on Lin Yuyan's lips, let the juice drip into her mouth, and swallow it. A Lingyuan fruit quickly turned into a dried fruit and was thrown directly on the ground. He took out another one and continued to squeeze out the juice for Lin Yuyan to swallow. Soon, all 5 Lingyuan fruits were squeezed dry. Lin Yuyan's complexion became even rosier. Looking down at her closed eyes, Yi Tiance couldn't help but sigh. The most beautiful woman in Tiannan province, she deserves her reputation. Chapter 715, Zhao Shicheng forces the emperor to abdicate. Yi Tiance gently laid Lin Yuyan down flat. Then he took out the spirit crystal fragment, looked around the room, and began to decorate it. Different numbers of spirit crystal fragments were placed on each side, as if to surround the entire room. He then took some of the fragments and placed them under his pillow and under his bed, and then stopped. The spiritual energy contained in these spiritual crystal fragments is enough to activate the spiritual source fruit to restore vitality in her body. Apart from daily care, please do not come in to disturb her during these 2 days and let her have a good rest. He clapped his hands, calm and composed. This is a small formation for gathering spirits. The spirit crystal fragments on all sides will continuously release spiritual energy, filling the entire room with spiritual energy. At the same time, it can also prevent the loss of spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array. Repeat the cycle and it will continue. As for the spirit crystal fragments on the pillow and under the bed, they were closer to Lin Yuyan. It can ensure that she sleeps peacefully and is in good spirits. Of course, a mere spirit gathering array could not replenish her lost vitality in a short period of time. So he fed 5 Ling Yuan fruits in one breath. Moreover, after his method, Lin Yuyan took juice which was full of essence and had a greater effect. As long as you have a good rest in these 2 days, you will be able to return to normal soon. As for the person who did it, he just wanted to see the Lin family fall into chaos. And he had to deal with that group of people and couldn't spare the time to take care of the Lin family. They would then be able to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the Lin family again, allowing that group of people to completely take power and thus control all of Jiangnan City. Unfortunately, I thought too simply of him. In his eyes, this method is not even child's play. Okay, I understand. I won't let anyone disturb you, Yan. Dr. Yi. What do you think my Lin family can do for you? Lin Yuanshuan didn't want to let go of anyone who hurt his Lin family. But Yi Tiance had already asked him to wait a little longer, and he couldn't refuse. We can only provide help within our capabilities. No, just take good care of her. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Tiance glanced at his phone and turned away. Lin Wanda wanted to keep him, but was stopped by Lin Yuanshuan with his eyes. Father, Divine Dr. Yi is gone, and Yuyan. Listen to him, he won't harm Yuyan. Don't forget, he is Yuyan's fiancé now. So, Lin Wanda said nothing more and watched Yi Tiance leave. Fengrong Group, conference room. The group's shareholders and senior executives all sit here. Rong Meiyan sat on the main seat, looking at the people in front of her with a smile. Sitting opposite her was Zhao Shicheng, who had just been sent to the hospital by Yi Tiance. At this moment, he had a look of disdain on his face and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Miss Rong, I think it's time for you to give up your position, right? I have made it very clear just now, you are no longer the president of Fengrong Group, the new president is me, Zhao Shicheng. After 2 days of hard work, he successfully acquired all the stocks from retail investors of Fengrong Group. He now holds 49% of the shares and can participate in the shareholders' meeting and elect the president. Rong Mei remained calm and said softly. Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The position of president is elected based on the shareholders' meeting and the number of shares held. Even if you have 49% of the shares now, it will be in vain if you don't have the support of shareholders. Zhao Shicheng laughed and stood up. The bruises on his face hadn't faded yet, and now they looked a little funny. Rong Meiyan, do you think that if I were unsure, I would come to you? I tell you. From today on, Fengrong Group will change its name to Zhao. Also, during the time you have been in control of the group, apart from winning a 10 billion yuan order from the Tianlong Group, you have not made any other substantial net profit. Simply put, as a new shareholder, I can question your ability. Think you don't have the ability to lead the company to the next level. The company may even go bankrupt due to tax issues. By then, when so many people are forced to leave the company, who will be responsible? Don't say that you, Rong Meiyan, can solve it. If you really could, you wouldn't have waited until now. Now, as a new shareholder, I request to hold a shareholders meeting to elect a new president. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? He looked at Rong Meiyan with pride. The provocation in his eyes was self-evident. You know, he has spent a lot of energy in the past 2 days to acquire these shares. Today, he is determined to win. Rong Meiyan was secretly surprised. Is Zhao Shicheng so confident? Where does he get the confidence from? She glanced at the other shareholders. Everyone remained calm and didn't reveal any flaws. But often when there are no problems, there are more problems. It seems that his confidence comes from these people. She wanted to see what tricks these people could come up with. Since Master Zhao insists, Mei Yan naturally has no objection. The shareholders' meeting starts now. Each shareholder can choose who to support. The meeting started suddenly, so everyone could vote openly, which was more convenient. When people heard about voting openly, many of them panicked and looked very unnatural. Really? Zhao Shicheng bribed many shareholders. But she won't expose it, she has to let the show finish, right? Now, the voting begins. She wouldn't give these people the chance to give their opinions, that would be pointless. Those who support Mei Yan, please raise your hands, let Mei Yan see how many people still think highly of her. The words fell. Many people looked at each other in confusion, falling into hesitation. But soon someone raised his hand. Then the second and third people raised their hands. There were 20 shareholders and senior executives present. Under the leadership of the leader, 10 people voted for Rong Mei Yan. This surprised her. Logically speaking, the votes in this situation should be one-sided. Zhao Shicheng stared at the people who raised their hands, his eyes shining and filled with murderous intent. Naturally, these 10 people did not dare to look him in the eye, for fear of getting into trouble. Rong Mei Yan smiled softly and said, "Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, it seems that some people still have high hopes for Mei Yan. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Zhao Shicheng had a gloomy face, then sneered. "Really? Miss Rong, you may have made a mistake. You did get 10 votes, and I got 11 votes. Don't forget, I am also a shareholder, so including me, the number of votes should be 21. But as the president, you cannot participate in the shareholder voting process. As much as I hate to hit you in the face, this is the truth. You lost to me by 1 vote. The commercial queen of the provincial capital? It seems that she is just that good." His smug look is really annoying. But what he said was true. As the president, he could not participate in the voting process. At this time, Wei Xiang stood up, smiled and clapped his hands. "Great, great. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. No, President Zhao, under your leadership, Fingrong Group will surely rise to prominence." Rong Mei Yan frowned slightly and looked at her. Because Wei Xiang was one of the 10 people who voted for her. Not only him, but the other 9 people also showed proud smiles. She understood instantly. Everyone has been bribed by Zhao Shicheng. And giving her 10 votes was just to wait for this moment to humiliate her. With just 1 vote difference, she has fallen from the altar and will become a laughingstock from now on. At this moment, she put away her smile and stared at Zhao Shicheng closely. She really didn't expect it. In just 2 days, Zhao Shicheng bribed all the shareholders. The Zhao family lives up to its reputation. This dandy rich second-generation guy is not as useless as he seems. Rong Mei Yan smiled softly and said, "Mr. Zhao, you may have forgotten that Mei Yan, as the CEO, has a veto power. So, I'm afraid you still can't take Mei Yan's position." Chapter 7:16, The death of a shareholder does not matter. Zhao Shicheng snorted coldly and slowly came to Rong Mei Yan. He bent over and moved closer, and the two of them looked at each other, confronting each other. He sneered. "Miss Rong, if I can't sit in this position, I can sit on your lap. There's no need to look at me like that. I'm just telling you the truth. The president of Fingrong Group does have a veto power at the shareholders' meeting. Unfortunately, that can only be used when the election is split by more than 2 votes. This is the rule you set yourself, Miss Rong. What? Have you forgotten it?" At this moment, Rong Mei Yan's face turned gloomy. She glanced at the senior shareholders present. This was indeed the rule she set in the first place. This is to prevent her second uncle from causing trouble. That is why it is chosen to be effective only when the difference in votes is more than 2, so that she cannot be removed from office easily. Just 1 vote difference, this is impossible for her to happen. Because she is Rong Mei Yan, there is no way she can lose. This matter is a secret in Fingrong Group, and no one knows about it except the senior shareholders. Even if Zhao Shicheng was a foreigner, it was impossible for him to know so much about Fingrong Group. These people are really ungrateful. In order to get her to step down, he even told Zhao Shicheng the secret. No wonder Zhao Shicheng designed her to lose by 1 vote. It turned out he was waiting for her here. This time, she really miscalculated. But she was not discouraged and laughed. It is said that it is hard to guard against thieves within one's own family, and today Mei Yan has really experienced it. Mr. Zhao is really good at scheming. I never thought that you could be so calculating in Mei Yan's territory. However, if they can betray Mei Yan today, they can also betray you, Master Zhao, tomorrow. Mr. Zhao, aren't you afraid of being backstabbed? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Shicheng laughed, stood up, and slowly walked around the desk. The smugness on his face was obvious, and his smile was particularly ferocious and wild. So, I have to thank you, Miss Rong, for your reminder? Hee Rong Mei Yan, stop pretending. Although I, Zhao Shicheng, am a playboy and look down on others, I never do anything without confidence. Do you think I'd give them the chance to backstab me? Those who obey me will prosper. Those who disobey me will perish. They have long been my people. At this time, Zhao Shicheng had returned to his position. He sat down slowly and looked at Rong Mei Yan provocatively. Do you think you can still turn things around now? TSK, I'll help you think of a way out. I'm sorry, but I can't imagine how you can turn defeat into victory. As he spoke, his face was gloomy and he said in a cold voice. Now, as the new director of Fingrong Group, I order you to get off that position. Remember, get down. I want to see what it's like for you, who is known as the Queen of Business, to become a stray dog. Oh, yes, there's also that loser named Yi. Call him out. Today, I want him to kneel down and apologize to me in front of everyone. Otherwise, I will not let you, Rong Mei Yan, have an easy life, and you will not be able to leave easily. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. He had heard of Rong Mei Yan's name a long time ago and had long wanted to meet her in person. It really lives up to its reputation. Graceful and charming. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of posture Rong Mei Yan would be in if she was under him. As for Yi Tiance, he also took the opportunity to learn more about him in the past 2 days. After knowing what he had done, he just thought that Yi Tiance was a brainless and reckless man. He also knew that Tong Lihai was injured by Yi Tiance because he was the one who asked people to rescue Tong Lihai. But so what? He's just a reckless man who can fight. He has his own way to deal with such people. Otherwise, he would not have come here so rashly and asked Yi Tiance to kneel down and kowtow. Rong Mei Yan is Yi Tiance's weak spot. As long as he can control this woman, Yi Tiance will have nothing to fear. He couldn't just ignore Rong Mei Yan and fight him, right? He was just about to ask someone to control Rong Mei Yan so that he could use her to threaten Yi Tiance. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew from behind. The next second, a figure stood behind him. Snapped. A large hand fell on his shoulder. Boom! A tremendous pressure filled his body, instantly forcing him to his knees. Oh my God! Who is it? Zhao Shicheng withstood the pressure and roared out with all his strength. The sharp pain in his knee made him grimace. At this time, Yi Tiance's faint voice sounded. I heard that if I don't apologize to you, you won't let Mei Yan leave easily? Then I want to see how you can prevent her from leaving and how you can make her look good. When the shareholders saw Yi Tiance, they were terrified. During this period, Yi Tiance's reputation was very loud, and they all knew about what he had done. Those who go against Yi Tiance often don't have a good ending. At this moment, they began to panic. Yi Tiance! Let me go! Otherwise! Boom! Yi Tiance withdrew his pressure and exerted light force on his hands. Click! There was a sound of bones breaking, and Zhao Shicheng was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. His shoulder bone is broken? Oh my God! Yi Tiance, I want you to die. I want you to die. Zhao Shicheng was extremely angry. He tried his best to get up and stared at Yi Tiance. The anger in his eyes seemed to want to burn Yi Tiance to ashes. But he knew that he was no match for Yi Tiance. Okay. Mr. Yi, you are really brave. You actually dared to attack me. If you have the guts, kill me. I tell you. I dare to come here today and ask you to kneel down and apologize by name. Of course I am fully confident. You don't know yet, right? The Tong family has already taken action, the Han family's capital chain is broken, and the Han family is finished. And there is Rong Meiyan. She is now insolvent and Fengrong is going bankrupt immediately. Including these shareholders, all their families are in my hands. As long as something happens to me, they will all die. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly towards the sky with a ferocious face. Rong Meiyan frowned slightly and glanced at the shareholders. It turned out to be the case. She also wondered that even if Zhao Shicheng was a well-known figure, it would be impossible for him to buy out all shareholders in just 2 days. Moreover, she cooperated with Zhao Shicheng in acting so that the real power in her hands became illusory. Because these people all know very well what the consequences will be if they go against Yi Tiance. At this moment, the shareholders all lowered their heads and dared not speak. They wanted to explain, but doing so would offend Zhao Shicheng and harm their families. Oh, it's not my family who died, what does it have to do with me? Is your confidence to threaten me with their families? What the hell? What does he mean? Don't you care about the lives of the shareholders' families? Zhao Shicheng was stunned. He thought he had a sure win and would make Yi Tiance surrender. But I didn't expect it to be harder than steel. Mr. Yi, their family is going to die because of you. Do you think they will still be willing to help Fengrong wholeheartedly? Zhao Shicheng roared. He didn't believe that Yi Tiance really didn't care. Yes, he must be pretending. However, it's none of my business if he dies. At worst, I can just replace him with a new group of shareholders. Besides, their shares are in your hands, so their existence or non-existence is meaningless. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Really? You can offend anyone but not Yi Tiance. What a ruthless guy. You. Zhao Shicheng was furious and pointed at Yi Tiance. But what he got in response was a slap from Yi Tiance. Snapped. The whole person flew backwards again, hit the wall heavily and fell down, vomiting blood. Yi Tiance instantly came to Rong Meiyan's side, and his arrogant eyes made everyone feel breathless. Yi Tiance's hand gently rested on Rong Meiyan's shoulder. I am the general manager of the company and I have a seat at the shareholders' meeting. Now I vote for Meiyan, with 11 votes tied on both sides. But that loser probably can't stand up, so his vote is invalid. Meiyan still serves as the president of Fengrong Group. I have finished speaking. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 717. Give some deposit. Everyone looked at each other, and the entire conference room fell silent. The atmosphere was so depressing that everyone felt breathless and didn't even dare to look up. This guy really does what he says. What a lunatic. At this moment, they dared not speak. They dared to guarantee that if they said no, Yi Tiance would definitely take action against them. They don't want to end up like Zhao Shicheng, or even be worse off than him. What's wrong? Weren't you able to jump around just now? Now you can't speak? You are really two-faced. If I don't come, what are you going to do to Meiyan? Tell me, if you speak well, I can let you go. Yi Tiance looked at everyone coldly. They just felt as if they were being stared at by the wild wolves on the grassland. The temperature all over my body dropped suddenly, and a dangerous aura filled the air. Us? Everyone kept swallowing but couldn't say a word. Because once he spoke, it would mean he would have to look Yi Tiance in the eye. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. How could they not understand this truth? At this moment, Wei Xiang was more frightened than others. He kept trying to hide his body and conceal his existence. But he forgot that Yi Tiance was very clear about his every move just now. Boss Wei, you want to hide so badly? You are so shameless? When you stabbed Meiyan in the back just now, you were the first to do it. When this wild dog Zhao Shicheng speaks, you jump up and down to agree with him, but when I speak, you remain silent. Mr. Wei, do you think I'm not as good as him? You are just a dog raised by Meiyan, so be prepared to be a dog. Don't dream of being a master, because you can only be a dog in your life. Wei Xiang looked grim. He never dreamed that he, a shareholder, would be humiliated like this. Yi Tiance, don't go too far. President Rong has indeed put Fingrong Group on the right track. But now the company is losing money, the stock price has fallen sharply, and it is facing many problems that she cannot solve as a veteran. How can I watch the company be destroyed in her hands? Yi Tiance nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at everyone and said softly. Do you all think so too? Do you think Mei Yan is not capable enough to lead the company through the difficulties? Everyone remained silent and did not dare to express their opinions. This made Wei Xiang very anxious and furious. Speak up, all of you. When we agreed to backstab each other together, didn't you agree readily? No matter how powerful he is, can he handle all of us? You are all cowards. I don't know why I would fall for you stupid teammates. Faced with his roar, everyone turned a deaf ear. Before, many people had acted pretentiously in front of Yi Tiance, saying things like they didn't believe Yi Tiance would take action. The results of it? Those who know the current affairs are handsome. Who is in control now? It's Yi Tiance. They are not so stupid as to go against Yi Tiance. Seeing this, Yi Tiance grinned and said, Boss Wei, it seems that they don't really want to side with you. This is not the way to win people's hearts. How about I teach you? As he spoke, Yi Tiance appeared in front of Wei Xiang in an instant. He raised his hand slowly. Snapped. Wei Xiang flew backwards instantly, fell heavily beside Zhao Shicheng, and fainted with blood coming from the corner of his mouth. He clapped his hands impatiently, with a look of disgust on his face. You really live up to your name when you get home. Just ask your family to feed you shit, you useless piece of shit. Then he turned and looked at everyone. The condescending gaze made everyone feel tremendous pressure. From now on, Wei Xiang will take back the shares and return them to Mei Yan. Who of you is in favor? Who is against? As soon as these words were spoken, some people immediately stood up and took sides. I agree. At this point, if they don't agree, they might be the next to suffer. Someone took the lead in agreeing, and the others did not dare to object and all took sides. I agree. I agree too. Boss Rong has the qualities of an empress, so we will naturally regard her as our president. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we will never have second thoughts again. That's right, Mr. Yi, we had no choice but to backstab him. That Zhao threatened us with our family, and we couldn't do anything about it. Please don't bother with us, Mr. Yi. Now Zhao Shicheng has fainted. Regardless of whether they really wanted to betray, they had to put the blame on Zhao Shicheng. Only in this way will Yi Tiance not care. Maybe I can help them rescue their families. Unfortunately, Yi Tiance had already seen through their little tricks. But he didn't intend to expose it. Because, once some things are exposed, they cannot be done anymore. Of course I believe that you are all loyal, but people's words are scary. If what happened today gets out, and Mei Yan forgives you so easily, how can she continue to survive in the business world? Yi Tiance returned to Rong Mei Yan. Everyone looked at each other, and they all understood the hidden meaning of his words. This what does Mr. Yi want to do? Tian Chang pushed up his glasses and asked first. Among this group of people, he is probably the only one who still retains a little loyalty. Now that he can return to Rong Mei Yan's command, he is naturally willing to do so. It's very simple. Each of you give half of your shares back to Mei Yan, and I will ensure that you will still have a place in the company. In addition, you have to hand over half of your property to Mei Yan as a deposit. If anyone betrays her again, this half will automatically belong to Mei Yan. Of course, if you help Mei Yan honestly, your gains will be proportional to your efforts. Also, I am informing you, not discussing. Yi Tiance's tone suddenly turned cold. Everyone was stunned and their faces looked very ugly. Half of the shares and property? How is this different from killing them? It seems that you are not very willing in this case. I can only stretch my muscles again. Seeing Yi Tiance stand up, everyone immediately panicked. Tian Chang quickly stood up and expressed his opinion. Mr. Yi, I agree to give half of my shares and property back to Mr. Rome. I am also willing to resign as a shareholder and return all my rights. What the hell? Crazy. He is absolutely crazy. Everyone couldn't believe that Thomas Tian would make such a decision. You know, they spend their entire lives in the company just to climb up. Not only for power, but also for making money. Now Tian Chang's actions have really pushed them to the forefront. Yi Tiance glanced at Tian Chang and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, what about the rest of you? What do you think? I remind you again that my patience is limited, so don't force me to ask you a third time. At this moment, everyone had already greeted Tian Chang's ancestors for 18 generations. What the hell? This is definitely to cause trouble. But facing Yi Tiance's power, they did not dare to refuse. In the end, I had no choice but to grit my teeth and agree. After all, they can still tell the difference between having no money and having no life. I am willing to hand over half of my shares and property to show my sincerity. I am also willing to hand over my shares and property. Please, Mr. Rome, please look into it. I do too. At one moment, the 9 people who had just acted to support Rome Meiyan expressed their opinions. Yi Tiance was very satisfied with this. Then, he turned his gaze to the 10 people who supported Zhao Shicheng. Chapter 7:18 Undercurrent. My admiration for President Rong is like a surging river, it is endless. Mr. Ye's suggestion is very good, I agree. Wang Han in Zhao Shicheng's camp immediately stood up and smiled apologetically. When he just felt Yi Tiance's gaze, he seemed to fall into an ice cave. I felt cold all over and my hair stood on end. Oh shit. This guy named Ji is so scary. I really believed Zhao Shicheng's lies and chose to stand on the same team with him. What the hell is this Zhao family? Wasn't he still knocked down by Yi Tiance's slap? Seeing this, the others expressed their opinions one after another. Yi Tiance grinned at Rong Meiyan. The latter understood immediately and immediately asked Ah Qing to prepare the transfer contract. Ah Qing was there the whole time, but Rong Meiyan asked her not to speak the whole time. Because she wanted to see what kind of trouble these monsters could come up with. When Zhao Shicheng provoked her, she thought about taking action, but Yi Tiance arrived in time, so naturally there was nothing she could do. Soon, Ah Qing brought the drafted transfer contract with him. Led by Tian Chang and Wang Han, everyone signed hastily, hoping to end this farce quickly. Yi Tiance picked up the contract and checked that the signatures were correct before handing it to Rong Meiyan. He narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. Then I'll trouble you all if you still have second thoughts in the future. Please tell me. I love to deal with traitors the most. Okay, you can go now. By the way, before you leave, remember to take those 2 stupid dogs with you, so they don't get in my way. Yes, Mr. Yi taught me that this kind of stupid dog is not worthy of being in the company at all. Leave it to us. Wang Han smiled apologetically. Then he waved his hand and asked others to drag away the unconscious Zhao Shicheng and Wei Xiang. In the huge conference room, only Yi Tiance, Rong Meiyan, and Ah Qing were left. Rong Meiyan stood up, put her hands around Yi Tiance's neck, and smiled charmingly. Mr. Yi, you have helped Meiyan solve a big problem again. How do you want Meiyan to repay you? The slender waist feels very soft to the touch. Yi Tiance hugged her and sat down, and Rong Meiyan sat on his lap. I won't accept any other way except to pledge my love to you. Rong Meiyan leaned forward and blew gently into Yi Tiance's ear. Okay, Meiyan doesn't object to this way of repaying a favor. Meiyan will definitely prepare well and try to satisfy you, Mr. Yi. If Mr. Yi likes any kind of battle robe skin, you can tell Meiyan, and Meiyan will satisfy Mr. Yi. What the hell? Battle suit skin? Hiss. She is indeed the good woman he has chosen. Many people can't do this. While he was fantasizing, Ah Qing snorted coldly. Humph. You are just a filthy pervert. You are greedy for Mrs. Body. Don't think you're great just because you helped the lady drive these people away. The lady can solve the problem without you. Miss, don't listen to him, he just wants your body, don't be fooled. Ever since the video incident, she has been very unhappy with Yi Tiance. Gratitude is gratitude, but things should be treated separately. What kind of good person would use embarrassing videos of others to threaten others all day long? If I'm not greedy for your lady's body, then how could I be greedy for your body? Tarmac, can you be more self-conscious every time? When your lady and I are alone together, please be tactful and leave by yourself, okay? What? You want me to threaten you with the video again? Oh, I see, you just have no shame, right? Otherwise, why would you let me take a video of you? Mayen, you must take good care of your subordinates in the future. After all, if they go out, they will be embarrassed by you. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. He was also very unhappy with Qing. Every time something was about to happen between him and Rong Mayen in the office, she would always appear at inopportune times to interrupt. This helipad must have been intentional. Qing was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Yi Tiance joked. Don't be angry, your helipad won't rise or fall no matter how angry you are. The door is over there, I won't see you off. Ah. I'm so mad, miss, are you just not going to do anything about it? At this moment, Qing felt very aggrieved. As Rong Meiyen's secretary, she also represents her. I have traveled all over the country over the years and have never suffered such humiliation. But now, she was repeatedly humiliated and attacked by Yi Tiance in this small city of Jiangnan. If she could defeat him, she would have killed Yi Tiance long ago. Rong Meiyen smiled and said softly. Okay, Qing, please go out first, I have something to discuss with Mr. Yi. Miss, Qing felt very aggrieved. She glared at Yi Tiance fiercely, then left reluctantly. Mr. Yi, please don't be so mean to Qing in the future. Qing has been with Mei Yan for so long, even if he has no credit, he has worked hard. Yi Tiance spread his hands and said helplessly. You can't blame me for this, she was the one who said that to me first. She was also helpless about the two people fighting each other as soon as they met. Okay, let's not talk about anything else, let me collect some interest first. Done. He kissed her hard. Rong Meiyan let out a soft moan, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Downstairs of the company. After Weinhan asked someone to send Zhao Shichang and Wei Xiang to the hospital, he looked around and made a phone call after confirming that there was no one around. As you guessed, Yi Tiance has taken back the shares, so we can start now. After a long time, a faint voice came from the other side. I understand, let's proceed as planned. It is good. After hanging up, Wang Han clenched the phone tightly. What a great Yi Tiance. This action almost cost him half his life. But it doesn't matter, Fengrong Group will change hands soon. By then, he will be the one laughing. Tong family. Tong Guxiu sat in the garden, playing with the folding fan in his hand. Sitting opposite him was the current head of the Lu family, Lu Yuankai. At this moment, he was drinking hot tea with a smile on his face. Mr. Tong, you have survived a great disaster, so you will surely have good fortune in the future. Judging from your complexion, you should have recovered almost completely, right? Although the Tong family blocked the news that Tong Guxiu was captured and tortured by the Dragon Group, the four major families knew about it. Because during this period of time, the Tong family has been much more active. Tong Guxiu's mother not only contacted various forces, but also mobilized the power of the Wang family. Their four major families are also observing the situation in secret to see which direction it will go. Especially him. Since Lu Ruyan came back, she has been praising Yi Tiance all the time. Although he was frightened by Yi Tiance at the time, he still let Lu Ruyan make the decision herself. But in the final analysis, Yi Tiance has no powerful background, at least they have not investigated his background. He didn't want to gamble on this uncertainty. So, today he came to inquire about Tong Guxiu's situation. Unexpectedly, Tong Guxiu took the initiative to meet him. Thanks to Uncle Lu, I have almost recovered now, and it is time to seek revenge on Yi Tiance. And that damn Dragon Group. I won't let any of them go. My mother has completed the layout, and now the man named Ji has taken the bait. We just need to close the net immediately and catch Yi Tiance and others in one fell swoop. I met Uncle Lu today because I want to ask him to do me a favor. Chapter 719. It's a dark and windy night. Help! Lu Yuankai was stunned. He didn't understand the Tong family was one of the four major families, and Tong Guxiu was the successor of the Tong family. Is there anything that he can't handle on his own that he still needs his help? Tong Guxiu opened his folding fan and said with a gentle smile. Yes, only Uncle Lu can help me with this matter, no one else can. Lu Yuankai frowned and said. What's up? He knew that although Tong Guxiu appeared gentle and feminine on the surface, he was actually very sinister. He is known as one of the three heroes of the provincial capital at a young age, and he is definitely not a good person. The main thing is that he knows very well that Tong Guxiu now only wants to take revenge on Yi Tian's. He had seen Yi Tian's strength and methods with his own eyes. He could not deal with him, and neither could the elders in his family. What's more, Lu Ruyan is now devoted to Yi Tian's and even threatens him not to make things difficult for him. This made him very hesitant and it was extremely difficult. Tong Guxiu closed his folding fan and chuckled. First, I want to borrow the power of Uncle Lu's Chamber of Commerce and use a large amount of funds to completely defeat Fingrong Group. He originally wanted to join forces with the Zhao family of Nanhai to take over Fingrong by purchasing shares, but Zhao Shichang was so stupid that he failed. Now Yi Tian's has taken back the shares and handed them over to Rong Meiyan. The reason why he can be so powerful in Jiangnan is inseparable from Rong Meiyan's support. If Fingrong Group is taken over, Rong Meiyan will be nothing but a paper tiger. What's more, there are people in the Rong family who can't stand her doing well. My mother has already taken action and the Jiangnan officialdom. Yi Tian's connections are no longer effective, and his power is being disintegrated step by step. Now is a good opportunity to take action. Once he loses the support of those forces, it will be easy to deal with him. What? He actually went to find the Rong family? Really? This guy is full of bad intentions and is not a good person at all. But he did have a point. But he always felt that Yi Tian's had many more tricks up his sleeve, and what was revealed now was just the tip of the iceberg. If we defeat Fingrong Group, can we take down Yi Tian's? To be honest, he couldn't quite believe it. As for the Rong family, they are now facing internal and external troubles. What if the Rong family can't deal with Rong Meiyan and asks her to come out to help Yi Tian's? As one of the four major families, even though Rong Meiyan has not yet completely taken power, her strength should not be underestimated. Go on. He was in no hurry to agree. He knew that Tong Guxiu must have other things to do. I plan to listen first. Tong Guxiu's face was gloomy, his anger was evident. He gritted his teeth and said. Secondly, I want Uncle Lu to invite Yi Tian's to the provincial capital in the name of Ruyan. After all, Jiangnan City is his territory, and he has the advantage of location and people. If he comes to the provincial capital, he will have nothing. If we take action against him, then we will definitely succeed. I will repay the torture I suffered in the Dragon Group 100-fold. He had secretly made preparations. Not only the connections that the Tong family has made over the years, but also the martial artists trained by him, and the elders are all ready to go. As long as Yi Tian's comes to the provincial capital, he can make sure the other party will never return. Seeing Tong Guxiu's ferocious face, Lu Yuankai frowned slightly. He knew that Tong Guxiu had lost his mind at this moment and only wanted revenge. But he was not sure whether he could get rid of Yi Tian's, because he had never seen him suffer any loss so far. Besides, if Lu Ruyan knew about this, it would be troublesome. Seeing him hesitate, Tong Guxiu said coldly. Uncle Lu, don't forget, if you don't deal with Yi Tian's, Ruyan will always miss him. Could it be that Uncle Lu really likes that Yi? I believe Uncle Lu has already made a judgment in his heart, but he is just hesitating. Don't worry, after this is done, Ruyan won't know that we cheated him, and we can just find an excuse to get away with it. Moreover, this time, it is not just our four major families that are attacking together, there are many people who want to kill him. Lu Yuankai's eyelids twitched. He really didn't expect that Tong Guxiu had made so many preparations. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as crazy. You just said there was someone else. Who else? Lu Yuankai was still hesitating. He didn't want to do anything that was uncertain. Jing Tianlei was injured by Yi Tian's, and Uncle Jing can't get over it. He will secretly help me. In addition, the Zhao family in Nanhai City also wants to intervene. The Zhao family and my Tong family have a close relationship due to marriage, and that idiot Zhao Shiqing suffered a loss at the hands of Yi Tiance. The Zhao family can't swallow this breath. How can they let Yi Tiance go? Uncle Lu, the overall situation is at hand, all that's missing is your nod. Hiss. What a great Tong Guxiu. This kind of handwriting is really unexpected. He pondered for a moment, but felt that Tong Guxiu's words made sense. Yi Tiance has too many enemies. Even though he may be glorious now, he will surely die in the future. Before that, he had to cut off all relationship between Lu Ruyan and Yi Tiance. Snapped. He slammed the table and stood up. Okay. Then I'll help you this time. It will also help my Yen Yen out of her misery. However, I hope you are fully confident, because no matter which family of ours we are, we cannot afford to lose. At this moment, he made up his mind after being persuaded by Tong Guxiu. Not only did he want to sever the evil fate between the two, he also understood that if he didn't help, his Lu family would definitely be targeted by the other three families. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would naturally not be afraid. But if it's 3 against 1, the Lu family is no match. Besides, he just paid some money and made an appointment with Yi Tiance. Even if he was caught, it wouldn't be considered a help. After all, it was the Tong family who took action. Who knows whether he was in collusion with the Tong family? Okay. Wait for news from Uncle Lu in 2 days. It's a dark and windy night, time to kill and rob. He had already been prepared. So today Lu Yuankai has to agree whether he wants to or not. It's just that the target of pressure has changed. After the two of them finalized it, Lu Yuankai left in a hurry. Although he is the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he needs to mobilize a large amount of funds and it takes some time to prepare. What's more, he also needs to understand the current situation of Fingrong Group to see how to start. After he left, Tong Guxiu also made a phone call. Do it. These two light words are full of confidence and courage. At this time, Sai came behind him and said respectfully, Sir, Elder Tong Lihai is injured. I want to go to Jiangnan City in person and serve as your vanguard. I hope you will grant my permission. It was Tong Lihai himself who reported the news of his injury. The purpose is to make the Tong family pay attention to Yi Tiance. At the same time, he told Tong Guxiu to prepare many backup plans, otherwise he would not be able to deal with Yi Tiance. But this was also within Tong Guxiu's expectations. After all, he couldn't even beat his master Tong Likun, so how could he beat Tong Lihai, who had the same level of cultivation? But it doesn't matter, this time, he will definitely win. No need. In 2 days, Mr. Yi will arrive in the provincial capital. We can take action then. 2 days? Yes, Sai obeys. Sai turned and left, her face suddenly turning gloomy. Yi Tiance, in 2 days, I will kill you myself. Chapter 720. Want to impose a crime. Fingrong Group. Yi Tiance was enjoying the softness of Rong Mei Yen in his arms. Boom! The door was suddenly pushed open. Miss, it's not good. Ah Ching rushed in with an ugly look on his face. Seeing the two of them like this, his face became even darker. Mr. Yi, it's already this hour and you are still bullying my young lady. Rong Mei Yen stood up awkwardly and asked softly. Ah Ching, it's not what you think. Mr. Yi didn't bully me. No, miss, he just wants to take advantage of you. Why are you still speaking for him? Ah Ching didn't understand, she had encountered this several times. Moreover, there are so many women around Yi Tiance who would believe him if he said he didn't want to take advantage of them. Yi Tiance said sarcastically, I am your lady's husband. If she doesn't speak for me, who will she speak for? But you are just a maid. According to seniority, you have to call me the master. You've been targeting me all day long. If it were in the past, I would have thrown you into a pig cage also. You've been following your young lady for so long, and you're still so flustered. How can this be allowed? No wonder it's an airport. It turns out they have no vision. You. Ah Ching clenched his fists, gasped, and was very angry. Forget it. He is just shameless. If she were to argue with such a person, she would be pissed to death sooner or later. Ah Ching, what happened? Rong Meiyan was a little surprised Ah Ching had been with her for so many years, but he was rarely so flustered. This shows that what happened is by no means a trivial matter. Could something have happened at the Rong family? Miss, the Market Supervision Bureau is here and they want to ban the group. What? What's going on? Rong Meiyan put away her smile. Fangrong Group can be said to be her foothold in Jiangnan City. If she was really banned, she would be in trouble. I don't know either, but someone came and said they were going to ban the group, and I came to tell you right away as soon as I got the news. Miss, what do you think we should do now? How to do? The incident happened suddenly and she didn't know what to do. The Market Supervision Bureau came too quickly and it was too coincidental. It goes without saying that it was the group of people behind the scenes who were behind this. In this case, how could they solve the problem easily? Seeing that she didn't speak, Ah Ching looked at Yi Tiance and said unhappily. Mr. Yi, weren't you very powerful just now? Why are you silent now? If the group is really banned, you will be finished too. Why don't you think of a solution quickly? Yi Tiance spread his hands. No way, besides, there's no way to escape. You. Damn it. This stinky man can't wait to take advantage of the lady. Now that you are in trouble, you start to act like a coward. Even so, the lady actually spoke up for him. It was so infuriating. Originally, she wanted to say something to Rong Meiyan, but then she heard footsteps outside the door. Followed by a fat, greasy man with big ears appeared at the door of the office with a group of people. He is Yuan Shao, the current deputy director of the Market Supervision Bureau. Yuan Shao laughed and said, I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Rong family used Fangrong Group to call the shots in Jiangnan, but after seeing her today, it doesn't seem that great. He is right, you can't escape. I, Yuan Shao, came here today to ban your Fangrong Group. Miss Rong, I am sorry for offending you. The sarcasm is palpable. He walked straight to Yi Tiance and said with a disdainful smile. Yi Tiance, I've heard of your great name for a long time, but unfortunately, you can't protect Fangrong Group. If I were you, get up now, bow and scrape like a dog to me, and beg me. Maybe I will show some leniency and block this place later. He looked down at Yi Tiance, as if trying to intimidate Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance didn't even look at him, and said impatiently. I hate it when people interrupt my good times, and you're very noisy. How about this, you just gave me a solution. If you beg for mercy like a dog, I can let you go. Yuan Shao was stunned for a moment, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Boy, are you serious? He couldn't help but ask one more question. But the only response he got was indifference. Everyone says that you, Yi Tiance, are arrogant and unruly after seeing you today. It is true. What a pity, he is just a brainless idiot. I represent the official website. Can you go against the entire official website? I admit that you are very capable, but your brain just doesn't work very well. Do you understand who is in control of the situation now? So, you'd better be careful with your words. Oh shit. I wanted to give Yi Tiance a warning, but unexpectedly I was threatened by him instead. But this also shows that the information given to him by his superiors was correct. But he wasn't afraid either. Since he will appear here, he will also ban Fangrong Group. That gives him enough rights. If Yi Tiance really dares to take action, he will be going against the entire officialdom. Rong Meiyan smiled softly and said, Deputy Director Yuan, Meiyan has not violated any law or regulations. I don't know how she has offended you. Why do you want to ban Meiyan's group? She knew that it was the Zhao and Tong families who were behind this, and she also wanted to see what crime the other party would accuse her of. Hearing this, Yuan Shao turned to look at her and sneered. Miss Rong, don't you have any idea of what's going on? You maliciously manipulated the stock price, causing Fangrong Group's stock price to fall sharply, and sold and bought at low prices. Make all the stocks return to your hands, and then invest cash to make the stock price recover. In this way, you have completed the operation and made a lot of cash. This has already had a serious adverse impact on the stock market. What? Miss Rong has forgotten what she did so quickly? Trading the stock market? It turned out to be the case. She said, if Zhao Shicheng dared to commit fraud, how could he only have that few tricks? There are also Wang Han, Wei Xian, and others. The fact that they dared to stab us in the back shows that it's not just Zhao Shicheng who's behind us. Zhao Shicheng alone cannot give them such confidence. Moreover, when Yitiance asked them to hand over their shares, although they were under pressure from Yitiance, they did not delay for too long. It all went so smoothly that she didn't think much about it at the time. Now it seems that they are all waiting here. A plan within a plan. The other party had predicted all of Yitiance's actions on her side and made this series of designs. It seems that the other party is serious this time. However, what would be his reaction if he still lost to Yitiance after such a big move? Thinking of this, Rong Meiyan found it funny. She had no doubt that Yitiance would lose, on the contrary, he would definitely win. What? Miss Rong, you are speechless? Then I will take it as your admission. Yuan Shao came with a fierce momentum, a cold face and full of confidence. Rong Meiyan smiled softly and said, if you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext. Deputy team leader Yuan, whatever you say is what it is. How can Meiyan have the courage to resist? In response, Yuan Shao smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wants. In that case, let's talk about your second crime, Miss Rong. Rong Meiyan pretended to be surprised and scared. What other crime is there? Don't scare Meiyan. Chapter 721, Head Full of Shit. Before Yuan Shao spoke, he glanced at Yitiance to see if he would make any moves. Seeing Yitiance still sitting there doing nothing, he frowned slightly. In addition to manipulating the stock market, you, Fingrong, have defaulted on the final payment for the project and have had shady dealings with Tianlong Group on the second phase of the project. In addition, Fingrong Group still has tax disputes that have not been resolved, amounting to tens of millions in taxes. Based on this point, we can seal up your Fingrong Group. Now that multiple crimes have been punished together, I have been ordered to seal up the property. I think Miss Rong has no objection, right? Oh, by the way, if you have any objections, I don't want to hear them either. You can save them for the court and talk to the judge. Yuan Shao looked at Yitiance again. Strangeness. He has already said so much, but this Mr. Yi is still indifferent? Could it be that he is really scared this time? Correct. Probably so. After all, he represents the official position, and going against the Market Supervision Bureau is not a clear-cut move. Ha ha. It's all his fault for standing too high. What's the use of a mortal like Yitiance even if he can fight? When facing powerful authorities, don't we have to give in? Miss Rong, do you plead guilty? In response to this, Yuan Shao also became bolder. Yitiance hasn't taken any action at this point, which means he doesn't have the courage. Besides, he has a big tree behind him, so what does he have to fear? Let go and do whatever the hell. Rong Meiyan smiled softly and said, confess? Meiyan doesn't know what crime she has committed. If it weren't for Deputy Team Leader Yuan telling her, Meiyan really wouldn't have known. Yuan Shao narrowed his eyes and stared at Rong Meiyan. As a seasoned man, how could he not understand what Rong Meiyan meant? It simply means that these charges were all made by him and had nothing to do with her, Rong Meiyan. But it's too much to underestimate them. Since you dare to come, you must have done your homework. In that case, please trouble Miss Rong to take a look at this pile of evidence. Yuan Shao stretched out his hand and the secretary handed him a file bag. He threw it directly on the table with a look of disdain. He wanted to see how Rong Meiyan could get away with this evidence. Rong Meiyan didn't bother to give him a cold shoulder and opened the file bag. There was a lot of information, and she just flipped through 2 pages and frowned. The stuff above is very detailed. Not only is there the remuneration terms she signed with the builder, but there is also the original contract with Tianlong Group. Each one points to Fingrong Group's breach of contract. There is also a list of outstanding debts that have accumulated due to unresolved tax issues. Really interesting. They actually used such a big trick to frame them. They are worthy of being one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Rong Meiyan was so smart that when Yuan Shao arrived and said he wanted to close down the group, she had already guessed that the 4 major families were involved. If Fingrong Group goes bankrupt, who will benefit the most? It is undoubtedly the Tong family and her treacherous second uncle. As for the Lu family and the Jing family, they naturally would not stand idly by. After all, Yi Tiance has grudges against them all. Seeing Rong Meiyan's unhappy expression, Yuan Shao became even more proud. This thing really works. Miss Rong, do you have anything else to say now? He was very proud, and his eyes were full of provocation when he looked at Rong Meiyan. The irrefutable evidence is here. Even if Meiyan had 8 mouths, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. So, Miss Rong pleads guilty? Yuan Shao looked at Rong Meiyan with a smile. As soon as she confesses her guilt, she will be arrested immediately. By then, no matter how capable she is, she won't be able to defend herself. However, Meiyan just couldn't explain it clearly, but she didn't admit her guilt. Deputy team leader Yuan is young, but his ears are not working well. How about this? Meiyan knows a miracle doctor. How about letting him take a look at you? Mr. Yi, can you reluctantly help Deputy Team Leader Yuan? He is the Deputy Team Leader, with great authority. Meiyan cannot afford to offend him. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, This is a difficult situation for me. I can treat diseases, but I can't clean out feces. His head is full of feces, and it's overflowing to his ears. We need to find a feces cleaner to do it. Yuan Shao glared at Yi Tiance fiercely, furious. Oh shit. He just realized that these 2 people were working in unison to humiliate him. I didn't take him seriously at all. He laughed in anger and said coldly. Okay, very good. Rong Meiyan, don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you are the eldest daughter of the Rong family. In my eyes, the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Now that you have broken the law, I can arrest you at any time. He didn't want to waste any more time and immediately captured Rong Meiyan. Once inside, it will be easy to bring down Fingrong Group. Do it. He didn't give Rong Meiyan time to react and gave the order to attack directly. The law enforcers he brought with him also stepped forward, ready to take Rong Meiyan away. But the next second, they felt a tremendous pressure. What happened? Yi Tiance stood up slowly. Yuan Shao looked at him subconsciously, his heart filled with shock. As expected, it's Yi Tiance. The pressure is so great, no wonder so many people have fallen into his hands. Being a deputy team leader gives you so much authority. If you were a team leader, wouldn't you be flying high? It's quite interesting that the thief cries catch the thief. The last person like this was Wang Guiyuan. Do you want to know what happened to him? Yuan Shao's heart skipped a beat. Who doesn't know about Wang Guiyuan's affairs? That's the person that even the dragon team went out to capture. And it was precisely because a large number of Jiangnan city leaders headed by Wang Guiyuan were arrested that they were pushed to this position to continue their layout. This time, he would use so many means to deal with Yi Tiance. But so what? That was because Wang Guiyuan was too high profile and underestimated Yi Tiance. He just didn't believe that they had mobilized such a huge amount of energy this time, but they could still fail in the gutter. Mr. Yi, I'm warning you, keep your mouth shut, because everything you say now can be used as evidence in court. Then, I can sue you for defamation. It will be hard for you to turn things around. Whoosh! Yi Tiance suddenly came in front of him and grinned. Okay, then I really want to see how you are going to break me, but before that, I will make sure you can't get up. Snapped. He raised his hand and slapped the defenseless Yuan Shao away. Boom! After falling to the ground, Yuan Shao felt dizzy and his whole body ached. Is this a slap in the face of a human? How could a human being have so much strength? At that moment, he felt like his skull was about to be smashed apart. Fortunately, Yi Tiance didn't use much force when he slapped her. He wouldn't beat him to death, because that would miss out on a good show. Yuan Shao quickly came to his senses, endured the severe pain, climbed up, and pointed at Yi Tiance and roared. How dare you hit me? Ye Tiance, you are done this time. I tell you, you will definitely die this time. Come here. Arrest them. Arrest them all. I want to torture and interrogate them. Yuan Shao was furious. He didn't expect that Yi Tiance was really a lunatic. Even after all this, you still dare to take action. The law enforcers were also stunned and were about to step forward to arrest the man. Yi Tiance waved his hand and grinned. There's nothing I'm afraid of if you say one more word, also your mouth shut. I haven't sewn anyone's mouth shut for a long time. Chapter 722 Gao Gaoxiong and Hashtag 039, S questioning. The law enforcers were stunned by the powerful aura that Yi Tiance suddenly exuded. Especially Yi Tiance's sneering grin, like a madman. You should know that Yi Tiance's deeds during this period are well known. If Yuan Shao hadn't led the team, they would not have dared to offend this plague god. What the hell are you all standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Yuan Shao was furious and he was determined to capture Yi Tiance and the other man today. Yi Tiance looked at him, frowned slightly and shook his head. It seems that you didn't hear what I said clearly. Call out. He instantly appeared in front of Yuan Shao again. The speed was so fast that Yuan Shao was shocked again. He is definitely not human. This is simply not something a human can do. He raised his hand again, ready to give another slap. This frightened Yuan Shao, and he retreated quickly. What are you going to do? Yi Tiance, I'm warning you, if you attack a public official, the crime will be magnified several times. Yi Tiance said disdainfully. Public official? What kind of public official are you? And with your name, if you don't have the ability, don't touch celebrities, lest you embarrass yourself. I don't like others to teach me how to do things. People who teach me how to do things always have to pay a price. Just as he was about to fan away, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Next second. Led by the square-faced man, another group of law enforcers rushed in. Holding guns, they surrounded everyone. Team leader Gao. Why are you here? The person who came was Gao Gaoxiong, director of the Market Supervision Bureau. Wearing a Zhongshan suit, his thin figure and square face make him look very formal and intimidating without even showing any anger. Yuan Shao was shocked. Why did this matter alarm Gao Gaoxiong? It must be someone from above who made them come forward to help him. Correct. That must be it. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao was overjoyed. He immediately rushed forward, bowed respectfully, and saluted with great emotion. Yuan Shao has met team leader Gao today. I led a team to seal off Fingrong Group, but was stopped by Yi Tiance, and he even attacked me. Team leader Gao, you must make the decision for me. If this kind of person is allowed to continue, he will definitely do many evil things. And he didn't hit me in the face, he hit our Market Supervision Bureau in the face. Gao Gaoxiong glanced at him and said coldly. Really? Are you sure about that? Okay. What does this mean? Why do I feel that Gao Gaoxiong's attitude is not right? Isn't he here to help him? If we don't help him, who will we help? Team leader Gao, we have worked together for many years, and you still don't trust me? When have I ever lied to you? Please believe me. Arrest him. And Rong Meiyan, her company is evading taxes, it has reached the level of breaking the law, she must be arrested. Gao Gaoxiong looked at him coldly. Yes, we have worked together for so many years, and I trust you so much that I should listen to you, but I didn't expect that you, Yuan Shao, would seek the skin of a tiger. Come on, bring it up. The secretary behind him immediately handed over the file bag. Yuan Shao's heart skipped a beat and he felt very uneasy. What happened? Is Gao Gaoxiong targeting him? Gao Gaoxiong held up the file bag, his tone mixed with anger. 3 months ago, you, Yuan Shao, accepted millions of stolen money from the local secretary and helped him approve illegal documents, allowing him to make millions in profits. Afterwards, you not only demanded payment, but also asked him to send a 16-year-old girl to you. You tortured the girl to the point where she looked like a monster and got her pregnant. You gave money to keep things quiet, but then you secretly had someone kidnap the child, aborted the child alive, and then drown the person in the river. Now that the body has been recovered, what do you have to say? These words were like a bolt from the blue to Yuan Shao. He looked at Gao Gaoxiong in surprise and panic. How did Gao Gaoxiong know about this? Didn't he cover it up very well at the beginning? Even though the other party's family had appealed countless times and no malpractice could be found, how come Gao Gaoxiong discovered it today? Tu didn't. You are slandering me. Slandering? Humph. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Gao Gaoxiong opened the file bag and took out a document. 2 months ago, you helped a food company pass food testing for your own selfish gain, which resulted in food poisoning among students in 2 schools. 20 people have died, and 10 are still in the ICU. This is already a major casualty incident, but you have been suppressing it and not reporting it. In order to avoid being exposed, they even maliciously beat and intimidated the students' families. Yuan Shao, do you dare to say that you didn't do this? Don't forget that your name is signed on the document. What? You, Yuan Shao, won't tell me that this is a forged signature, right? Gao Gaoxiong was even more angry about this matter. Students are the pillars of the future. No matter where we go, we should give priority and take good care of students. But Yuan Shao actually did such a thing in order to enrich himself. If these crimes had happened in the past, it would not be excessive to execute all 9 generations of the clan. At this moment, Yuan Shao was completely panicked. Thump! He sat down on the ground helplessly, looking at Gao Gaoxiong in disbelief. He never dreamed that he had covered up all this so well that it would be suddenly discovered. And Gao Gaoxiong never paid attention to what he did. Even when he came today, the other party was unaware. How could it suddenly become like this? Could it be him? Yuan Shao suddenly remembered Yi Tiance standing beside him and looked at him fiercely. At this moment, Yi Tiance was sitting on the table with his hands folded, watching the scene with a smile on his face. That smile made him feel insulted and provoked. Yes, it must be him. Team leader Gao, you have been deceived. You must have been deceived. I have worked diligently for so many years and have never done such things. You must have been deceived by a villain. Please, team leader Gao, please investigate and clear my name. He had already determined in his heart that Gao Gaoxiong must have been bewitched by Yi Tiance and was therefore targeting him. He didn't care whether the two knew each other or not, he just believed this. Because he has hidden it well enough. There is no other way except to be tough. Mr. Yi, I'm telling you, stop fanning the flames in front of team leader Gao. You are just dissatisfied with my order to close down Fingrong Group, so you are making things difficult for me behind my back. I tell you, team leader Gao will definitely see through everything and clear my name. Rong Meiyan couldn't help but laugh. Deputy team leader Yuan, Mr. Yi has not said a word since team leader Gao came in, and he doesn't even know team leader Gao, so how can you say he is making things difficult for him? Meiyan was really confused. Deputy team leader Yuan kept saying that he was conscientious, but flies don't bite seamless eggs if you have no stains. Why would you be so panicked? Hearing this, Yuan Shao became excited again. Shut up. You bitch are not a good person. You must be the ones behind this. That's why team leader Gao believed you villains. I tell you, I will make you pay the price. The voice just fell. There were footsteps outside the office door again. Then, a cold voice was heard. From what you said, Yuan Shao, we are also villains. Chapter 723 Desperate Yuan Shao. Who the hell is talking? Come out here. Yuan Shao was completely furious. Because today was the day for him to show off his skills and kill Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan. But unexpectedly, contrary to what he expected, he was sanctioned instead. When I turned around, I saw a group of people walking in. These people were wearing black combat uniforms, and each of them exuded a strong martial arts aura. The law enforcers brought by Yuan Shao were terrified, and at the same time, they were stunned by the powerful martial arts aura. Instinctively they took 2 steps back out of fear. But behind them were the law enforcers brought by Gao Gaoxiong, all of whom were armed with guns, putting them in a dilemma. Where do these people come from? Why is the pressure brought by everyone so strong? Gao Gaoxiong turned around and nodded to Lingyun. Captain Lingyun, you are here. Thank you for the evidence you provided. It allowed me to see the true face of Yuan Shao. As the director of the Market Supervision Bureau, I failed to manage my subordinates well, which caused such a big impact, and I am guilty of negligence. Now that Yuan Shao is here, Captain Lingyun can take his men away at any time. I will also report this to the higher-ups and make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. That's right. It was because he received Lingyun's message and the evidence provided that he got in touch with Lingyun. This matter alarmed the Dragon Group, so he would be arrested without a doubt. But he also listened to Lingyun's arrangement and asked him to come forward first. Although he didn't know the whole story, he was nothing in front of the Dragon Group. Lingyun? Dragon Team. You are the captain of the Dragon Team. Yuan Shao was shocked, and his instinctive fear made him tremble uncontrollably. He never dreamed that this incident would alarm the Dragon Group. The last time the Dragon Group appeared was at Wang Guiyuan's inauguration ceremony. Directly reverse the situation on the spot and force Wang Guiyuan and others to step down. It's over. It's all over. And many more. Last time at Wang Guiyuan's inauguration ceremony, everyone was taken away except Yi Tiance. There are rumors outside that Yi Tiance has a relationship with the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group is here again today, and Yi Tiance is here again. Is there really any connection between the two? Do not. This is impossible. This must be a coincidence. After all, Gao Gaoxiong just said that it was Lingyun who gave him the evidence and it had nothing to do with Yi Tiance. Yuan Shao, you have been punished for multiple crimes. What else do you have to say now? Gao Gaoxiong looked at him coldly. The anger in his eyes was self-evident. Yuan Shao was so frightened that he took a long time to come to his senses. He suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky with a ferocious face. Ha ha ha. Don't think that you'll be alright if you can overthrow me and resolve this crisis. Mr. Yi, I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. Then you just wait for death. No one can save you. That's what I said. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly went crazy, which scared everyone. Lingyun frowned slightly and waved to his subordinates. Take away. The subordinates immediately stepped forward, arrested Yuan Shao and took him away. When he was leaving, Yuan Shao was still cursing wildly. Gao Gaoxiong sighed. I never thought that he had used his power to enrich himself around Gao for so many years, and Gao was completely unaware of it. He really failed to live up to the trust of the people. Captain Lingyun, Gao is willing to cooperate with all investigations to prove his innocence. He is also willing to explain everything about Yuan Shao. I know everything and I will say it all. Like Li Duca, he wants to serve the people. During all these years in office, he never took a single penny from the people and always worked diligently. But now, all his efforts over the years have been wasted because of Yuan Shao. At this moment, he also felt that he had aged a lot and was unable to do some things. If Yuan Shao's problem had been discovered earlier, wouldn't so many people have suffered? He is a real failure as a team leader. You will naturally be investigated, and your entire Market Supervision Bureau will also be investigated. Don't worry, we in the Dragon Group will not let go of anyone who should be arrested, and we will not wrongly accuse anyone who should not be arrested. You go out first, I have something else to deal with. Gao Gaoxiong was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Yi Tiance. Among the people present now, except for the law enforcers brought by Yuan Shao, there were no people from the Market Supervision Bureau. Lingyun said he had something to do, so he could only look for Yi Tiance. It seems that the rumors outside are correct. Yi Tiance and the Dragon Group do have a close relationship. But he didn't want to make friends because of this. It is still unknown whether he can still hold on to this position after this incident. Even if he could still keep his seat, he felt that there was no need to make friends. Because he serves the masses, not to make friends with the powerful. Otherwise, in his early years, he would have bowed to the powerful and done things for others like Yuan Shao did. After Gao Gaoxiong took the law enforcers out, he took the initiative to close the door to prevent anyone from disturbing Ling Yun. Ling Yun came in front of Yi Tiance and knelt down again. The admiration and awe in his eyes increased rather than diminished. "Hello, young city lord." Then he immediately knelt down and walked forward, massaging Yi Tiance's legs in a flattering manner, with a wry smile on his face. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Young city master has become much more handsome. He is really a role model for our generation. I wonder when I can be as handsome as young city master." Yi Tiance smiled faintly. "It's impossible to be as handsome as me in this life. Wait for the next life. This is a job well done and deserves a reward. I am willing to admit that you are 1/10 as handsome as I am." "Really? Young city lord, it's my honor." Ling Yun was extremely happy. Even though he knew that Yi Tiance said this to praise him. But it's already awesome to get his praise, okay? You know, this is the young lord of the fallen city. In the fallen city, no one could get his praise. All they got was merciless torture and beatings. "Okay, that's enough for you, kid. Let me ask you, how is the matter going?" Ling Yun immediately stood up and saluted. "I must do what the young city lord has told me to do. If I fail to do it, I will just blow up the other side. No matter how big it is, it can still be bigger than our fallen city, right? Don't worry, young city lord, everything is ready now, we just need the east wind." Yi Tiance nodded. He was quite confident in Ling Yun's work. Moreover, he was a very perceptive person, and his time spent in the fallen city was not in vain. Ling Yun felt honored to work for Yi Tiance. "I wish I could spend time on this every day. Young city lord, since there is nothing else to do here, I will leave first. I still have to prepare materials to deal with the next person." Yi Tiance waved his hand, and Ling Yun happily took his people away. Pretty. The young city lord helped him to improve his KPI again. The 2 times he went out for Yi Tiance, he made great contributions and successfully attracted the attention of his superiors. As long as he helps Yi Tiance complete this plan and catch those people in one fell swoop, he will be able to move up as well. However, he helped Yi Tiance not in order to climb up the ladder. Instead, he wanted to establish good relations and see if there was a chance to return to the fallen city. That's where he wants to go most. Chapter 724, Furious Zhao Shicheng. Inside the office. Only Yi Tiance, Rong Meiyan, and Qing were left. The 2 women looked at Yi Tiance. Rong Meiyan was full of confusion. Because she chased Lu Yinji at Wang Guiyuan's inauguration ceremony last time, she didn't know that the Dragon Group had also arrived at that time. But she wasn't too shocked. Yi Tiance's background is unfathomable, so it's not surprising that he is related to the Dragon Group. But what puzzled her was the relationship between Yi Tiance and Ling Yun. Ling Yun is the leader of the Dragon Group, his status and position are undoubtedly high. But Ling Yun seemed very humble in front of Yi Tiance, and his fawning look was no different from that of a dog licker. What is Yi Tiance's identity? It can actually make Ling Yun kneel down like this. Fallen City. Is it because of this place? What kind of place is this? At this time, Yi Tiance just realized that his conversation with Ling Yun had revealed the existence of the Fallen City. However, if it's just these 2 people, there's nothing to worry about. After all, Rong Meiyan is a smart woman, she would never talk nonsense about these things. Although Qing had some opinions about him, she had been with Rong Meiyan for so long that she naturally knew what to say and what not to say. The matter is resolved. How are you going to repay me this time? Rong Meiyan walked over slowly, put her arms around Yi Tiance's neck, and smiled charmingly. Mr. Yi, you can't say that after all, Mei Yan was also implicated by you, don't you think? However, Mei Yan thinks it is also good to give a little reward. Mr. Yi, please wash yourself tonight and wait for me in the room. Mei Yan will definitely come. Hiss. This little devil can always accurately grasp him and make him wait obediently. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as breathtaking. Okay, but you have to tell me first, how are you going to reward me? He has learned his lesson and does not accept such empty promises. You have to see the benefits first. Otherwise, you will be played at their mercy every time. Only he himself knows the pain of having a raging fire and no one to put it out. Rong Meiyan chuckled, then leaned forward and whispered in her ear. Before, Mr. Yi gave you the stockings for your own use this time, Mei Yen will help you use them, okay? I just don't know what color Mr. Yi likes. Can you tell Mei Yen? What the hell? Did he win the jackpot today? It is good. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to Rong Mei Yen. Qing didn't say anything else, there was only surprise in his eyes. It's all very clear if you say anything more, you'd be a complete fool. She doesn't want to be a stupid woman like the one in Yi Tian's video. Zijin Tiangong Villa. Zhao Shichang was paralyzed on the bed. He already had a bruised face and nose, and now to make matters worse, his head was wrapped in bandages. Tong Lihai has almost recovered. However, the 5 finger marks on my face seemed to be imprinted in my skin and could not be removed at all, which made me feel full of shame. He wore a bamboo hat and no longer revealed his true face. Jibo sat on the sofa, looking unhappy. No, cousin, can you guys do it? Didn't you say you can handle that guy? How come it hasn't been resolved yet, and instead it's been repeatedly slapped in the face? If this gets out, it will be too embarrassing. These words instantly ignited Zhao Shicheng's anger. He rushed over quickly and slapped Ji Budwan in the face. What the hell do you have the right to speak? Our Zhao family spent money to buy the tickets, but in the end, it was all in vain. The Tong family is now mobilizing their connections to put official pressure on the Yi family, and they are even planning to kill him. We will do everything. You are a useless person. You lie here like a corpse all day, either eating or sleeping, and you still have the nerve to talk? Your Ji family was destroyed. Why didn't you say it was shameful when you knelt and called people dad and grandpa for mercy? If you talk nonsense to me again, I will let Elder Tong kill you first. Anyway, you are the only one left in the Ji family, and no one cares whether you are dead or alive. Ji Budwan immediately shut his mouth and dared not say another word. What the hell? After he turns the tables and kills Yi Tian's, he will find someone to kill this stupid cousin. He thinks he is so awesome all day long and even shows off in front of him. He is the famous Ji Heir Shao. How could he let people from other provinces bully him in Jiangnan City, which originally belonged to him? He picked up his phone and secretly sent a message. Tong Lihai also received a message. After reading it, he became furious and smashed his phone. Asshole. Damn it. See this. Zhao Shichang was also startled. Elder Tong, what's going on? Although his eyes were covered by a hat, his eyes could still be seen. His face was gloomy, and the hatred and anger in his eyes were obvious. The dragon team has been dispatched again and has taken Yuan Shao away. Gao Gaoxiong has stepped forward as a tainted witness. Yuan Shao has no chance of turning things around. This road is blocked. What the hell? What did you say? Zhao Shichang was so excited that he couldn't believe his ears. He immediately rushed forward and glared at Tong Lihai. If he hadn't had some common sense and knew he couldn't win, he would have taken action long ago. You mean to say that all the money our Zhao family paid was used as a dowry for that idiot Yi Tian's? What the hell is wrong with you, Tong family? Is this possible? You can't even do such a small thing? We in the Zhao family have already laid all the groundwork, but you guys failed at the critical moment. How can I explain this to my family? Elder Tong, if your Tong family can't do this, then get out of here early, stop the loss in time, and don't drag down my Zhao family. 800 million. It's all wasted like this, how can I not be angry? If the acquisition fails, he can still accept the loss. But it just happened to be a favor to Yi Tian's and Rong Mei Yen. Don't get excited, this is just a small incident. Do you really expect to kill Yi Tian's with these 2 moves? But this is not a bad thing. At least we have found out that Yi Tian's is related to the Dragon Group. Once this is confirmed, the rest will be easy. Don't worry, this is just a practice before the battle, the real tricks are just beginning now. Zhao Shichang snorted coldly. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. As I said before, don't make things difficult for me, or you will become difficult too. Tong Lihai ignored him. If he hadn't been related to the Zhao family, he would have killed him just based on what he had just yelled at him. The most urgent task is to pass the news back to the Tong family so that the next deployment can be carried out. He hurried to the balcony and called the Tong family to report the situation. Lu family. Lu Yuankai was sitting at his desk, staring at the computer screen. On it are the stocks of Fingrong Group. The stock price has increased slightly, but not significantly. Now is the perfect time to take action. Really? He suddenly received a message. After reading it, he grinned, picked up the intercom and whispered. Do it! Chapter 725. Entering the game personally. Give an order. The dozens of new accounts opened by the Lu family all had large sums of money added. Within 2 minutes, these 10 accounts bought all the stocks sold by Fingrong Group. Reporting to the master, all have been bought. Report to the master, I have already bought it here. The voices of people buying in came from the intercom one after another. Lu Yuankai breathed a sigh of relief, then grinned, still staring at the stock price trend on the computer screen. Now. Fingrong Group's stock price fell instantly due to a large influx of cash flow. It's even lower than when the Zhao family bought individual tickets. Yi Tiance, can you turn danger into safety this time? He was somewhat expectant and wanted to see if Yi Tiance could solve the problem. This time, the means used were not official ones, but real commercial ones. As Rong Meiyan has not yet completely taken power, she naturally has no ability to compete with him financially. Yi Tiance has helped Rong Meiyan so many times, what will happen this time? In fact, he thought very clearly. If he wins, Rong Meiyan will fall, Yi Tiance will be retaliated by countless enemies, and Lu Ruyan will completely cut off ties with Yi Tiance and have no contact with him anymore. If he loses, he will completely acknowledge Yi Tiance and prove that Lu Ruyan's choice is correct. There is nothing wrong in helping others to achieve their goals, especially since she is his daughter. Now, he has done what he promised Tong Guxiu. The rest depends on how Tong Guxiu does it. Success or failure will implicate countless people. Fingrong Group. Yi Tiance was just about to ask for some further margin when Rong Meiyan noticed that the stock price on the computer screen changed again. She gently pushed Yi Tiance away and said softly. Meiyan is dealing with something now, can you wait a moment? Depend on. What could possibly happen with this final push? Could it be that this little devil was making up some excuse to trick him? Seeing Rong Meiyan start to tinker with the computer, he couldn't help but take a second look. Although he doesn't know much about business methods, he also knows how to play the stock market. Today, Rongfeng Group's stock trend is declining rapidly and has successfully turned green. He couldn't help but frown. These people are really endless. He just finished something and he is continuing to do something. Where did I get the confidence and courage to have a chance with him? Ah Chang, go check which accounts have bought our group's stocks in the past half hour. Yes, miss. Ah Chung hurried out and started to do his work. Rong Meiyan frowned slightly, then smiled and said. It's really interesting they actually used a large amount of cash to impact the group's stock price, pushing our stock price back down after it just rebounded, even lower than before. Well, they figured it out. They knew we had taken back our shares, and they wanted us to give up the money we made from the stock price recovery. Yi Tiance folded his hands, squinted his eyes and stared at the direction of the green line. He wanted to see how much cash the other party had to invest. To what extent can the stock price be driven down? Not only that, he also wants to take advantage of the opportunity to cheat us. He really treats Meiyan like a fool. They are waiting for Meiyan to invest money to fight against it, and then they invest a lot of money to suppress it. All the money Meiyan invests will become theirs. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Naturally, this little trick could not escape her keen eyes. Because this is the most basic business practice and it is very effective. Now that you've seen through it, there must be a way to deal with it. She just wanted to see how Yi Tiance would deal with it. After all, the other party is not only dealing with her, but also Yi Tiance. Just do it, what's the point? Isn't it just a matter of who has more money? Then let's compete and make sure they have nothing to lose. This. Rong Meiyan was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. He is truly the man she likes, and he can always give her surprises. She thought Yi Tiance would respond with more powerful business means. But he never thought that Yi Tiance would confront him head-on and use the simplest and stupid method. But think about it, this is also very Yi Tiance. Who made him a person who always likes to confront each other head-on? Okay, then Meiyan will respond now. As she spoke, there was a firmness and toughness in her eyes. She is Rong Meiyan. If she just let it go after suffering a loss, how would she survive in the future? How would she compete with her second uncle for the family property? Rong Meiyan kept tapping on the keyboard, her eyes becoming increasingly cold. With her operations, a large amount of funds began to be injected into Fingrong Group. All of a sudden, the stock price began to recover and doubled in price in a short period of time. Yi Tiance sat aside, playing with the red wine glass and sipping the wine quietly. He could rest assured to leave this matter to Rong Meiyan. If she can't handle it, it won't be too late for him to take action. It's done. As Rong Meiyan's hand stopped, she also smiled. Now, just wait for the other party to take the bait. Rong Meiyan stood up and Yi Tiance handed her a glass of red wine. The two smiled at each other, clinked their glasses and drank it all. Lu family. Lu Yuankai couldn't help but smile as he looked at the recovering stock price of Fingrong Group. Is this girl Meiyan planning to fight me head-on? I really underestimated her, but where does she get the confidence to fight me head-on? Even though they are all among the 4 major families in the provincial capital, the cash flows of the other 3 families combined probably cannot exceed his. When investing in stocks, cash flow is naturally mobilized. Rong Meiyan is still fighting for power with her second uncle, but has not yet succeeded and cannot completely replace the Rong family. Therefore, the Rong family's most core funds cannot be used at all. Even the Rong family's cash flow cannot compare to his. How much money can Rong Meiyan, who has not yet succeeded in taking power, mobilize? Lu Yuankai sighed helplessly. Meiyan, I admire your courage at a time like this. You are still so calm and composed. You want to fight with your last bit of strength to see if I will choose to give up. Unfortunately, I have already seen through this little trick. You are now just a spent force and will be defeated with the slightest blow. Don't blame me for being cruel. If Yi Tiance hadn't bewitched Yin Yan so much, I wouldn't have done anything. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too close to Yi Tiance. There are too many people who want him dead. Yi Tiance is so high profile now, and behaves like a demon in all aspects. This kind of people are outnumbered and will eventually die. He didn't want to implicate Lu Ruyan because of Yi Tiance, so this was the only way. At the same time, he also believed that Rong Meiyan was now at the end of her strength, and used her last funds to maintain the stock price and make it recover. For ordinary people, this can create the illusion of resurrection and confuse the opponent. But this is just a last hurrah, a superficial act to scare others. He has been in the stock market for many years and has seen countless tricks. Of course. This was only based on his judgment that Rong Meiyan could no longer come up with cash, and he didn't know that Yi Tiance would take action. The most important thing is that as one of the 4 major families, the president of the Chamber of Commerce gave him great confidence and self-confidence. Unfortunately, he didn't know that their 4 major families were nothing in Yi Tiance's eyes. He picked up the intercom and sneered. Keep going, make the final push, they are doomed to fail. Chapter 726 Game. Fingrong Group. Rong Meiyan kept her eyes on the stock price fluctuations on the computer screen. As predicted. Just as she suspected. After she fought back, the opponent also launched a stronger attack. Only a few minutes had passed. A large amount of cash flow poured into the stock market again, sweeping the stocks of their Fingrong Group. The stocks she had just sold out to help the stock price recover were also sold out in an instant. This huge influx of funds instantly caused the stock price to fall again. Ha, you're really quick to act. You want to catch Meiyan off guard. Rong Meiyan looked at Yi Tiance. The latter still didn't care and was playing with the red wineglass, looking very comfortable. Mr. Yi, if you don't take action, Mei Yan will be finished by then. Mei Yan will have no choice but to live on the streets. Could it be that Mr. Yi wants Mei Yan to reward you on the street in the future? Mei Yan would be very embarrassed. At this time, Yi Tiance walked over slowly and hugged Rong Mei Yan in his arms. He admired Rong Mei Yan's delicate face and smiled softly. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, they can't pose any threat to you. Use all your means now. Whether it's borrowing money or taking out a loan, we should invest all the money, otherwise, how can the other party enjoy it? How can we reap the benefits? Upon hearing this, Rong Mei Yan immediately understood what Yi Tiance meant. He is truly the man she has chosen. Not only can it bring her surprises, but it also has huge ambitions. She always believed in Yi Tiance unconditionally, so she took action immediately. After sending a few simple messages, her friends in the provincial capital transferred a lot of money to her. As for the bank, it would not lend her money. After all, Feng Rong Group has many problems now, and a tax issue is enough to make all banks avoid it. After a simple operation, she injected the funds back into the group. The stock price recovered again and gradually rose. But the upward trend only lasted for 2 minutes before the stock price fell again. This time, the decline was very severe. It can be said that it was the stock with the biggest decline in the entire stock market. Seeing this scene, Rong Mei Yan moved closer to Yi Tiance and smiled charmingly. I want to know, if this matter is related to the Lu family, what would you do? She is a smart person. I had long guessed that the Lu family would take action. I just didn't expect the Lu family to be so cruel. At the same time, he also knew that the opponent's layout this time was not that simple. It must be linked together and targeted everywhere, leaving them no chance to breathe. Yi Tiance remained calm, as he had naturally known about this for a long time. Although the 4 major families are 4 families, they will stick together for warmth, whether for themselves or each other, and prosper together and suffer together. Whether the Lu family lives or dies has nothing to do with me. I only care about Lu Ruyan. The 4 major families are in a mess, and it's time to clean them up. Rong Mei Yan smiled and nodded. She thinks so too. Because Yi Tiance will always stand on her side. Once she successfully takes charge of the Rong family, she will be the head of the Rong family. If the other 3 of the 4 major families are missing, then she will be the only one in power and will be glorious forever. Of course, since Lu Ruyan is here, the Lu family is naturally here too. But it's time to replace the head of the Lu family. You could say she's a snob, but if she wants revenge, she can only stand higher. Moreover, the man next to her is so outstanding. If she can't become outstanding and worthy of him, she will only be a burden. Now, we can start. She also wanted to see how powerful Yi Tiance's backup plan was. But Yi Tiance still didn't make any move, which made her wonder. What happened? Could it be that he had no other options and was just trying to scare the other party with his last-ditch effort? No, this is absolutely impossible. Because Yi Tiance never does anything without confidence. Really? The next second, she saw the stock price on the computer screen soar instantly. It's not that she hasn't seen the world, but that her fortunes have soared too fast. It's even higher than the original stock price. She subconsciously looked at Yi Tiance, her eyes full of surprise, and then smiled. As expected of you, you are so amazing. I'm much better than you. Do you want to see it now? Yi Tiance looked at her with a wicked smile. She turned her eyes away and couldn't help laughing. How annoying, but Mei Yan really wants to see it, but not now. Please wait a moment. She leaned over and kissed Yi Tiance lightly on the face. The latter hugged her tighter, and both of them saw impatience and forbearance on each other's faces. Soon, the stock price has risen to a very high point. Rong Mei Yan's heart was pounding, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. But Yi Tiance didn't care at all. Because to him, it was just a matter of words. As long as he wants, the stock price can be raised even higher. When he realized the other party's conspiracy, he had already contacted the people of the fallen city in advance. There are a lot of criminals imprisoned there, including some tycoons. Asking those economic tycoons who committed economic crimes to pay some money can be considered a little forgiveness to them. When they heard Yi Tian's request, they were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. They all expressed that it was an honor to work for the young mayor and immediately contacted the outside world to keep a close eye on the share price increase of Fingrong Group. Their trusted subordinates were all experts, and naturally they saw through the game between the Lu family and Rong Meiyan. After Rong Meiyan continued to invest large amounts of money and was suppressed again, they knew it was time to take action. As a result, the stock price was immediately raised countless times. Not to mention, there is still 1 trillion funds in Yi Tian's black card, which can be used at any time. Lu family. Lu Yuankai frowned. Strange, how come that girl still has so much money to invest? If she had struggled to save the group, she would have prevented it from going bankrupt too early. If you want to beat me, you can only let the stock price continue to fall and keep losing money. Why are you still raising the stock price? Doesn't that girl know that she is helping me make money? He couldn't understand why Rong Meiyan continued to raise the stock price. Because he has already destroyed himself by driving down the stock price, relying on his large amount of money to fight a war of attrition. I think his compensation will definitely not be as fast as Rong Meiyan's. In that way, even if it loses some money, Fingrong Group can be brought to bankruptcy. But now, the other party is actually helping him make money. Not only him, but also everyone involved in this game was confused. No, this girl must be playing a psychological game with me. If I stop now, I will really lose. Lu Yuankai took immediate action and continued to invest money, hoping to lower the stock price again. Fingrong Group. Although Rong Meiyan didn't understand either, she believed in Yi Tian's very much. There must be a reason for doing this. With the huge investment of funds from both parties, the stock price was affected again. Unfortunately, it finally rose to a latest node. Yi Tian's took a look and sneered. That's about it, time to close the net. Chapter 727 Li Duca appears. Before Rong Meiyan could react, footsteps were heard at the office door. The next second, the door was opened. When she saw the person coming, Rong Meiyan was very surprised. Team leader Li? Li Duca took out his Idaho. His square face looked intimidating without him even getting angry, which was completely different from his pot-bellied appearance. I'm Li Duca, deputy leader of the Tiannan Provincial Inspection Team. I've received a report that your Fingrong Group is involved in dangerous stock market manipulation and malicious stock price manipulation. After our monitoring and follow-up, we found that there were indeed abnormalities in the increase in your company's stock price, and detected multiple large capital investments. I now suspect that you are manipulating the stock price increase to carry out money laundering, so I will seize your Fingrong Group stocks according to law. From now on, until the investigation is complete, all trading of Fingrong Group stocks will be stopped. Please come with me and accept the investigation. This. Rong Meiyan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Yi Tian's. When I saw him calm and composed, I understood Yi Tian's plan instantly. Interesting, he is worthy of being the man she likes. This idea is completely different from others, more efficient and more interesting. Deliberately investing a large amount of money to raise the stock price does not mean that you want the other party to lose everything. On the contrary, he wanted to use these 2 or 3 games to make the other party invest more money. Because you can still earn money if you lose it, but if it is frozen, it will be a different story. But I didn't expect that Li Duca would actually come forward to help Yi Tian's. However, these investments did create the illusion of stock market manipulation. Very reasonable. Rong Meiyan smiled softly and said, I didn't expect that I would alarm team leader Li. In that case, Meiyan will have no choice but to follow you. But before leaving, Meiyan still wants to give some instructions to her subordinates. I wonder if team leader Li will give her this opportunity? Li Duca remained calm and said coldly, You are already suspected of illegal activities and cannot take any action. If you want to take action, you can do so, and it will become evidence in court. Mr. Rome doesn't want to lose the big picture for the small, right? Talk less and do more, that's the right choice for you now. Hiss. This is too serious. He just asked him to help act in a play, but he didn't expect him to act so realistically. Yi Tiance watched and shook his head. Lee Duca shook his head at his subordinate, who immediately stepped forward, took out a silver bracelet and held Rong Meiyan. He glanced at Yi Tiance, and the moment their eyes met, it was as if they were telling each other that well done. Rong Meiyan was taken out of the company in such a swagger. As soon as I left the company, many reporters took photos of me and posted them online. After watching her leave, Yi Tiance returned to the office. He did this to protect Rong Meiyan. With Lee Duca around, Rong Meiyan will be safe. Because he knew very well that the Zhao and Tong families had joined forces to put pressure on him and would never give up so easily. Rong Meiyan is his weak spot and even his enemy in the business world. People are always careless sometimes, and he can't guarantee that he can always be by their side and take good care of them. He has already informed the Lin family and will keep Han Ruoyun. In this way, he won't be distracted and can completely catch these people in one fell swoop. He sat in his office chair with his feet on the desk, tapping his fingers on the desk, closing his eyes and waiting quietly. Lu family. Boom! A housekeeper suddenly broke into Lu Yuankai's study, looking panicked. Master, something bad has happened. Lu Yuankai frowned and said. You're so flustered. What happened? Given the current tense situation, if something goes wrong it will definitely not be a good thing. He also felt a little uneasy, as he always felt that things were not that simple. Master, all the shares of Fingrong Group that we bought have been frozen. In addition, Lee Duca skipped the supervisory committee and directly seized the shares of Fingrong Group and stopped all trading. In other words, we are stuck with this stock. There is no way to cash out or continue buying now. What did you say? Lu Yuankai was shocked and stood up suddenly. This was like a bolt from the blue, hitting him hard. You know, he not only used the Lu family's cash, but also used a lot of cash from his network of connections. Hundreds of billions in cash. But now you tell him that he is stuck with Fingrong Group's stocks? After the investigation is complete, the stocks will be unblocked and can be traded normally again. But who the hell knows how long the investigation will take? If Rong Meiyan does not cooperate, the investigation will take a long time. Even if they cooperate, the time will naturally be extended as Fingrong Group is facing so many problems now. Another point is that most stocks will fall wildly after being frozen and then unfrozen, and it will take some time for them to recover. He can't wait that long. Now. He was in a hurry and never expected this to happen. Master, what should we do now? Should we just watch? What can I do? Can you help the supervisory committee unblock the stocks? I never expected that I would be tricked by that girl and suffer such a heavy loss. Lu Yuankai narrowed his eyes. He knew that this was most likely not Rong Meiyan's idea, and subconsciously thought that it was Yi Tiance's doing. But the person who was sealed off was Lee Duca, a real white character. Does Yi Tiance have the ability to ask him for help? What exactly is going on? He couldn't figure it out for a long time, and no longer dared to make any bold settings. Because the truth is very harsh, that is, he is lost now. He even began to hesitate whether to invite Yi Tiance. If they come, are the Tong family and others really sure? If he doesn't come, how can he find someone to unfreeze the shares and cash them out to continue running the Chamber of Commerce? Oh shit. If I had known this from the beginning, I would not have agreed to that bastard Tong Guxiu. Chapter 728 Lu Yuankai invites. Yi Tiance closed his eyes and waited quietly. The purpose of his doing this pig-killing scheme was to warn the Lu family. The choice the Lu family makes next will determine their fate. If Lu Yuankai still has some brains and doesn't cause any more trouble, then he is willing to let the Lu family go. Otherwise, he could just change the owner of the Lu family. Anyone who wants to provoke him will always have to pay a price. If they treat him and Rong Meiyan as leaks, then he doesn't mind treating the four major families as leaks. Suddenly. The cell phone rang, he opened his eyes suddenly, picked it up and took a look. It's finally here. He pressed the answer button and Lu Yuankai's voice came from the receiver. "Ah, nephew Yi, long time no see. I am Lu Yuankai, Lu Ruyan's father." Yi Tian said calmly. "I know, tell me what it is." Lu Yuankai was stunned. He knows? What does this mean? Could it be that he had already seen the problem and knew that they were the ones who designed it? Also, was it him who asked Li Duca to come forward and seal up this matter? Lu Yuankai was startled, but he suppressed his fear and smiled calmly. "Nephew Yi, this is the case after we parted last time. Yen Yen came back and missed you very much, but I also didn't want to let Yen Yen go. After all, you have been so popular recently, and it is not safe for Yen Yen to follow you. She will not encounter any danger in my Lu family. But I also don't want to see her depressed all the time, so I would like to ask you to come to the provincial capital to visit Yen Yen and let her feel at ease. 2 days later, I will prepare wine and food for you." Depression becomes a disease? This is pure bullshit. I even rewarded him 2 nights ago by video calling him to help him calm down. However, he would not expose Lu Yuankai. Otherwise, how could he go there and cause trouble? Okay, I get it. Now Lu Yuankai was even more confused. This kid just agreed without asking any more questions? Why does it feel so weird? Forget it. It's fine as long as the kid is willing to come. In his opinion, even the Dragon Group and Li Duca have a close relationship with Yi Tians and are willing to help. But his foundation is not as strong as the combined strength of the 4 major families, so he is still willing to take another gamble. Okay, see you there or see you. Well, remember to prepare more. After saying that, Yi Tians hung up the phone. Lu Yuankai was stunned. He felt that there was something wrong with the sentence, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Looking at the stock interface on the computer screen where trading was suspended, Yi Tians couldn't help but smile. The show was about to begin. He turned off his computer and left the company. Now that Rong Meiyan was taken away openly by Li Duca, it is bound to cause many impacts. Those people behind the scenes will also actively mobilize their forces to take action against Fingrong Group. But this is the effect we want. There were more than 30 people on the list that Lin Wanda gave him. Yuan Xiao is one of them. After receiving the list, he handed it directly to Ling Yun and asked him to investigate everyone on it. Yuan Xiao is just the appetizer, the real main course is yet to come. I guess those people won't make any moves in the next 2 days. Because they needed to make preparations to welcome him and had no time to do anything else. As for the authorities, there is Li Duca who is trying to stop it openly, Lin Wanda who is manipulating it secretly, and the Dragon team led by Ling Yun is investigating one by one. So they didn't dare to make any big moves for fear of causing trouble. But this does not mean that they will not make preparations behind the scenes and be ready to strike. If he loses this trip to the provincial capital, all these people will come out. If that happens, Jiangnan City will really change. This game. It not only concerns him, Rong Meiyan and others, but also the officialdom of the entire Jiangnan City. Unfortunately, he is Yi Tians, and the word lose has never appeared in his dictionary. He took out his cell phone, edited 2 text messages, sent them out, and went straight to the Purple Gold Palace. Zijin Tiangong Villa. Tong Lihai looked at the latest message on his phone and snorted smugly. It's time to close the net. That kid named Ji won't be able to jump around for 2 more days. The Tong family has been planning for so long, now all they're missing is an east wind. Zhao Shichang, whose head was beaten into a dumpling shape, also laughed triumphantly. Alright. This time, I want this kid to pay a heavy price. I will contact the Zhao family right now and ask them to coordinate. The first time he came to Jiangnan, he was beaten like this by Yi Tians. After 2 consecutive humiliations, he already hated the other party to the core. Master Zhao, my master asked me to tell you that after the matter is completed, in addition to the Zhao family being able to get what they want, he will also give you a huge reward. Award? Zhao Shicheng immediately became interested. Although his Zhao family is comparable to the 4 major families, he cannot fully represent the Zhao family. The personal reward given by Tong Gushio can be embezzled by him and has nothing to do with the Zhao family. If the heir of one of the 4 major families takes action, how can the reward be small? Thank you very much, Master Tong. We will definitely be able to do it this time. Ji Budwan was also very excited and opened the champagne secretly. Can we finally kill that bastard Yi Tiance? What the hell? He also must let Yi Tiance experience the feeling of his family being torn apart. You, pour a glass of wine for me and Elder Tong, we need to celebrate. Zhao Shicheng turned around and directed Ji Budwan. He was stunned for a moment and poured the wine reluctantly. What the hell? If the Ji family was still around, would it be Zhao Shicheng's turn to be so bossy? If someone dared to be so arrogant, young Master Ji would have slapped him twice in the face. Unfortunately, the tiger is bullied by the dog when it is in trouble. Ji Budwan just arrived at the wine cabinet and prepared to pour the wine. Suddenly, boom! The door of the villa was suddenly kicked open and flew over. I'm CIO. Seeing the door flying towards him, Ji Budwan immediately jumped to the side and avoided it. So close. I was almost knocked away by the door. This instantly made him furious. Who is it? Stand up. How dare you come here and act wild? Ji Budwan quickly got up and looked towards the door fiercely. But when he saw who it was, he was completely dumbfounded. Yi Tiance? Is it you? How did he know they were hiding here? Since he returned to Jiangnan City, he has not appeared in public except in the hospital. Logically, no one recognized him. Even if I recognize him, I will pretend not to know him. After all, he can be said to be a plague god now. Tong Lihai and Zhao Shicheng were shocked when they heard the sound and looked over immediately. Both of them had gloomy faces, and the anger and hatred in their eyes were evident. It's you! How dare you come here? Zhao Shicheng clenched his fists. If he hadn't known that he couldn't beat Yi Tiance, he would have rushed forward long ago. Yi Tiance walked in slowly and said coldly. There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. They are just a few mice, why shouldn't I dare to look for them? I just said that Tong Gushio wanted to give you a gift and you were very happy, so I will also give you a gift. I hope you will be happy too. Send it to Nima. Zhao Shicheng was furious and started cursing. Do I need a gift from you? What can't I get? You idiot, what can you give me? At this moment, Ji Budwan took advantage of the chaos and hid aside, not daring to show his head. Damn it! How did this plague god find this place? Yi Tiance grinned and said. I'll send you to see the King of Hell. Chapter 729, Tiger Martial Arts School. Zhao Shicheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed ferociously. Ha ha ha. Send me to see the King of Hell? Mr. Yi, you really know how to brag. I am the son of the Zhao family. Do you understand the value of my Zhao family? Just these 2 times, my Zhao family will crush you to ashes. I tell you, you won't survive. You are finished. My Zhao family will use decades of foundational strength to attack you. I want to see if you can stop it. He was worried that he couldn't find Yi Tiance. But I didn't expect that someone would come to my door on their own initiative. Tong Lihai frowned, secretly sighed that something was wrong, and immediately reached out to stop Zhao Shicheng. Zhao Shicheng pushed his hand away. Roared. Get out of here. You are the elder of the Tong family, but in the end, you were beaten into a drowning dog by the guy named Yi. I really don't know where you got the strength to become an elder. If you don't dare to do it, then I will do it myself. You'd better not stop me, otherwise, don't blame me for attacking you too. I'm the best. This Zhao Shicheng is such a fucking idiot. He clearly knew that he was no match for Yi Tiance, but he still wanted to provoke the other party at this time. What was the difference between this and seeking death? If I had known this would happen, I would have just slapped him to death with one hand. Then put the blame on Yi Tiance. Wouldn't that be more effective than joining forces now? And in that case, the Zhao family's efficiency will be far greater than it is now. Clap clap. While Tong Lehigh was angry, Zhao Shicheng had already clapped his hands. Boom! The wall shattered with a loud bang, leaving a big hole. Then, two strong men in white training suits walked in from outside the cave. He looked ferocious, with piercing eyes, staring at Yi Tiance. The martial arts aura emanating from them is equally powerful. Tong Lehigh also recognized them at a glance. The Tiger Martial Arts School? Looking at the two fighting tigers in white combat uniforms, he knew the opponent's origins. Weihu Martial Arts School is a famous martial arts school in Nanhai City. Not only does it have the support of the government, but it has also made friends with many powerful people through its own strong strength. It can be said that he has connections with both the black and white sides, and there are even many big guys who hire people from the martial arts school as bodyguards. After being surprised, Tong Lehigh also felt the other party's realm from the martial arts aura exuding from the other party. Mid-stage God of War. These two people should be the law enforcement elders of the Weihu Martial Arts School. No wonder Zhao Shicheng is so confident. Calling over two mid-stage war gods at once, anyone who comes will have the confidence. With him added, it seems like there's bound to be a fight. At this moment, even he felt confident. Boy, you dare to touch Master Zhao, you are really courting death. Today, the two of us brothers are here to take your life. If you have any last words, please say them, or you may miss the chance later. There was obvious murderous intent and hostility in Zhao Hu's eyes, as if he had already regarded Yi Tiance as a dead man. He has a nickname in Nanhai City, called Thunder Tiger. He is swift and resolute in his actions, decisive in killing, and hates evil. The Zhao family is a major financial backer of their Weihu Martial Arts School. When they were given the task in a time of crisis, they naturally had to complete the mission. Not only that, he also has to maintain the reputation of the Zhao family and promote the reputation of his Weihu Martial Arts School. Lei Hu stepped forward immediately after, smiling but harboring murderous intent. People nicknamed him the Smiling Tiger, because he always has a dagger hidden behind his smile and kills people without blinking an eye. Old Zhao, don't be so fierce. If you were so fierce, I won't be able to beat him to death later. He looked at Yi Tiance, sized him up, and sneered. Boy, bear with it for a moment. We will act quickly and will not let you feel any pain. If you want to die in any way, just tell me and I will satisfy you. The two men did not sense any martial arts aura from Yi Tiance, nor did they take him seriously. Just regard him as a piece of trash with some tricks. At this time, Tong Lehigh walked forward and clasped his hands together. You too, I am Tong Lehigh, the elder of the Tong family. This Yi deserves death. Not only did he offend young Master Zhao, he also humiliated my Tong family. I alone am no match for this villain today. I beg you two to join forces with me to fight this villain together. Hearing this, the two looked at Tong Lehigh in surprise. So it's the elder of the Tong family, my brother, and I have heard that the Tong family is full of talented people. This Yi has no martial arts aura at all. Elder Tong is not his match? Is he trying to deceive my brother and me? Zhao Hu was puzzled and looked at Yi Tiance again. Tong Lehigh was a little embarrassed. He knew very well that if he told this story, no one would believe it. But this is the fucking fact. A man without any martial arts spirit killed an elder of the Tong family with one punch and slapped him into this miserable state. I am not lying anyway. Please give me a hand. This. Old Zhao, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Since Elder Tong attaches so much importance to him, it means he must have something extraordinary. Besides, I have heard of the name Yi Tiance. During this period it is said that he has some skills and is fearless. It would be good to join forces with him. At least there will be no mistakes. Lei Hu laughed, without revealing any murderous intent. However, his fierce eyes made people dare not look at him for too long. Tong Lehigh was overjoyed. With the help of these two, he might be able to kill Yi Tiance. He didn't believe that Yi Tiance could split himself into two to deal with three masters at the same time. In that case, I will lead the way, and I hope you two can take action. While talking, Tong Lehigh rushed forward with his fist clenched. Zhao Hu and Lei Hu didn't want to delay any more time and followed closely. Zhao Shicheng was very happy. Yes. Go. Everyone, go. Kill this Yi guy. After the matter is done, I will give you great benefits. He had already made preparations for this. Because he knows very well that it is better to rely on himself than on others. No matter how powerful the Tong family is, they are timid and hesitant when it comes to dealing with Yi Tian's. He is different. As long as he wants to do something, he will do it. So I have been secretly contacting the Zhao family these days. Zhao Jiadi contacted the Weihu martial arts school overnight and asked them to send someone over. The two of them had already arrived in Jiangnan a long time ago, but they had been lurking around, just for this moment. The three of them rushed to Yi Tian's in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Yi Tian's remained calm and stood quietly there, waiting for the three people to arrive. Seeing that he didn't dodge, Zhao Hu frowned slightly and snorted coldly. "Boy, you are looking for death." He suddenly accelerated, and his fist reached Yi Tian's face earlier than the other two. At this time, Yi Tian instigated. He gently raised his hand and opened it, blocking the punch with his palm. Zhao Hu was stunned, then overjoyed. If you dare to resist his fist, isn't that just courting death? I thought this kid had some abilities, but it turns out he's just an arrogant and domineering idiot. But when his fist hit Yi Tian's palm, he was stunned. What happened? It was like hitting a sponge and he couldn't exert any strength at all. He knew very well that he had used all his strength in this punch, and it was impossible to block it. Even those who were stronger than him would not dare to resist and would suffer some harm. But why is it completely different when it comes to Yi Tian's? The next second, Yi Tian's grabbed his fist fiercely. Click. He squeezed hard and heard the sound of his hand bones breaking. What? Chapter 733 Heroes Fight Against Lu Bu. Zhao Hu screamed in agony as he felt severe pain. He only felt a huge force burst out from Yi Tian's palm, running through his fist and throughout his body, severing his meridians. Boom! Like a kite with a broken string, it flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. What? Zhao Hu was knocked down after just one move. Lei Hu was shocked. But at this moment, he couldn't care about Zhao Hu, and could only burst out his strength again to avenge Zhao Hu. The next second, his and Tong Lihai's fists were in front of Yi Tian's. Yi Tian's expression did not change. Boom! He threw out two quick punches, his fists meeting the two men's fists. Puff! The two of them spat out blood. They only felt a tremendous force penetrating into their bodies through their fists, destroying all their meridians and vitality, and then they flew out and fell heavily next to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu and Lei Hu came to their senses, shocked, and looked at Yi Tian's in horror. Where does this kid come from? One punch. Just one punch knocked them down effortlessly. How could the gap in strength be so huge? They are in the middle stage of War God. Puff! Tong Lihai spat out another mouthful of blood, which flowed down his face. His entire face was covered in blood, which was extremely horrifying. Is this how Tong Likun was beaten to death? Facing three people, Yi Tian still punched each one. Originally, it was thought that the three of them could join forces to compete with Yi Tian on equal terms. But in people's eyes, they are no different from cabbages. Still can't do it? My lord, why did you have to offend such a person? No, this is not a human, this is the living devil. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to inform the Tong family again. His face was full of disbelief, and he died after struggling for a while. Don't rest your eyes. Zhao Hu and Lei Hu wanted to get up, but the severe pain caused by the severed meridians in their bodies made them dare not move at all. Damn it! How could this happen? How can this guy be so powerful? Quick, tell the owner of the museum that you must not provoke this kid. He is not a human being, he is not a human being. At this moment, the two felt fear for the first time. They had been active in Nanhai City for many years, conquering the world with their fists, but they had never met such a strong man. The result was the first time. Let them feel the real despair and fear. Zhao Hu endured the severe pain and wanted to take out his cell phone to notify the owner. But the next second, Yi Tian's was already in front of him. Boom! He stepped hard on his chest. The crisp sound of broken ribs made his head buzz and he could no longer move. Yi Tiance slowly possessed him and said mockingly, "You don't need to report this to your master. I will personally go to his house and tell him the news of your death." Yuri looking for death. "Boy, I'm telling you, if we let our pavilion master come out, you'll be dead. If you let us go now, maybe you can still have a chance of survival. The Weihu Martial Arts School, will no longer be involved in this matter. How about that?" Lei Hu was really scared. There is another reason why he is called the Smiling Tiger, and that is that he has brains. Dignity is not worth mentioning when it comes to staying alive. At this moment he knew that begging for mercy was the only way out. But what responded to him was a kick from Yi Tiance with all his strength. Boom! He flew backwards instantly and hit the wall heavily. The wall cracked and a big hole was created. And it was embedded in the hole, with eyes wide open, bleeding, and motionless. Noisy! Old Lei! Zhao Hu roared in pain, then glared at Yi Tiance. "Boy, the owner will definitely avenge us, just wait for death." Hear the words. Yi Tiance looked down at him and grinned. "Excuse me for being blunt, but you are all garbage. The Weihu Martial Arts School that you were so proud of is also garbage in my eyes, and your so-called school owner is even more garbage. Don't worry, sooner or later I will let him go down to accompany you, then you can complain if he turns into a fierce ghost. You are welcome to seek revenge on me." Boom! He raised his foot and stomped hard on Zhao Hu's chest. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhao Hu stared with eyes wide open and a look of pain on his face before he died. Yi Tiance raised his foot with a look of disdain. As for Zhao Hu, his chest had been stepped on and dented. He kicked Zhao Hu again and sent him flying. What a coincidence, it is also embedded next to the Thunder Tiger. Two sick tigers should stay together so as not to be an eyesore to him. The next second, he slowly looked at Zhao Shicheng. Thump! Zhao Shicheng felt the murderous intent in Yi Tiance's eyes and knelt down instantly. The thundering move just now. It was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. Man's innate fear of death enveloped his entire body at that moment, making him unable to move. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, I'm the young master of the Zhao family. If you touch me, my father won't let you go. Seeing Yi Tiance coming, Zhao Shicheng was completely panicked. He saw with his own eyes that Yi Tiance killed 3 people with one punch, and he couldn't believe what would happen if that punch landed on him. But while he was speaking, Yi Tiance had already arrived in front of him, looking down at him coldly. That cold look instantly made Zhao Shicheng's nerves tense up, as if he had fallen into an abyss, without even a chance to struggle. Yi Tiance squatted down slowly. He raised his fist and laughed. I don't know if I can block your Zhao family's decades of experience, but can you block this punch, which takes 20 years of effort? After he finished speaking, his fist had already reached Zhao Shicheng's face. What? Zhao Shicheng screamed, and then fear swept through his body. Next second, a foul smell came and he trembled all over. Yi Tiance frowned slightly, looking disgusted. Zhao Shicheng, who had been so arrogant just now, was now frightened to death and looked at Yi Tiance in a daze. But Yi Tiance did not intend to let him go. Boom! Without hesitation, he punched Zhao Shicheng hard on the temple. At the moment of his death, he clearly saw his brain burst out. But before his brains hit the ground, he had already fallen to the ground, dying with his eyes open. You are just a Zhao family, and you dare to jump up and down in front of me. Since you want to play, I will play with you. The Zhao family has already joined forces with the Tong family, so they will naturally not let him go easily. Moreover, this time the implications are serious. Anyone who targets him and Rong Meiyan must die. Otherwise, this time he will not follow the layout and wants to clean it up thoroughly. Ji Buduan, who was hiding and saw this scene, panicked again. Oh my god! He's a lunatic! He's absolutely a lunatic! At this moment, he regretted it very much. He regretted having the evil intention of seeking revenge on Yi Tiance. If I hadn't continued to provoke him, these things would never have happened. To the point that now, his life is in danger. He finally escaped from Jiangnan, but ended up returning to Jiangnan to die. What a fucking idiot he is. Run. You must run and not let this plague god catch you. Otherwise, he will definitely die. But as soon as he stood up and took a step, he stepped on the wine glass on the ground. Click. There was a shattering sound, and the wine glass under his feet broke, and he fell to the ground. Next second, Yi Tian's gaze fell on him. At that moment, he felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death and his whole body was trembling. Is he really going to die today? Chapter 731, Change Your Name for Grandpa. Yi Tian grinned and walked slowly towards Jibwoodwan. This scared Jibwoodwan. He tried desperately to get up and escape from here. But he had already been enveloped by fear, and the more panicked he became, the harder it was for him to get up. Damn it! Stand up! Stand up! Deadlegs, stand up the fucking hell! Jibwoodwan roared, but still couldn't stand up. And Yi Tian's had already arrived behind him. I never thought you would be able to make a comeback. It seems that I was too kind to you in the beginning. This sentence made Jibwoodwan completely despair. It was like the scythe of the god of death, already on his neck. He turned around stiffly, filled with horror when he saw the face he was familiar with and hated. No, don't kill me, this matter has nothing to do with me, Dad, Grandpa. Don't you still trust me, your grandson? This is all forced upon me by that Zhao guy in the Tong family. It has nothing to do with me. I am your grandson. How can I be unfilial to you, my grandpa? Grandpa, please don't kill me, please don't kill me, I promise, I will never cause you any trouble again, please give me another chance. He never dreamed of it. This time, even with the help of the Zhao family and the Tong family, it did not cause any crisis to Yi Tian's. On the contrary, Yi Tian's punched them one by one, just like beating a little kid. He was wrong, he really was wrong. If he could leave alive, he would never want to provoke Yi Tian's again in his life. Yi Tian's grinned and said, You regret it now and are playing the emotional card again? If I remember correctly, you said the same thing to me last time, the time before that, right? I have let you go time and time again, but you have always been unfaithful and unfilial, my dear grandson. Your patience is limited. This time, Grandpa will send you off and reunite your family. How about that? Jibwoodwan was trembling all over and was already terrified. No, no, no. Grandpa, I don't have any other damn family. You're the only relative I have. If I have to see someone, it's you, Grandpa. How about you take me with you so I can see you every day? I promise I won't mess with you again. Now. He looked at Yi Tian's with expectation and longing in his clear and stupid eyes. Yi Tian's was also amused by him. Interesting, are you starting to disown your Ji family ancestors again? I wonder how the ancestors of the Ji family would react when they saw Jibwoodwan like this. Jibwoodwan immediately said righteously. I have a Jimao ancestor. My Jibwoodwan's grandfather is you, so you are my ancestor. It has to be said that he is the master of face-changing in today's society. For him, as long as he can survive, that's all. It doesn't matter who the hell is his ancestor. Worshipping those so-called ancestors all day long, and finally having a market to trade with. Don't they still have to rely on themselves in the end? Take the last time Yi Tian's destroyed his Ji family. How big of a deal was that? Have our ancestors come out to take care of this? Therefore, a man of insight is a wise man, and it is important to recognize who is the grandfather. Really? But your last name is Ji. Jibwoodwan immediately turned serious and said righteously. I'm going to the police station to change my last name now. From now on, I'll be called Jibwoodwan. Grandpa, what do you think? If you think this name doesn't sound good, then help me change it. I will call myself whatever Grandpa thinks sounds good as long as it is a name given by Grandpa. I will never say no. Yi Tian's frowned and said coldly. I don't dare to have a grandson like you, lest my lifespan be shortened. So, it's better for you to die. It's a good opportunity to go down and see how your G family ancestors punished you, and also give my regards to everyone in your G family. He slowly raised his hand. This scared Ji Budwan. As I was terrified, a foul smell hit me. The crotch of the pants became wet immediately, and yellow liquid flowed out. Grandpa, Grandpa. Please don't kill me. Yi Tian showed disgust on his face and didn't want to hear any more nonsense. But when he slapped him, his cell phone suddenly rang. Okay? Who's calling at this hour? He withdrew his hand, took out his cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. Hey! Hey, Xiao Ceci. My dad wants to deal with you, so don't come. If you come, you will die. This voice is Lu Ruyan? Why would she change her phone to call her? Could it be that Lu Yuankai or the Tong family held her hostage? Thinking of this, Yi Tian's face turned cold. What happened? Did they threaten you? That's not the case. I've always been the one threatening others, but no one has ever threatened me. Yi Tian's relaxed. What he was worried about was that this matter would implicate Lu Ruyan. What if Lu Yuankai couldn't protect Lu Ruyan, or took her hostage? Then he wouldn't mind going up early and killing people, making Lu Yuankai pay the price. However, I just heard from my subordinates that my father and the Tong family have teamed up to deal with you, so you must be careful. I really don't know what my dad is thinking. He actually wants to join forces with them to deal with you, Xiao Ceci. Don't worry, I will go and give my dad a lesson right away. If he really dares to continue to participate in it, I will never forgive him. Well, let's not talk about it for now. I called you secretly using the housekeeper's phone. In this regard, Yi Tian's thought she was cute. Even though I knew nothing would happen to him, I still called to remind him. Okay, I get it. Be careful too. I'll pick you up in 2 days. Really? Fine. Then I'll be waiting. I'll reward you with my oysters. Okay, people are coming. I'm going to die now. Don't miss me too much. Having said that, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone. Yi Tian stared at his phone in a daze. Isn't this reward somewhat inappropriate? He couldn't help but smile and put his phone away. He knew that Lu Yuankai had joined forces with the Tong family when Fingrong Group's stock was suppressed. There is no need to even guess. The collusion between the 4 major families is an open fact. If the Lu family does not take action, the other 3 families will definitely isolate the Lu family and even take action against them. Of course, he also understood Lu Yuankai's temptation. Used the stock dispute to probe his background and strength. If he didn't win, Lu Yuankai would definitely let go and do it. Sadly, he won. It was precisely because he realized this that he did not kill him. Otherwise, the money invested by the Lu family will not be simply frozen, but will be swallowed up in real terms. That's it. For Lu Ruyan's sake, please leave some way out for Lu Yuankai. Yi Tian shook his head and raised his hand again, ready to kill Ji Budwan. But when he was about to take action, he found that Ji Budwan, who was kneeling in front of him, had disappeared. Only the yellow liquid and the pungent stench were left. Chapter 732 Lu Yinji and hashtag 039, S visit. Ha, you are such a coward. Yi Tian withdrew his hand. There was a high probability that Ji Budwan escaped while he was on the phone with Lu Ruyan. At that time, his attention was all on Lu Ruyan, and he was very worried, so he didn't pay attention to him. Forget it. Just run away. He didn't take Ji Budwan seriously, and he couldn't make any waves. However, he did remember the Zhao family. When he has time, he would go to Nanhai City to see what the Zhao family's background is. What's more, it is also related to the Tong family. If we are going to destroy it, we might as well destroy it thoroughly. He took a look at the bodies of Tong Lihai and the other 2 lying on the ground, grinned, and immediately had an idea. Then he made a phone call. Help me do something. Yi Tian finished his explanation quickly. The other party was shocked after hearing it, but he immediately agreed. Yes. Mr. Yi. Yi Tiance let out a long sigh and slowly walked out of the villa. The Zijin Tiangong Villa, known as the most famous and luxurious villa in Jiangnan, is now in a dilapidated state. No one could have imagined what had just happened here. Everyone was shocked when they saw the tragic state of the villa. And he, like nothing happened. He slowly returned to his Zijin Tiangong Villa number 1. He received the news as soon as Tong Lihai and others arrived in Jiangnan. Every move is under his control, not to mention just buying a villa here. He also knew that he had been monitored by these people these days. But these people didn't know that he deliberately let them monitor them. Otherwise, would they have made this series of designs and operations in advance? As soon as Yi Tiance entered the house, he noticed something was wrong and looked straight at the sofa. Sitting on the sofa was a graceful woman. She was wearing a long black dress, which was smooth and mysterious in texture and fitted her graceful curves, as if it was tailor-made for her by the night itself. The slender and well-proportioned legs are wrapped in a layer of thin black stockings, and the delicate texture faintly gleams with seductive luster under the light. Her lips were painted with black lipstick, like a poppy blooming in the darkness, dangerous and charming. She sat lazily on the sofa, one hand casually resting on the armrest, a thin cigarette between her fingers. The smoke rose up, blurring her face, but making her eyes even deeper and more elusive. "It's you? Why are you here again?" Yi Tiance walked over slowly, sat on the sofa opposite her, and looked at her coldly. Lu Yinji smiled coldly. "Why, Mr. Yi, do you not welcome Yanji? Since Mr. Yi can come to Yanji's house, then Mr. Yi should not mind Yanji coming to visit your house, right? Since the last time, she has been close to a mental breakdown and has been restless." But the more she tried not to think about it, the more she could remember what Yi Tiance had done to her. Those humiliations she experienced time and time again seemed to be still before her eyes, making her hate it so much. Therefore, he tried his best to find ways to torture Yi Tiance every day and torture him to death. She used a smile to hide her inner turmoil, not wanting to reveal her emotions. Yi Tiance laughed. "Come as a guest? I'm afraid you are here to show your warmth? Otherwise, what is there to talk about between you and me?" "You." Lu Yinji didn't expect Yi Tiance to speak like this. A feeling of shame swept through her body, causing her to clench her fists subconsciously. But she quickly came to her senses and said with a cold smile, "Mr. Yi is really ruthless, he really deserves to be called Mr. Yi. But does this mean that Mr. Yi is obsessed with Yanji's body?" Lu Yinji gently shook her feet, and the Valentino reflected light slightly, just shining on Yi Tiance's face. Yi Tiance frowned slightly at this provocation. "You are such a bitch, you always force me to humiliate you to make yourself happy? Or do you just like this feeling?" Lu Yinji raised his eyebrows and smiled. Yanji is a lowly person, she knows this very well, but doesn't Mr. Yi always fall in love with Yanji's body? Then Mr. Yi is also a lowly person. While talking, Yi Tiance has stood up. His eyes were deep and he stared at Lu Yinji dimly. But Lu Yinji was not afraid. He stood up and pulled the collar across his chest. "What? Is Mr. Yi planning to attack Yanji again?" As expected, it has to be Mr. Yi again. "Oh, you really overestimate yourself. You are just a bitch who lets me vent my anger. Is it worth it for me to do anything to you?" Yi Tiance sneered, his sarcasm was obvious. Lu Yinji put away her smile, her eyes turned cold and filled with resentment. "Yes, I am a bitch to the core, so you must die." "You want me to die? You are not qualified to do so. I don't want to waste time talking to you. What do you want from me? Tell me now before my patience runs out." If this woman had not had sex with him several times, he would have kicked her out long ago. It's strange, I clearly don't want to see this woman. But when I saw her, I couldn't help but reminisce. But I was under the influence of drugs at that time, so I can't recall anything. But he knew that he couldn't bear to do it. "Ha, Mr. Yi is showing affection? He is actually patient with Yanji, how interesting." Lu Yinji sneered, the provocation in her eyes was obvious. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes, exuding murderous intent. Do you think I really can't bear to attack you? I say again, don't challenge my patience, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Really? This man's strength is unfathomable. How long has it been since we last saw each other? It actually made her more pressured. Could it be that participating in the Xianmen conference has improved his strength a little bit? However, this still couldn't stop her determination to kill him. How could she be willing to accept such a humiliating experience? There is no consequence that Yanji cannot bear, otherwise, Yanji would not have come here. While talking, she chuckled at Yi Tian's, then crushed the capsule in her hand. A drop of blood fell to the ground. When Yi Tian's heard the sound, he frowned and felt a little uneasy. Next second, he smelled a strange fragrance. What on earth does she want to do? He knew very well that the woman in front of him was full of danger. Every move is not accidental. This strange fragrance must have been created by her, and it's not a good thing. Mr. Yi, this is a gift Yanji brought you. It's called soft fragrance powder. Once you use it, all the meridians in your body will be affected, and you will feel extremely weak and powerless. After all, it would be rude for Yanji to come again without a gift. I wonder if Mr. Yi likes this gift? Soft fragrance powder? Yi Tian's frowned and tried secretly using his strength. Okay? Are you really out of strength? Interesting. Do you think you can control him this way? So, you came here just to drug me? What's your purpose in doing this? Chapter 733, Sheep and the Tiger and hashtag 039, S-Mouth. Purpose? Lu Yanji smiled coldly, then looked at him resentfully, with obvious hatred in her eyes. Mr. Yi, have you forgotten what you did to Yanji? Yanji can't sleep every night, thinking only about how to make Mr. Yi die without a burial place. Although Mr. Yi is very suicidal and always makes big troubles, such as this time, he offended the 4 major families and made them join forces to deal with him. He really is worthy of being Mr. Yi. But Yanji knew that the 4 major families were nothing to you. But this time they were so powerful, and Yanji didn't want them to take advantage of it. Because, you can only die in Yanji's hands. She rushed forward. A split kick went straight to Yi Tian's crotch. Fortunately, Yi Tian's dodged in time. I'm the best. This woman is really cruel. This is to make him have no descendants. Even though he was now poisoned by the soft fragrance powder, his movement speed was not affected too much. But he was very weak when dodging, and his reaction was several beats slow. Fortunately, he dodged the kick. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if this kick really hit him. Lu Yanji was shocked. She didn't expect Yi Tian's to be able to dodge it. She sneered. You were able to dodge Yanji's attack even after being poisoned. Yanji wants to kill you more and more. Say it. She rushed forward again and kicked him with a whip kick. Yi Tian's frowned slightly and immediately raised his hand to block. This woman's every move is a killing move. It seems that she really wants him to die. Boom! Lu Yanji used all his strength in this kick. Even though Yi Tian's had already taken a blocking stance to defend himself, he was still kicked 2 meters away. Ha, Mr. Yi, you look so miserable now, like a dog, which is really different from before. But Yanji feels that this is not enough. Yanji wants you to kneel down and beg for mercy, and then she will slowly torture you to death. She looked at Yi Tian's coldly. Yi Tian's stood up slowly, and there was some blood on his arm. And he had a cold face. Like a vicious dog from hell, it was staring at Lu Yanji. He pulled up his shirt, revealing his muscular body. Lu Yanji sneered and rushed forward again. Another split kick. She wanted to use this opportunity to kill Yi Tian's in one move. But when her legs reached Yi Tian's, a big hand grabbed her ankle. What? Wasn't he poisoned? Even if he is powerful enough to detoxify, it can't be done so quickly. What's the matter? Did he pretend to be poisoned? She tried hard to pull her foot back, but Yi Tian's hand was like a pair of pliers, holding it tightly, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it back. Let me go. She suddenly felt a little uneasy and became inexplicably anxious. Yi Tiance looked at her coldly. Have you had enough? Now it's my turn. Without waiting for her to reply, Yi Tiance pulled back suddenly, and Lu Yenji stumbled and fell into his arms. Followed by a big hand grabbed her neck tightly. With a little force, Lu Yenji's face turned red and she couldn't breathe. You still haven't learned your lesson, don't you know that poison has no effect on me? I was just careless and was poisoned for a short time. I can easily cure this poison, you are wrong. Lu Yenji poisoned him last time, but unfortunately, she ended up hurting herself. It is still the same this time. Although this soft fragrant powder is strictly speaking a drug, it is not considered a poison. But it was not difficult for him to solve it. Yenji really underestimated you, that's great, please kill me, Mr. Yi, I don't want to live on in vain. Lu Yenji stared at him with a deathly pale face, as if she had already prepared herself mentally. At this moment, Yi Tiance really wanted to kill her. It's like this every time I use every means to provoke his anger, and then want to die at his hand. But he couldn't die, and then he felt disgusted. He put more strength on his hands, but Lu Yenji remained expressionless and looked as pale as death, which made him feel disgusted, and he threw her onto the sofa. Cough, cough. Lu Yenji covered her neck and coughed before coming back to her senses. She looked up at Yi Tiance and sneered. Mr. Yi, are you unable to do it? Why? Are you feeling sorry for Yenji? Or are you reluctant to part with Yenji's body? If Mr. Yi wants, Yenji can satisfy you, but after that, please kill Yenji. Crazy woman. This feels like a crazy batch. Yi Tiance frowned, feeling annoyed. Don't think too highly of yourself, you are just a trash can for me to vent my anger on, there is nothing I am willing to part with. Don't even think about dying by my hand, I have no interest in killing you, and I don't think it would dirty my hands. While talking, suddenly he felt something was wrong. Ever since he started to use his strength after being detoxified, he always felt that something was wrong with his 8 extraordinary meridians. The blood in the body boils and gradually becomes hot. Consciousness is also eroded by this heat, and gradually becomes dominated by the heat. He suddenly looked at Lu Yenji, the heat and greed in his eyes were obvious. Lu Yenji was shocked. Suddenly I thought of something and subconsciously stepped back in fear. You, what are you going to do? Don't come over here. Yi Tiance, I'm telling you, if you dare to do that to me again, I will kill you today. But Yi Tiance seemed unable to hear her words. The next second, he pounced on Lu Yenji, panting heavily. The latter kept struggling, but it was useless in front of Yi Tiance, who had lost his mind. The pain swept over her, causing her to give up resistance instantly. 2 hours later, Yi Tiance slumped on the sofa, frowning as he looked at Lu Yenji, who was lying in a mess on the ground. Lu Yenji glared at Yi Tiance fiercely. There was deep hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Yi Tiance alive. One day, I will grind you to dust and scatter your ashes, leaving you with no place to rest. Yi Tiance laughed. You said the same thing last time, and what happened? I'm still alive and well. Also, don't be so stupid in the future, you can't kill me with your own strength. I also said that you were just a trash can for me to vent my anger at will, just like just now. Chapter 734, heading to the provincial capital. Lu Yenji picked up the fallen Valentino and threw it at Yi Tiance, who dodged sideways. What the hell? Shut up. She was panting, and could no longer hold back her anger, so she started swearing. In this regard, Yi Tiance shook his head. I really doubt that every time you come to me on your own initiative, it is just to attract my attention so that you can feel good. After all, you enjoyed it, didn't you? The corner of Lu Yenji's mouth twitched. If she wasn't so powerless now, she really wanted to fight again, even though she knew she couldn't win. She was still unforgiving and laughed coldly. Enjoy? What else can you do besides rushing around? How dare you mention the word enjoy? You don't think your skills are good enough, do you? Yi Tiance stood up and walked in front of her, bent down and pinched her face with his hands, mockingly saying, I don't know about your skills, but I know how enchanting you look. Okay, don't look so sad all the time. You were the one who brought the cannon here, and now that I've satisfied you, why are you unhappy now? Tell me, why did you come here? He knew very well that this was a crazy woman. Once she shows up, things won't be that simple. Lu Yenji sneered. Yenji came here just to kill you. Unfortunately, he fell short, but don't worry, you will definitely die in 2 days. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes, unable to see through the woman in front of him. How did she know that she had an appointment with the Lu family in 2 days? Could it be that she is also involved behind the scenes? That would be interesting if that were true. This woman disappeared 5 years ago and reappeared some time ago. If she is the one pushing everything behind the scenes and taking action, it would mean that the power behind her is greater than that of the 4 major families now. Only in this way can we push the 4 major families to do things. And maybe based on these clues, we can find out where she went during the 5 years she disappeared. Then I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see how you can make me die. Lu Yenji's dangers and methods far exceed those of the 4 major families. If she followed suit, he would really look forward to it. Seeing that Yi Tiance remained calm, Lu Yenji's hatred grew even stronger. This bastard is such a piece of shit. Okay, let's wait and see. Lu Yenji picked up the Valentino high heels and left slowly angrily. Yi Tiance watched her leave. He was very conflicted about this woman. It's not right to touch, but it doesn't seem right to stay away from it either. Forget it. This time she came to him on her own initiative, and he didn't provoke her. She's sending me a gift from 1,000 miles away, so I can't refuse her, right? What if she was just lonely, liked this feeling, and came to him on purpose to satisfy it? However, what she just said is worth pondering. The 4 major families are now ready to join forces to deal with him. Lu Yenji has just returned, and he certainly does not have the power he had before among officials and businessmen, so he cannot influence either side. No matter how big the actions of the 4 major families are, it is impossible for Lu Yenji, who is in Jiangnan City, to know about it. And he knows it so clearly. Among the 4 major families, she only had contacts with Tong Guxiu from the Tong family. As for Tong Guxiu, it is absolutely impossible for him to have any contact with her. Unless Lu Yenji was involved in everything behind this. In other words, Lu Yenji is the one who drives everything. But if that was the case, then why did she suddenly expose herself in front of him? The logic behind this is not consistent and it doesn't make sense at all. Is he here to show off his strength before the war? This is too stupid, but Lu Yenji is not such a stupid woman. The cooperation of the 4 major families this time is not that simple. There is a high probability that someone is behind the scenes pushing everything. Forget it. Even so, it posed no threat to him. Anyway, he also didn't know why he suddenly lost consciousness and took action against Lu Yenji. He only remembered that after detoxification, he felt a buzzing in his head. Soon, the consciousness in his brain was eroded by the heat, and he just wanted to vent. He also smelled the ingredients in the soft fragrance powder and found that there was no aphrodisiac at all. So what exactly is the problem? Could it be that he had become dependent on Lu Yenji's body, so his subconscious mind took over? This is impossible. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered something. Lu Yenji pinched off a capsule before releasing the soft fragrance powder. After the capsule was broken, although the smell of blood was very faint, he still smelled it. That blood should be Lu Yenji's blood. It seems that her blood is very special and should be able to catalyze the soft fragrance powder and make it work faster. Otherwise, why would she add her own blood? Why could a drop of blood make him lose his mind? The more I think about it, the more headache I get. I just don't want to think about it anymore. Yi Tiance felt a headache and shook his head. Forget it. Instead of wasting time thinking about these things, you might as well take a good rest. These past 2 days have been quite exhausting. Especially helping Lin Yuyan to change her fate consumed a lot of his energy and spiritual power. He returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. Spiritual energy surges throughout the body, flowing through every meridian. After having sex with Saint Yushi in Lingyuan Cave last time, he successfully broke through to the foundation building stage. After he came back, he tried to see if he could improve his skills further. Unfortunately, there was no fluctuation. After he had sex with Lu Yenji, his cultivation level had loosened. This time he fights again, he wants to see if it still has any effect. After the meridians were washed by spiritual power again and again, they really became lighter. I didn't expect that after building the foundation, Lu Yenji's body could still bring him effects. It's really interesting. Unfortunately, she is far from being comparable to Saint Yushi. That is the real furnace. However, he couldn't just count on improving his cultivation through dual cultivation with Saint Yushi. The last time in Lingyuan Cave, she had no choice but to treat him coldly afterwards. She was completely unpredictable. Besides, it is unknown whether we can meet again. 2 days passed quickly. Yi Tiance had a good rest these 2 days. All aspects of the body have been regulated and can be said to be in the best condition. At this time, his phone buzzed with a message. After opening it, I found it was sent by Lu Yuankai. Lu Yuankai, nephew Yi, I have prepared wine and food. I wonder when you can come and have a chat? Yi Tiance grinned and put away his phone. Ha ha. Really interesting. Are you so impatient to let him go up? They are so confident. What will happen if they lose? Yi Tiance went to the basement and drove a Lamborghini away. The car's logo was a bull ready to attack, symbolizing the pursuit of perfection, radical bravery, and the spirit of fighting to the death. The meaning is very similar to the purpose of this trip to the provincial capital. And when he drives, he is in control. It means that he can win. Chapter 735. The storm of the 4 major families is coming. Lu family. Lu Yuankai stared at his phone with a frown on his face, lost in thought. At this moment, he was doubting whether he was doing the right thing. Lu Ruyan looked for him and questioned him. But he didn't know how to answer. That's it. He has already done the job, and what happens next has nothing to do with him. Live or die, leave it to fate. Pass my order, the Lu family will not go out from now on, no matter what happens outside, it has nothing to do with our Lu family. If anyone disobeys the order of the head of the family and leaves the house without permission, he will be removed from the family tree and will never be allowed to enter the Lu family again. Yes. Master. The butler immediately went forward to pass on the order. Lu Yuankai has always known the seriousness of this matter. In this regard, he could only make this decision and wait and see how the situation develops. Tong family. Tong Gushio was playing with a folding fan while sitting on a stone bench in the yard, with a smug look on his face. Sai stood aside, hiding the murderous intent in her eyes, but she couldn't hide the coldness on her face. Sir, the man surnamed Ji is already on his way to the provincial capital. He is expected to arrive in half an hour. Sai is willing to be the vanguard and kill him on the way. Snapped. The folding fan closed and slapped on the stone table. Tong Gushio chuckled and said, I thought he wouldn't come, which is good, because it saves me the time to look for him. Since you want to be the vanguard, I will allow you to go and intercept and kill. However, you alone are no match for him. I have found a helper for you. He was well aware of how terrifying Yi Tiance was. Even he in the early days of the God of War was not his opponent, so how could Sai fight him? But he was fully prepared this time. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Yi Tiance. Clap clap. Tong Gushio clapped his hands. Whoosh. In an instant, 10 dark shadows appeared in front of him. Although the strength of the martial arts aura emanating from each person varies, the worst among them is also a half-step God of War. I've met the young master. The 10 people bowed and saluted, their faces full of respect for Tong Gushio. Sai frowned, frightened by the scene. She could feel that among these 10 people, 6 of them exuded a martial arts aura that surpassed her. The remaining 4 were not much different from her, all at the level of half-step war god. Everyone knows how rare the realm of the God of War is. Tong Gushio was able to call out 6 people in one breath. This is so shocking. Now. Her confidence increased greatly, and she did not hide her hatred for Yi Tiance. With such an assistant, Sai will definitely kill Yi Tiance. She would not ask where Tong Guxiu got so many experts. She only knew that as a maid, a servant girl, she only needed to do what she was supposed to do. She has no right to ask or care about anything else. Moreover, as the heir to the 4 major families, he would naturally cultivate some forces of his own in secret. These forces will help him successfully ascend to the position of head of the family, or help do some dirty work. But it has nothing to do with her. Now, she just wants to kill Yi Tiance. Torture him severely and help Tong Guxiu regain his face. Go! Tong Guxiu waved his hand. The 10 figures were particularly eye-catching at this evening time, but they also exuded a chill. Sai nodded to him and immediately followed him, disappearing into the yard. Jing family. Jing Tianlei and his son Jing Jianya were sitting in the yard. In front of them stood 10 elite soldiers dressed in black combat uniforms. Dad, I let that guy surnamed Ji escape from the Lin family last time. You must help me get justice this time. Jing Tianlei hated Yi Tiance so much. At the beginning, Yi Tiance trampled on his dignity. Under the pressure from Lin Wantai, Jing Jianyi also chose to give up revenge. The father and son could only return to the Jing family in shame and swallow their anger. But are they the kind of people who would swallow their anger in silence? They are not. So when Tong Guxiu approached them, they agreed without hesitation. Jing Jianyi also knew that Yi Tiance was very powerful, but he believed that no matter how powerful he was, he could not defeat the powerful combination of their 4 major families. Don't worry, Dad has used his trump card this time. These 10 people are elite soldiers that I have secretly trained, and their strength is at the early stage of God of War. Together with the manpower from other families, it is definitely enough to deal with that kid. I don't believe that he can fight against thousands of troops and so many early stage war gods by himself. What? 10 early war gods? He really deserves to be his father. Dad, that's awesome. You're worthy of me. Jing Tianlei gave Jing Jianyi a thumbs up with a smile on his face. What the hell? Yi Tiance, I don't believe that you will not die this time. After I kill you, I will take in all the beauties you have in Jiangnan. When the time comes, I will torture them severely to vent my hatred. Set off. Jing Jianyi also received a text message from Tong Guxiu. With a wave of his hand, 10 elite soldiers instantly disappeared in the yard. Rong family. In the yard, Rong Tianli came over with a teapot and sat down next to Rong Hanyu. Hanyu, have some tea. Rong Hanyu did not refuse and naturally took the teacup and took a sip. When he saw Yi Tiance growing step by step and solving all the troubles easily, his unwillingness was completely magnified. So, now they have completely joined forces. Uncle, are you so elegant that you come to have tea with me? If not tea, what else can I do? Rong Tianli remained calm and began to sip the tea. Rong Hanyu chuckled and said, Today is a big day, and my second uncle didn't go to participate, but came to have tea with me. I'm a little flattered. He clenched his fists and suppressed the hatred in his heart. He also wanted Yi Tiance to die. In this way, he will be able to win back Rong Meiyan. They were childhood sweethearts, so why did Yi Tiance, the latecomer, come out on top? Rong Tianli shook his head and smiled. Some things don't require me to personally intervene. Someone else will take action first, and I can just sit back and enjoy the success. He is an old fox. Although he really wanted Rong Meiyan to die, he didn't dare to do it too blatantly. Let those people from the Tong family rush to the front. If it doesn't work, he can still withdraw from it and won't be implicated. Second uncle is really shrewd, but will it really work this time? Rong Hanyu began to worry. He had also seen Yi Tiance's strength and knew that he was very powerful. At the same time, those from the 4 major families who went against Yi Tiance did not have a good ending. Even Tong Guxiu, one of the 3 heroes of the provincial capital, was tortured into that miserable state. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Rong Tianli poured him another cup of hot tea, his expression unchanged, and he said calmly. There are many people who want him dead, and they don't need the two of us no matter how powerful he is, he can't escape this encirclement. Once he dies, you will be able to marry Mei Yan, and your uncle will personally officiate at your wedding. Hanyu, congratulations. When Rong Hanyu heard that he could marry Rong Mei Yan, he immediately became excited. That's thanks to second uncle's arrangement. Hanyu also has to congratulate second uncle for becoming the head of the Rong family as he wished and taking the position of patriarch. Rong Tianli did not answer, but looked at the horizon. At this moment, it has already been dyed red by the sunset, like a piece of blood-stained cloth hanging high. The wind is picking up, blood is about to be seen.